The following programs were originally aired live, long before the advent of high fidelity, and they were recorded using a variety of means, from direct recording onto early audio tape and glass records, to simply placing the microphone of a wire recorder in front of the speakers of a radio playing the program. I hope, however, that any variance in audio quality will not take away from your pleasure in listening to these, some of the all-time favorite shows.
The following program is brought to you in living color on NBC.
Good evening, and welcome to Nightly Old-Time Radio Shows. It is me, Mark from the past, your host for the evening, and I hope you had a good week, and you're having a pleasant Friday night. And before we get on with the shows, it is March the 7th, 2025, and here is what happened on this day in history. In 661 AD, Roman Emperor Antonius Pius dies and is succeeded by co-emperors Marcus Aurelius and Lucius Varus, an unprecedented political arrangement in the Roman Empire. In 1530, English King Henry VIII's divorce request is denied by Pope Clement VII. In 1876, Alexander Graham Bell receives a patent for the telephone in the U.S. In 1912, Norwegian explorer Ronald Anderson announces his team was the first to reach the South Pole, 34 days before British explorer Robert Falcon Scott. In 1936, German dictator Adolf Hitler breaks the Treaty of Versailles by sending troops into the then demilitarized Rhine. In 1975, Mirror, Russian film directed by Andrei Tarkovsky, starring Margareta Tervaka and Ignat Denjotev, is released. In 1917, first jazz record released on a 78 by original Dixieland Jazz Band for the Victor Talking Machine Company. Dixie Jazz Band, One Step, One Side, Livery Stable Blues. In 2009, despite only being 17 years old, Brazilian soccer star Neymar marks his professional debut for Santos. Born on this day, Rob Roy, Nicanor Nifek, John Herschel, James Donnelly, Reinhard Heydrich, Amanda Gorman, Anna Mangelnia, Bryan Cranston, Wanda Sykes, Rachel Weisz, Maurice Ravel, Viv Richards, Tom Lehman, Ivan Lindell, Joe Carter. Dying on this day, Antonius Pius, Aristotle, Thomas Aquinas, Aristide Briand, Cool Papa Bell, and Stanley Kubrick. And that was This Day in History. Now let's get on with the show. Calling all cars, be on the lookout for excitement with our next show.
copyrighted program created by the Rio Grande Oil Company.
Los Angeles Police calling all cars. Attention all cars. Warning in connection with safe robberies. One Pete Galitzin, thought to be driving a stripped-down Ford Roadster, is in company with two other boys, described as follows: short, stocky, approximately 15 years old. This boy is slippery. If found, arrest and hold. That's all. Rolls and Quizzies.
If you are one of those many motorists who feel that one gasoline is about as good as another, how do you account for the fact that more police cars, fire engines, ambulances, and other emergency equipment use Rio Grande cracked gasoline than any other?
Just what is cracked gasoline, Mr. Lindsley?
Cracked gasoline is just what the name indicates, a cracked gasoline. You know coffee is cracked, that is ground, before you can get the full good out of it. Wheat grains are cracked and re-cracked, and the chaff is thrown away before a fine grade of flour can be obtained. So it is with Rio Grande cracked gasoline. In Rio Grande's great modern refinery, gasoline is literally cracked by terrific heat and pressure into millions, yes, billions of tiny parts. Non-usable units are drawn off and discarded entirely. The remaining gasoline atoms are pure energy atoms, ready to flash into driving power at the very first spark.
I see. That sounds convincing.
It is convincing, madam. So convincing that Los Angeles, Oakland, Berkeley, Fresno, Santa Barbara, San Diego, Maricopa County, Arizona, and many, many other cities and counties throughout this territory have specified Rio Grande cracked gasoline month after month in preference to any other brand. Thousands of new motorists are turning to Rio Grande cracked.
But isn't this a special gasoline that Rio Grande makes for police cars?
No, it is a special process, the patented Sinclair cracking process, but it is not a special gasoline for police cars only. You can buy the very same gasoline, Rio Grande cracked with tetraethyl, at any Rio Grande independent service station. It costs no more, and it will give you the same flashing police car performance that police cars have. It is now our pleasure to present Chief James E. Davis of the Los Angeles Police Department. Chief Davis.
Good evening, friends. Tonight you will hear a true case that may sound unbelievable because of the criminal's extreme youth. Yet the average age of the criminal gangster runs from 14 to 25. The boy whose case we are dramatizing tonight had learned all of the tricks of the trade and developed a few of his own before he was 15 years old. His is a record that is listed in the habitual criminal classification. The records in the Los Angeles Police Department alone of Pete Galitzin prove him to be an incorrigible type. One who has no place in society, who belongs just where he is today, in the state penitentiary. Whether Pete was born with a criminal quirk, or whether his constant association with an older man with a prison background was responsible is hard to say. But no matter what made him do it, it is a fact that this boy, barely in his teens at the start of his crime career, was one of the meanest, hardest criminals ever to pass through our hands.
Our story opens on a clear June day in 1925. In a vacant lot bordering the railroad yards, 13-year-old Pete Galitzin listens wide-eyed to his constant friend and advisor, old Jake Herkovitz, as he spins a yarn.
You should have seen them bulls' faces when they found out we'd walked out on them. Me and Al could hardly keep from busting right out laughing.
What'd you do then, Jake?
Well, we waited till the law got through snooping around, and then we walked back into the joint and finished the job.
You mean the same night?
Sure. Me and Al wasn't afraid of any cop that walked on the beach.
I'm going to have a gang someday, Jake. I'm not going to carry a gun, neither. I'm going to be smarter than the cops.
That's the idea, kid.
I got it all figured out how I'm going to work.
That's right. Don't go off half-cocked and get messed up the first job. Figure the angles, and then do it.
Pretty near old enough to have a mob right now, Jake. 14 next month.
14, huh? Well, Pete, you got a good brain for a kid. All you got to do is learn the tricks, and you'll be a big shot someday.
Well, Will you help me learn the tricks, Jake?
Sure. I'll do more than that. I'll help you plan your job.
Will you, Jake? Say, that's swell. How can I go wrong with a guy like you helping me? Boy, I can just see the other kids when they find out I'm working with you. They'll all want to be in on it. They can be, too. Only I'm going to tell them what to do, and they're going to do it, or else.
That's the spirit, kid. Play smart. There's nothing that can stop you.
Thus, the prelude to 14-year-old Peter Galitzin's crime symphony. On his birthday, Pete and a few picked pals celebrate by making a round of the stores, lifting a ring here, a spotlight for his Ford there. And that night in the garage behind his father's home, Pete lays his plans for the future on the table, forms his first embryonic crime organization.
Bill, you and Alex sit here beside me.
Okay, Pete. Yeah.
You're going to be my lieutenants. And the rest of you, what Bill and Alex says goes. Understand? All right. I've been looking a couple of places over around town here, and they're easy pickings. All we got to do is get in. That's the toughest part of the job.
What's so tough about that, Pete? Why not just bust a window and walk in?
Because we ain't working that way, and the first one of you I catch busting windows is going to get in trouble with me.
Don't get sore, Pete. I was only suggesting.
All right, Bill, just don't get out of line. I'm running this bunch, and I'll make the suggestions.
Sure, Pete, I know that.
And don't forget it. Here's what we're going to do. Bill and Alex and I will go out and case these joints tomorrow. As soon as it gets late enough, we'll meet the rest of you here and go knock them over.
I can't make it tomorrow night, Pete. Me old lady's on the warpath about me being out tonight.
Then you better go home to your old lady and tie yourself to her apron strings before you get lost.
It ain't that, Pete. It ain't that. Only if I cross her, she'll tell the old man, and he'll get rough with me.
Sure. I understand. And I'm telling you to get out of here and make it fast. I don't want no punks on this outfit.
Well, gee, Pete, can't I just...
You heard me. Get out and stay out. If you want to stay healthy, you'd better not show your face around me.
Okay, Pete. Don't get sore.
And here's something else for the rest of you to remember. See this little bump on my forehead? Well, when it gets red, get out of the way. That means trouble.
Gee, Pete, it's kind of red now.
Sure it is, and I'm sore. Now, you better all clear out before I get any worse. Hey, Bill.
Yeah, Pete.
You and Alex stay here.
All right.
Let's stall those punks.
You mean you ain't going to let them go with us?
Sure. The three of us is enough. We don't need anyone else. Just get in the way.
Okay, Pete. Now you're talking.
Yeah. And tomorrow I'll be doing more than talking. Tomorrow we're starting out, and we ain't going to stop till we get enough dough to move on somewhere else. I'm going to be a big shot. And you guys can go with me. If you don't make any mistakes.
Okay, Pete. We won't make any mistakes.
I'll see about that later. Now let's make plans.
So Pete, Bill, and Alex sit around a small table, make plans for the morrow. And the following night, at a little after 11 o'clock, they stand in a small alleyway running behind an auto rental sales room.
How are we going to get in, Pete?
Easy. There's a little window in the washroom that opens out on this alley. Yeah? When I was in there this afternoon, I unhooked it.
Pretty smart, Pete.
Sure. Ain't that what I told you? You gotta be smart in this racket.
Are we all going in through the window?
No. You stay out here and keep watch. Me and Alex will go in. If anything goes haywire, let us know.
Yeah, but why do I get to rap and stay outside? Why does Alex get the break?
Now listen, Bill, you stay here because I told you to, see?
See, I see, Pete, sure.
All right. Come on, Alex. Give me a boost up to the window, and then I'll pull you up.
Okay, Pete.
And don't make no noise.
Don't worry, I won't.
Now hold it, Alex. Hold it tight till I get this window open.
Okay.
I got it. Now. Here. Now give me your hand, and I'll pull you up.
Here you are.
All right, easy now. Get your legs through, and I'll help you down.
Yeah, I got it. There.
Yeah. Here we are now. Give me the tools.
Yeah, here you are.
Quiet. You want to bring every bull in town here?
Sorry, Pete.
Okay, forget it. Come on and help me with this Jimmy. We'll crack this thing like it was a baby bank. There. Yeah, that's got it. Now.
Gee, look at the dough. This is a nuts, ain't it?
Save the talking till we get out of here.
Sorry, Pete.
Okay, let's blow.
Four times that night, the three safecrackers sneak into auto shops. 4 times a safe door snaps open under the expert jimmying of Pete Galitzin. And as Monday morning comes, 4 different store proprietors get a shock as they gaze at their broken safes. One after the other phones a frantic plea to the police department. And in the office of the Bomb and Explosive Detail, Lieutenant Katzenberger scans the early morning reports, ponders their meaning.
4 different places, all out of sales rooms, and each job done the same way. Hey, Eddie.
Yes, Cat?
Come here a minute. I got a puzzle to work on.
What's it now?
Take a look at these reports from last night, Eddie. Recognize the technique?
Nope. Can't say that I do.
Neither do I. It's got me wondering. I thought I knew every safe gang in this town, but this is a new one. And it works plenty fast. 4 jobs last night.
Nice going.
I've checked all 4 places for fingerprints, and there aren't any. Whoever's pulling this is smart. All we've got to go on is a few busted safes.
That's a great start.
Well, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. We'll get all the boys and bring in every mug in this town that I know has a safe-cracking record. Even if none of them did it, well, they might know who we want. Anyway, it's better than sitting here waiting for more reports to come in. Come on.
But Lieutenant Katzenberger's dragnet brings no results. And after talking to more than 20 known criminals, he finds he has learned absolutely nothing. Nowhere can he find even the slightest lead as to the unknown bandit's identity. The following morning, 3 more jobs are reported. And the next night, 5 more. In each case, the method is the same. And in each case, there is no clue. Then, as suddenly as they began, the mysterious safe robberies end. 2 nights go by with no reports. A week, 2 weeks, and still no jobs. Lieutenants Katzenberger and Slaughter breathe easier. Hope that whoever has been doing them has left town. Then, 1 month later, Lieutenant Katzenberger is looking over at a stack of police bulletins. His eyes fall on a report that looks familiar. Calling Lieutenant Slaughter, he tells him of his suspicions.
Look, Eddie. Here's a bulletin from the Washington police about 3 kids they picked up on suspicion of robbery. They let them go for lack of evidence.
Yeah.
They were driving a hopped-up Ford Roadster with racing wheels. So, here's another bulletin from Stockton. Looks like the same kids, driving the same car. Suspicion of robbery, released for lack of evidence.
Say, you're right, Cat.
And this morning I got this one from Fresno. Take a look.
3 boys driving stripped Ford Roadster. Arrested here yesterday, released today. Thought to be headed for Los Angeles. Say, this looks hot.
You know, I was thinking maybe we'd better pick these boys up and see what they know about our safe-cracking jobs. That Ford ought to be easy to spot on the road.
You want me to send a bulletin out?
Right. Arrest and hold for questioning. Sign my name to it.
Okay, Cats, I'll get on it right away.
Instantly, word flashes out over the police teletype system to all points.
Wanted, 3 boys driving Ford Roadster, racing wheels. If seen, arrest and notify Los Angeles police. Katzenberger.
And late that afternoon, on the state highway leading into Los Angeles, a cruising police car spots the Ford, arrests the 3 youthful occupants, brings them to Lieutenant Katzenberger.
All right, boys, sit down. I want to talk to you.
Hey, what's the idea of the coppers dragging us around? We ain't done nothing.
You're sure of that?
Sure, I'm sure.
Well, I'm not. In fact, I've got a pretty good idea that you and your pals have been pulling quite a few little jobs around town lately.
We ain't been in L.A.
For how long?
Over a month.
That's just what I thought.
What do you mean?
It's been just a little over a month since the last job was pulled here in Los Angeles. But there have been plenty of safes cracked up and down the line since then.
Listen, you fat bull, you can't pull any of that stuff on me. I ain't done nothing, and you can't hold us here, see?
That's a good bluff, Pete, but it won't work.
How'd you know my name was Pete?
I just remembered you. You used to hang around a lot with old Jake Herkowitz, didn't you? That's where you learned the business so well, from Jake.
You're nuts.
Maybe I am. But I remember you all right. You see, I used to browse out and watch old Jake every once in a while. Still do, for that matter, just to keep an eye on him. I remember seeing you with him lots of times. Yes, and you other kids, too. Isn't that right?
So what? Suppose I did know Jake. That ain't no crime.
No, not by itself, but busting safes is. A pretty serious one. Now, come on, Pete. Stop wasting my time. Let's have it. Or do I have to put the pressure on your pals?
No.
Shut up.
You'd better spill, Pete. If your pals tell the story, they'll probably say a lot of things that you won't like.
Yeah? You won't get out of here healthy.
Oh, Oh, you're a tough punk, eh?
I ain't no punk, but I am tough. Plenty tough.
All right, I'm glad to know it. Well, we'll put you away where you can't hurt anybody, while I talk to your pals. Sergeant.
Yes, sir?
Put this lad somewhere to cool off, and watch out for him, Sarge. He's a tough one.
I know how to take care of that kind, Lieutenant. Come on, Sonny.
All right. Wait a minute. Send this flatfoot away and I'll talk. You can't keep me in the can anyway.
All right, Sergeant, I'll take charge.
Yes, sir.
Now, you and your pals cracked those safes in the auto rental joints here in Los Angeles, didn't you?
Yeah. How'd you guess it?
I didn't guess it. You just told me. Now, will you sign a statement to that effect?
A lot of good it would do me to say no. Sure, I'll sign it. But I won't stay in no jails.
No? I heard a lot of other fellows say that. Tons, too. And as I remember, they're all in jail right now.
All right. Let's get the jawing over with. I don't enjoy talking to cops. Give me that statement and let's get it over with.
So, self-styled tough one Pete Galitzin admits participation in the safe robberies, signs a full confession, and as a result receives a sentence at the Ione Reformatory. In custody of a transportation officer, he and his cronies start the trip to Ione in a police car. And as it stops in traffic for a signal...
So long, copper. Hey, stop. Come back.
No use shouting, mister. Pete's the fastest runner in town.
Pete disappears in the heavy traffic. And the bewildered officer, after losing valuable moments handcuffing the other two boys to the car, sends a hurried phone call to headquarters, reporting the escape. And late that night, in front of Pete's home, Lieutenant Katzenberger and Slaughter stand in the shadows, watch the street in front.
I may be wrong, Eddie, but if I know that kid, he'll come home. He's just smart enough to figure that we wouldn't look here for him.
It's a funny way to figure things, but maybe you're right.
Here comes the car. Keep down.
Stopping in front, kid.
Yeah. Watch it.
Thanks, Leo. I'll be seeing you.
Speed, all right. He's walking right towards us. Let's go. All right. All right, Pete. Don't try anything. You'll get hurt.
Oh, let go, you flat foot. All right, come here, you.
Same way that you figured. I wouldn't expect it, huh?
Now, cut it.
Now, keep those arms and legs under control. Come along quietly, or I'll show you what we do to really tough customers.
And this time, Pete is taken to Ione under special guard in solitary confinement until he calms down. After 14 months, Pete and his cronies are released. A week goes by, and then one morning in Lieutenant Katzenberger's office.
Well, Eddie, our friend Pete and his gang have started again.
What?
Yep. 3 joints last night. Same old method.
They only got out of Ione last week, didn't they?
That's right. And they're underway already. I guess we'll have to pick them up again.
But finding Pete proved to be a harder job this time, and after several days spent in staking out at his house, Katzenberger decides the gang has left town again. Acting upon this hunch, police circulars are sent to every town in the United States with a full description of the 3 boys and an order to arrest on suspicion of robbery. But months go by and no word comes. Pete Galitzin seems to have disappeared from the face of the earth. Then, January 5th, 1928, a teletype message clicks over the network of police wires.
To Katzenberger, Los Angeles Police. Read your circular wanted for robbery. Have Pete Galitzin and Lee Young in custody here. Advise us what steps to take. Reeves, New Orleans Police Department.
To Reeves, New Orleans Police. I'm securing extradition papers on Pete Galitzin. Please hold until notified. Katzenberger, Los Angeles Police.
Katzenberger, Los Angeles Police. Please advise as to disposition of Pete Galitzin. We cannot hold him without charge. Reeves, New Orleans Police.
Reeves, New Orleans Police. Our hands tied. Cannot secure necessary extradition papers because Galitzin is a juvenile. Thanks for cooperation anyway. Katzenberger, Los Angeles Police.
Thus, through a small technical matter of age, Pete Galitzin is released by the New Orleans police to continue his crime career. And he does. From New Orleans to Detroit, Detroit to Chicago, he leaves a trail of broken safes. Then, from Chicago, he starts a path back toward Los Angeles. In every city along the way, he cracks safes, laughs at the law. And at last, 6 months after his New Orleans arrest, Pete hits his old stamping grounds again, Los Angeles, where he wastes no time securing a new partner, Leo. And a few days later, he and Leo sweep through the business section of Los Angeles, cleaning 7 safes in one night. Then, to celebrate, they decide to take in a dance hall at Venice for a night's relaxation.
Boy, this is nuts, Pete. Get a load of some of them dames over there by the orchestra.
Yeah, come on. Let's get a couple and show them what dancing's all about. How's this, baby? Like to dance with me?
You said it, kid. You sure got rhythm for such a baby.
Listen, don't call me no baby.
Okay, don't get sore about it. I was only talking.
Yeah? Let's stop talking and dance. Maybe afterwards I'll take you out and show you a good time, huh?
Okay, kid. That sounds swell by me.
Wait a minute. I got a better idea. Let's go over to one of those booths and sit down. It's dark over there. I don't like lights.
Sure, why not? I think I'm going to like you.
That's the idea. Come on, I'll tell you a few things that'll surprise you. I'll show you how much of a baby I am. When you hear what I'm going to tell you...
Didn't expect to see me here, did you, Pete?
Katzenberger.
Sure, and Eddie Slaughter and Harold Collings, too. Sort of a reception committee. All right, beat it, sister.
Say, what is this? Who's this guy anyway, Pete?
Yeah, beat it like the man says, beautiful. I'll see you some other time.
Well, I like that. Great guy you turned out to be, leaving me flat for a couple of cigar chews.
Ah, nuts.
So back to Los Angeles goes Pete in company with the now familiar Lieutenant Katzenberger and his partners. And once again he is sentenced to serve a term in the reform school. But on the way from the courtroom to the jail...
So they gave you the works, eh, Pete? You thought you were pretty smart.
Sure, and they still do. They can't keep me in a reform school.
That's what you think. You'll be there for a long time.
And that's what you think. Hold on.
Hey, stop that boy.
Somebody stop that boy.
Well, why don't you shoot at him?
Take a chance of hitting someone in the crowd. Get out of the way.
Once again, Pete Galitzin slips his cuffs and makes a seemingly impossible escape. Leaves a bewildered and irate officer standing in the halls of the crowded building. And in less than a week, on the pike at Long Beach on Sunday afternoon...
Taking an awful chance busting in a joint right in front of all this mob?
Not a chance in the world. This place is locked tight on Sunday. Nobody will be expecting a robbery. All we do is walk in the back way and help ourselves. Come on. Here's the place. Give me a hand with this back door.
Yeah, okay, Pete. Boy, this gadget sure works slick.
Yeah, Jake made it for me a long time ago.
Old Jake sure knew his stuff.
Yeah. Now, come on. Safe's in the front room.
You mean the room we went by on the pike?
Sure.
But anybody that looks in can spot us there.
So what? We're cleaning the joint. Here, take this rag, and when we get in there, look as though you're dusting. I'll bust the safe.
Boy, you ain't afraid of nothing, are you, Pete?
Nothing. Come on.
Gee, look at all them people out there through the window.
Yeah. Wonder what they'd think if they knew we was robbing the place. Suckers.
I'm kind of nervous, Pete. Let's make it snappy and get out of here.
Okay, Leo. Keep looking as though you're dusting and stand between me and the window. I'll snap this thing open in a second.
Yeah, okay.
A couple of twists with this. And it's open. All right, Leo. Let's go.
You got everything?
Everything. Now we beat it back to your house and take it easy until things blow over. Come on.
And once at Leo's house, the two youthful safecrackers take it easy. Read the paper accounts of their daylight robbery, laugh to themselves. Days go by and turn into weeks, and Pete begins to grow restless. The urge to crack more safes grows stronger all the time. And at last, one afternoon, while he watches Leo practicing weightlifting, he suggests a plan.
What'd you think of taking a trip back east with me, Leo?
For what? We got lots of dough. And I want to stick around here lifting weights till the Olympic tryouts. Watch this.
250 pounds up over there.
You don't want to waste your time being a weightlifter. We can make as much dough in a week back east as you'll make if you win the Olympics.
Yeah, but I kind of like to take a crack at that title. I've been practicing every day out here. I'm getting pretty good at it,
To
too.
hear you talk, you'd think you was a sissy or something. Why don't you buy some nursery rhymes to read at night?
Ah, quit kidding me, Pete. I'm not turning softy. I just like to pretend I'm a champion weightlifter and that all the people are talking about me.
All right, Pete. Stay right where you are. You too, Leo.
Where'd you come from,
Chances with you this time.
Uh,
I just blew in. One of your good friends told me I'd find you here. So Eddie and the boys and I dropped around. Thought you'd be happy to see us. Now, get this straight, Pete. You might have a way of busting out of handcuffs and making a getaway, but I'm taking you to Long Beach with Leo, and I'm not standing any foolishness. I'm sick of playing games with you. It wouldn't make me mad to have to bring you down with a .38 police slug for resisting an officer. Now, you coming quietly?
Sure. But you won't be along all the time. And I'll bust out of any 2x4 jail you put me in. What do you think of that?
I've learned from past experience not to laugh at it, Pete. All I say is, don't try it with me. Now, come on.
And amazingly enough, Pete Galitzin remained quiet throughout the long trial for the Long Beach robbery. He was sentenced to San Quentin for that, and on the trip north, despite extra guards, despite added vigilance, he made a final bid for freedom and escaped from a car taking him to the station. But his freedom was short-lived. For a week later in Colorado, Denver officials arrested him on a robbery charge and sent him to Canyon City Penitentiary for 4 years. At the end of that time, having turned 21, he was extradited and delivered to Los Angeles authorities to stand trial for a felony escape. For this, he received a sentence of from 1 to 14 years in San Quentin, where he is today. An added touch to this youthful safecracker's career is furnished by the realization that in 1948, after he has served his present time in San Quentin, he will face a felony charge in at least 10 different cities between here and Chicago. In order to serve the minimum sentence on each of these, Pete Galitzin, the 14-year-old gang leader, will have to live to be well over 100 years of age before he will have gained his freedom.
Thank you, Chief Davis. Ladies and gentlemen, if you have enjoyed this program, I ask you to remember just one thing. Rio Grande cracked gasoline is more widely used wherever it is sold in police cars, fire engines, ambulances, and other emergency equipment than any other brand. It is the only gasoline you can buy that is refined by the patented Sinclair cracking process. It gives you all 4 qualities police cars must have and all wide-awake motorists want. Quick starting, fast acceleration, surging power, and more miles per gallon. Los Angeles, Oakland, Berkeley, Fresno, Santa Barbara, San Diego, Orange County, San Diego County, Maricopa, the largest county in Arizona, and many, many other cities and counties in this territory have specified Rio Grande cracked gasoline exclusively month after month because in protecting life and property, it gives their emergency fleets police car performance. See a Rio Grande independent dealer tomorrow and fill your tank with Rio Grande cracked gasoline. And when you need new motor oil, he can give you 2 of the finest on the market. Sinclair Pennsylvania, which is made from the highest priced crude in America but costs you no more than ordinary Pennsylvania oils. Or Sinclair Opaline, the thoroughly de-waxed, de-jellied, longer-lasting lubricant. Sinclair Eyes for safety, cut down repair bills, and save money. The next Calling All Cars story to be heard over the station has been printed and illustrated in Calling All Cars News as The Red Necktie Mystery. Get your copy from your Rio Grande independent dealer. It's free. It also tells you all about Rio Grande police money, which you can exchange for junior detective and G-man outfits to make some boy or girl happy. Police badges, pistols, handcuffs, fingerprint outfits, more than a dozen gifts in all, and all free. This is your narrator, Frederick Lindsley, bidding you good night for the Rio Grande Oil Company.
Data's memory malfunction turns a Wild West fantasy into a real live shootout.
My God, you've been shot!
Now, with only primitive defenses, can Worf stop a gang of murderous outlaws?
Where have they taken my son?
And with no escape, can he survive a violent showdown?
There's a gunfighter out there who has the speed and accuracy of an android.
On Star Trek, The Next Generation.
From the sound of music, and Bing Crosby is up next.
Someone
waits for me.
This is Ken Carpenter welcoming you to the Bing Crosby Show, presented by Chesterfield, produced and transcribed in Hollywood, with John Scott Trotter and his orchestra, Judd Collins with the Mayors, and Bing's guests, the Andrews Sisters and the Firehouse 5+2.
Ah, yes, we'll pick up plenty of flying hours tonight, won't we, Ken? Everybody knows and loves the Andrews Sisters, and the Firehouse 5 should go great on this, their coast-to-coast radio debut.
Oh, they're a hot little band,
Oh,
all right.
they really move. Gee, I was just thinking, Ken, seems like only yesterday that I was playing with a little band like that.
What was that?
We were called the Spokane Musical Dogs.
Oh. The Spokane Musical Dogs?
That's right. Our motto was throw us a bone and we'll play and groan. Oh, a big, great group.
That was rather a direct appeal for meat, wasn't it?
We had another motto, too, Ken. Drop a buck in the tuba, we'll play Vesta La Juba.
Went in for classical stuff,
Oh,
huh?
yes, young, brave, fearless in those days.
I'll bet the Musical Dogs are really quite a flash up around Spokane.
Big, very big, very. We were invited everywhere. We didn't play well, but we were housebroken.
You know, Bing, if you'd stuck with that band and worked hard to build it up, you might have been another Guy Lombardo.
With a motorboat and everything?
Yeah. Why, you could retire and live in luxury, but look at you at your age, still working for a living.
How right you are, Ken. Just a wasted life.
Yeah.
I'm too proud to beg, and I'm too clumsy to pick Brother Everett's pockets. I think now, Ken, we should get on with the opening selection of this little soiree, which is Bibbidi Bobbidi Boo, from the new Walt Disney full-length Technicolor picture Cinderella. If John Scott and the Rhythmaires are ready and assembled, I'm sure I am.
Bibbidi bobbidi, bibbidi bobbidi, bibbidi bobbidi, bibbidi bobbidi.
Salagadoola, Menchikaboola, bibbidi bobbidi boo. Put them together and what have you got? Bibbidi bobbidi boo. Salagadoola, Menchikaboola, bibbidi bobbidi boo. It'll do magic, believe it or not. Bibbidi bobbidi boo. Salagadoola boo means Manchikaboola-roo. But the thingamabob that does the job is bibbidi bobbidi boo. Salagadoola, Manchikaboola, bibbidi bobbidi boo. Put 'em together and what have you got? Bibbidi bobbidi boo. If your mind's in a dither and your heart is in a haze, well, I'll haze your dither and dither your haze with a magic phrase.
If you're chased around by trouble and you're followed by a jinx,
Oh, well, I'll jinx your trouble and trouble your jinx in less than 40 winks.
Salagadoola, Menchikaboola, bibbidi bobbidi boo.
Put 'em together and what have you got? Bibbidi bobbidi boo.
Boo boo, Salagadoola, Menchikaboola, bibbidi bobbidi boo.
It'll do magic, believe it or not. Bibbidi bobbidi boo. Salagadoola boo means Manchikaboola-roo. But the thingamabob that does the job is bibbidi bobbidi boo.
Bibbidi bobbidi, bibbidi bobbidi, bibbidi bobbidi.
Salagadoola, Manchikaboola, bibbidi bobbidi boo. Put 'em together and what have you got? Bibbidi bobbidi, bibbidi bobbidi, bibbidi bobbidi, bibbidi bobbidi boo. Bibbidi bobbidi boo.
Folks, when we show you how to be your own cigarette expert, you'll smoke Chesterfield.
Be your own cigarette expert.
Sure, you can judge for yourself which cigarette is best for you, and here's all you have to do.
A, take a pack of Chesterfields. Open them all the way. B, get a whiff of the pleasantly mild aroma that comes from that Chesterfield pack. C, check that milder Chesterfield aroma against any other brand.
That milder Chesterfield aroma comes from the right combination of the world's best tobaccos. No other cigarette has it. What you put into a cigarette is what you get out. And into every Chesterfield, we put mild, ripe tobaccos. Out of every Chesterfield, you get a smoke that's cooler, better tasting, much milder. So that's why much milder Chesterfield is the best cigarette for you. Always buy Chesterfield.
Chesterfield satisfy women and men. Chesterfield's over and over again. Milder, much milder, all smokers agree. Always buy Chesterfield's ABC.
The time has arrived to usher in not one, but 3 girlfriends of mine. I've done so many decaplatters with Patty, Maxine, and Laverne that I've often been referred to as Yasmin, the 4th Andrews sister. But be that as it may, here now from the Club 15, the Camel Soup Show, the Andrews sisters. Now, before we go any further, girls, I want to congratulate you. I really do, on your platter of I Can Dream, Cantor, which has been adjudged the top-selling record of 1949.
Well, thanks, Bing, and we're very grateful.
I'd also like to say one more thing, too. I'd like
What?
to throw in. I think you were very sneaky to run and record that tune without me.
Yeah.
What happened? What's the matter?
Yeah, but you sneaked in Mule Train without us. And incidentally, thanks loads.
What do you mean?
You know, Bing, Bob Hope is making records now.
Well, that might kill it for everybody. What company is willing to risk bankruptcy with needle nose?
Well, it's a little outfit down in Tijuana. You know, they cut Bob's songs on tortillas.
If you don't want to listen to these records, you can eat them.
I'll eat them. Oh, I remember now. Yes, those tortilla records that Hope presses in Mexico. They're made under the Heartburn label, I think. But, girls, I think we should get on to a little pleasanter topic. What do you say that you give us a bright sample of your wares? What's your current hit?
Well, we have a song out now being called The Wedding Samba. We did this with Carmen Miranda.
Heard it. Mm-hmm. Good, too. Very good.
Well, thank you. But Carmen isn't here tonight, so I was wondering, Bing, how would you like to sing her part?
I'll try. Of course, I do sound a little more like Carmen Lombardo than Carmen Miranda. I'll have a pitch at it. I'll venture anything.
Oh, grand.
Way down in the land of the Rio Grande, when people are married, they always have a dance. The music is grand with the samba band. The people are carried away with such romance.
Ole, ole, the wedding samba will bring a timid senorita to her feet. And when they play the wedding samba, she'll say, I do, and seal it with a samba beat.
So that's how it goes in fiesta time. The beat of a samba is always in the air.
And everyone knows it's fiesta time and joins in the samba around the happy pair.
With such romance.
Ole, ole,
ole, ole,
the wedding samba will bring a timid senorita to her feet. And when they play the wedding samba, he'll say, I do, and seal it with a samba beat.
So that's how it goes in fiesta time. The beat of a samba is always in the air.
And everyone knows it's fiesta time and joins in the samba around the happy pair. around the happy pair.
We'll dance around the happy pair.
That was very good, girls.
Well, you were good too, Carmen.
Thank you. I usually work with a bowl of fruit on my head or something. Well, while we're rolling here, shall we segue into a new Decca release? Have I told you lately that I love you?
Okay.
John Scott. Segue, eh? Steady.
Have I told you lately that I love you? Could I tell you once again somehow? Have I told with all my heart and soul how I adore you? Well, darling, I'm telling you now. This heart would break in two if you refuse me. I'm no good without you anyhow. Dear, have I told you lately that I love you? Well, darling, I'm telling you now.
Have I told you lately that I miss you? When the stars are shining in the sky, have I told you why the nights are long when you're not with me? Well, darling, I'm telling you now.
This heart would break in two if you refuse me. I'm no good without you anyhow. Dear, have I told you lately that I love you? Well, darling, I'm telling you now. Have I told you lately when I'm sleeping? Every dream I dream is you somehow. Have I told you who I'd like to share my love forever? Well, darling, I'm telling you now.
This heart would break in two if you'd refuse me. I'm no good without you anyhow.
Dear, have I told you lately that I love you? Well, darling, I'm telling you now.
Thank you, Andrews sisters. Thank you very much. Stand by now, girls, will you? We're going to bring on the Firehouse 5 plus 2. This seven-piece Dixieland combination has really taken Hollywood by storm. They are currently appearing at Charlie and Mary Morrison's Swank Mocambo. It's up on the Sunset Strip, and they really block traffic on their Monday night sessions. Everybody hold tight now. Stand back for the Firehouse 5 plus 2 as they play their theme song, The Firehouse Stomp. And thus, with one fell swoop, the Chesterfield people bring the minuet back to the American home. It's really quite an outfit here, folks. The boys are they're dressed up as firemen, complete with red shirts, white suspenders, and firemen's hats. If Ward Kimball, the leader and the trombonist of the band, has any wind left, I'd like to shoot him a few questions.
I'm still breathing, Billy.
Well, Ward, how come all you fellas you only play on Monday nights?
Well, Bing, we're working, man.
Oh, that's right. I forgot. You do work during the day, don't you? You're chief animator at the Walt Disney Studios, is that right?
Yep, from 8 to 5. Say, Bing, did you mention that full-length Technicolor picture, Cinderella?
The Disney show? Oh, I laid it up in there big a little earlier. Where were you? Give it a full column.
Well, we had to play hooky today, and I figured that would kind of soften Walt up.
All you fellas work for Disney?
Frank Thomas over here, the piano player, he's another head animator at Disney's.
Uh-huh.
Clark Mallory's sort of a ham actor and clarinet man.
Also an animator?
That's right.
Is he?
And Ed Penner.
Animated group, in.
We're all animated. And Ed Penner is in the writing department. He plays the soprano, sax, and the big tuba.
I met him over there when I made that Ichabod and Mr. Toad routine.
Oh, yeah.
He was in charge of that.
And Harper Goff, the banjo player, the man with the $1 million face, is an illustrator at Warner Brothers.
He's handsome. He's a striking youth, isn't he?
He also illustrates for Collier's Magazine.
Oh, then the whole group, all the fellas are artists and cartoonists. Is that it?
No. Danny Alguar, our cornet man, is a fingerprint expert, formerly with the L.A. Police Department.
Well, I'll be darned. I wished we'd had a fingerprint expert with the Whiteman Band. I always wondered who was getting my shirts. I think it was Joe Venuti, but...
You could have used a fingerprint expert with the Spokane Musical Dogs.
Anyway, Ward, what about Monty Montjoy there, your drummer? What does he do?
Oh, he's the real talent of the band.
Yeah?
He's a Santa Monica beachcomber. He'll only rehearse at high tide.
Well, that's when the grunion are running. You get plenty to eat. Well, now I think you fellas are due for an encore, and if you don't mind, I'd like to clamber aboard and with you and get in this here.
Good. What'll we do?
Well, how about Yes, Sir, That's My Baby?
Bing, grab your fireman's hat and let's do it in a real boardwalk tempo.
Okay, give me my hat. Yes, sir, that's my baby. No, sir, I don't mean maybe. Yes, sir, that's my baby now. Yes, ma'am, we've decided. No, ma'am, we won't hide it. Yes, ma'am, you're invited now. By the way, when we reach that preacher, I'll say with deep conviction, yes, sir, that's my baby. No, sir, I don't mean maybe. Yes, sir, that's my baby now. That really takes me back. We'll tell you exactly where. Thanks very much, Ward Kimball and the Firehouse Five. Get the pinochle game started. I'll be over in a minute. Now, the Andrews sisters returned to sing I Can Dream, Can't I?, which was voted the best-selling record of 1949, with Miss Patty Andrews as the featured soloista.
Say, Bing, you better jump in here with us.
I'll have to do my part lying down, Patty. You know, singing with that band isn't exactly like singing with Wayne King.
Oh, Jeff, don't worry.
I'm fagged, I tell you.
Dream on, dream on. I can see, no matter how near you be, you never belong to me. But I can dream, can't I? Can I pretend that I'm locked in the bend of your embrace? For dreams are just like wine, and I am drunk with mine.
I'm aware my heart is a sad affair. I'm sorry. There's much disillusion there, but I can dream, can't I?
Can I adore you all the way our oceans apart?
I can't make you open your heart, but I can dream, can I?
I'm aware my heart is a sad affair. There's much disillusion there, but I can dream, can I? Can I adore you all the way our oceans apart? I
Can't make you open your heart, but I can dream, can I? Dream on, dream on, dream on. I can dream, can I?
Thank you, Patty. Maxine and Laverne. That was really, really smooth.
Yes, sir, they're really a great singing combination, Bing. And as you and I very well know, the right combination is important. Now, you take Chesterfield.
Yes?
In Chesterfields, it's that right combination of the world's best tobaccos that make it the best cigarette to smoke.
Yeah, folks, grab yourself a pack of Chesterfields. Open it up, get a whiff of that mild aroma.
It's the mild aroma of the world's best mild, ripe tobacco. Something you find only in Chesterfields and in no other cigarette. This mild aroma is due to Chesterfield's perfect blend, a blend we know is the right combination of the world's best tobaccos. You'll find because of that blend that every Chesterfield will be A, always milder, much milder than other cigarettes. B, better tasting, will taste better than other cigarettes. And C, cooler smoking, will smoke cooler than other cigarettes.
And what's more, you can count on every Chesterfield to leave a clean, fresh taste after smoking. So keep those ABCs in mind and always buy Chesterfield, the best cigarette for you to smoke. Here's a song called Sure Thing. It happens to be from a new Paramount picture called Riding High.
Won't say that grass will grow or ivy will climb, but darling, I'd say we've got a sure thing this time. I'd say that we're on our way to a star. And take a tip from me, we are. Won't say that rivers flow or day turns to night, but darling, I'd say we've got a sure thing all right. Won't say it's winter when snow falls from above, but darling, it's a sure thing we're in love. Winter when snow falls from above, but darling, it's a sure thing we're in love.
You like Buddy Cole's piano solo?
Oh, I loved it. It was wonderful.
Buddy Cole is always right there on the piano. That does it for this session. My thanks to the Andrews sisters and the Firehouse 5 +2. With me in there was -1 for being with us tonight.
Oh, we had a lot of fun, Bing. Say, who's with you next week?
Next week, Patty, our guest will be Mr. Bob Crosby.
Oh, that's wonderful. You and your brother Bob are going to cut it up again,
we're
huh?
going to make the biggest kind of monkey shines.
Oh, wow.
Good night, girls.
Good night, Bing.
See you next week for Chesterfield, folks. The best cigarette for you to smoke. Thanks very much. Thank you.
The Bing Crosby Show, presented by Chesterfield, was produced and transcribed in Hollywood by Bill Morrow and Murdo McKenzie. Tune in next week and hear Bing and his guest, Bob Crosby. Folks, here's another reminder about the 1950 Heart Campaign. The fight to control heart disease, this country's leading cause of death, is being constantly carried on through the American Heart Association. Open your heart. Give to fight heart disease. Send contributions to Heart, care of your local post office. The George Burns and Gracie Allen Show follows immediately.
One of old-time radio's longest-running and most popular programs, CBS Mystery Theater, is up next.
And now, Mystery Theater.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Join me for an interlude in suspense, laden with a chilling fear of the unknown and the unexpected. Out there, in what we are pleased to call the state of nature, the strong kill the weak. Fang and claw provide the only law. Well, man, as you know, is a natural animal. But for countless centuries, he's been trying to change all that, with indifferent success on the whole. But there is hope, because man, after all, has a thing called a conscience. And it works. Not always as promptly or completely as all of us might wish, but it works. And sometimes it may start working before we're even aware of it.
Yes, you've always helped me, Walter. You've always been there when I needed you. I wouldn't be alive today if it weren't for you.
Well, then why, George? Why are you so angry?
I'll tell you why. It's because you're so smug, so righteous, so much better than me.
Am I? When did I ever throw any of it in your face?
You don't have to. You know, that's all. You just know. I can see that air of superiority oozing right through you.
Oh, I'm sorry, George.
So am I. But you have just done me your last good turn.
George, what are you doing with that gun?
What do you think? I'm going to kill you.
Our mystery drama, The Deadly Process, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Norman Rose and Ralph Bell. Sometimes a reunion can result in a most traumatic experience. You know, these get-togethers of old army buddies or old college pals. The greatest pain does not really result from the awareness of the thinning hair and the thickening paunch. It comes from the stinging stab of recognition that precious time is now gone forever, and golden opportunity has been irretrievably wasted. And this pain will leave an aching void for a fulfillment that can never come. However, neither Walter Stallings nor George Loomis has arrived at this point of the evening yet.
Hey, George, remember the time you had a thing for that Latin professor's wife?
Oh, yeah. He was at least twice her age, and she was so frustrated, so unhappy. Well, someone had to bring a bit of sunshine into her life. Poor little girl.
Hey, you remember? You were all set to elope with her. I got Red Garrity and Stan Jakowski from the football team to sit on you till I could pound some sense into your head.
Oh, I hated you that day, Walter.
She only meant it as a gag.
I didn't see it then. Actually, Walt, I see a lot of things now.
Oh? Like what?
Well, it seems to me that whenever I was in a real jam, you were always there to bail me out.
Just coincidence.
I don't know if I would have made it without you.
Hey, George, shouldn't you call your wife?
Why?
Well, won't she be worried?
About what? I told Louise, an old college buddy I hadn't seen in 10 years, had dropped in, and we were going to dinner.
You mean she buys a story like that?
Well, sure. Louise is unlike any girl you or I ever knew. It's as if... Well, she's not of this world.
Oh? Well, which world is she a part of?
Well, no world that you or I ever knew or thought about. It's a kind of a world of the spirit.
The spirit? Sounds spooky.
No. There's a quality to Louise that seems to see. It seems to sense things that are unsaid, unknown.
Oh, is that so?
Oh, yeah. I think you'd be a shock to a system.
New subject. George, why do you think I called you today?
You happen to be in town.
No. I didn't happen to be in town. I came to see you. I heard that you were with Tricon Chemical.
Yeah. I'm just about hanging in there.
Yes, but you are head of special research projects.
Today. Tomorrow I may be out on my ear.
Because you can't come up with an ore reduction process.
How did you know?
Everybody knows. Here, Tricon's sitting on the world's biggest known ore deposit, and you can't figure a profitable way to bring it up.
And that, Walter, may cost me my job.
Now, all is not lost, old buddy. Back in college, you remember Professor Pelham?
Pelham?
Yeah. He was the great authority on the reduction of non-ferrous metallic ores, and I was his star pupil.
Oh, Pelham, of course. I remember that paper you wrote.
The theory was absolutely sound, but the technique was ahead of its time.
But the technology exists today. It can be done. Hey, Walter, I have this feeling you're going to save me again.
I have the paper right here. Are you interested?
Am I interested? Is a drowning man interested in a life preserver? And look, Walter, there's a fortune in it for you.
No, I don't care about the money so much. I'll tell you what I need.
Well, anything, Walter, anything. If this can work out, you're going to be a rich man.
I need the credit. Hey, George, let's call it the Stallings-Loomis process.
But I didn't do anything to...
But you will. You'll have to make certain refinements to adapt it to your particular situation.
Yeah. I have the feeling. I just have the feeling I'm saved. First thing in the morning, I'll get an agreement drawn up.
Oh, come on, George. Two old buddies like you and me, a handshake's enough. Share and share alike. Is it a deal, George?
It's a deal.
Mr. Loomis? George Loomis?
Who are you?
Call me, Mr. Even.
Even?
Yeah. It's because of what I do.
Well, what do you do?
I even things up.
I don't think I understand.
Well, you borrowed some money from some pals of mine.
I beg your pardon?
And things are kind of shaky. See what I mean?
I'm afraid
Come on. It's late at night. You want to get home, I want to go home. So these pals of mine naturally eats a lot of dough when they feel consigned.
I'll repay the money.
These pals of mine, they keep an ear to the ground. They hear things. They hear you may be losing your job.
Well, that's ridiculous.
Well, that's not for me to say. My pals just want you to know that the dough has got to come through on time, one way or another.
Well, you tell your friends that there's nothing to worry about. Not anymore.
George, darling.
Louise.
I didn't hear you come home.
I didn't want to disturb you, my dear.
Why are you sitting up so late?
I'm working.
Well, you can come to bed now, dear.
Well, I haven't finished.
George, dear. I know that you've just seen the answer.
The answer?
The answer to the problem that's been plaguing you for so long.
How do you know?
I know, dearest. I know. I can see it in your face. You have found the answer, haven't you?
I've been considering a new approach.
And?
And it looks promising. It's a highly technical process. It has to do with the separation of certain metallic ores. Well, anyhow, I think I have it licked. I think I have the answer.
The answer? Oh, George, that's what fascinates me. Now, how did you arrive at the answer? Was it a rearrangement of old elements? Or was it the addition of something new? Or was it a sudden flash of insight?
Yes, a sudden flash of insight.
Oh, darling, I'm so happy. I told you. You trust your subconscious. All the meaningful answers are hidden there. Now, tell me about this college friend of yours, Walter Stallings.
Walter... Well,
I would have been glad to join you for dinner.
Oh, I know, dear.
After all, old friends have a certain precious quality.
We weren't exactly old friends.
Oh? I thought you said that he was...
Well, we were acquaintances, really. Nothing more. I only saw him because I didn't want him to think I was snubbing him.
Well, that was very kind of you, darling.
Well, I didn't want to hurt his feelings.
I can't imagine you hurting anyone.
It killed an evening. I suppose such things can't be helped. We can expect a production schedule to be set up for the period from the 15th through... Miss Dawson, you'll have to check that date, and with Kelsey and his people, they have those dates. We must also make sure...
Oh, George.
Hey, Walt.
Nice day.
Let me shut this thing off.
How did I get in here? Well, let's say I sweet-talked that receptionist into looking the other way. Promise you won't fire her.
Oh, I promise.
You are a hard man to see, Georgie.
Well, we're swamped here.
But I sent my name in.
Well, as you can see, I'm dictating. My regular girl is out sick.
Yeah. Well, George, how we doing? Process-wise, you know, the Stallings-Loomis process?
It's in the works.
The works?
Well, as you know, the theory is 100% sound. Now, what manufacturing is doing, they're setting up the cost estimates.
Well, how long do they sit on it?
Oh, a couple of weeks, a month, who knows?
Yeah. Well, I just dropped in, you know.
Sure, I know.
And as soon as you get the word...
You'll be the first to know.
Oh, that's great. Hey, look, how about some lunch, huh?
Oh, we're in such a hassle here, Walter. There's hardly time to grab a sandwich at the desk.
Yeah, as you said, George, it's worth a fortune. You know what I'm going to do with my half?
What?
Nothing. Just sit on the beach and count the waves. I'll have a couple of girls to help me keep score. And champagne.
Well, you'll deserve it. I'll be in touch.
Mm-hmm. Oh, it occurs to me, you don't know where I'm staying. I'm at the City Line Motor Inn.
Oh. Well, let me write that down.
Yeah, okay. And, look, I really should meet Louise. I'll be on my best behavior.
Well, let me check with her and find out what night she's free.
Loomis, George Loomis, let me be the first to shake your hand.
Mr. Barker.
George, it works. It works. And when you see the bonus you're in for, well, we can talk about that later. The technique works, and we'll call it the Loomis reduction process.
Hey, wait a minute.
Who is this, George?
My name is Walter Stallings, and... Well, if you're saying what I think you're saying, that's my process you're talking about.
George, what is this man saying?
Mr. Barker, he just broke into my office. He's been threatening...
George, what are you saying?
Well, who is he? Do you know him?
Does he know me? We were roommates at college.
What's going on here?
I can explain everything, Mr. Barker.
George, what are you trying to pull?
I knew this man, Mr. Barker, a long time ago at school. He was
George!
He was always a little bit off.
This process, this ore reduction process, it is mine. I created it. It belongs to me.
Now, Walter, you simply can't go around having these tantrums.
Let me call security. We'll have this man removed.
But it's mine. It belongs to me. I discovered it more than 10 years ago.
Sure. Now, Walter, you go home, rest. You'll feel better tomorrow.
George, what are you trying to do to me?
Look here, whoever you are, whatever your name is, you'd better leave now, peacefully and quietly, or I can promise you'll see the inside of a prison cell.
Who do you think you're talking to, you fat old walrus?
Now, Walter.
And you, too. You steal my process, and you think you can throw me in jail.
All right, Walter, that's enough.
You thief.
Now, take it easy,
Let's
Walter.
call the police.
Sure, let's call the police, and let's give them a good reason for coming.
Oh,
And now, for you, fatty. Back to you, George. Now, you get up.
All right.
You haven't had enough.
You're crazy.
George, why? Why are you doing this to me? Why are you doing this to me?
Why? We ask why also. And yet, it's the oldest story in the world, isn't it? While half a loaf may be better than none, the entire loaf is best of all. The loaf will have to be sliced, and we shall see who will hold the knife when I return shortly with Act 2. In a general way, one should have faith in humanity and trust in one's friends. It's when we leave generalities and come down to specifics that the rub comes in. Walter Stallings trusted George Loomis, and when the dust had settled, George had stolen Walter's valuable industrial process, and Walter was jailed for disorderly conduct when he protested such shabby treatment. Is there no justice? It all depends on what justice really is.
More coffee, darling?
Half a cup, maybe. I should be leaving for the office.
George, what's this in the newspaper? What?
Where, dear?
Darling, it mentions your name. Chemical company executives in brawl?
Oh, that, I should have looked at the paper and slipped that thing out.
Why? What is it?
Well, I know how upsetting things like this can be
George,
to you.
what does this mean?
It means, darling, that people in Mr. Barker's position, my position, can often be at the mercy of every nut, every crank that comes down the pike.
Yes, I don't understand. It says that You stole that process from Walter Stallings.
No, dear, it doesn't say that. It says Walter Stallings claims I stole it.
But it says right here...
There are 4 paragraphs in the story. 3 of them are concerned with what Walter Stallings claims. Notice the sympathetic tone. The 4th paragraph is a brief couple of sentences in which our company denies all of his allegations. That's because he's just one man, and we are a mammoth corporation, and the public will sympathize with the underdog.
But what are the facts, dear? I mean, you did meet with Walter, that's at 10 days or 2 weeks ago.
Of course.
Well, what happened?
We chatted.
Was the process mentioned?
Well...
And did it have anything to do with the meeting you had with Walter?
Yes, we were just sitting around trying to make talk.
But did you talk about the process?
Well, let me tell you how. And he said to me, I hear your company's having trouble trying to reduce some ores. And I said, yes. And he said, I'll bet you don't remember. And I said, remember what? And he said, oh, you did a pretty good paper on that back in college. And suddenly...
Yes, dear?
Well, suddenly it all came back to me. Just like that.
What did?
A theoretical problem I'd once solved in an exam. Isn't it remarkable, darling, how quickly we forget so many of the basics?
And that's the process that he's talking about.
Yes, dear, that's the process.
But why should he claim that...
Oh, well, darling, he's a peculiar person. He always was. We were at school together. I got somewhere he didn't.
Well, I think it's awful.
Well, look, I'll tell you what I'll do. After he cools down, after a couple of days in jail, I'll put up his bond.
George, that would be so kind of you.
And I tell you, I think ethically he's entitled to something.
Oh, I'm so happy you feel that way.
Well, I admit I was stumped up against it. He did contribute something. He reminded me that I had the answer. In that sense, he helped me find it. And in that sense, morally, he's entitled to a finder's fee. When I get the bonus, I'll give him a few $1,000s.
Oh, George, I love you so much. George, is that you?
No, it isn't George. It's Walter Stallings. And you must be Louise.
Yes, who...
May I come in?
What?
It does look like a china shop. I promise I won't be a bull.
What are you saying, Mr. Stallings?
Walter, after all, when a woman's husband steals a man's most precious possession, the woman can at least call him by his first name.
But what are you...
What am I doing here? Well, I can't get to see George at the office. They have security guards all over the place.
But please, Mr. Stallings,
Walter, I'll tell you what I'm doing here. I've come to beat the living daylights out of George.
What good would that do?
I didn't say it would do any good. But, my dear Louise, what is left?
Listen, I have a feeling for people. I just know that you're not a bad person.
Oh, is that so?
Actually, you're a very good man. Now, Walter, why do you insist that my husband stole your formula?
Because it's the truth.
I cannot believe that George, who's so gentle, so kind and sensitive, could think of behaving in such a despicable manner.
I guess you believe that. Oh, yes, it's a lovely little place you have here. Everything seems so delicate. It's peaceful. It's a world of its own. Well, I hope the real world never breaks in here.
But it has broken in.
Well, I'm sorry.
May I get you a cup of tea?
Tea? Here's a woman's husband steals my work and she offers me a cup of tea.
I like you, Walter.
Oh, you like me?
There's something about you that's very straightforward. You're an honest man.
Wait just a minute. Are you saying that I am right and George is wrong?
You can be honest and still be mistaken.
Yeah, sure.
Walter, listen to me. Try to shed your anger.
I am entitled to my anger. I know what happened.
Are you convinced that the formula belongs to you?
Now, look here.
Please, answer.
Yes.
Then you don't need anger. You don't need bitterness.
What do I need?
You need peace of mind, calm, serenity.
I always had those things. It's because my formula's been stolen that I'm no longer serene, calm, peaceful.
If you truly owned those qualities, you could never really lose them.
You know, you're a witch.
Please.
I came in here with blood in my eye, ready to kill. And now...
And now?
Well, now I feel so different. What did you do to me?
Nothing. You probably found yourself.
Yes, I did. I just remembered something.
What?
Oh, the basic relationship that existed between George and me.
And what was that?
Oh, well, you wouldn't want to hear it.
No, if it's the truth.
Well, he was kind of dumb. I was always getting him out of jams.
That's how you saw it.
This is typical of the stupid things he's always done.
You're not supposed to be angry, remember?
Oh, I'm not angry. I bear him no malice. It's his way, and he can't help it. Why did I blow my stack? Oh, wait a minute. Good Lord, I have my proof.
You mean what appears to be proof?
Pelham. Professor Pelham.
Who?
My old metallurgy prof. He's an internationally respected authority. He'd remember. I'm sorry, Louise.
For what?
Well, you love George, and you helped me just now to come up with the evidence that can destroy him.
No, Walter. The truth will never destroy anybody. I had a visitor this afternoon. As a matter of fact, he just left.
Oh?
Walter Stallings.
Walter...
He's really a very sweet person.
Louise, the man is violent.
No. He's just troubled, confused.
Look, if he even made so much as a hint of a threat...
We became friends.
I don't believe it.
Why not? He's just a nice man.
Oh, darling, you don't know anything about...
About what?
About the real world.
Dear, why do you keep insisting I know nothing about the real world? I'm very much aware of it.
He's hysterical, unstable. He could have beaten you. There's only one way to treat wild animals.
Oh, and what's that?
Lock them up.
In the first place, he's not an animal. Secondly, locking people up never solves anything. And thirdly, we found a way to handle the problem.
You what?
He must be made to face reality. And reality is that he must give up these hallucinations that the process belongs to him.
Well, I agree with that completely.
Now, he happened to mention an old college professor.
Oh.
What was the name again? Pelham?
Pelham?
Yes, he said that Pelham could vindicate him.
He said that?
Well, of course. We know it's impossible. Pelham will disillusion him. Well, Professor Pelham will, won't he?
Well, of course.
And thus, Walter will have to face the truth. I gather he respects Pelham, and Pelham has no ulterior motives, so he'll have to accept Pelham's word. So you see, my darling, these things always work themselves out. You don't need violence, force, and... Where are you going?
Oh, I forgot to tell you. I'm due back at the shop.
You have to work again tonight.
I'm afraid so.
Oh, well, try not to stay too late.
Well, I mustn't make a promise I can't keep. I'm afraid I'll be out very late.
What? It's Mr. Stallings.
Good morning, Morty. You're more beautiful than ever. Oh, how I longed for you all these years.
You're still full of your old nonsense.
Can I have a cup of coffee with the professor? What?
Yeah, the professor. He ain't in.
Oh?
He's, gone to one of them, conferences.
Where?
One of them foreign countries.
Really?
Yes, he'll be gone a while because he'll go on a sabbatical.
Morty, why are you lying?
Oh, honest, Mr. Stallings.
You don't know how to lie, Morty. You make a horrible mess of it. Now, you tell the professor that I'm here.
But he...
Yes?
Oh... He's in his study.
Thank you, Morty.
Come in.
Hello, Professor.
Why, it's,
Walter Stallings.
Walter. Sit. Find a chair.
Now, what's this bit you're not in?
I'm trying to write my book.
Same book?
Same book. It's good to see you, Walter.
Professor, you are going to save my life. Do you remember a paper I wrote for you, 10, 11 years ago?
It's going back a long time ago.
Yeah, but you said that you'd never forget that paper.
I did?
Yes, it was all about new methods of reduction of non-ferrous metals.
Walter, the years come and go.
But you were so taken with it. You kept the original, and I had to make a copy for my own files.
Walter, if I kept copies of all the papers my students wrote, my home would be a warehouse.
But, Professor, you wrote such glowing praise on practically every page.
I'm sorry. I just can't recall it.
Look, I brought the idea in that paper to George Loomis. You recall him, the class dummy?
I don't see
Well,
him.
believe it or not, he is head of research at Tricon Chemical, and, well, he stole the process from me.
Oh, I can hardly believe this.
I guess he came down here to buy you off, huh?
What? How dare you?
How much did he offer you?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, well, I hope that your conscience...
Walter, I really don't remember. Yes, George was here. He offered me a consultantship at Tricon, and I'm getting very old, and I never made any real money.
Oh, yeah, sure.
And Walter, I really don't remember. I really don't remember.
Good night, Professor.
Mr. Stallings.
Yes, Morty.
Forgive him. He's getting senile. That man in there is not the same Professor Pelham you used to worship. I used to worship.
I know, Morty. I know. But what can be done? Oh, nobody can help me now.
Don't say nobody. I can save you. And I can save him.
How, Morty?
I've got the paper.
What? The paper? My paper?
That paper. He kept it for himself because he liked it so much. And then the other day he says to me, Maudie, burn this. Well, I couldn't understand. It just ain't like him.
Oh, Morty, how can I ever thank you?
But why should you thank me? I'm only doing the right thing.
Now I've got him. Now, Mr. George Loomis, look out.
He stands there, Walter Stallings, holding a sheaf of technical-looking typewritten pages. A treatise written with youthful enthusiasm as part of a college exercise. And now it determines the profits of $1 billion international corporation and the lives of at least 3 human beings. We'll see where the process leads us when I return shortly with Act 3. Somewhere, sometime, someone has surely given us the following advice. Always get it in writing. So much of the anguish of this world results because we fail to heed that advice. Walter Stallings had a problem because he didn't get an agreement from George Loomis in writing. However, luckily, miraculously, somehow, Walter has managed to come up with the most effective writing of all.
Come in, George. Sit down.
Yes, sir.
George, we have a problem. Stallings is taking us to court.
He hasn't a leg to stand on.
Are you sure?
He's a crank. It's one of those nuisance things.
Are you sure he has no proof?
Nothing.
Written? Oral?
Absolutely none.
Then we have to fight him. But something bothers me.
What's that?
I've had some research done on him. He seems to be a very competent man. He has a good reputation. What makes you think he can't win in court?
Mr. Barker, he doesn't have a chance in the world.
I hope so, George. For your sake.
Oh, Miss Dawson? No. I won't see anyone. Just tell him I'm out of town.
Hello.
Now, look here, Mr.
Mr. Even. You still owe my pal some money.
Look, I received a promotion. I'm getting a bonus.
Yeah, that was as of yesterday.
But I am getting a bonus.
Yeah, but today is a lawsuit.
Oh.
Yeah,
Well, what does it mean? Big corporations are constantly being sued.
Regardless, if this guy wins...
He can't win.
If he wins, where would it leave you? Out of a job and broke. You see the position I'm in. As a starter, I'd have to bust your legs.
Well, he can't.
He what? Can he win?
He has a chance.
Okay. So now I know where we stand. I know what I gotta do.
I may be wrong.
He has to have no chance at all. I hear somebody coming. I want to make sure it's the right guy. I keep in the shadow, you guys. I'll ask him for a light. If it's him, I'll cough. And then you guys step up and take care of him. Excuse me, pal. You got a light?
Yeah, I think so.
Thanks. Hey, what? Chester, hand me his briefcase. I'll see if he's got something interesting in it. Don't take any dough, nothing from his wallet. We gotta make this look like an automobile accident. Just let him lay there. Poor guy. He was crossing the street and some hit-and-run driver knocked him off.
Mr. Stallings.
Walter.
Of course, Walter. Please, come in.
Thank you.
Walter?
Yes?
Is something the matter?
Why do you ask?
There's something about you that...
Yes.
I don't know. It's as if you're not really here. As if I'm...
Imagining it?
No. This isn't a dream or a delusion. I'm awake. I know I'm awake. Look, hold out your hand. I'd like to touch you. Walter, let me touch your hand. Walter? Walter? Where are you?
Now, darling, it must have been an illusion of some sort.
But I'm so positive.
When did you say it happened?
Exactly 9 o'clock. I was just about to listen to the news.
Darling, here is why he couldn't have been here.
George, why do you insist?
Because at 7 o'clock he was found by a police car.
What?
A hit-and-run driver.
Oh, no.
He was taken to the hospital. He was...
Dead?
Almost. He's in a coma. He's not expected to live.
But he was here.
No, darling.
I saw him. We spoke.
Darling, it's your imagination.
I'll go to him. I'll go to the hospital.
You can't. How would it look?
It would look like what it is, a visit from a friend. Walter? Walter?
He can't hear you, Mrs. Loomis.
He can, Doctor. He can. And I can hear him.
Louise.
Yes, Walter.
I had to leave you before... because I wasn't dead yet.
What are you saying, Walter?
Mrs. Loomis, he isn't saying anything.
Louise, I have to see George. When I'm dead, he mustn't worry. I'll still help him.
Of course. You'll help George.
I've always helped him. I'll still help him after I'm dead.
Walter. Oh, Walter.
Mrs. Loomis, you must leave now.
After I'm dead, I'll come back for George.
Mrs. Loomis.
Yes. Goodbye, Walter. Goodbye for now. Doctor.
I'm sorry, but there isn't a chance in the world. He can hang on for minutes, days, but we can't save him.
But I was just talking to him. You heard.
I heard nothing. He wasn't saying anything.
But I heard him. I heard him.
Mrs. Loomis, it's just your imagination.
A taxi.
You don't need a taxi, George. I got a car right here. Step inside.
Where did you come from?
We won't take up too much of your time. Let's drive through the park, Chester. It's such a nice day.
What do you want? I've paid off your friends.
I got lots of friends. I got a friend who tells me if he could get his hands on Tricon's proposed development program, it would be worth a fortune. Certain people.
I dare say it would, but I have no use for espionage of any kind.
When can you let me have the plans?
I don't think you hear me.
You're the one who don't understand. Isn't listening. You give me some papers. They describe that ore process. Nobody else knows but the two of us.
You can't keep asking me to do anything like that. You can't. Now, sooner or later, I have to be caught.
You know what that is, Georgie? That's life.
Louise!
She isn't home.
What? Walter. Well, I thought you were in the hospital.
No. I'm dead.
What are you saying? You're here?
Yes. I'm here, but I'm dead.
Look, either you're crazy or I'm crazy.
George, I'm here because you sent for me.
I sent for you?
You always sent for me, George, one way or another. You always used to bring me all your troubles.
Yeah. And you're always so helpful. Maybe that's why I hated you. You always knew best. You were always right.
I couldn't help that.
Once, just once, I wanted to get the better of you. That's why I had to take your process. I had to.
Yes. Oh, you need me, George. You're in trouble again.
That's a lie.
Look ahead, George. 6 months, a year from now, you'll be completely disgraced.
That isn't true.
It's starting right now. George, that's why I'm here. That's why you wanted to see me. I have to bail you out again.
What can you do?
Come with me, George.
Come where?
Where I'm going.
Where's that?
I don't know yet. Let's go for a little walk. A nice, pleasant little walk down along the river.
Mr. Barker.
May I come in, Louise?
Please do.
Where's George?
Well, I know he was home this afternoon. He might have gone out for a walk. Is something wrong?
I am deeply disturbed. Is it possible that George and this Walter Stallings are in cahoots? Is it a plot to hold up the company, a big shakedown?
Oh, how could you possibly suspect, George?
I was driving down Garfield Boulevard, and I saw them. It was just a half hour ago.
Saw whom?
George and this Walter Stallings.
But you couldn't have.
They were walking down the street together.
You saw it?
Like two long-lost friends.
Are you sure?
Well, young lady, I never make a mistake. I know what I saw.
But Walter Stallings is in the hospital in a coma. I was there this morning.
I understand your loyalty to your husband, but I'll bet my life on what I saw. By the time I could turn my car around, they disappeared somewhere down River Street.
Oh, excuse me.
Do you mind if I answer that, Mrs. Loomis? If that's George, I want to confront him without your...
Certainly, Mr. Barker.
Hello?
Is Mrs. Loomis there?
Who's calling?
This is Dr. Coleman.
You can tell me first.
Walter Stallings is dead.
What?
We did all we could. He died an hour ago.
But I just saw him on Garfield Boulevard.
Oh no, sir. You were mistaken. Will you tell Mrs. Loomis?
Yes. Yes. I'll tell Mrs. Loomis.
Walter Stallings is dead, isn't he?
I guess I was mistaken.
I understand, Mr. Barker.
Funny. But I did see him. I promise you won't say anything to George when you see him.
I promise. I won't say anything to George. If I see him.
If I see him. At that point, she knew. She knew what you and I have already suspected. That she wouldn't see George again. She wasn't really surprised when George's body was found in the river a few days later. She knew it was necessary for Walter to help George once again. And for better or worse, that was the way it had to be. I'll be back for better in a few moments. George Loomis, Walter Stallings. A bond, a mysterious, unbreakable bond forged between two men. Neither asked for it, neither even wanted it. But in life and in death, they would be inseparably linked. And talking about the bonds that link, we hope you'll be bonded to your set for the next mystery tale. Our cast included Norman Rose, Ralph Bell, Marion Seldes, Bob Maxwell, and Jackson Beck. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Up next in our prolific parade of programming, it is Eddie Cantor.
Ladies and gentlemen, from the Army Air Forces Relocation Center, Santa Ana, California, Bristol Myers, makers of Sal Hepatica for the Smile of Health and True Shave, the Beforehand Lotion, present the Eddie Cantor Show.
And home has never sounded better before. I don't want a brass band to meet me. I don't want his Donna, the mayor, to greet me. I'm coming home to Missouri. Missouri, that's enough for me. I don't want the key to the city. I can do without the welcoming committee. I'm coming home to Missouri. Missouri, that's enough for me. Just find my darling and give her this memo that soon we're gonna settle down in M.O. I don't want my name in the papers. I don't want my friends hunting up fancy capers. I'm coming home to Missouri. Missouri, that's enough for me. Just find my darling and give her this memo that soon we're gonna settle down in M.O. What a place to marry my gal in. Thanks to men like Roosevelt, Churchill, and Stalin, I'm coming home to Missouri. Missouri, Missouri, that's enough for me.
Say, you've been to the Santa Ana Army Air Base before. How did you like the trip this time?
Oh, Harry, it was great. You know, I've come down here by train. I've driven down here in my car. Once even I went on my motorcycle. But for sheer comfort and speed, there's only one way to travel to Santa Ana, by bus.
Oh, you're kidding.
No, Harry. Ask these fellas here. That's the way they like to travel.
Oh, for a minute, I thought you were serious.
Harry.
Yeah?
When these men at Santa Ana get a 3-day pass, they catch the bus, and by the time they get to Los Angeles, they've been AWOL 48 hours. And Harry Von Zell.
Yeah?
You know, that was quite a bus trip we had coming down here today.
Oh, wasn't it? Say, how did you like that lady driver?
Oh, gosh. The things that gal had to do. She opened the doors, closed the doors, took the fares, made the change, gave out transfers, called out stops, yelled at the people, get back in the bus, released the brakes, blew the horn, started the motor, shifted the gears, and next week, Harry...
Yeah?
She learns how to drive.
Oh, now, wait a minute, Eddie. That girl could drive. It was just that the bus was crowded.
Crowded?
Yeah.
Gosh, I'll say it was crowded.
You know, in mobs like that, you've got to watch out for pickpockets.
Me? Don't be silly, Harry. Pickpockets. I was born on the east side of New York. No dip's going to roll me. I'm too smart. Ha ha! What's the matter, Harry? What are you laughing about?
Here's your wallet.
Oh, a wise guy, huh? Well, Harry, here's your watch.
Well, thanks very much, Eddie.
What's the matter? What are you...
Here's your sock.
You think that's good, Harry, huh? Here's your shorts. A couple of jips.
All right, Eddie. Yep. Here's my resignation.
Yep. Wait a minute, Harry. Now, look, you're not quitting. Why, we brought your baby all the way down here for the fellas to see. Go out and get him. The boys will get a great kick out of him. Go on, will you, Harry?
Sure.
In the meantime, I'd like you men to meet some of our gang. Here's Nora Martin and Leonard Seuss. Nora, tell me, how are you and Leonard getting on with your romance, huh?
Well, I don't know. I just can't figure him out. Sunday night, he came over to my house and sat on the couch with me, and I got up and turned out all the lights.
Yeah, and, what did you do, Leonard?
I went home. I can take a hint.
Leonard, how can you go on day after day being so stupid?
It takes willpower.
Well, anyway, now that you fellas met Leonard, you can see for yourselves. The body made the grade, but the brain washed out.
Well, Eddie, here he is.
Oh, good. Fellas, you know I've been wanting a baby boy all my life. Harry has named him after me. Meet Eddie Cantor, Von Zell Jr. Well, little fella, what have you got to say to all of these flyers here, huh?
Goo.
Oh, gosh. 3 months old already, and all he can say is goo, goo. You can tell he's Harry Von Zell's kid. Look, I wonder what he's trying to say with that goo, goo.
Goo. Goo. Gosh, I'm glad they took me along to Santa Ana. Look at that wax sitting there. Gee, she's beautiful. Wish I could whistle. I'll try. I can do it. Oh, Mama, today I am a man. And I'm glad. It takes a man to ride that bus down here. The way that bus bounced and shook. Imagine being burped for 25 miles. Popeye says when he was young as these fellas, he was a flyer. When he was these fellas' age, birds were just learning how to fly. My daddy would have looked good carrying a 60-pound pack on his back. It would at least balance the pack he carries in front. Gee, that pretty whack keeps looking at me. I'll think I'll whistle again. Gosh, 3 months old and I've already started my basic training.
And now, fellas, Nora and I are going to sing a song dedicated to our brave Russian ally who are doing such a grand job. Just a minute, I'll get it. Hello? Hello? How do you do? It's Bert Gordon, the mad Russian. What happened to you?
Say, Cantor, when you went to Santa Ana, did you take Highway 99?
Yes, I took Highway 99.
Well, send it back. I'm lost.
Well, tell me, Russian.
Yes.
Russian, where are you phoning from?
I'm calling from a filling station.
Yeah, what's the name of the filling station?
I'll find out. Hey, bartender, what's the name of this? Did you hear me? What's the name of the place? The man says Piccadilly Circus.
Piccadilly Circus, tell me, how did you get there, Russian?
I hitched a hike from a beautiful girl.
Yeah.
We are leaving at once for Santa Ana.
That's good. Do you know how to get here?
Most of course.
Yes.
First we go to Fulton.
That's right.
Then we are turning left.
No, not left. That'll take you into the desert. You and that girl are liable to be lost for days.
I'll be so disappointed.
Russian, start for the camp at once and keep in touch with me.
Okay. You know, all the way me and the girl have been listening to your program on the radio.
Oh, good. Tell me, are you enjoying it?
I think it's most delightful.
Good. And what does the girl say?
Is this stripe necessary?
Such a dope. I hope he gets here. Come on, Nora, let's sing. Очи черня, очи страшня, очи скучня и прекрасня.
Как люблю я вас, как люблю я вас, как люблю я вас.
Eyes and night more dark and the stars more bright, lovely eyes of flame with consuming light. Oh, beloved eyes, from awake and fear in that luckless hour when you first drew near. Очи черные, очи красные, очи жгучие и прекрасные. Как люблю я вас, как люблю я вас, как увидел вас. И прекрасные. Tell me, and thank you, by the way, Nora, you're a good boy tonight. Harry, don't you love that song, Ochie Chornya?
Yeah, Eddie. Every time I hear it, I cry.
Well, why, Harry? Why?
I don't know. Maybe it's because I'm Russian.
You? You Russian?
Yeah. Every Wednesday night, I'm rushing to the microphone to tell people how to feel better faster.
Oh, Harry, you tricked me with that corny pun. How would you have gotten into it if the song hadn't been Russian? What if we had done a Swedish song?
Oh, well, I'd have said that telling people how to feel better faster is the sweetest job in the world.
If I'd have said Scandinavian, I'd have had him, I tell you. All right, Harry, go ahead. We must do
Thanks,
our job.
Eddie,
Huh?
but, you know, it is a nice feeling to be able to help people, and I know I do help people by reminding them to take Sal Hepatica, particularly on these mornings when you wake up feeling sick and headachy due to the need of a laxative. For a glassful of sparkling Sal Hepatica taken then brings quick, gentle relief, usually within an hour. Means you don't have to risk feeling miserable all day waiting till night to take a laxative. You take Sal Hepatica the minute you need it. And besides quick, gentle relief, Sal Hepatica gives you another advantage.
This famous saline helps sweeten an upset stomach by helping to reduce excess gastric acidity.
So tonight or tomorrow, get a bottle of Sal Hepatica from your druggist. Remembering this caution, use only as directed. Then, whenever you need a laxative, morning, noon, or night, see how much faster you feel better, thanks to gentle, speedy Sal Hepatica.
Harry, due to men like these fellows here in front of us, the war news is getting better all the time. In fact, I listened to the shortwave broadcast last night, and the news from Germany and Japan was almost funny.
Well, like what, Eddie?
Well, let me tell you what the Axis countries are saying.
We now take you to Berchtesgaden, where you will hear from our beloved Führer in person. Take it away, Berchtesgaden.
Defenders of what is left of the fatherland. There's only one trouble with Germany. That is the Allies. You see, they have accentuated the positive, eliminated the negative, and they are going to latch on to the Third Reich and make a mess of Mr. In-Between.
We now take you to Tokyo.
Flashy flash. Battle for Philippines has become real tug of war. Americans pulling with long yanks, we holding on with short jerks. American soldiers cannot get furloughs to go to see families. Brave Nipponese have no such trouble. Every day thousands of Japanese go to honorable ancestors. Flashy flash. American soldiers also discontented due to lack of cigarettes. Japanese got plenty of cigarettes due to lack of soldiers. Well, fellas, that's the news from overseas. But now, we have something else from overseas. I want to introduce a young lady who, in spite of her Scotch ancestry, has been giving and giving for the war effort. She spent many, many months on the fighting fronts in the European and Italian theaters, Miss Ella Logan. Ella, my bonny lassie, wasn't that a wonderful reception the boys gave you?
Yes, but I don't know whether it's for Ella Logan or whether they're carrying on like that because Scotch is so hard to get.
Well, Ella, you're the cutest half-pint they've ever seen, I'll tell you that. Really, I saw you coming into camp today, and I never saw such a little bit of Scotch with so many chasers. But tell us about your trip. You were right up near the fighting lines, Ella. Did you see any action?
Yes, once in Italy we were under artillery fire. Shells were whizzing all around, and I jumped in a foxhole, and there I was between two American soldiers.
Gosh, were you nervous?
Not until I jumped into that foxhole.
Well, anyway, Ella, instead of telling the boys about your trip, why don't we show them? I know you kept a diary. Would you mind reading us a few pages from it?
I'd be glad to.
You heard her, Leonard. Go ahead.
On September 30th, I was called by the USO to report for my overseas equipment.
Now, about your equipment, Miss Logan. Here's a GI helmet and a pair of GI shoes to keep you warm while you're entertaining the boys.
Thank you.
And here, wear this bathing suit.
Bathing suit?
Say, the boys have got to keep warm, too.
On October 1st, I boarded an Army bomber and headed for New York. I felt secure in the able hands of two Santa Ana Air Corps pilots. Over the drone of the motor, I could hear their voices coming from the control room, probably discussing weather conditions.
Hey, are you sure the general won't get sore at us for taking his plane up?
Nah.
But we're only in the ground crew. I think he's gonna be mad.
Nah, that's what the general likes, initiative. You get medals for things like this. You've heard that phrase, beyond the line of duty.
Yeah. Hey, look where it says gas. The needle's on E.
Yeah, E. That must stand for Ethel. Gee, look at all the buttons here.
Well, certainly buttons. You mean you're a ground crew man and you never seen the front of a plane before?
Nah, I'm a rudder man.
Yeah? What did you do as a civilian?
I was in vaudeville. Me and another fellow used to make up like a horse.
You did?
Yeah, even then I wasn't the pilot.
Hey, let's go back and see Miss Logan, huh?
Sure, let's do it.
Boys, what are you doing back here? Shouldn't one of you be up in front?
Oh, we have an automatic pilot. You see, while we fly the plane by instrument, I can sit here with you and neck, like this. How do you like it?
I think you better learn to neck by instrument.
Well, Miss Logan, the first part of the journey's over. We got you all the way from Los Angeles to Kansas City.
Yeah, but don't you think we ought to stop taxiing and fly the rest of the way? November 3rd, my overseas trip was handled with great secrecy. When I arrived in New York, a high official from one of the War Bureaus called on me.
Miss Logan, all arrangements have been made. You are to meet me tonight for dinner at the Copacabana. There I will give you all the necessary credentials. After dinner, we will leave separately. You see, every move must be guarded with utmost secrecy.
Oh, I understand. For the safety of the army.
No, for my safety. My wife thinks I'm in Cleveland.
January 3rd, I arrived in France. And I saw many American soldiers enjoying their stay in Paris, like the two I met on the Rue de la Paix.
Ain't it exciting? Being here in Gay Paris, Harry has.
Oh, boy, this sure is a terrific town.
Yeah. Hey, Harry.
Yeah?
Take a look at these pictures, will you?
Where did you get them?
What's the difference? Tall and beautiful, huh?
Oh, boy. The Eiffel Tower.
And look at this one, the French Academy. And here's the River Seine. And, hey, wait a minute. The guy gypped me.
He gypped you?
Yeah. He threw in a picture of a dame.
Well, what are you beefing about? She's standing in front of the Paris Library, ain't she?
Oh, yeah. The Paris Library.
You know, Eddie, my old man was here during the last war.
Yeah? Did you get yourself one of those mademoiselles like your old man did?
Did I? I got the same one. You know, I sure wish I could find a pretty one.
Oh, don't worry about pretty girls, Harry. Right now, I got us a date with Ella Logan in the swanky Parisian cafe.
Oh, boy. Cafe Rue de la Mona.
Yeah. Come on, Harry. The sky is the limit in the Rue de la Mona.
Ah, you have been very nice, host boys. But we've already had 8 bottles of champagne.
Yeah, but just one more quart. After all, in a short time, you know, Harry and I will be going into battle.
Yeah, I'm pretty nervous. It might be the biggest battle of the war.
All right. Just one more quart, boys. But tell me, when do you expect the battle will begin?
As soon as the check comes, we ain't got a dime. Well, Harry, I think Ella did a great job on the trip overseas, and I certainly enjoyed her diary. Didn't you?
Yeah, how about me reading my diary?
Harry, you keep a diary?
Sure.
You mean you want to remember the stupid things you do every day? No, huh?
Oh, I'm not so stupid, you
Why?
know. Well, I've got more girls in this diary than you have at your breakfast table.
Sit down, Jessel.
Yeah, I'm not kidding, Eddie. Look, these are all women who write to thank me for telling them about Touche, the beforehand lotion.
Oh, I thought for a minute, Harry...
No, well, let's face it, Eddie. A man is attracted to a pretty face and a gorgeous figure. But she isn't truly lovely if her hands aren't as beautiful as the rest of her. So it's only natural that every woman should want to keep her hands just as lovely as can be, and that's where Touche comes in. Touche, the beforehand lotion. For Touche is a brand new idea in hand lotion. You see, you put it on before you tackle your household tasks, before you do the dishes or tub your undies. Touche guards soft hands, helps keep them smooth and lovely. Why, Touche will guard your hands even in hot, soapy water. The Touche is a grand all-over beauty lotion, too. Try it for rough elbows, chapped legs, and it's wonderful as a powder base. Creamy, fragrant Touche is truly more than just another hand lotion. It's the beforehand lotion.
And now, fellas, I'm going to ask our guest tonight, Miss Ella Logan. Excuse me.
Cantor.
Yes?
Who do you think?
Listen, Russian. Russian, stop this nonsense. I told you to come to Santa Anita immediately.
I can't. I'm with this beautiful girl, and she loves me.
Oh, I don't believe it. A beautiful girl wouldn't love you.
But she let me kiss her. Then I kissed her again. Then twice more. Then 4 kisses. 1 kiss and 2 and 4. That's 8. Camper, congratulate me.
You're engaged?
No, I can count.
Russian, look, look, if you have a girl, all right. Bring her with you and drive her to Santa Ana immediately. I'm still thinking of the horses.
No, you are accentuating the positively.
Well, of course.
But I'll wait 2 hours and then I'll start.
Wait a minute, Russian. If you wait 2 hours, it will be dark. Why don't you start now with the girl?
Silly boy.
Oh, Ella Logan, how about singing one of your famous Irish songs, huh?
I'd be glad to, Eddie.
You know, an Irish song gets me right here. Most people don't know it, but my real name isn't Cantor.
Oh, I think most people know that.
You mean the world knows my secret?
Mm-hmm.
That my name is really Shaughnessy O'Cantor, as fine a broth of a boy as ever did live in County Cork? Sing it to me, Ella, my sweet Colleen. Go ahead and let me hear it.
I will tell you, Mr. O'Cantor, just how Ireland got its name. If you listen, Eddie, my darling, I will make it very plain. Sure, a little bit of heaven fell from out the sky one day, and it rested on the ocean on a spot too far away. And when the angels saw it, well, it looked so sweet and fair. So they said, suppose we leave it, for it looked so peaceful there. So they sprinkled it with stardust just to make the shamrocks grow. It's the only place you'll find them, no matter where you go. Then they dotted it with silver to make the lake so grand. And when they had it finished, sure they called it Ireland. Then the leprechauns and fairies all working in the glen started swinging little hammers as they sang this sweet, sweet strain. Sure, a little bit of heaven fell from out the sky one day, and it rested on the ocean on a spot so far away. When the angels saw it, it looked so sweet and fair, so they said, suppose we leave it. It looked so peaceful there, so they sprinkled it with stardust just to make the shamrocks grow. It's the only place you'll find them, no matter where you go. Then they dotted it with silver to make the lake so grand. And when they had it finished, sure they called it Ireland.
Thank you, Ella Logan, for joining with us today in our 3rd anniversary celebration of Santa Ana. And thanks, too, for passing on your information about what the men overseas want most. Those letters from home. Write, ladies and gentlemen, write often. And instead of long letters spaced months apart, make them bright and gay with email every day. I love to spend each Wednesday with you. We wish to thank Brigadier General Arthur E. Easterbrook, Major Abrams, Captain Fiat, and the entire staff of the Santa Ana Redistribution Station on their 3rd anniversary. Be sure to listen in next week, ladies and gentlemen. This is Eddie Cantor saying good night.
Say, Mom, if Junior or someone else in the family is feeling pretty miserable right now because of a cold, drop down to the druggist and get a jar of Minute Rub. Minute Rub will help relieve those very annoying cold symptoms in a hurry. For Minute Rub is the really modern chest rub. All you do is rub a little Minute Rub on the throat, chest, or back, and in a minute there'll be a pleasant sensation of warmth as Minute Rub begins to stimulate that lazy surface circulation. Remember, the famous modern chest rub, Minute Rub.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
My Favorite Husband is up next on Nightly Old-Time Radio Shows. Please enjoy it.
It's time for My Favorite Husband, starring Lucille Ball.
Hello, everybody.
Yes, it's the new Gay Family series starring Lucille Ball with Richard Denning. Brought to you by the Jell-O family of desserts.
J-E-L-L. Oh, the big red letters stand for the Jell-O family. Oh, the big red letters stand for the Jell-O family. That's Jell-O.
Yum, yum, yum.
Jell-O puddings.
Yum, yum, yum.
Jell-O tapioca puddings. Yes, sirree.
And now Lucille Ball with Richard Denning as Liz and George Cooper. Two people who live together and like it. Well, as we look in on the Coopers, it's about 10 o'clock at night, and Liz and George are just coming home. They've put the car in the garage and are walking around the house to the front door.
Brother, that makes me sore. The Rickies invite us to spend the evening with them, and after we drive all the way over there, they aren't even home.
Well, that's the last time we make any plans with them.
Liz, are you sure?
Stop right there. I know what you're going to say. Are you sure you had the right night? Yes, George, I'm sure. 8 o'clock Saturday night.
Oh.
What's the matter?
Liz, tonight is Friday night.
Oh, no.
So, yes, we don't go to the Rickies till tomorrow night.
You mean you'd go after the way they treated us tonight?
Liz, they don't even know about it. It's your absent-mindedness that caused it.
Oh, I'm sorry, George, but everybody forgets things sometimes.
Granted. But do you have to make a full-time job of it?
Oh, I'm not as absent-minded as you try to make out.
All right. Open the door.
Why don't you open it? Did you forget your key?
No. You borrowed it this morning because you lost yours, remember?
Oh, yeah. Well, I have it right here in my purse. Here, George, hold some of these while I look for it. My compact and my slips and comb and file mirror and handkerchief and chewing gum and fountain pen, safety pin, billfold, library card, lucky dollar, sunglasses.
Oh.
Oh, it's not here. I'll try the other side of my purse.
Never mind. I don't want to be here all night. I'll ring the doorbell. Liz, I don't understand it. That's the 5th door key I've given you this month. What do you do with them?
I give them to strange men.
Well, that's a clever remark.
Yes. Oh, Mr. and Mrs. Cooper, you're home.
Yes, Katie, our social secretary got the date wrong.
So I made a little teensy mistake. And then we got over there and the Rickies weren't home. I could have told you that. They were here. Here? Yes, ma'am. They said you invited them for dinner tonight. Oh.
That does it.
Now, George.
This is getting serious, Liz. Who knows where it could lead? First, you forget little things. Your keys, social engagements. Pretty soon you forget your friends, your family. You forget who you are. They find you wandering in the streets. They take you to a sanitarium. Give you shock treatment. But nothing does any good. And there you are. A shell. A nameless nobody.
Thank you, Olivia de Havilland.
Oh.
I don't like to forget things, but what can I do about it?
You know, I was just thinking. Joe Ridgely down at the office took a course in memory training, and it did wonders for him.
Go to a school? I wouldn't think of such a thing. Why, that's like admitting that you're a... Well, I just wouldn't do it. I'm not that bad. By the way, Mrs. Cooper, what dress did you wear tonight? My blue one. Your blue one? Why, that's still hanging in your room. Huh?
Well, it's a good thing they weren't home, so you didn't have to take your coat off.
Nah, you don't think I forgot to put on my... Wait a minute. Turn the other way while I peek under my coat. Yikes! What's the name of that school, George?
is, Liz. Dr. Milmoss's Memory School.
Oh, George, I feel so silly, and I'm a half hour early.
I'm sorry, dear, but I'm taking the car, and I have to get to work.
All right. Goodbye, honey. Kiss me.
Goodbye, dear.
Bye. Good morning, Dr. Milmoss.
That's right.
I'm Mrs. Cooper.
Oh, you're going to be a fine pupil. You can remember your name.
Tell me honestly, can you improve a person's memory?
Depends on how many buttons you got left. Now, let me test you and see what condition your mind's in, huh? How old are you?
25.
Yeah. What year were you born in?
I'm 25.
So you've forgotten which year you were born in, huh?
No, I've forgotten which year makes me come out 25.
Well, never mind. We're going to try something else now. Try and remember everything that happened since you woke up this morning.
All right. The alarm went off, and George, he's my husband, tried to make me get up, and he tickled my feet, and so I jumped up and tickled him, and we started a pillow fight. And then he grabbed me and kissed me on the neck, and I kissed him. That's not what you meant, is it?
No, but don't stop now.
Well, I had breakfast, read the paper, and came down here.
Don't worry. My system will fix you so you'll never forget a thing again. See, the secret is confidence. Don't be afraid. Think big.
Oh, don't worry. I'll be the biggest thinker you ever had. That doesn't sound right, does it?
It's all done with association of ideas. Each word makes you think of another one.
Uh-huh.
Now, take your name, Cooper. First syllable, coo. That's the thinking, the bird. The second syllable's purr. That's what cats do. So I think of a kitten.
Oh, that's pretty clever. Bird and a kitten.
That's right. Now, I can never forget that your name is Birdie Katz.
Well, that's a great system.
I mean Cooper, of course, yeah. Now, for your first lesson, we'll teach you an important number, huh? What's the license number of your car?
You certainly asked the right person.
You've forgotten it?
No, I never knew it in the first place. Oh, wait a minute. It's written on my driver's license. Let's see. Oh, here it is. 37 MW66.
Oh, good. Now, what's 37 remind you of?
My husband's age. See, I remember because he's 5 years older than I am. Oh, well, anyway, that's his age.
All right, now, and MW?
MW, May West.
Good, good. That brings us now to 66, which is the number of the Lincoln Highway.
Uh-huh. Let's see, my husband, May West, and the Lincoln Highway, 37 MW66. Oh, Dr. Milmoss, you're wonderful.
Oh, sure, I ain't so much. Well, that's all for your first lesson now. I got to go out and see a patient on Bundy Drive.
Oh, I live on Bundy Drive. Let me take you. My car's right outside.
Oh, thank you. Well, we've been looking for your car for 10 minutes, Miss Cooper. Can't you remember where you parked?
Oh, but I know my license number.
Oh, that's fine.
Back down this block once more. I'm sure I parked it here.
Oh, my patient's going to be furious. And I was doing so well with her, too. It's an amnesia case, you know. At the slightest provocation, she'd walk around with her arms in front of her saying, "Where am I?"
Well, did you cure her?
Practically. Now she says, "Who am I?" Yeah, but anybody can cure that. You see your car yet, Miss Cooper?
No, and I can't find my keys either. I'm positive I parked it right here. Dr. Milmoss has been stolen.
No.
Yes. There's only one thing to do. I'll call the police.
Well, there's a payphone in that cigar store right there.
Oh, thanks. Oh, dear, this is awful. George will blame the whole thing on me.
Police headquarters, Sergeant Nelson speaking.
Hello, this is Mrs. George Cooper. I put a stolen car.
Okay, describe the car, please.
Well, it's a new Nash. It's a beautiful shade of green. See, my husband bought it because it goes so well with my red hair.
Well, send your head in and we'll hold it up against all our green cars. If it clash, it's not yours.
I don't like your attitude.
Yeah, would you care to give me just a teensy-weensy bit more description to go on?
Well, it has 4 wheels and an engine and 4 doors.
Oh, we'll find that right away. It's so amusing.
Well, what do you want to know?
Something important. Does the cigarette lighter work?
Yes, but you have to hold it and push it to the right.
Never never mind. Mrs. Cooper, I'm going to hate myself for this. But do you by any chance know your license number?
I certainly do. I memorized it just today.
All right, what is your license number?
My husband is on the Lincoln Highway, and why don't you come up and see me sometime?
Never mind the license number. What's your telephone number?
No. My license number is 37MW66.
Now, we'll send out a radio call for your car right away. But you'll have to come down to the station and make out a written report.
Oh, do I have to?
Yes, it's the law. Besides, I'd like to see what you look like.
Okay, come on, you. Here he is, Sarge. I caught him red-handed driving down Main Street in a Cooper car.
Yeah, nice work, Joe. You guys never learn, do you? You can't get away with a hot car in this town. What hot car? I own that car. I'm George Cooper.
Ah, you got that name off the registration card.
What is this, anyway? Look. Here, look in my wallet. That ought to prove who I am.
Yeah, let's see. Uh-huh. How do you like that, Joe? He stole Cooper's wallet, too.
Oh. Look, all you have to do is call the Second National Bank. I'm vice president.
Oh, of course you are. And I'm President Truman. And this is Margaret.
Sure.
Charmed, I'm sure. I'm sorry we didn't know you were coming. We would have fixed up the East Wing for you.
Now, just a minute. I'm going to call my lawyer and sue you for false arrest.
Are you now? Lock him up, Maggie.
Okay, Pop.
Come on, you.
Sergeant Nelson?
Yes?
I'm Mrs. Cooper.
Oh, well, I have good news for you, Mrs. Cooper. We recovered your car already, and we've got the crook.
Oh, that's wonderful. Now I won't have to go through a scene with George.
Well, you intend to prosecute, don't you?
I certainly do. Whoever did such a low, mean trick should get the hot seat. What kind of a man is it?
Oh, the usual criminal type. Shifty eyes, weak chin, sloping forehead.
Uh-huh.
Hey, Joe, bring in that car thief, will you?
Okay, Chief.
Oh, he sounds awful. I'm kind of frightened.
No, don't worry. We got the handcuffs on him.
Okay.
Here he is, Sarge.
Liz, what's going on? What's the meaning of this?
You know her? Mrs. Cooper, just what is going on here? Well, Mrs. Cooper.
Liz has had George arrested as a car thief by mistake, and to cover up her embarrassment has feigned amnesia. Well, George has convinced the police who he is, but they're having trouble trying to snap Liz out of it.
Where am I?
Liz, darling, don't you recognize your own husband?
Are you speaking to me, mister?
Mister? Oh, Liz, look at me. That's it. Now I want to ask you a question. Who am I?
Don't you know who you are either?
Certainly I know who I am.
Then what are you asking me for?
Oh, yeah, let me try to snap her out of it. I know all about this mental stuff. I read the medical page of Time magazine. She's suffering from magnesia.
Amnesia. Well, see what you can do.
Okay, now look, Mrs. Cooper. Try and remember. You're married.
I am?
Yes. And you have a wonderful husband.
I do?
He loves you very much.
He does?
And you're both very happy.
We are?
Yes. He's here now. There's been some trouble, but everything's all right, and he wants to take you home.
Oh.
Don't you recognize him?
Oh, yes, of course. My wonderful husband. Kiss me.
Hey, not him, me. Now stop that.
You keep out of there! What's the big idea?
Come here, Liz. Let me kiss you. That ought to make you remember who you are.
All right.
Now do you know who you are?
No, but whoever I am, it's a lot of fun.
Well, I'll buzz for the police psychiatrist.
Oh, poor Liz. Now, try to remember, Liz. If you'll just snap out of it, I'll forgive you anything you've ever done.
You will? I mean, the clouds are beginning to go away. The sky is clearing. It's real pretty out.
Oh, thank goodness. Now tell me why you had me arrested for stealing my own car.
Here comes the smog again. Where am I?
You better leave it to the psychiatrist, Mr. Cooper. She's in a bad way. Somebody ring for Dr. Grimley? Yes, Doctor. Come in, please. Okay, which one of you characters snapped your twig? Who you got for me this time, Sergeant? I have a lady, Doctor. Oh, she looks like a good one. Come over here, dear.
Now, wait a minute. Let's talk this over.
She's got amnesia. Can't remember who you are, huh?
No.
Roll up your sleeves, dear.
Why?
I'm going to give you a little shot of a new medicine.
Oh, what'll it do to me?
I don't know. I never give it before.
Hello, George. Hi, Sergeant. I'm Pure George. Let's go home. Goodbye, Doctor.
Hey, come back here. Live!
Don't walk so fast, George. Are you mad, George? You're not angry at me, are you, George?
No, I'm delighted.
I'm sorry. I thought if you thought I had amnesia, you wouldn't be mad at me. And I can't stand to have you mad at me, George. Because I love you so much.
No, that's not going to get you anyplace.
Tell me you still love me, George.
I love you.
Kiss me.
Not here on the street.
Right here. Now you kiss me, George. I want the whole world to know you love me.
Now, Liz.
Come here.
Where am I?
Oh, that's better. We're pals again, huh, George?
Okay. Now, let's get out of here.
The sooner the better. Where's the car?
I parked it right on the corner.
I don't see it.
That's funny. Not there.
Oh, now, George, don't joke with me.
I'm not. I remember distinctly. The cop followed me here, and I parked it right on this corner and went into the station.
George, does that mean...
No, it's got to be here someplace.
Did you make the last payment to the finance company?
No, of course.
Oh, George, it really has been stolen this time.
I'm afraid you're right. You realize what this means, Liz? Someone has to go tell Sergeant Nelson.
Uh-oh. Yeah. Someone does, all right. I guess one of us has to march right back in there and tell him.
I guess one of us does.
Well, one of us is in there telling him I'll watch out for the crook.
Oh, no.
George, it was your fault. You were the last one to have the car.
Yeah, but you started the whole thing. If you hadn't had me arrested, I wouldn't have had to be here where it was stolen.
Oh, but George...
Well, look at it this way. If I go in, they'll think I'm crazy. Now, you haven't got anything to lose.
You talk me into it. I'll be right back.
Hey, Joe.
Yes, Sarge?
I've been thinking about that couple who call themselves Cooper. You remember a circular on a couple of car thieves called Red Top Rosie and her accomplice Willie the Weasel?
Yeah. They used to report a car stolen. When the police picked it up, they'd claim it with false credentials. You think it was them?
Well, it could be. Look them up in the files, will you?
Okay, Chief.
Pardon me, Sergeant. I want to report a stolen car.
Yes, madam. What was the... It's you again.
Yes, hello.
It's okay, Chief. I got it covered.
Good work.
Put down that gun. What is this?
The jig is up, Rosie.
Rosie who?
Don't try to deny it. You're Red Top Rosie. And the guy you're working with is Willie the Weasel.
Oh, that's ridiculous. You've got the wrong people.
Then who are you?
You really want to know?
Yeah.
He's Cooper the Snooper, and I'm Lizzie the Louse.
You're pretty smart, aren't you? Wait a minute. What do you want, Doc? Turn her over to me, will you, Sarge?
Uh-oh. Snake Pit is back again.
I can make it talk.
Okay, Doc, go ahead. Get those files out, Joe.
Okay, Doc. Come here, Miss Cooper.
You stay away from me with that needle. Go and knit something.
No, I'm not going to use no needle. I'm going to hypnotize you. And just relax.
Oh, this is ridiculous.
Relax. You are under my power. Your eyes are getting heavier and heavier. Your will is given into mine. I am the master. You are a servant. Slowly you are going to sleep. Sleep. You understand? Yes, master.
Oh, what happened to him?
The weakest mind went first. Come on, snap out of it, Sarge.
Here, grab her, it's Red Top Rosie.
No, it's all right, Sarge. I warned you the last time you watched me hypnotize. Did I do it again? Yeah. But you didn't make me do anything silly, did you?
Yes, he did, Sergeant. You did a wonderful striptease.
Oh, no! No, of course you didn't, Sarge. All right. I'll try another tack on you, sister. Weight association. That'll tell me everything I want to know about you.
Must we go through more of this?
Yes, we must. You're in a bad spot, understand?
Relax, you are under my power. Your eyes are getting heavier and heavier.
Yes, master.
Now cut that out, will you? Do what he says.
Now, it's very simple, Miss Cooper. Whatever word I say, you say the first thing that comes into your mind. If I say cheese, you say crackers. Follow?
I say crackers.
Fine. Now, don't think. Answer as fast as you can. Cheese.
Crackers.
Animal.
Crackers.
Nut.
Crackers.
Auto.
Crackers.
No.
Crackers.
Stop.
Crackers.
Please.
Crackers.
Shut up.
Crackers. Well, what'd you learn from that, Doc?
Miss Cooper, you are not supposed to repeat the same word. You change it each time, and I tell from your answer what you're really thinking.
Oh, well, all right. Go ahead.
Okay. Cheese.
Crackers.
Dog.
Cat.
Auto.
George.
Police.
Robert. Robert.
Police.
George.
Auto.
Cat.
Dog.
Crackers.
Cheese.
Well, this is where I came in. So long, kid.
Who's doing what to who?
I've had enough of this dame. She's Red Top Rosie, all right? Lock her up.
Wait a minute, Sarge. Here's the poster. She ain't Red Top Rosie. Rosie's been in jail for 2 years.
Oh, that's too bad.
All right, you get out of here.
All right, but you better find my car.
I'm so anxious to see the last of you, I'll go out and help look for it myself.
And then the other policeman came in with a poster and they let me go. What do you think of that, Willie the Weasel?
I wondered what took you so long. Oh, the scrapes you can get into.
Oh, I'll be happy to get into my bed. I didn't realize it was such a long walk home. George, look.
What?
There, our car.
Are you sure?
Positive. Look at the license number, 37MW66.
Well, I'll be darned. Come on, get in. We'll drive it home.
Okay.
Oh, no wonder they left it here. Out of gas.
George, it's the police.
Okay, you. Where do you think you're going with that stolen... Well, what do you got to say this time?
Where am I?
You have been listening to My Favorite Husband, starring Lucille Ball with Richard Denning, and based on characters created by Isabel Scott Rorick. Tonight's program was produced and directed by Jess Oppenheimer, who wrote the script with Madeline Pugh and Bob Carroll Jr. Original music was composed by Marlon Skiles and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. The part of Katie the Maid was played by Ruth Parrott. Lucille Ball will soon be seen in the Paramount picture Sorrowful Jones. Be sure to listen to Lucille Ball in My Favorite Husband next week. Bob Lamont speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Mysterious Traveler is up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows. Enjoy.
Mutual presents The Mysterious Traveler. This is The Mysterious Traveler, inviting you to join me on another journey into the realm of the strange and the terrifying. I hope you will enjoy the trip, and it will thrill you a little and chill you a little. So settle back, get a good grip on your nerves, and be comfortable, if you can, as you hear the story I call I Won't Die Alone. Our story begins in 1931. Two young men are speeding along in a car on a lonely West Virginia road at 70 miles an hour. There's a tight, tense look on the face of the driver, Steve Martin, as he takes the curves on the road without slowing down. His companion, Chuck Williams, wipes the perspiration from his face with trembling hands. He turns and watches the road behind fearfully, now and then glancing at Steve's face for reassurance.
Turn on the radio, Chuck. Let's see if they got an alarm out yet.
Yeah, okay. Well, what do you think our chances are, Steve?
Hard to say. All depends on how fast the cops spread the word.
The two men robbed the Third National Bank of Louisburg of over $250,000 shortly before closing time. Word has just been received that the two bank robbers are now driving east on Highway 6B towards the Allegheny Mountains.
That's not good.
State Police Car 9 take up position at junction of Highway 11A and River Road.
They're moving fast.
State Police Car 10 take up position at junction of Highway 3 and Highway 6B.
Steve, Highway 6B, we're on it.
Yeah.
That is all. Stand by for further orders.
Steve, you gotta turn back. We're headed for a trap.
Take it easy, will you? There's still a chance. 20 miles ahead, there's a small dirt road that'll detour us right around them.
20 miles? We'll never make it, Steve. Isn't there any other road we can turn off on?
No.
Are you sure?
I was born in these parts. I know every inch of the country.
Steve, let's ditch the car and cut towards the mountains on foot.
Are you crazy? It's 40 miles to the mountains. We'd never make it walking. We've got to keep driving. It's our only chance.
We'll run right into that trap, I tell you. They'll be waiting with Tommy guns. We'll be dead pigeons.
Okay, then we'll be dead pigeons.
I'd give up my share of the haul right now to be out of this. You gotta get me out of this, Steve. You gotta.
Oh, shut up.
Look, Steve, if you were to let me out of the car and keep on going yourself, I might be able to get away. The cops would be so busy chasing you, I'd be able to give them the slip.
You lousy rat.
Now, look at it my way, Steve. There ain't no use both our getting caught. That don't make sense.
You're great when it comes to sharing the dough, but when the heat's on, you want out.
Yeah, but I'm willing to pay for you can keep my share of the bank haul. Now, that's fair enough, ain't it? Huh?
A lot of good that dought'll do me if I get caught, but I'm sick of hearing you whine. All right, it's a deal. If I get through, the dough's all mine. If I don't, well, I don't.
Thanks, Steve, thanks. I'll never forget this.
Come on, get out.
Which way do I go, Steve?
Head across the fields until you hit a small stream. Then head upstream for about 6 miles. There's a railroad water tower there. You ought to be able to hop a freight.
Thanks, Steve. I'll be seeing you.
Yeah. So long, Chuck.
Flo, where are you?
I'm here, Chuck. I was wondering when you'd show up. See by the paper they got Steve.
Yeah. Hey, let me see that paper. It says here they caught him yesterday afternoon at 5. An hour after I left him.
What'd you do, run out on him?
No, I didn't run out on him. I just played it smart. What are you looking at me like that for? There wasn't no sense in both our being caught, was there?
No, I guess not. Where's the dough?
What dough?
The $254,000 you got in the bank job.
Steve had the dough.
What? Look what it says there in the paper.
Huh?
Go ahead, read it.
Martin,
When captured, told police he knew nothing about the stolen bank money. Police believe that Martin's unknown companion escaped with the loot. But I didn't, Flo. I didn't. Steve had that dough when I left him.
Then why didn't the police find it when they caught him?
There's only one answer. Steve stopped and hid the dough someplace before they got him.
Yeah, that must be it. Steve's too smart to risk being caught and having all that dough taken away from him. Poor guy. They'll probably throw the book at him.
Where you been so long? What happened at the trial?
They give him 25 years.
25 years?
Mm-hmm.
How did he take it?
He didn't bat an eye.
Maybe he'll think things over and squeal on me.
Oh, stop sniffling, will you? Steve isn't the kind of a guy to do anything like that.
Yeah, sure. Why should he want to squeal on me? Besides, if he did, the cops would find out that I didn't have the bank, though. That it's Steve who got it. He wouldn't want that to happen. Sure. Why, with good behavior, he'll be out in 18 or 19 years. Then he'll have all that dough hid.
I'd rather have the 18 or 19 years than the dough. Well, it's been nice knowing you, Chuck.
Now, wait a minute, Flo. Don't go.
What?
Why not stick around? We'd make a good team. We don't need Steve.
We don't, huh? And just what would I get sticking around? You haven't got brain, muscle, or dough. What's the attraction?
Listen, Flo, stick with me and I'll get dough. I've always gotten what I wanted in the end.
Without Steve, you haven't got a chance. He had all the brains, all the guts.
Yeah, and what did it get him? You notice I ain't behind bars. And I'll get that big dough yet.
3 cheers. When you do, look me up.
17 years passed. 17 years in which earth-shaking events took place. With the passing of time, Steve Martin became just a memory to Chuck Williams and Flo Duval. During the 30s, Chuck struggled desperately to make money in a half-dozen petty rackets, but failed miserably. However, with the coming of the war, his luck changed, and in the years that followed, he thrived on the black market. And with his newfound wealth, he was able to win Flo Duval. 1948 found Chuck Williams a happy, prosperous citizen without a care in the world.
How many times have I told you to knock before you come into this office?
Look, Napoleon, save that big shot stuff for your stooges.
Same old Flo. I guess that's what I like about you, baby.
Yeah, I'll bet. Well, you've got that superior look on your face again. Who are you planning to knife now?
I just got word that our old pal, Steve, is getting out of prison tomorrow.
Steve Martin?
The one and only. It's been 17 years now. It's a long time.
Yeah.
Think I'll drive down to the prison, be there when Steve gets out.
What for? You haven't bothered to write or visit him since the day he was sent up?
I know. But there's a matter of unfinished business between the two of us.
Unfinished business?
Yeah. To be exact, $254,000.
You mean you're going after that dough that Steve has stashed away?
That's just what I mean.
But you gave up your share of that bank dough the day you and Steve separated.
Man can always change his mind.
Chuck, leave Steve alone. That money by rights is his. He paid 17 years for it. Besides, you don't need it. You got more dough than that already.
Maybe so, but that isn't going to stop me from getting that $254,000. And you ought to know by this time I always get what I go after. I got you, didn't I, baby, huh? And remember, baby, when those gates open and Steve comes out, let me do the talking.
Don't worry, I will. I don't want any part of this dirty deal.
Relax, baby, relax. When I get that 254 G's, I'll buy you a fancy diamond bracelet. Then you'll feel better.
Hey, boss, they're opening the gate. Is that him?
No. Steve's twice as big as that guy.
Chuck, that is Steve.
Can't be. That guy looks at least 6. You're right. It is Steve. Stay in the car. Hey, Steve. Steve, over here. What's the matter? Don't you remember an old pal?
Chuck. Well, I didn't recognize you at first.
Put it here, pal.
Yeah. I guess I'm kind of surprised to see you after all these years.
Well, I've been living in South America most of the time. Only got back a year ago. I know I should have written you, but I never was any good at that.
Boy, yeah, sure smells better out here.
Come on. Let's get in my car. I got a surprise for you.
Huh? Surprise?
Yeah. You remember Flo Duval, don't you? Well, here she is.
Hello, Steve.
Hello, Flo. Hey, it's nice seeing you again.
Come on, Steve. Get in. We're driving you to town.
Thanks, Chuck.
Okay, Felix, back to town.
Right, boss.
You don't look well, Steve.
It's just this prison parlor, Flo. And 17 years.
Well, that's all behind you now, Steve. A few weeks of good rest and good food. You'll be a new man.
I'd like to believe that.
Just take my word for it. I'm never wrong.
Well, you seem to have done all right, Chuck.
Yeah, not bad. I own a nightclub, a bowling alley, used car business, a couple of apartment houses. I can't complain.
I'm glad to hear it.
I'm not forgetting an old pal either. Now, Flo and me want you to come and stay with us until you get on your feet. You know, a house guest.
I'd rather not, Chuck. I don't want to put you out.
Put me out? Ha! Listen to the guy. Well, we got suite servants, everything. Steve, I just won't take no for an answer.
A week passed, then 2 weeks, during which Steve Martin did little other than eat and sleep and take long walks. Chuck Williams played the role of the gracious host to perfection, and his guests lacked nothing in the way of comfort. So concerned was Chuck with his guests' welfare that he always knew exactly where Steve was and what he was doing. Then one day, as Chuck had known it would happen, Steve came into his office for a private chat.
Hey, busy, Chuck?
No. Have a seat, Steve.
Thanks.
What's on your mind?
Well, while I was doing time, my old man died and left me a small farm in West Virginia. That's where I was born and raised, you know.
Yeah, I remember you telling me.
Well, I'm going back to the old farmhouse and settle down there for a while.
I see. Well, anything you say, Steve. Only let's keep in touch, huh?
Yeah, sure thing, Chuck.
When are you thinking of leaving?
Tomorrow morning.
Well, that's soon, huh? Well, we'll have to have a little farewell party tonight, okay?
Yeah, fine. I'll see you later.
Right you are. Felix, come in here.
What's up, boss?
My pal, Steve, is getting ready to make his move.
Guess he can't wait no longer to get his hands on that dough.
Looks that way. He's leaving tomorrow morning for a small farm he's got in West Virginia.
West Virginia, huh?
Yeah. Farmhouse can't be more than 30 or 40 miles from where he stashed the dough.
Is there any chance he might have hidden it on the farm?
Nah. Cops caught him before he got that far. He hid that dough someplace off Highway 6B.
How many of the boys you want me to take along?
Take 4. I don't want any slip-ups. Watch him day and night, and without being seen.
Just leave it to me.
Sooner or later, he'll lead you to the dough. When he does, well, you know what to do.
Yeah.
Okay, then. You better start packing.
The next morning, when Steve Martin took a train for West Virginia, 2 very inconspicuous men were seated at the other end of the coach he was riding in. They watched him get off the train at an all but deserted station in West Virginia, but made no move to follow him. As the train started off, Steve hired a car to take him to the farm he'd inherited. It was dusk when he finally reached the deserted farmhouse. On a heavily wooded hill 100 yards away, Felix and a companion watched through field glasses as Steve lit a fire in the farmhouse and prepared to settle down for the night. In the days and nights that followed, Felix and his men took turns watching Steve Martin's every action. And every evening, Felix would phone Chuck Williams and report that Steve hadn't made a move as yet.
How many times have I told you to knock before coming into this office?
What's the matter, Napoleon? Aren't things working out?
I've told you to lay off that Napoleon stuff. I don't like it.
Mm-hmm.
That must be Felix. Hello?
Hello, boss. Felix.
Well, what's happening?
Nothing. He still hasn't made a move. All he does is fish and read.
What about visitors?
He hasn't seen anyone since the day he got here.
Are you sure he didn't give you the slip during the night and get the dough?
Not a chance. I got 2 boys watching the house at night.
Well, maybe he knows he's being watched, and that's why he hasn't tried anything.
I'd bet my last buck he hasn't spotted us.
Nothing ever goes right unless I'm running the show. I'm leaving tonight for West Virginia. I'll see you in the morning.
Okay, boss. I'll be expecting you.
That's a farmhouse down there, boss. Look through the field glasses. You can see it just like you were standing in the front yard.
He's sitting on the porch reading.
Yeah, reading and fishing is all he does. He hasn't been more than a couple of 100 yards away from the house since he got here.
Well, he must have spotted you. That must be the reason he hasn't made a move.
How could he have spotted us? You can see how careful we've been.
Well, I'll wait a couple more days. See what happens. If he doesn't move soon, I'll have to think of something else.
Leaving Felix to continue his watch over the farmhouse, Chuck returned to the village and registered at the village inn. The hours that followed dragged interminably, and the hatred that Chuck felt for Steve Martin grew with each passing hour. In the evening, Felix drove into the village and reported that nothing new had occurred. 4 more fruitless days went by. Chuck Williams was unable to contain his fury any longer. He got into his car and drove to within a half-mile of the farmhouse, then walked the rest of the way to where Felix and his men were hidden on the hill.
Boss, what are you doing here?
I got tired of waiting.
You better get down, boss, or Steve Martin's liable to spot you.
Forget that. We're through playing a waiting game. We're going to move in on him.
Move in on him?
Yeah. Maybe after a light workout, my pal Steve will be willing to tell me where he stashed the dough.
That sounds more like it. I never did go for this cat and mouse game.
Before we're through with him, he'll be begging to tell us what he knows. Hello, Steve. Got lonesome for you. Decided to pay you a call.
I thought you'd get around to it sooner or later.
You don't sound very glad to see me. That's a fine way to act towards a pal who was your host for the last 3 weeks. Didn't I treat you right?
Yeah. That's what made me figure I hadn't seen the last of you. What do you want?
I'll give you one guess.
I haven't got it.
I know you haven't, but you know where it is.
So what? That money belongs to me, not you.
That's where you're wrong, pal. That dough belongs to the guy strong enough to get it. That's me.
Okay, then you go ahead and get it.
Should I let him have it, boss?
That's not up to me, Felix. That's up to Steve. Well, pal, you gonna dig up that dough for me?
No.
You're not as smart as you used to be. You know I'll get what I want in the end.
I wouldn't count on it.
Okay, Felix. I guess it's up to you and Slim now.
Hell talk. Won't you, pal? That's it, pal. Try getting on your feet. Here, let me help you.
How is he, Felix?
It's out cold, boss.
He always did have a stepping streak. You think in his condition he couldn't take all that punishment?
We give him any more, he's liable to kick off.
Sure?
Yeah. He's already got a couple of busted ribs, and that beating around the head didn't help any.
We gotta make him talk. We gotta.
You have to figure out some other way.
Throw some water in his face.
Okay. Come to, boss.
Prop him up in a chair.
Come on, you. There.
Steve, can you hear me?
Yeah. I can hear you.
Felix here wants to try the water treatment.
Water treatment?
Yeah. Now, why don't you play it smart and tell me where you hid that dough? Won't talk, huh? Okay, Felix.
Wait, I'll talk.
Well, it's more like it. Where is it?
You could never find it alone. I'll have to take you to it. Just you and me.
What's the matter with Felix coming along?
Just you and me.
Okay, pal, okay. Only I'm wondering if you're in condition to make it. Hey, Felix.
Yeah, boss.
Give him a few drinks, try to fix him up.
Right.
As soon as you've done that, Steve and me will be on our way.
An hour later, Steve, with the assistance of Felix, tottered to Chuck Williams' car and got in the front seat. Chuck slid behind the wheel and started the motor. As he drove off, he waved to Felix triumphantly. In a few minutes, the farmhouse had faded from view. Steve, huddled in a corner of the front seat, fought to keep from crying out every time the car hit rut in the road. Now and then, he opened his pain-filled eyes to look out the window. Chuck watched him with satisfaction as he drove.
How much further is it? You drive about 5 miles until you reach a small gravel road where you'll see a big sign saying the Devil's Caverns. You turn right there and go 2 miles.
The Devil's Caverns? What are they?
They're a big tourist attraction in these parts during the summer. Hundreds of huge underground caverns that run for miles in all directions.
You mean that's where you stashed the dough?
Yeah. It's the best place in the world.
How do you know you'll be able to find it again?
I know every inch of the caverns. When I was a kid, my old man worked as a tourist guide there. I learned my way around from him.
Okay. But you better find that dough. I'm warning you.
I'll find it. Now, you should be reaching the gravel road in a couple of minutes. Turn right, then it's 2 miles to the Devil's Caverns. This is it. Park the car in that shed over there.
Place sure looks deserted.
Well, no one ever comes here until June.
Is that the entrance to the caverns, that door set in the rock?
Yeah. You'll have to shoot the lock off the door.
Is this okay?
Yeah. No one will ever be able to spot the car here.
But you said no one comes here until June.
No one does. Why take chances? We'll need a flashlight.
I got one. Come out this way. If you're thinking of any tricks, don't. Remember, I got this gun, and you're in no condition to try anything.
Yeah, you saw to that.
How come you didn't hide out here when the cops were after you?
Well, there was any place to hide the car. Jed wasn't here 17 years ago.
Tough. Never saw such a lonely-looking place.
Yeah. Well, you ought to be able to blow this padlock off with one shot.
You better stand over there. Yeah, that does it. How much further is it? Seems like we've been walking an hour already.
It's right up ahead.
Sure you can find your way out again? All these cabins look alike to me.
Yeah, I know the way out.
Sure is damp in here. Hey, what was that?
Oh, probably just a rat running past you. The place is full of them.
Seems to me it's taken a long time to find that place where you hid the dough. If you're trying anything,
Here's where it is. I'll hold the flashlight a little higher. That's it. I hid the suitcase behind this rock.
Got it?
No, not yet. Here it is.
Yeah, that's it. That's it, all right. I can still recognize it. Open it up.
Well, there's the dough.
Yeah. Still in the bank rafters. Look at it. Over $250,000. What's so funny? Answer me.
So you're the guy who always gets what he goes after in the end, huh?
Yeah, now I got the dough. And I'm asking you again, what's so funny?
Look at the money. Go ahead, look at it.
I'm looking. What about it?
Yeah, you're looking, mastermind, but you don't see. All those bills are goldbacks.
Goldbacks?
Yeah, that's right. In 1933, the government called in all goldbacks. That's how the kidnapper Bruno Hauptmann got caught, trying to pass goldbacks after the government had called him in.
You mean that dough is no good?
That's just what I mean. You try passing any of that dough and you'll end up doing time.
You've known all along that dough was no good?
Ever since 1933. Knowing it was worthless, I never intended coming here for it. But you made me.
I ought to let you have it, you rat, for leading me on like this.
Well, why don't you?
Come on, pick up that suitcase. Let's get out of here.
Oh, wait a minute. I forgot to tell you, Chuck.
Tell me what?
I'm staying here.
You're staying here?
Yeah, that's right.
Now, look, I've had enough out of you. Start leading the way out.
I guess you didn't understand. I said I'm staying here.
Get going or you'll get it right between the eyes.
That doesn't scare me. You see, Chuck, there was something else I didn't tell you.
Something else?
Yeah. I didn't get out of prison on good behavior. I got out because the doctor said I was going to die in 3 months.
You're going to die in 3 months?
Yeah, that's right. I thought I'd die peacefully on my farm. Only you wouldn't let me do that. So I've decided to die here with you as company.
Steve, you can't do that. You can't do that, Steve. You got to get me out of here. You got to.
I don't have to do anything I don't want to.
But get me out of here, Steve. I'll make it worth your while. I got dough. I got lots of dough.
It's too bad you won't be able to take it with you.
Steve, I'll give you 100 G's. 200 G's if you get me out of here.
It's not going to be tough for me to die because I only got 3 months anyway. But I'm going to enjoy watching you. You're going to get weaker and weaker as you plead with me to lead you out of here. Then you're going to get desperate and try to find a way out by yourself. But you'll never make it. You'll go wandering from one cabin to another, and then in the end, you'll probably wander back here to find me dead. And your flashlight's going to go out. You'll be all alone in the dark with the rats and the bats.
Oh, stop it! Stop it, or I'll shoot!
And as you go weaker, the rats are going to close in on you before you know it.
Steve. Steve. I didn't mean it. Oh, you made me. Steve, say something. He's dead. He's dead. Gotta get out of here. Gotta get out of here. Help! Help! Help!
This is the mysterious traveler again. Did you enjoy our little trip? What happened to Chuck Williams? Oh, the poor fellow was found dead a month later when the cabins were opened for the summer tourist trade. Seems Chuck had wandered from cabin to cabin without being able to find his way out. Evidently, he'd gone mad in his last hours, for he was found with his pockets stuffed full of bills. Goldbacks. Now, I recall another case in which two ghosts came face to face, only to discover that... Oh, you have to get off now. I'm sorry. But I'm sure we'll meet again. I take this same train every week at this time.
You have just heard The Mysterious Traveler, a series of dramas of the strange and terrifying. In tonight's story, all characters were fictional, and any resemblance to the name of an actual person, living or dead, was purely coincidental. In the cast were Maurice Tarplin, Joe Julian, Art Carney, Elspeth Eric, and Alan Manson. Original music was played by Paul Taubman. The Mysterious Traveler is written, produced, and directed by Robert J. Arthur and David Cogan. Listen next week to a tale titled
Death Writes a Letter.
Another strange and suspenseful tale of the mysterious traveler. Don't miss the chilling tale titled 7 Casks of Death, written by Maurice Tarplin, your mysterious traveler, which appears in the current issue of Dime Mystery Magazine, now on sale at your local newsstand. This program has come to you from New York. Another program of dramatic action will follow in just a minute. Stay tuned to the station for Official Detective. Carl Caruso speaking. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Hey, man, how about we check in with Fibber, Magee, and Molly next? That sounds good to me.
The Pet Milk Program with Fibber, Magee, and Molly. First Evaporated Milk, Cut Milk, presents Fibber, Magee, and Molly with Bill Thompson, Gail Gordon, Arthur Q. Bryan, Dick LeGrand, Ed Begley, and me, Harlow Wilcox. The show is written by Phil Leslie and Keith Fowler and directed by Max Hutto with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. Maybe you think 13's an unlucky number. But down in Galveston, Texas, there's a happy family that knows 13 is a mighty lucky number. You see, 13 years ago last Friday, 4 extremely tiny, delicate babies were born to Mr. and Mrs. Badgett of Galveston. So tiny and delicate, the Badgetts wondered if all 4 would live. Well, you should see Joan, Joyce, Jeanette, and Geraldine now. They're pretty as a picture, happy and healthy as can be. And one big reason is, almost from the day of their birth, they've had the nutritional benefits of pet evaporated milk. Yes, from infancy right on through to teenage, pet milk has helped the Badgett girls grow and develop into sturdy, happy youngsters with good sound teeth, strong, straight bones, and a wonderful feeling of well-being. Well, everyone at Pet Milk is glad and proud to have had some part in making February 1st a very happy 13th birthday for the Badgetts. There's an old saying to the effect that he who dances must pay the piper. It fails to mention that he who sits at home and can't dance anyhow must pay the butcher, the baker, and the Wistful Vista Gas Company. That's what's happening right now at the home of Fibber, Magee, and Molly.
Bills. These dad-ratted monthly bills take all the fun out of living, Molly. If you can call this living.
Well, now, don't let it throw you, dearie.
Yeah.
We're not the only ones with bills to pay. Everybody's in the same boat, you know.
Yeah. And the boat always sails in the same direction. Up the creek. Why, George, if there's anything I hate to pay for, it's after it's already used up.
Well, after all, Magee, our creditors have to live, too, you know.
Not on my account, they don't. Here, look at this gas bill, $3.80.
It's down a little.
$3.80 for gas. What do they think I'm doing, inflating blimps for the Navy or something? My gosh, you think of...
Oh, pay it, dearie.
Oh, sure.
The last hassle you had with the gas company, I cooked in the fireplace for a week. 21 meals on my knees is enough to last me for a while.
Don't worry, Tootsie, I'll pay it. I know when I'm stuck. I got so many knives between my shoulder blades now I can't get my overcoat buttoned. There. Well, that's one ready to go.
How many more checks do you have to mail?
One more, Tootsie.
Good. Here's an envelope.
Oh, thanks. As soon as I address this one, now look at that. My pen is dry. Where's the ink, kiddo? I gotta fill my pen.
There isn't any ink. You used the last drop 2 weeks ago.
Oh, how do you like that? Practically through, and now...
Well, if you only have one more envelope to address, do it with a pencil.
Oh, no. Not me. I got my pride, kiddo. I'm not going to let the guys that get these checks have the satisfaction of thinking they busted me down so low I can't even afford a bottle of ink.
Can you?
Well, don't worry. My credit's good. Come on. Back the car out. We're going to Kramer's drugstore. I'm going to get this done. Now, let's not waste any time shopping here, Molly. I want to get that ink, get home, and get that last check mailed.
Well, as long as we're down here, Magee, I do need...
No time to shop now, Tootsie. You know me. When I start something, I like to get it finished. No dilly-dally. Oh, hold it. I want to weigh myself. Give me a bobby pin, will you?
A bobby pin? Your curls coming down?
Come on, give me one. I'll show you how to use that instead of a penny.
But, Magee, you shouldn't.
Don't worry. I've been working the scales for years, Tootsie. Now, watch this. I just straighten the bobby pin out, step on the scale.
But what if Mr.
You
Kramer...
can't see what I'm putting in it. I just stick the end of the bobby pin in the slot and... My gosh. Of all the dirty, rotten tricks I ever heard. Like to scare the... Oh, hi, Kramer.
Had the scale wired since you were last here, Magee. Doesn't work on bobby pins anymore. Try a penny sometime.
Anytime I want to get weight, Kramer, I got a scale at home. We're here on business.
Yes, we want a bottle of ink, Mr. Kramer.
Well, you're in luck today. We're having a penny sale on ink. 1 bottle for 25 cents, 2 for 26.
We'll take 2, Mr. Kramer.
Here you are.
Hey, the ink looks kind of gummy in one of these bottles, Kramer. The 2-bit one. Let's just put that one back, and I'll just take the penny bottle.
You tried that at our last penny sale, Magee, remember?
Oh, was that here? I thought that was the drugstore across the street. Okay, charge my account.
Anything else?
Yes. You still fill lighters free, don't you?
Well, all right.
Here's mine. It's been dry for a week. I've been trying to get down here, but I've been so...
Hey there, kids. Hi, daughter. Hi, Johnny.
Hello, Mr. Oldtimer.
Hi, Oldtimer. What are you doing down here?
Oh, a little shopping, Johnny.
Yeah?
Come in to buy some vitamin pills for Papa.
Oh, what kind do you get for him?
Don't matter, daughter, as long as they're big and round. Papa don't take them. He shoots marbles with them.
My goodness, at his age, he still plays marbles, huh?
Best shot in town with a cloudy alley. Use pitch horseshoes, too. But he keep it tough.
Too strenuous for him, hey?
Nope. Papa likes to keep up with the times, Johnny.
Yeah?
Figured the automobile had replaced the horse, so now he pitches auto tires.
What does he use for a stake?
Lamppost, Johnny.
Oh, lamppost.
There's one in our corner, and when Papa makes a ringer, the whole neighborhood goes dark.
Must be quite a sight, the old boy flinging automobile tires at lampposts.
Yes, sir. Looks very impressive, Johnny, especially on Sundays.
Oh?
Weekdays, Papa just wears old clothes and tosses retread. But Sundays, he gets all dressed up and throws nothing but white sidewalls.
Well, now, isn't that a little undignified, Mr. Oldtimer?
Oh, maybe, daughter, but Papa loves it. Made him some money, too, in a roundabout way.
How?
Well, it's kind of hard to find tires for pitching, Johnny, so Papa took an ad in the paper.
Oh?
Says, see me first if you want to get rid of that old spare tire.
And what happened?
15 fat ladies showed up, and Papa opened up a gym class.
Billy Mills in the orchestra, and always.
Well, kiddo, back to work. When I start something, I finish it. Hand me an envelope, and I'll get this last check ready to mail.
There's an envelope in the desk drawer there.
Wait, hold it. First, I got to fill my fountain pen.
Careful now. Don't get ink on your fingers.
No, don't worry about me, Tootsie. Anytime I can't fill a pen without getting ink, hand me a towel.
Use the blotter there.
It's all over my fingers. That's what happens when you buy cheap ink from a guy like Kramer's drugstore. Here.
Come in.
Well, hello, Mrs. Hi, Magee.
Hello, Ole. Come in.
Oh, hi, Ole. How's it going, boy?
Well, not so good, Magee.
No?
I got circles under my eyes all the way down to my whiskers.
What caused that?
Well, I ain't feel so hot at the Elks Club this morning, so I go home and stretch out on the sofa to take a little nap.
Oh, did you have a good rest?
Oh, fine, until my missus tiptoes in to see if I'm asleep. She leans over me in the dark, her elbow hits the goldfish bowl, and I'm better than the old mill stream and fuller of fish. And just for that, I wake up.
My gosh, no wonder. She dry you off?
Oh, sure, and removes the goldfish.
Oh?
Including one little fella who was swimming up my necktie to spawn. Then I go back to sleep, but I guess I smell like fish because our cat comes in next and yumps on my chest. I wake up looking the puss right in the puss.
Sounds like a sort of a catnap.
Yeah. That's very funny, missus. Well, anyway, I holler, and my missus comes back. She chases him out with a broom.
Yeah?
She hits the cat once, the floor lamp twice, and me 6 times.
That was the end of your nap.
No, I give it one more try. I smoke a pipe a while to quiet my nerves. Then I knock it out and snooze again.
Mm-hmm.
This time I'm waked up by a very high hot foot.
A high hot foot?
Just below the hips. A spark from my pipe had dropped on the sofa. I went to sleep on it, and there was such a bonfire burning close to the hide of me.
I don't suppose you went to sleep again.
That was too late, Magee. I had burned my britches behind me. So now I go down to the Elks Club. I think I took a little nap in the coal bin. So long.
Poor Ole. I hope they have soft coal down there.
Now, doggone it, if I can concentrate for a minute, I'll get this envelope addressed. Let's see. Oh, Dad, dread that.
Now what?
Ah, that cheap ink of Kramer's. Leaked all over the envelope.
Oh, dear.
Give me another one.
That's the last envelope in the house.
What? Oh, if this isn't the most exasperating. By George, this thing ain't gonna lick me. Back the car out, Molly. Back to Kramer's drugstore. Boy, here's a break. Room to park right in front of the drugstore, Molly.
Good. Ease the car in there.
Yeah.
Hey, mister, watch out. Missed him, thank goodness.
Yeah, my gosh, he stepped off the curb right in front of us. Maybe he's been figuring his income tax and done that on purpose. You better watch where you're going there, Bud. You almost... Oh, hey, it's you, Junior.
Hi, pal. Hello, Molly.
Well, hello, Hilo.
Oh, thanks for the fast stop.
Didn't you see us coming, Mr. Wilcox?
I'm afraid not, Molly. I'm in a kind of a daze, kids. Look, you know that big quiz show on WVIS? The one with all the loot?
Yes, why?
Yeah. Well, I was over there this afternoon. Yeah. They called me up on the stage, and I won the jackpot prize.
Oh, that's wonderful, Mr. Wilcox.
Yeah, boy, you must have won enough stuff to fill a whole...
You should have seen the stuff they had on that stage, pal.
Yeah.
First prize was 3 mink coats,
boy,
6 convertibles, a yacht, and I don't know what all.
Heavenly days, isn't that wonderful?
Yeah.
What are you going to do with all of it, Mr. Wilcox? My mink size is 14.
Molly, I didn't take any of that junk.
I like yellow convertibles if you got...
Yeah? You didn't take it?
No. You see, as first prize winner, I had a choice, pal. So I took the other prize.
Other prize?
Great, big, beautiful cherry cream pie. Made with pet evaporated milk.
I was wondering when we were going to hear the first little trickle.
Ah, what a fabulous prize. That delicious, smooth custard made so rich and creamy with pet evaporated milk.
Ah, yes.
Ah, yeah. It's pet that makes the difference. Pet milk that gives it that delightful, creamy smoothness that tops everything taste.
I know it's wonderful, Mr. Wilcox, but, well, 6 convertibles and a yacht and 3 mink coats after all.
Well, Molly, look, let's be practical. I've got a car, yachts make me seasick, and, well, I look awful in mink. But a cherry cream pie made with pet milk, I'm no fool.
That's one man's opinion.
Picture me tearing into that beautiful meringue topping.
Ah, boy, I'd like to have saw that.
Slicing through that creamy filling, tasting that fabulous pet milk richness. Boy, I'm killing me.
You're killing me too, Junior.
Hey, let me sit down here beside your car and dream about it some more. What a pie. What a flavor. What a thrill.
What a knucklehead. Oh, come on, Molly. Let's get in the drugstore. Oh, hi, Kramer. We're back.
McGee, I told you before there'd be no refund on that bottle of ink. It's not my policy to
We've
take back
come to buy some envelopes, Mr. Kramer.
Oh, I beg your pardon.
And I don't care about the weave or the gloss or the finish. I just want plain envelopes.
Manila?
I don't care about the flavor either. All I want is just some plain...
White envelopes, Mr. Kramer, regular size.
How about these? 15 cents a package.
How much for one?
One? One envelope?
Well, that's all I need. I'm just mailing...
Oh, live it up, dearie. Buy the whole package.
He will if he wants any.
Okay. Put them on my bill. And hey, Kramer.
Yes?
Fill my lighter, will you?
I already filled your lighter.
Yeah, but that was my pocket lighter. This one's off our coffee table. Snap it up, will you, Kramer? Because I got to get back to work.
All right.
That's it.
You had to have a drugstore, Kramer. Why didn't you stay in the veterinary business like you started to? If you're going to deal with a jackass anyhow, you might as well do so.
What was that he was saying, dearie?
He said he'd fill it. I hope he hurries, too, on account of... Oh, hi, Latrivia.
Oh, well, hello, Mr. Mayor.
Nice to see you, Molly. Hello, McGee.
What brings you down here, Latriv? A squad car?
As a matter of fact, yes.
Oh.
My own car's in the shop today, so I've been using a city car with a police chauffeur.
I guess you're pretty busy these days, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, extremely so, Molly. Meetings with the city council, paving contracts to study, setting up a new budget for the year. I've just been on a merry-go-round all day.
Well, that's a heck of a way to run the city hall, boy. That's all I can
I beg your pardon, McGee?
Spending all day on a merry-go-round.
Yeah, well...
Which one do you go to, Mr. Mayor? The one down on Oak Street or the
No.
one...
No. Just a minute. Please. I didn't mean...
No wonder that budget of yours makes the taxpayers dizzy. If you make it out riding around on a merry-go-round all day, boy.
I don't make anything out on a merry-go-round. Huh? Look, all I meant is that I've been terribly busy today. I've just been going round in circles.
Well, of course you go around in circles on a merry-go-round, Mr. Mayor. If you find a merry-go-round that goes up and down, that's a Ferris wheel.
Certainly. And if you think you can run this town from the top of a Ferris wheel, that's the worst political mess I ever heard of.
I didn't say anything about a Ferris wheel. Who said anything about Ferris
wheels? Mr. Mayor, does the city council know about this? Does the council know how you spend your day?
Well, of course they do. The entire council has been with me all morning. Now, look.
Oh, boy, that does it. Hold that rather true, riding the horses on the merry-go-round. Probably all dressed up in Hop-Along Cassidy suits with cap pistols and...
I don't get dressed up in Cap-Along Cassidy suits. Dressed up in Rap-Along Cassidy suits. Cassidy suits. Suits. Look, when I said I'd been on a merry-go-down, a Jericho-round, go-round, hold down, I didn't take the county sitzel on the Werris-Field at all. Or the Santo sitzel on the Werris-Fitzel, Snitzel. You were the ones that... I was... McGee?
Yes, boy, I'd like to hear your explanation, but I got no time. I got to get home and mail out a bill. Our car's right out in front here.
Oh, is that your car out there? The one with Wilcox sitting right beside it?
Yep.
Oh, he's still sitting there, McGee.
Oh?
There's a man in a blue suit talking to him.
That's my driver, Sergeant Breen.
Oh?
Mr. Wilcox is shaking his head.
Oh?
The officer has a book out.
Oh?
Mr. Wilcox shrugs.
Oh?
He gets up. He walks away.
Hey, what was he sitting on out there anyhow?
A fire hydrant.
Well, it must have been pretty uncomfortable. What? We parked next to a hydrant?
Yes.
Hey, officer, just a minute. Don't write that ticket. I'm a friend of the mayor. Hey, Breen.
The King's Men and Marshmallow Moon.
There's a marshmallow moon in a velvet sky tonight, and she'll be there waiting in the moon's mellow light. There's a time coming soon when her arms will hold me tight, and I'll count the moments till we share this delight. Now I know she must be watching this same old moon above. I wish that she could join me on this night so bright for all. Oh, there's a marshmallow moon in the sky tonight, and soon we'll be together in the moon's mellow light. There's a marshmallow moon
And frankly, sweetheart, I'm just happy to get home and sit down for a minute. What does the citation say again?
It says violation of Ord 4927, which translated means be at the police court tomorrow morning with $10 in my hand.
Oh, dear. Well, sit down, relax. You can start mailing that envelope again tomorrow.
Relax my clavicle. This thing has got my backup, kiddo. I'm going to address this letter and get this check mailed if it's the last thing I ever do.
Well, now you can do it, sweetheart. I know you can. Mother has confidence in you.
Well, thank you. Give me an envelope.
Here.
Let's see, George H. There, finally got it addressed. There, at last. Give me a stamp, quick, while I'm hot.
Stamp right there in the little box.
Oh, I used all the stamps in that box. Don't tell me we're all out.
Back the car out.
Oh. Molly, I can't afford another trip in that car. Skip it.
You mean we can stay home?
No, sirree, we can't stay home. Grab your hat. We'll take a streetcar down to Kramer's.
Oh,
by
no.
George.
Well, at least we don't have to worry where we park this car, dearie.
No, personally, I'd park this thing in the middle of Dugan's Lake. Of all the clanking, flat-wheeled rides.
Call for listening next. Call for listening at Dawson Brussels tram. Anyone out for Dawson Brussels tram?
What did he say?
That's Oak Street.
For goodness sakes. Look who's coming up the aisle. Dr. Gamble.
Hiya, Molly. Hello, mule mouth. I thought I heard you sounding off back here.
Hi, Lancelot. I'd ask you to sit down with us, but I'm scared you'd do it.
I will, too. I'm a big, strong fella. I can stand you for 3 blocks. What brings you downtown, Molly? Shopping?
No, himself here's mailing out the checks for our monthly bills, Doctor.
Oh, no. Don't tell me he's paying off at last.
Yep. I figure a man's credit.
Call for most Travis next. Call for most Travis. Connection with Neva Trust. Lord, listen.
I figure a man's credit is his greatest asset, Doctor. I have drawn checks today for all my honest debts, and I shall not rest until the last one is mailed.
Well, this is exciting. I'll rush right back to the office and wait for the mailman, and thank you, Honest John.
I didn't make a check out for you, Fatso, so just relax.
What? What about that $10 you owe me since November for curing that bad cold you had?
I said my honest debts. I ain't going to pay that one, boy.
Oh, blackmail, huh?
Call it what you will.
If I don't cancel it, you'll tell all the citizens of Wistful Vista that I saved your life, and they'll run me out of town.
No, I ain't going to pay you on account of it was your fault. I got the cold in the first place.
Oh, Magee, how could it be the doctor's fault?
Because what give me that cold was I got caught in the rain coming home. Well? If I'd have got home 5 minutes earlier, I wouldn't have got caught in the rain.
Go on.
And the reason I didn't get home 5 minutes earlier was because I ducked into Walt's Small Shop and had a cup of coffee.
Continue.
And the reason I ducked into Walt's Small Shop was because I saw you coming down Oak Street and I didn't want to talk to you. My cold was your fault, and I ain't going to pay it.
I see. Well, I'd better get off this car before you expect free treatment for the knot on your head, too.
I haven't got a knot on my head.
You will have if I stay.
Pardon me.
Next stop, go for Lasmic. Next change for Nurse.
Hey, Molly, this is our stop.
Hurry, dearie. Come on.
Okay.
Go for Lasmic. All out for Go for Lasmic. Nurse car.
Watch it, Molly. Give me your hand.
Watch step, please. It's the first part of trust company. Boy!
My goodness, I'll be so glad to see you get that letter stamped and mailed and get it away.
Yes, sir. I'm closing in on it, Tootsie. Well, hi, Kramer. It's me again.
I'm out of liar fluid.
Liar fluid I don't need. I come to buy that.
Fine. What do you want?
A 3-cent stamp.
What? Oh, for the... here. 3 cents.
Charge it.
Thank you. Anything else I can do for you?
Yeah. One more thing. Stick out your tongue, will you, Kramer?
Oh, Magee, lick it yourself.
That does it. I finally got this check ready to mail. I told you I could do it.
Quick, to the mailbox, right out here. Hang on to it.
I got it.
Shot again.
There, that's it.
Oh, at last the check is on its way.
Yeah, when I start something, I stay with it, kiddo. I follow through.
My goodness, for all the time this thing took, you could have probably delivered that one in person.
Yeah, I probably could. I never thought of that.
Who did the check go to, anyway?
Kramer's drugstore. Oh, come on, let's grab a streetcar and get home.
Fibber and Molly return in a moment. You know, it seems to me that mothers get smarter and smarter all the time. For instance, in the old days, when it came time to wean the baby, some mothers would switch to ordinary bottled milk. They had a time of it, too, because the baby was used to pet evaporated milk. And he had some pretty definite ways of telling Mom that he didn't like any change in diet. Well, these days, mothers don't have that trouble at weaning time. They just keep baby on pet milk, and everything's rosy. Baby likes pet milk in the bottle, he likes it in the glass. And even more important, the very same protective substances in pet evaporated milk that help babies build sound teeth, strong, straight bones, and make sturdy, steady growth helps youngsters through all their growing years. Yes, it's getting so in happy homes throughout the country. Youngsters have safe, easy-to-digest pet milk from the time they're born till they have pet milk babies of their own. Which is probably one reason why there are more happy, healthy youngsters today than ever before.
Well, it took a while to do it, dearie, but it's nice to have all our debts paid, huh?
Yeah, but there'll be more. Don't worry. Reminds me of a guy I knew back in Peoria. He always kept his monthly bills hid in the chandelier.
In the chandelier?
Yeah, he finally had to move, though. He couldn't stand having a bunch of bills hanging over his head. Don't you get it, Molly? A bunch of bills.
Ain't funny, Magee.
Huh. Well, I can't keep up this pace all night. Good night.
Good night, all.
The first evaporated milk, pet milk, brings you Fibber, Magee, and Molly each week at this time. Be with us again next Tuesday night, won't you? Every Saturday morning on the Pet Milk program, Mary Lee Taylor brings you the story of the week about modern marriage. The story next Saturday morning concerns one of those well-known triangles, 2 men and a woman. And the woman is young wife Sally Carter. Don't miss this dramatic story of the week. On the same show, you'll hear Mary Lee Taylor's Pet Milk recipe of the week for Valentine cookies. Delicious, easy to make, low in cost. Remember, for top-notch entertainment and helpful service, set your dial for Pet Milk's Mary Lee Taylor, next Saturday morning on NBC.
Now, Eddie Cantor on NBC.
Are you brave enough to spend the night in the mystery house? Well, we will soon know.
Mystery House. Mystery House, that strange publishing firm owned by Dan and Barbara Glenn, where each new novel is acted out by the Mystery House staff before it is accepted for publication. Mystery House.
This story we're trying out for Mystery House novel tonight, Barbie, Murder with a Punch. What's the big punch?
Well, it's not that kind of a punch, Dan. The story deals with a Punch and Judy show.
Oh, you mean those little wooden dummies that the performer works with his hands from under the stage?
That's right, hand puppets. I think they're fascinating. A good Punch and Judy operator can make them almost human.
Oh, I disagree, Mrs. Glenn. The Punch and Judy voices are always too unnatural. If you're going to say anything, why not say it in a natural voice, like this? Listen.
Okay, places, everybody. Set the scene for tonight's story, will you, Tom?
Death with a Punch. The story opens in a dressing room of the Mirador nightclub. Jeff Rockland, owner of the club, hands a little envelope to one of the performers.
Here's your notice, Gigi. Saturday night.
But look, Mr. Rockland, you brought me into the Mirador on the contract for $6 a week.
So I made a mistake. We all make mistakes once in a while, don't we? Your rack's no good, Gigi.
No good? The Grand Guignol Punch and Judy show no good. The finest hand-carved puppets in the world. My father and grandfather spent their lives building this act. I've got testimonial letters from royalty, from presidents,
You've
from
got an act that, as far as nightclubs are concerned, is strictly from hunger, Gigi.
No, that is not so. The Berlin Winter Garden, the Vienna Olympia, the London Palladium, the New York Palace, all holdovers. Top billing. An international success. The finest hand puppet show in all the world, and you, a cheap nightclub operator, an ex-gangster.
Got it, Gigi. I don't like that kind of talk. Your rack's out after tomorrow night. You're done. Through.
But I turned down engagements to take this.
You know what that act of yours ought to be playing, Gigi? Little girls' birthday parties. That's about its speed. Here, I bet you'd knock the little kiddies for a loop.
You'll pay me for the balance of my contract?
Are you kidding? You're lucky you're getting paid for the week you've been here, you bum.
I'll report you. You fill that contract or I'll see you get no more act.
No, you won't, because I'll have a receipt to show I paid off.
You have no such thing.
I said I will have. Here's the receipt. See? All made out. And I've even got a fountain pen for you to sign it with. Right now. Here.
You think I'm crazy? You think I'd sign a receipt for money I'll never see?
I think you better, Gigi. It'd be good business.
You do not scare me.
Of course not. But you know how it is. A guy does his act, satisfies everybody, going along fine, getting paid. And then he has an accident. Away from the club, of course. Away from me, too. Being dead, he can't fill his contract.
You would not dare kill me.
Oh, now, what kind of talk is that, Gigi? I never killed anybody. If I got friends that, well, they're kind of rough, can I help it? Just because they're bad don't make me that way, does it? Come on now, sign.
No. I'll get your license revoked. You will not be able to hire any acts at all. I will run you out of business.
I got boys on my payroll would take care of you without the flicker of an eyelid, Gigi. And that's just about break my heart, too. You going to sign this or not?
No. You think you are very brave and tough. Well, maybe I'm brave and tough, too. I have a contract. I know my rights. Now, get out of my dressing room.
What? Hey, what is that thing?
The little club Punch uses to hit Judy over the head in my puppet show. Get out before I break it over your head. Get out!
Okay, sucker. Suit yourself. But don't say I didn't give you a chance.
Oh, don't worry about him, Geechee. Rockland's a grade A heel, and as big a bluff as he's a rat. He tried to pull a fast one on you, and it didn't work. He'll pay off your contract. He has to, the bum.
He says I'm through after tonight. I've already made a report to the union, Connie. You think my act is bad?
I think it's the cutest act I ever saw in my life. Those little wooden puppets are darn near human the way you handle them. It sort of makes me feel like a little girl again.
Thank you.
You know the real reason he's firing you, don't you?
No. He said he doesn't like the act.
You wouldn't know a good act from a flop. You came in here at top money, a big build-up and all that. And Rockland's hard up as the devil.
Hard up? But the club is crowded. The prices are high.
I know. And the money's going out faster than it's coming in. There's a payoff somewhere that's got him scared to death. He's scraping up every dime he can get his fingers on.
What? Are you sure?
Well, there's no other answer. The club's rolling in money, and Rockland's broke. And I mean broke.
This payoff, you know who he's making it to? For what?
No. All I know is there's something going on. Somebody has him right where they want him. And it's somebody who's really turning on the heat.
Connie, if anything should happen to Rockland, if he should have an accident...
Not a chance, with all the thugs watching out for him all the time.
But if such a thing should happen, my contract would still be good. You'd be free. Isn't that true?
Hey, you act sort of excited. You're not thinking of bumping Rockland off, are you?
Oh, no. But I think Mr. Rockland has gone too far. I think he's about due for some trouble. Thanks to you.
Thanks to me?
You have answered the question that has been bothering me, Connie. With your story about the payoff, I think I'll fill out the period of my contract. I think everything is going to be all right.
Hey, what was that?
The door. I thought it was closed, but it must have been open a crack.
Somebody was listening to us. It's what we said.
So what? We said nothing anybody could use against us. Do not be so nervous.
Face to face in a fist fight, I'd almost bet on myself to whip Rockland. But he doesn't fight with his fists, and he doesn't fight face to face. If he was spying on us, well, I'd admit it. I'm scared.
It is he who should be frightened, Connie, not us. Mr. Rockland is just about through. Just a minute. I will see you a little bit.
Evening, Mr. Magee.
Good evening.
Say, you shouldn't leave your dressing room light on. If Mr. Rockland would find out you went out without turning it off, he'd be sore. Kind of mean that way.
But I did not leave the light on. I turned it off, I am sure.
Maybe so, but I walked past a couple of minutes ago and saw the light on and stopped to talk to you. The room was empty, that's sure. And the light was on. I snapped her off.
Thank you.
Whoop, here comes Rockland now. Evening, Mr. Rockland.
Hi, Pop. I want to talk to you along, Gidgey.
We have nothing to discuss.
I got a call from the union.
I know. It would be bad for you now if anything should happen to me, Mr. Rockland. You see, I told them all about the little threats you made.
Yeah, so they told me. Looks like there's nothing for me to do but pay off, huh?
I hoped you would see it that way.
Pop, didn't you hear me say I wanted to talk to this guy private?
Me? Oh, sure, Mr. Rockland. I was just standing here.
Well, don't stand there. Get moving. Guy can't do anything around this joint without somebody rubbernecking.
Oh, I didn't mean anything, Mr. Rockland. And I didn't hear a thing.
Speaking of rubbernecking, Mr. Rockland, somebody was listening outside my door while I was talking to Connie Claire this afternoon.
Yeah? Did it scare you?
No, I just mentioned it.
Yeah, if it was nothing of any importance, you got nothing to worry about.
But if it were something important?
And if I was you, I would worry about it, Gigi. Look, I've changed my mind about firing you.
Oh, that is very touching. What made you change your mind?
Who cares? The point is you stay. Maybe I'm getting soft for puppets.
It is quite impossible for me to continue, Mr. Rockland. You gave me my notice. But you will pay for the balance of the contract 5 weeks without my stay. I take a little vacation at your expense.
Okay, Gigi. Suit yourself.
And it would be most embarrassing for you if anything should happen to me.
You mean about the union? You're telling them about what I said might happen to you?
That too. But I stumbled onto a very important piece of information.
What are you talking about?
The person you're giving so much money to. The payoff.
What? Listen,
Now, do not get excited. I will not hurt you if you behave yourself.
You know something. Something I want to know, too. This is worth dough to you, Gigi. More dough than those puppets could make you in 1,000 years.
You do not need to try to impress me, Mr. Rockland.
You fool, I'm leveling.
Leveling? That means being honest, doesn't it?
Sure.
Interesting, if true.
We're going to make a deal, Gigi.
Later. They are moving my Punch and Judy stage onto the floor.
Gigi, you're on.
Coming.
Now, the Club Mirador presents the most unusual novelty of the year, Gigi and his Grand Guignol Punch and Judy Show.
Hooray! Hooray! That's what I like, these puppets. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, my little puppets are not operated by strings. The oldest and classic form of puppetry, they are controlled by the human hand from beneath the stage. At several times during the performance, there will be 3 puppets active upon the stage and only one person, myself, operating them. Try to figure it out. I thank you. And now, in just a moment, the Grand Guignol Punch and Judy.
Hello, folks. I'm Mr. Punch, and you know something? I'm a bad, bad boy. I kill people. Just a regular killer-diller. Would you like to meet my wife? Judy! Oh, Judy!
What is it, Punchy?
Come on up and meet the folks.
I don't want to.
Oh, yes, you do.
No, I don't.
Yes, you do.
I won't do it, Punch.
If you don't, I'll come after you with this revolver. I'll fix you good. Remember, I'm a bad boy.
I'm not afraid of you. Come right ahead.
Okay, I will. Excuse me, folks.
Rockland! Jeff Rockland! Gigi! Somebody quick, it's Jenny Graham. She's been shot.
Hey, quiet. Not so loud. What are you trying to do anyway?
Oh, listen, she's been murdered. She was tending in the wings watching Gigi's act. She was shot.
Gigi, huh? I knew that guy was poisoned.
The gun! The punch gun! Somebody put real bullets in it. I fired the blanks toward the floor, and real bullets come out.
What do you think you're pulling, Gigi? Fired the bullets toward the floor. Look.
Oh, the singer, Jenny Graham. So, you kill her and you think you'll pin it on me? Well, Mr. Rockland, you will not.
Shut up, Gigi. I'm calling the cops, and it looks like you're canceling your own act for good.
Who is Jenny Graham, the singer? And why should she be killed? If that's not enough to puzzle yourself about, was she killed by a bullet from the gun the little punch puppet was holding? We'll find out in the second act of tonight's story. And now, Act 2 of Death with a Punch. The customers have been unceremoniously ushered from the Club Mirador, and Jerry James, ex-song and dance man turned police detective, has taken over.
All right. Sit down, all of you. I never saw a guy working with puppets yet that wasn't screwy.
Sir, this is the finest hand puppet act in the world.
I know. And you sure brought the house down tonight, chum. Punch and Judy. I didn't know there was a punch act still on the road. Where'd you come from? Out of the woodwork?
My act has headlined at the...
Skip it. Sure, you're big time. Now, why'd you kill this dame, huh? Well?
I did not kill her. I scarcely knew her.
That's right, Mr. James. Only woman in the place I ever see him do any visiting with was Connie here.
Oh, you want to get into the act, too, huh? What are you, a juggler or an acrobat?
Pop's a stage carpenter. Takes care of everything backstage.
Oh. Now, don't tell me. Let me guess. You're Jeff Rockland.
Yeah.
This is a real pleasure, Rockland. The boys think an awful lot of you down at headquarters. You know what the chief says about you, huh?
No.
He says you're the slickest little hoodlum in town. Yes, sir, the slickest little hoodlum in town.
Save your cheap wisecracks for somebody who goes from. Hurry up and get this screwball puppet guy out of here before he kills somebody else.
But that's the point, Rockland. He says he didn't kill the girl.
Yeah, you fool. He was holding a revolver in his hand with that punch doll. He pulled the doll down out of sight of the audience. There was 3 shots, and Jenny Graham screamed and toppled over.
Blanks. I never use anything but blanks in the gun.
How about this time?
Somebody had tampered with the prop gun. There were real bullets in it.
And you're gonna claim you shot her by accident, not knowing the gun had real slugs in it, huh?
I did not kill her. I could not kill her. I fired 3 times at the floor. You will find 3 bullet holes in the floor.
I already found them.
Somebody could have gone into his dressing room while he was out, for a fact. There was a light on while he was gone. I saw it. Remember my telling you?
Somebody was awfully interested in Geegee's dressing room. He and I were having a little conversation and nearly caught somebody eavesdropping.
What's your racket, sister?
I direct the dances and do the solo dance routines. I'm in charge of the line of dancing girls, the chorus. If you can call 6 girls a chorus.
Hoofer, huh? You and me'll have to cut a few touches before this is over. I used to be a hoofer myself.
Look, Copper, it ain't old home week. What are you going to do with this guy?
Who hired him, Rockland?
Well, I did. Of course. I hire all the acts.
A Punch and Judy act seems like an awful funny thing for a swanky nightclub. You couldn't have hired him with any idea in mind, could you?
No idea, except I was bats. I was letting him go after tonight. His act smelled.
You cannot talk to me like that. The finest...
Skip it, Geegee. Is that right? Rockland was going to let you go after tonight?
Well, yes. Until he changed his mind, just before I went on.
The union was putting the heat on me on account of a contract. He said I had to pay off, so I figured I might as well use the guy.
You hired him for big dough, and you were going to let him go after tonight. That's very interesting.
He planned this. All he wanted me for was to pin a murder onto me.
That ain't bad reasoning for a puppet guy, Geegee. Well, don't anybody else agree?
Don't ask me. I just work here. And I'd like to keep on working, if you'll get what I mean.
Smart girl.
There's only 3 bullets fired from the punch doll's gun. And there's 3 bullets in the floor. So that means there's another gun around here somewhere.
Of course there are guns around here, and permits for them, too.
All right, wise guy. I ain't interested in permits at the moment. I'm interested in seeing if there's any slugs missing from any of these guns you're talking about. Suppose you let me see 'em.
I can let you see mine. It's in my office.
Come on, all of you. I ain't leaving anybody alone.
You want me to come to the office, too?
Sure.
This way. I didn't have the rod with me at the time of the murder.
Hardly seems like there's any use looking after you telling me that. But I guess I'm just a suspicious type.
Okay, wait till I unlock the door.
Quite a fancy spot for a retired gangster. Well, let's see the gun.
There you are. You satisfied?
I'll let you know. Don't worry. Yeah, I'm pretty well satisfied. There's a bullet missing and the gun's still warm.
That's a frame-up. I didn't have the rod with me. I didn't shoot it. You don't get away with this, Copper, see?
Pipe down, tough guy. You hired the punch act. The girl's murdered. There's a bullet missing from your gun.
You can't frame me
Just a minute. This is as far as I go, Rockland.
What?
He was making payoffs, officer. Big payoffs to somebody. We didn't know who, but...
Connie, for the love of
he
heaven,
was doing a big business, raking in money, and yet he was broke, flat. That money was going someplace to somebody who was shaking him down.
How about that, Rockland?
Okay, sure. I might as well admit I was being taken for dough. Plenty of dough. I was being kept strapped.
By this Jenny Graham, the singer?
I don't know, but that's what makes it so crazy. I ain't got the slightest idea who was shaking me down.
What? I'm laughing.
Okay, laugh, wise guy, but it's the truth. I get letters telling me to leave money.
Leave money where?
Well, never the same place twice.
Those letters must have given you a pretty good reason for coughing up. What was it?
That's none of your business.
Guess again, Rockland. Where are those letters?
I destroyed them.
What did they say? How could they threaten you?
I'm not saying, and you can't make me say.
You found out this girl, Jenny Graham, was the one getting your dough.
No, you fool. I didn't know who was getting it. Gigi, didn't I offer to make a deal if you'd tell me just before you started your act? Huh? Didn't I?
I? But how should I know who was shaking you down? I didn't even know such a thing was going on.
You lie. I heard you and Connie
Oh,
talking.
so you were the little eavesdropper, huh?
What of it? I've been suspicious of everybody, thinking maybe anybody might be the one who was gouging me.
And you think the punch guy knew who it was, huh?
Well, he practically said he knew.
That is quite true. When Connie told me Rockland was being blackmailed, I remembered something I had seen.
What?
I saw Mr. Rockland very carelessly drop a tube of grease paint in a dark corner backstage. A little later, somebody came along and picked it up.
What of it?
Oh, don't you see? It was not grease paint in that tube. The empty grease paint tube had not been used to conceal anything but money, bills rolled into it.
And this Jenny Graham picked it up, huh?
No, that is what puzzles me. It was the stagehand, Pop.
What? Now, look here, Mr. Geechee. You can't do this to me. That ain't so, and you know it.
That won't work, Gigi.
What?
You can't pin it onto him.
But he was the one. I saw him.
No. I'm betting it was the singer, Jenny Graham.
No, I am telling you the truth.
Why, you...
Trying to frame yourself was a cute little racket, Gigi. It almost worked.
What?
You swiped Rockland's gun some way. It wouldn't be too hard for a guy like you who's done mechanical stuff like making puppets. You'd know locks and that kind of stuff easy.
But his gun. What good would that do to me? My gun would...
I know. Everybody heard 3 shots fired and there were 3 slugs in the floor. It was simple and good. Almost good enough.
I don't get it.
Sometime last night, when nobody was around, Gigi fired a shot into the floor right about where they'd set up his puppet stage. Nobody'd notice it. Then, tonight, he loads 2 slugs into his own gun before time for his act.
Oh, no. You do not know what you are saying. That would be impossible.
Oh, no. You're handy with both hands. Ambidextrous. You fire 2 slugs out of the punch gun into the floor right next to the one you already planted.
No.
And then, with the other hand, you let Jenny Graham have a slug from Rockland's gun. You were behind the curtains of that punch stage so nobody could see you. I bet it's the first time anybody ever pulled a trick like that in front of a whole audience.
No, Rockland's gun was in his desk.
So that's why you run back here to make a phone call in such a hurry after the murder, huh?
I did not.
Oh, yes, you did. I remember. And why deny it?
But why should I kill this girl? I did not even know her.
There could have been a couple of reasons, Punchy. She'd been shaking Rockland down for money. We've been looking so hard for a murderer, we haven't even thought about money. She got it. But where is it now?
I do not know. I know nothing.
You figured you were really getting fired on account of her shaking Rockland down so he couldn't pay off. You wanted your money and didn't want the humiliation of getting canned. You were sore at Rockland and figured you could get even by planting murder evidence against him. You were trying to kill an awful lot of birds with one stone.
But no. How could anybody fire a gun with a doll in his hand, fire it accurately enough to kill? Holding the gun through the clothes of the doll.
Why, shucks, aside from the head and hands and feet, those dolls are just cloth. I bet I could do it. I'd get one of them.
No. You stay away from there. You fool. No. I do not let anyone rule those dolls. You cannot...
jumping whiskers.
What?
This doll here. I can't work my hand up into it. All clogged up. Hey, money. Look.
$100 bill. And $1,000 bill.
All right. You are so clever. I will tell you how she was getting the money from Rockland. I am not the only murderer. Rockland, he is. She had all the proof. I found it.
James, look out!
Rockland!
I still win, Rockland. Proof I stole from a girl in my dressing room, in a trunk. All about murder you committed. And now you kill me.
You did just fine, Rockland. You took care of one murderer for us, and now, even if the proof he claimed the girl had isn't any good, we've still got you on at least one murder charge, Gigi's.
Well, the proof's good enough, I guess. If I didn't think it was, I wouldn't have been paying off that kind of dough, would I? And they don't treat you any rougher for 2 murders than they do for 1.
Now it is time to go back to Dodge City with Gunsmoke.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Marshal?
What?
Marshal, I've been looking for you.
Oh, hello, Tush.
I just want to ask you one question.
All right, go ahead, ask.
Are you not sworn as a matter of bound and duty to uphold law and order in Dodge City?
Well, I guess you could put it that way.
Then why don't you get up from that there table and go out and find that cow?
Cow?
Goodness, you think all Mr. Jones got to do is go around hunting some scrawny old cow? You keep your mouth shut, Chester. Just a doggone minute here. Ain't nobody going to smart off at
Sit
you
down,
like that.
Chester. Sit down. You too, Tush. You keep waving your arms like that, you're going to get apoplexy.
I ain't got no time to sit down, Marshal. I got 1,400 head of cattle over across the river, bawling and a-frothing. I got buyers up at the Dodge House willing to pay pretty near anything I ask because I'm bringing in the first trail herd of the season, providing I can. Marshal, you've got to find out what happened to Oney Hager and that gall-dying cow of his.
Well, how do you know anything has happened to him?
They ain't at that shack of his, neither one of them. If he was just going visiting, he wouldn't take the cow, would he? He might. Oney Hager's pretty crazy about that cow. You shut up, Chester. I didn't ask you. I didn't ask if you asked. I just said Moon says
all right, Chester. Look, Tush, why don't you just sit down and have a beer, huh? Oney will be back in his own good time.
Well, his good time ain't mine. Bert Collins is bringing a herd up for the Circle C. He ain't more than 2 days behind me. And if he gets his cattle across that river and into them shipping pens first, he'll get the big price and not me.
Well, I'll check around town in the morning to see if anybody knows where Oney went.
Hard to ask his neighbors. They ain't seen him for 4 or 5 days, or the cow either. And, Marshal, I'm reminding you of your sworn duty.
My sworn duty doesn't include going out and scouring the countryside for a missing cow, Tush.
Not even if there's been foul play done?
What are you talking about?
That shack of his has tore up something awful, like there was a big fighting ruckus in it.
Is that the only reason you think something's happened to Oney, the way the place looks?
Marshal, Bert Collins wouldn't stop at nothing to get that herd of his in ahead of me. He's just low down mean enough.
Well, it's too late to start tonight, but I'll see what I can find out first thing in the morning.
That's all I'm asking, Marshal, for you to enforce the law and protect the innocent and bring a guilty to justice.
Yeah, I'll try to do all of that, Tush, the first thing in the morning, huh? Now, why don't you check in at the Dodge House and try to get some sleep?
I doubt I'll close my eyes. All them cattle on the far side of the river, all that money on this side, I won't sleep a wink, Marshal, but I hope you pass a quick night.
Thanks, Tush.
My goodness, Mr. Dillon, all that fuming and fretting over a 16-year-old cow that's a dang skinny or hip bone stick out like a hubs on a wagon wheel.
Yeah, but she comes in handy, though, for a job like this.
Oh, Matt. Chester.
Oh, hello, Kitty.
Oh, Kitty.
Sit down. You like to have some beer?
Yeah, thanks.
All right.
What's Tush Lee all worked up about, Matt?
Oh, he's got a trail herd that he wants to bring across the river. He's pretty upset because he can't find Oney Hager and that cow of his.
What's Oney Hager's cow got to do with it?
Well, for land's sake, Miss Kitty, everybody knows you got to have a cow or a steer that's a good swimmer and it'll take the lead if you want to drive a herd across water.
Well, I didn't know it. Is that true, Matt?
Yeah, that's true. See, a lot of herds have a natural leader or two, and if they'll take to water, the rest of the cattle will follow them across. But you try to force the herd in, the chances are they'll panic and half of them will drown.
Huh. I never heard of it.
Oh, Oney Hager makes a lot of money every season just leading the herds across the Arkansas. That old cow of his takes to water like a duck.
Well, then it's not a joke. Without that cow, Tush is in trouble.
Sure he's in trouble. When Bert Collins hits here in a couple of days with his herd, there's going to be more trouble.
But he's already here, Matt.
Huh? Collins?
Yeah, I seen him on the street this afternoon. Ain't he due in yet?
No. He must have had a gun ahead.
Mr. Dillon, Tush said that shack of Oney's was all tore up like they'd been a fight.
Yeah. And Oney's not one to go off on sudden trips. You know something, Kitty? I think you're right. It's not a joke.
Now, just listen a minute, if you will. I've got a little story to tell you. Well, it's not so little. It's sort of a tall tale. It's about a drought-busting weather conjurer named Feebold Feebleson. Why, they say Kansas never had a drought that he couldn't bust in 24 hours. They say he had at least 100 different ways of doing it, too. Once, when it got so hot that folks had to spend half their time in some lake to keep from drying up and blowing away, old Feebold figured it was time for a little rain. Well, he thought on the problem for a while. Then he went out and built huge fires all around the lakes and kept them a-going until the lake started boiling and the water got to vaporizing. These vapor clouds rose up from the lake so fast they slammed into one another and started raining all over the place. Well, sir, once primed, the rains came again and were soon back on schedule. Feebold saved the country that time. That wasn't the only time that Feebold saved the country either. There were others, too. Like the time he used the noise method to make rain. Oh, he didn't use cannons and rockets and the like. He was original. He used frogs. Now, Feebold realized that frogs wouldn't croak unless they were good and wet, so he hypnotized a couple of them and told them it was raining. Well, sir, it would have done your heart good to hear them frogs croaking with joy and spreading the news around. Soon every frog in the country was croaking as loud as he could, which was loud enough to give an Indian rain god a skull-splitting headache. Well, the amount of noise turned out to be just right, and the rains just poured down. Of course, old Feebold could only use that method once a year, because so much rain would come down that the frogs would get washed clear down to the Gulf of Mexico, and it'd take them near a year to get back home. Rain, fog, sleet, snow, heat, or what have you, old Feebold had a way to handle the situation. Why, I remember the time that... No, I hadn't better tell you that one. Why, it's almost unbelievable. And I don't want to take a chance on making you think that I might stretch the truth just a little bit. Say, Isn't it nice being citizens of a country where you can laugh and talk about things free as a breeze, and write and read and worship, too? Yes, sir. Maybe you don't think about it much, but you should.
It sure is good to get back, Mr. Dillon. I'm terrible hungry.
Matt! Oh, Matt!
Huh?
Wait a minute.
Oh, hello, Doc.
Oh, Doc.
Want to talk to you.
All right. Chester, you go on ahead if you want. I'll meet you at the restaurant, huh?
Well, I am feeling pretty empty, Mr. Dillon. Yeah, I'll go on in. I'll see you later, Doc.
Yep, right, Chester.
What's on your mind, Doc?
Well, Matt, what are you planning to do today?
Work, same as the other 6 days every week.
Work? Oh, work. You mean sitting down there in that jail office with your feet on the desk?
No, not today, Doc. I gotta track down a cow.
A cow? A cow, that. See, Matt, you come along with me.
Oh, where?
But I gotta look in on a couple of patients out toward Kiowa Meadows. Now, it won't take long, and we'll have the rest of the day to shoot us some prairie hens.
Prairie hens? This time of year? Doc, the only prairie hen around here right now are holed up in the plum thickets so deep that a weasel couldn't even get you.
Now that's just where you're wrong. You know how Kiowa Meadows is protected by that bend in the river? Those high bluffs on the north side there?
Oh, yeah.
And these last few weeks, it's been mighty warm for this time of year.
Yeah.
Well, it's made a kind of a false spring out there in the meadow. Now, the way I hear it, it's just as green as May, with a stand of young clover coming up there, and wild timothy and buffalo grass, and the prairie hens are just swarming.
You know something? That's possible, Doc. I remember something like that happening a few years back.
Well, come on, then. Let's get out there and get at it.
Well, Doc, I already told you. I gotta find a cow.
What? Are you serious?
Yes.
I thought that was a joke.
I wish it was. Say, you haven't seen anything of Oni Hager, have you?
You mean Oni's cow?
Uh-huh.
Oh, my. That old bag of bones.
Well, if that old bag of bones doesn't turn up pretty quick, it's going to cause the worst fight that this town's ever seen.
Fight? Now, who'd have bothered to fight over that scrawny old walking carcass, huh? Except Oni, of course.
No, not Oni. A couple of pretty tough boys named Bert Collins and Tush Lee. See, Oni's disappeared, and that's the trouble. Tush thinks that Collins has had something to do with it. I'm not too sure, but what he may be right.
Well, what do you mean?
Well, Chester and I just got back from a look at Oni's shack this morning. There's been a fight in it, all right. The cook stove's knocked over. Table's smashed. No sign of Oni or the cow anywhere.
Oh, well, gee, Matt, maybe he went on a trip.
He took his cow along?
Oh, well, no. He didn't. Say, Matt, if any done something to poor old Oni, they ought to be hung.
Well, I feel the same way, Doc.
He's got his faults, but he's a harmless old coot, and he never did any hurt to anybody in his whole life.
Yeah. It kind of looks like somebody did some hurt to him, though.
I just don't seem to have no appetite at all lately, Mr. John.
Yeah, I noticed that, Chester. You only had 6 eggs.
Well, I don't mean I don't eat exactly, but I just don't seem to relish it so much anymore.
Oh, I see. Well, maybe if you cut down on the quantity a little bit, maybe...
No, it ain't that, I don't think.
Oh.
See, it's just more like I've been feeling poorly lately. Nothing particular, exactly, just kind of sore all over.
Tell me something, Chester. You didn't start getting these feelings just a few minutes ago, did you, when I told you about Doc going hunting today?
Oh, my goodness, no, Mr. John. I've been having these pains for a long time.
Oh, I see.
Of course, now that you mention it, I declare I bet it sure wouldn't do me no harm to...
Get out in the open for a while, huh?
Oh.
Like around Kiowa Meadow, for instance, huh?
prairie hen makes mighty good eating. I heard you say that yourself many a time.
Doc's already promised us something, Chester.
Oh, Doc's already... Look, seeing is believing. Doc can't hit the side of a barn with both hands and a board in the middle. You know that.
Matt.
Hello, Kitty.
Matt, you better get over to the Long Branch right away.
Oh, why? What's wrong?
Tush and Bert Collins over there, sidling around each other like a pair of tomcats. It's going to bust loose any minute, Matt.
Come on, Chester.
I got some flapjacks here.
Well, bring them with you.
Ain't ought to say nothing about nobody.
There they are, Mr. Dillon.
Everybody knows what kind of people some people are, and with them kind, proving ain't needed.
Well, now, man had never had no friend his whole born days. Shouldn't ought to expect nobody here to agree with him.
Matt, if we get another mirror broke
Well,
this
I
month,
see
we
it.
might as
Man
well
ain't
close
like
up.
you.
We'll see what we can do, Kitty. You stay here, Chester.
Yes, sir.
I'm saying you made off with Ona Hager and that cow of his, and more than likely you done 'em in.
Now, that's a lie. And I'm going to break you in pieces for it.
Well, you can start whenever you're
All right,
ready.
hold it, both of you.
Huh? Well, there's a murderer, Marshal. Do your duty now.
Marshal. A man shouldn't ought to go telling lies about somebody, had he?
What are you doing in town, Collins? I thought your herd was still a day or so south of the river.
Well, I rode in ahead. Wanted to talk to them cattle buyers.
Come in to steal that cow and murder Ona Hager. That's what he done.
Have you seen Oni, Collins?
Why'd I want to see him? I got 2-3 good swimmers in my herd.
You gonna arrest him or ain't you, Marshal?
I'm afraid I haven't got much reason to, Tush.
All right. I'm gonna take the law into my own hands.
I wouldn't advise that, Tush.
I give you your chance, Marshal. If you ain't gonna do your job, I'm gonna bring my boys into town. We'll do it for you.
Tush, come back.
Well, now.
Crazy fool.
A man is going to be attacked. He shouldn't ought to just stand around and do nothing to protect himself, should he?
Now, wait a minute,
Wait
Collins.
nothing. I'm going to camp and get some of my boys, Marshal.
Doggone old cow sure is causing a lot of trouble, ain't she, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah. And it's going to get worse.
We tend to group Nebraska with one or another of the states, the Cornhusker State has many characteristics which are strictly its own. Since 1875, for example, Nebraska has been a debt-free state which preferred to spend 10 years building the Capitol at Lincoln rather than spend money it didn't have. Further, as its name may indicate, corn is its most important crop, and Omaha's stockyards are among the largest in the world. Then there's historic Chimney Rock near Bayard, and the town of Alliance, which was once almost sold by the Burlington Lines Railroad. Many years of tears and Indian wars and hardships such as the grasshopper plague contributed to the words which are engraved upon the Capitol. Honor to pioneers who broke the sods that men to come might live. Nebraskans live by these words, and they live for them.
Something like this just keeps my nerves tore to pieces. It's just awful. Mr. Dillon? Mr. Dillon?
Shut the door, Chester.
Oh, Hester. Mr. Dillon, what are you aiming to do?
Sit here and digest my breakfast? Why?
But they're going to be at it any minute now.
Who is?
Tush Lee and Bert Collins. You ain't forgot about them, have you?
No, but I wish I could.
Well, they're in town right now, both of them, and they got their men with them.
Yeah, I know.
Well, if you already know, why don't you do something?
Like what, Chester?
Well, my land, you could... At least you could go... Well, maybe if you couldn't do that, you Well, you can't just sit here and let them kill each other.
Oh, but I can sit here until I'm sure that that's what they're going to do.
Yeah, but they are. That's what I'm telling you. Tush is up there at the Long Branch saying how he's going to hang Bert, and Bert's down at the other end of the street making his brag about how he's going to shoot Tush so full of holes the birds can fly through.
Chester, if all the killing that's talked about in Dodge City was actually done, Boot Hill would be 10 miles wide and 20 miles long.
But these two are really going to.
Then I'll deal with it when it starts.
And that'll be any minute now. Everybody else in town thinks so, too. Take a look out this window. There ain't a soul in the street except for some crazy fool leading a... Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, what's the matter?
Tony Hager.
What? He's got his cow.
He ain't dead at all.
Come on. Hey, Arnie! Wait up a minute, will you?
And look, there's Tush at the door of the Long Branch there.
Yeah. And there comes Collins and his men.
It's him.
Morning, Marshal. Chester.
Morning.
It's looking up to be another mighty pleasant day now. Or wouldn't you say so?
Yeah. It's a fine day, Arnie. Where have you been?
You know, me and Ida Bell here has been up to Kiowa Meadows for a few days.
Kiowa Meadows?
Oh, my goodness, it's just like spring up there. It's all new grass and fresh clover, and Ida Bell ain't at nothing but dry feed all winter. It's just done her a world of good. Ain't that right now, dearie?
Tush!
What?
Come on out here. You too, Collins. And both of you come alone.
You had any excitement around town while I've been gone, Marshal?
Excitement? Oh, no. None to speak of, Only. Things have been pretty quiet.
Only, did you see any prayer hen up in Kiowa Meadows?
Oh, my, yes. There was just scads of them.
I'm mighty glad you got away from him, Oni. Did he hurt you bad?
Oh, now shut up and listen to me, both of you. Before you start taking the law into your hands again, Tush, you better stop and think for a minute. Only's only been away on a little trip. Collins here had nothing to do with it.
What?
It's true. Tell him, Only.
Well, I don't know what you're talking about, but me and Ida Bell's been up to Kiowa Meadows.
Well, there you are, Tush. Like I told you.
Well, how was I to know?
Well, you didn't know. And it's like I said, a man hadn't ought to say what he ain't sure of.
I reckon I was kind of in the wrong, all right.
Well, that's for dang sure. And you made me look real bad, Tush.
Yeah, I guess I did. Bert, I might set up drinks if you was a mind to.
All right. You ain't got to say that but one time. Let's go.
Honey, will you have that cow down the river in a couple hours? I got a job for her.
Well, I'm mighty sorry, but Ida Bell can't do no swimming today.
She can't? Well, why not?
Well, she ate too much green clover, and she ain't going to be fit to go in the water before tomorrow.
Tomorrow may be too late.
Oh, forget it, Tush. Throw your herd in with mine. We'll swim them across together.
Well,
then we'll hold out for the same price with them cattle buyers.
Fair enough.
Oh, all right. Come on, let's get that drink.
Okay.
Say, Oni.
Yeah?
If you went off on a trip on your own choice, now how come your house was all tore up so bad that way?
Yeah? Well, that was on account of Ida Bell. She didn't know where we was going, and she put up an awful ruckus before I convinced her.
But it wasn't the barn that was tore up, it was the house.
Well, of course it was. Where do you expect me to keep her, outdoors?
No, Only. Nobody would expect you to keep that cow any place except right in the house.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed by Norman McDonald. Stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Featured in the cast were Parley Bear as Chester, Howard McNear as Doc, and Georgia Ellis as Kitty. George Walsh speaking. Join us again next week for another specially transcribed story on Gunsmoke. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Next guest will give you the laughs, just don't ask him to lend you money. It's Jack Benny coming up next.
The Jack Benny Program.
At 49, American.
LSMFT. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw. LSMFT. 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 Yes, sir. Sure thing. That's right. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw. In a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts. So take a tip from a real tobacco expert, Mr. Charles L. Belvin, independent tobacco buyer of Durham, North Carolina, who said,
I've spent 13 years buying tobacco. The advantage I have over most smokers when it comes to selecting a cigarette is that I know tobacco so well. And at auction after auction, I have seen Lucky Strike buy quality tobacco. That's why I've smoked Lucky's myself for 12 years.
Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So for your own real deep-down smoking enjoyment, smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike.
The Lucky Strike program, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Larry Stevens, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, Jack Benny rehearses his radio program on Saturday afternoons. So let's go back to yesterday and pick up Jack and Mary on their way to the studio. Rochester is driving.
Gee, Mary, it's a lovely day, isn't it?
It sure is.
Yes, sir. Give me California anytime. It's so nice and balmy.
Yeah.
The air smells so good. You know, it's wonderful driving in weather like this.
Uh-huh. Jack, let's put the top down.
I wouldn't dare. I try that one. Rochester.
Yes, boss?
Why are you driving so slowly?
I'm behind a big beer truck.
Beer truck? Why don't you pass them?
There's a loose case on the back, and the driver looks like the careless type.
Well, go on and pass them. There aren't very many big bumps on this street, anyway. By the way, Rochester, did you take my dirty clothes to the laundry this morning?
I sure did.
And did you tell them about the lipstick on the collars of my white shirts?
Yes, sir.
Lipstick on your shirt?
Mr. Benny puts it there himself to impress the girls at the laundry.
I do not. I got that at the Palladium. And while I'm thinking about it, I hope you told the laundry about my 2 pairs of shorts they lost.
Uh-huh, they're going to get those back to you. They put them in Barbara Stanwyck's bundle.
They sent my shorts to Barbara Stanwyck? How could they make a silly mistake like that?
I guess the ruffles fooled them.
Those aren't ruffles, they're pleats.
Pleats?
Yes, pleats.
Okay, horizontal pleats.
Stop being silly. And another thing, I hope you didn't forget to tell the laundry about my weak ankles.
I told them.
Weak ankles? What's that got to do with the laundry?
They put more starch in my socks. A little faster, Rochester. We'll be late for rehearsal. Say, Mary, when we rehearse our program today, I want you to...
Oh, look, Jack, look. The Bells of St. Mary's is playing at the theater there. Oh, I sure want to see it.
Me too. I hear it's wonderful.
That's what everybody says. Jack, what picture do you think will win the Academy Award?
It's hard to say. There were several outstanding pictures. Lost Weekend, The Bells of St. Mary's, Spellbound, The Horn Blows at Midnight. And then there's...
Oh, wait a minute, Jack. You don't think you got a chance to win the Academy Award for that picture, do you?
I don't see why not. You know, I should have won it for my sensational acting in To Be or Not to Be.
Well, why didn't you win?
That is the question.
Rochester. No kidding, Mary. I'll never forget that scene when I threw the cloak over my left shoulder and said, to be or not to be. That is the question.
Jack.
Whether 'tis nobler in the mind to suffer the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune or to take arms.
Jack, we're driving. Sit down.
Oh.
Jack, the people on the sidewalk are applauding.
Oh, yeah. To be or not to be. Jealous?
I'm not jealous. I'm embarrassed.
I'm mortified.
You don't have to be. Anyway, that picture was one time I should have won the Academy Award.
Well, this year I think Ray Milland has a good chance to win it for his performance in Lost Weekend.
Well, Ray was good in that picture, but I thought the plot was awfully flimsy.
What are you talking about? It was a terrific plot. A fellow starts drinking and loses a whole weekend.
So what? Phil Harris has been doing that for 15 years. He thinks Monday comes right after Friday. Anyway, I'll bet I'll win the award when I make my next picture.
What's it going to be?
A biography, the story of my life. Right from the time I was a baby.
Did they have babies in those days?
No, Mary. They picked me off a mulberry bush. And don't be so smart. You know, they dramatized my life last Sunday on that program called Freedom of Opportunity.
I know. I heard it. Jack, is it true that when you were 15 years old, your father wanted you to be a concert violinist?
Yes, that's true, Mary. But inwardly, I was fighting against it. In fact, I didn't realize it until my first performance. There I was, out on that concert stage, playing the Mendelssohn Concerto in E minor. And right in the middle of the number, something came over me.
Tomato juice.
No, something besides that. But who knows, if I'd have stuck to the violin, I might have been another Heifetz or an Isaac Stern or a Joseph Szigeti. By the way, Mary, Szigeti is giving a concert tonight in my hometown, Waukegan. I wish I could be there.
If this wind keeps up, you've got a good chance.
Oh, it isn't so windy today.
I don't know. This is the first time I ever coasted uphill.
Well, reef in the sail. We're at NBC. Come on, Mary. Rochester, while we're rehearsing, take the car down to the corner filling station and have the oil changed.
Okay, boss, but I don't think they'll do it the way you want it.
What does he want, Rochester?
He wants to trade the old oil in.
All right, have it changed anyway, but take the old oil home.
Yes, sir.
Come on, Mary.
Jack, you must be kidding. You don't really take your old motor oil home.
Certainly, I can use it around the house.
Oh, I thought that salad dressing had a lot of carbon in it.
That was pepper. Here we are, Mary. I wonder what studio we're supposed to... Well, here comes Charlie McCarthy. Hello, Charlie.
Hello, Mr. Benny. Do.
Hello, Charlie.
Mary Livingston, why, you great, big, beautiful doll, you.
Now, Charlie, you behave yourself.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Mr. Benny, but when you're as short as I am, you get nylon happy.
Well, we'll see you later, Charlie. Come on, Mary. Come on.
Goodbye, Mr. Benny. Goodbye.
You know, Mary, it's amazing how he gets around without Bergen. Yeah, I wish I'd asked my producer what studio we're rehearsing in.
Jack.
What? Oh, it's Edgar Bergen.
Hello, Mary. Jack, have you seen Charlie?
Yes, he just went down the hall.
Thanks. You know, every time I turn my back, he runs away.
Say, Jack.
What?
It's amazing how he gets around without McCarthy.
Yeah. Now, let's see. Maybe we're rehearsing here in Studio G. This might be it.
No, gentlemen. Now, let's try it once more.
This is it, Mary. Phil's rehearsing his gentleman.
Now, come on, fellas. Nice and smooth this time, with a little class to it. You know, lots of dignity. Okay, are you ready? A one, a two, a root, toot, 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 a hit it.
Dignity.
Yeah. Okay, boys, you can relax now. Hiya, Jackson. Hello, Livy.
Hello, Phil.
Hi, Phil.
How'd you like that number we just played, Jackson?
Pretty good, Phil. What's the name of it?
I don't know. Hey, Frankie, what was the name of that tune we just played?
I don't know. Hey, Yeti, what was that tune we just played? That was Stardust.
It was Stardust, Jackson.
No, it wasn't, Phil. I know how Stardust goes.
Hey, fellas, Jackson says it wasn't Stardust.
Hey, maybe it was Chicory Chick Chala Chala. Nah, that's a new one. We ain't learned it yet.
All right, fellas, it really doesn't matter.
It does to us, Jackson. We're musicians.
Okay, I'll take your word for it. Now, Phil, we've got to start rehearsing the script, so tell your boys to take a rest for a while.
Okay. All right, gentlemen, you can go.
Some musician.
Oh, look! Somebody bent my saxophone.
That's the way it's supposed to be. Amazing how much noise they can make in their bare feet. Now, is everybody here? Where's John Wilson?
Here I am, Jack.
And where's Larry?
Here I am, right behind Mr. Wilson.
Well, come around where I can see you. Now, kids, I've got a great thing to do on the program tomorrow.
What is it, Jack?
Well, I went to the movies last night and saw 20th Century Fox's picture, State Fair. And I enjoyed it so much that I've written a radio version of it. And believe me, it took some tricky writing. Now, Mary, in this play, you're going to be my wife. And guess what I'm going to be?
What?
Your husband.
Some tricky writing.
Well, Mary, nowadays it's nice to know who your husband's going to be. Look what happened with Pappy Boyington. Phil, you're going to be my neighbor, Zeke Martin.
Zeke?
Yes.
I hope I got a brother named Hyde.
Why?
Then we can play hide and seek. Oh, Harris, you're 6'1" and you're all mine.
I know, that's what gives me the courage to go on. Now, Larry, you're going to be my son, Cy.
Well, gee, Mr. Benny, I'm much too old to be your son.
Thanks, kid. Now, Don, you're going to play the part of Blue Boy, my prize-winning hog.
Oh, now, wait a minute, Jack. Wait a minute. I don't want to play the part of a hog. I won't have any lines.
Believe me, Don, you've got just the right line. Now, remember, your name is Blue Boy, and you're going to win the blue ribbon.
Jack, I'm sorry, but I'm not going to play the part of a hog.
Don, you made your stomach, now lie on it. Now, remember, kids, in this play, we go to the Pomona Fair. Phil, have your musicians come in and tell them to be quiet.
Okay. All right, fellas, come on in. And be quiet.
That's better. Now, as the scene opens... Now, as our scene opens, we find Lem Peabody and his wife at home preparing for the fair. All right, let's rehearse it. Curtain. Music.
Reuben, I've been thinking what a strange world this would be if all the men folks were transported far beyond the...
Hey, Ma, what are you doing?
Fixing the mincemeat. You know, I'm aiming to win first prize at the fair this year. I'm the best cook in the county.
You sure are, Ma.
Look what happened last year. When the judge tasted my cooking, I knew I was going to be the winner.
Yep. Too bad he dropped dead before he could announce it.
I'll never forget his last words as he lay there looking up at me.
What did he say, Ma?
He said, I've been judging pies for nigh on to 50 years, but this one's out of this world, and I'm a-going with it.
No other judge could make that statement. You know, Ma, I've been worried all week. I can't make up my mind which hog to take to the fair.
Why, Pa, I thought you decided to take Blue Boy.
I did, but you know my other hog, Esmeralda, is a lot smarter. Well, I guess I'll go down to the pen and look 'em over. See you later, Ma. Reuben, I've been thinking what a strange world this would be if we had no Betty Grable or no LSMFT. Luckies, I've been smoking. They're the bestest smoke I know. Surround, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the dro. On the dro. That don't sound right, dro. I better try that again. Luckies, I've been smoking the bestest smoke I ever saw. Hey, that's it, saw. I got it now, saw. Luckies, I've been smoking the bestest smoke I ever saw. Surround, firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the dro. No, saw doesn't seem to rhyme either there. Oh, well.
Hey, Lamb. Hello, Lammy.
Sound like Lamb of Lemon Abner. Oh, hello, Zeke. You know, I was just going down to the pen to look over Esmeralda and Blue Boy. I don't know which one of my pigs to take to the fair.
Wouldn't you have more fun with your wife?
Zeke, you've been reading Dr. Pierce's almanac again.
Well, Lem, I don't care which pig you take. I'll bet you $5 you don't win no prizes.
Okay, it's a bet. It's a bet. Just a second. I'll get at my money. What's the matter, Zeke? Ain't you never seen a man's leg before? Now, come on down to the pen with me, Zeke, while I look them over.
Okay. Hey, Lem, here comes your son up the road with some of them there farmhands.
Yep, and they're always a-singing. Always a-singing. You ought to hear them around harvest time. Sit around a campfire and sing till it's time for bed. Never saw anything like it.
Starry-eyed and vaguely discontented, like a nightingale without a song to sing. Oh, why should I have spring fever when it isn't even spring? We keep wishing we were somewhere else, walking down a strange new street, hearing words that we have never heard from a girl we've yet to meet. I'm as busy as a spider spinning daydreams. I'm as giddy as a baby on a swing. I haven't seen a crocus or a rosebud or a robin on the wing, but I feel so gay in a melancholy way that it might as well be spring. It might as well be spring.
You know, Zeke, that son of mine's got a good voice.
Sure has, Lem, sure has.
If he keeps it up, I'm going to take him to the big city, Azusa.
And don't forget Anaheim and Cucamonga.
When he's ready for it, when he's ready for it. Here they made some fellow the mayor of all three cities down there.
Who is it? You hear tell him?
But I feel so gay in a melancholy way that it might as well be spring. It might as well be spring. Sweet spring.
Well, Zeke, we're getting near the pig pens now.
Yep, and that reminds me, have you been listening to that feller Jack Benny on the radio?
Nope, I'm always busy at that time.
Well, he's got a contest where he's giving away about $10,000. He's announcing the winners 2 weeks from tonight.
Darn fool, if you ask me. Well, here we are. Look at those pigs, Zeke. Aren't they humdingers? Look at Esmeralda.
Yeah. Look at that belly on Blue Boy.
Yep. Come here, Esmeralda. Esmeralda, come here. Doggone, she's a fine-looking sow.
I don't know. Blue Boy looks pretty good to me.
Yeah. Come here, Blue Boy.
Oink, 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 oink.
Look at him, Zeke. Weighs 2,800 pounds. Feel his ribs. Go ahead, feel his ribs.
Okay. Oink, 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 oink.
He's so darn ticklish. Say, Zeke, how do you like this setup I got here in the barnyard?
Why, you're way behind the times, Lemmy, old boy. Now you take my cow barn, for instance. Now I got it all modernized. I got telephone.
Telephone?
Yep. Now, when a cow feels like she ought to be milked, she just takes the receiver off the hook and calls us at the house.
Call you at the house? Well, how can a cow dial the... Oh, I see. Well, come on, Zeke. Let's go back to the house, see how Ma's getting along.
All right.
Come on, we'll just walk down there, see Ma.
It's a grand night for singing. The moon is flying high. And somewhere a bird who is bound to be heard is throwing his heart at the sky. It's a grand night for singing. The stars are bright above.
To the show, I think I'm falling in love. Falling in love.
Hey, Ma, here's Zeke.
Hello, Zeke.
Hello, Mrs. Peabody. What you making?
Mincemeat. I'm taking it to the fair.
Mincemeat, huh?
Yep, and to give it just the right flavor, I put in some brandy.
Brandy?
Yep, 2 tablespoons full.
No, Mrs. Peabody. You spoil the mincemeat.
Hey, Pa.
What?
Some tricky writing.
You said it, Ma.
Well, excuse me, boys. I'm going upstairs and put on my new gingham dress.
Okay, hurry up.
Quick, Lem, hand me that bottle of brandy.
Now, wait a minute, Zeke. The way I wrote this play, you hate the taste of brandy.
Well, hand me that bottle. I'm going to ad-lib.
Okay, Zeke, but look, you go ahead and pour it into the mincemeat.
I'll pour this bottle in, and then you pour another one in.
All
Lem.
right, but let's hurry before Ma gets back. There we are. Now hide those empty bottles. I think I hear more coming.
Okay.
Well, Pa, I'm all ready to go to the fair. Let's get started.
I'm ready, too.
Before we go, maybe I better taste this mincemeat.
Now, wait a minute, Ma. Wait a minute. Let me taste it. You know how crazy I am about your mincemeat.
All right, go ahead.
Better taste it again. Better taste it once more.
Well, Pa, how is it?
Too much mincemeat.
What? What'd you say?
I said too much mincemeat. I mean...
He means too much mince meat.
That's what I said. Too much mince...
You better quit while you're ahead, Lem. Better quit, Lem.
Yes. Well, come on. If we're all ready, let's go. Everybody, everything ready there, Si?
Yes, Pa. Put Esmeralda on the wagon and Blue Boy, too.
That's good. One of them is bound to win a prize. Well, come on, boy. Come on, Si. Come on, Lem. Let's go.
Okay.
Giddy up, Dobbin. Giddy up. I bet this year's fair is going to be the best one yet. Come on up. Here we come.
It's a grand night for singing.
The stars are bright above.
The earth is aglow and new and with the showing like the sky is falling in love. Falling in
Ladies and gentlemen, radio has been asked to inform the general public and employers about the assets of our veterans, not only as citizens, but as employees. There are many misconceptions about what the years of removal from civilian life did to our servicemen. The truth is that they've come home far better equipped for a good peacetime job than they were before. Their service training has given them many new skills, and every service job is related to a civilian occupation in some way. So here's a suggestion to employers for a New Year's resolution. Resolve to employ ex-servicemen in 1946. Thank you.
Remember, folks, the winners of the I Can't Stand Jack Benny contest will be announced 2 weeks from tonight, January 27th. On tonight's program, Edgar Bergen and Charlie MacArthur were impersonated by Ollie O'Toole. That darn fool, Jack Benny, will be back in a minute. But first, here is my good friend, F.E. Boone.
At 49, American.
In a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts.
That's right.
LSMFT.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. The finer, the lighter, the naturally milder Lucky Strike tobacco.
And this fine Lucky Strike tobacco means real deep-down smoking enjoyment for you.
Why, sure.
LSMFT.
Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw. So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike.
The famous tobacco auctioneers heard on tonight's program are Mr. F.E. Boone of Lexington, Kentucky.
At 49, 49, American.
And Mr. L.A. Speed Riggs of Goldsboro, North Carolina.
American.
And this is Basil Rysdale speaking for Lucky Strike. LSMFT, LSMFT, LSMFT.
Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. And fine tobacco means real deep-down smoking enjoyment for you. So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
Okay, Phil, okay. Rehearsal is over. The band can go home.
All right, fellas, you can go home now.
Mary, pick me up, will you? Good night, folks.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
One of the all-time great directors, Cecil B. DeMille, hosts Lux Radio Theater. Up next.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you William Powell and Rita Hayworth in The Lady Has Plans. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. In motion pictures and radio, there's no substitute for Bill Powell. But teaming Bill and Rita Hayworth should make an excellent substitute for dynamite. For years, we've been measuring feminine popularity by mere box office returns and fan mail. Then, along came global war and the pin-up girl. And there's hardly a lady now alive who's been pinned up on more barracks walls than Rita Hayworth. We borrowed Bill Powell from the cast of the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer picture, The Heavenly Body, and Rita Hayworth from the Columbia picture, Cover Girl. And tonight, they co-star in the Paramount thriller, The Lady Has Plans. The scene of the play is Lisbon, city of mystery and intrigue, where there's a secret agent on every corner, and the plans for a secret weapon are tattooed on a lady's back. War requires many different kinds of plans, and one kind embraces the subject of logistics. That's a $10 word for the military problem of supply. Housewives call it marketing. But it still takes a good deal of ingenuity, and one ingenious answer to that problem is Lux Flakes. Families must be supplied with food and clothing. Neither of these can be wasted in wartime. And when it comes to preserving washable clothes, Lux is the logical solution to your problem in logistics. It's like the superior equipment that arrives in the nick of time to turn the tide of battle. You never can depend on Lux, but you can always depend on Lux Flakes. Now let's investigate why The Lady Has Plans, starring Rita Hayworth as Sidney Royce and William Powell as Ken Harper.
Hello. Hello, Scuzzy. This is Baker. Listen, I've got those plans. Yeah, we've got a guy making a copy of them right now. Where? You're going to be surprised.
It's October of 1941. Long after the musty loft buildings of the warehouse district have been locked for the night and the cats have come to prowl, a solitary light burns in a draftsman's office. The old draftsman, working at his drawing board, trembles as he figures with triangle and pen. For this is no ordinary assignment. He is copying plans for a blueprint, copying them with invisible ink on the back and shoulders of a beautiful woman.
Ouch! Be careful, will you?
I'm sorry, ma'am. I'm not used to this sort of thing.
It shouldn't bother you at your age. Have you got much more to do?
No, ma'am.
Hello, Baker.
What's taking so long?
Oh, Rembrandt here likes his work. Take a look at it, will you? It feels like he's been playing tic-tac-toe.
Yeah, very good. Well, it's finished. Yeah, very good. Is it dry? Yes, sir. Wipe it off with this stuff. Here. Here's a sponge. Oh, yes. Yes, sir.
You sure that invisible ink is waterproof, Baker?
I've tested it. Hand me those plans. Yes, sir. You have any idea what these plans are? I don't know. It seems to be a torpedo. Smart fellow, Margot. Very bright.
He gets $100, Baker. Will you take care of him?
$100, huh? Yes, sir, but I don't... That's all right. You've done a fine job. I think you're entitled to a bonus, just so you won't remember too much. All right, Margot. So far, so good. Now, here's your ticket to Lisbon on tomorrow's Clipper.
I take the space assigned to Miss Sidney Royce. Is that right?
That's right. And here's your passport issued in her name.
Say, just what's to keep Sidney Royce from going over herself?
That's Joe Scalzi's job. He calls for Miss Royce tomorrow in a limousine, just before plane time. He tells her he's from Pan American Airways, but on the way to the airport, he gets lost with her. It's very simple.
She never even gets to the airport.
Right. Now, look, when you get to Lisbon, go to the Hotel Bella Vista. Your trunk should be there now. By the time you arrive, the Nazi and British agents will be informed that a Miss Royce who's stopping there has some very important plans drawn on her back.
And they're for sale to the highest bidder.
That's the idea. Once again now, just to refresh your memory. This Sidney Royce, what's her line?
Miss Royce is from the United Broadcasting Company, going over to assist a man named Kenneth Harper.
He's in Lisbon now.
Yes, foreign correspondent, on the air from Lisbon every week.
Good.
Say, has he ever seen the Royce girl?
No, he won't know anything about her until you get there. Good luck, Margot.
Good luck. See you in Lisbon.
See you in Lisbon.
Briefly, the situation here in Lisbon on this morning of October 14th, 1941, is just as confused and uncertain as ever. And well-informed sources are as completely uninformed as always. This is Kenneth Harper returning you to the United Broadcasting Studios in New York.
We can turn it off now.
To Kenneth Harper, our correspondent
Well, Sidney, that was your new boss.
But not for long, I'm afraid, Mr. Weston. How many reporters have you sent over there to work for him?
Well, you'll be the fifth, Sidney.
And he bounced the others back like ping-pong balls.
I'll admit Ken's a little difficult. That's why we decided to send you. Perhaps he needs a woman's touch. Got everything packed, Sidney?
I hope so. Oh, by the way, does Harper know that you're sending a female this time?
Oh, no. He probably wouldn't like it.
Look, Mr. Weston, I need this job pretty badly. But I don't want to make this trip just to see how the Statue of Liberty looks from the other side.
Oh, come now, Sidney. Harper must have a kind streak somewhere. All you've got to do is find it.
Well, it'll be like Stanley looking for Livingston, but I'm afraid I'll have to take a crack at it.
Good girl.
Hello? Yes, this is Miss Royce speaking. Oh, but I did... Well, isn't he a little early? Well, wait a minute.
What's the matter?
Well, I guess I'm on my way. The Pan American limousine is waiting to take me to the airport.
But I've got a taxi downstairs. I wanted to talk to you on the way out.
You know, it's funny. I told them this morning I wouldn't need the limousine.
Tell them to forget it.
Hello? Never mind the limousine. I'm taking a taxi. Hello? Hello, Baker?
Who is it?
This is Margot. Listen, the whole thing's gone wrong.
What happened? Why aren't you on that clipper?
Listen, she never got in that limousine. She took a cab. She's on her way now.
Well, stop her. Stop her.
Don't be a fool, Baker. How can I stop her now? She'll be at the airport in 10 minutes.
All right. Get over here quick. I want to see you.
But look, those agents in Lisbon. They'll contact the real Sidney Royce.
What if they do? She doesn't know anything. Won't make any difference to us.
Maybe, but I have a feeling it's going to make plenty of difference to her.
We're coming into Lisbon. Fasten your safety belts, please. We're landing. Landing. Fasten your safety belts, please.
Oh, clerk. Oh, good morning. What can I do for you, Mr. Harper? I just want to know if Sidney Royce has arrived yet. Yes, this morning on the Clipper, Mr. Harper. In suite number 3.
A suite? You mean room number 3, don't you?
Oh, no, sir. A suite. I was given special instructions.
Okay. Come on, Frank. Suite number 3.
What goes, Ken?
I don't know. This Royce guy must be the boss's nephew. No mere reporter could afford to live in a suite at this Shangri-La.
If I were Royce, I wouldn't send my laundry out. You'd probably ship him back as fast as the others.
Yeah, faster. I want a man who knows the newspaper game, not some college kid fresh off the assembly line. Well, come on up and meet him.
Oh, thanks. I'll come in tomorrow and see him off.
All right.
So long.
See you at the office.
Just a minute. Yes, what is it?
Oh, excuse me, I'm looking for Sidney Royce. Is this his suite?
Yes, this is Sidney Royce's suite.
Oh. Well, will you tell him Kenneth Harper is here?
Oh, come in.
Thanks.
I was just going to call you, Mr. Harper.
Were you? I didn't know Royce was bringing his secretary along.
Oh, I'm not his secretary. I'm him.
I beg your pardon?
I'm Royce.
Sidney Royce?
Yes. You know, Mr. Weston said you'd be surprised.
Oh, he did, eh? Well, chop one up for Mr. Weston.
Mr. Harper, this suite is lovely, but isn't it rather expensive?
I wouldn't know, is it?
Well, you should know. You're paying for it.
Yeah? And where did you get that piece of news?
Well, aren't you?
Not unless I've suddenly lost my mind.
Well, but I don't understand. This apartment and all those clothes.
Clothes? What clothes?
Well, these trunks. They're full of gowns and furs.
Oh, they're yours?
Well, the bellhop says so, but I didn't bring them. Well, I thought perhaps you might have...
Look, I don't know what you heard about me, Miss Royce, but I don't go in for this sort of thing.
Oh, then it must be Mr. Weston.
Weston, huh? Well, you never can tell. You never know, do you?
Now, just a moment. What are you insinuating?
All I know is there's something balled up here. I wanted someone to run around and dig up news. I wanted a leg man.
But I'm your leg man.
I mean a leg with pants on it.
I've had a lot of newspaper experience, Mr. Harper. And besides, Mr. Weston said this job could use a woman's touch.
Mr. Weston, huh? Well, maybe it's worth trying.
But you're not very happy about it.
Frankly, I'm not.
Oh, by the way, there were 2 messages for me when I arrived. Here they are. Ronnie Dean and Baron von Kemp.
Well, the boys are flocking around already, huh?
What do you mean by that?
Well, I know Ronnie Dean.
Oh, really? What does he do?
Well, in his working hours, he's connected with the British Embassy.
And the Baron von Kemp?
The Baron is a Nazi hotshot. A bad taste in leaders, but an excellent eye for ladies.
But why did they both leave messages for me?
Miss Royce, I wouldn't even guess. Unless you dare me to.
Mr. Harper, I'm here on a job. I wish you'd understand that. And you said yourself it might be worth a try.
All right, you can't do any worse than the others. See these gentlemen, get chummy with them. They might let fall a couple of news items. If they do, you can reach me at the office.
Oh, yeah, but wait a minute. I don't even know what they look like. How do I get to meet them?
Just open your door and watch out you don't get trampled in the rush.
You are Miss Sidney Royce, I believe?
Yes.
I am Baron von Kemp of the German staff. You have some business with me, have you not?
Oh, yes, I guess so. Won't you come in, Baron?
Thank you. I have been waiting for you, Miss Royce.
Oh, really? Well, sit down, Baron. I really didn't expect to start to work so soon.
Do not let anyone come in.
What?
Do not answer the door.
Oh, I'm sorry, but it might be important. Yes?
Oh, hello. I'm Ronald Dean of the British Embassy. May I come in?
Oh, well, it's nice of you to call, Mr. Dean, but I'm busy at the moment.
Well, I'll wait, but I hope it won't be for nothing. You will give me a chance to talk to you.
Why, of course.
Thanks.
How did that British learn you were coming here?
The same way you did, I guess.
Well, shall we get down to business, Miss Royce?
Business? Oh, yes, certainly.
Very well. Now, will you please come to the light, Fräulein, and just unhook the back of your dress, please?
Of course you know that. What did you say?
I said, would you mind unhooking the back part of your dress, please?
Well, I certainly would.
Please, Fräulein, I understand your hesitancy, but you must understand that my time is limited.
Now, see here. Baron or no Baron, you can't talk to me like that.
I hope you are not going to be difficult, Miss Royce. Certainly, you know why I am here.
I've got a pretty good idea. Get out.
Now, listen, you have no right to...
Will you get out, or shall I call the manager and have you put out?
Very well. But you are playing a dangerous game, young lady.
Leaving, Baron? Oh, Miss Royce, I'm still waiting.
Miss Royce,
You had better think carefully before you deal with this British...
Get out. Go on.
So long, Baron.
Well, who does he think he is, trying to get personal with me?
Oh, so that's what happened. Stupid of him, I'd say, under the circumstances.
Did you ever hear of such gall in your life? I only let him in because it's my job.
Precisely. Well, don't you let him scare you. And if you need any protection...
I don't need any protection from that oaf.
Well, you look quite capable, I must say. Well, Royce, shall we dispense with the preliminaries?
By all means.
Splendid. Now, suppose you just zip open the back of your dress.
Why, you?
Well, after all, old girl, you don't want me to buy a cat in a bag. Now, just...
Get out!
No, but really,
Get out, I say!
No, I'm sure if we sat down and talked it over calmly...
There's nothing to talk over. Get out!
All right, I see your plan. You think you can get a better offer from the Japanese.
Out! Get away from that door, whoever it is.
Hey, let me in.
Who is it?
It's the Marine.
Oh, it's you. Gee, I'm glad you came back, Mr. Harper. I want to have a little talk with you.
I saw the performance from down the hall. Well, I suppose you've got the lowdown on the entire foreign situation.
How did those two international wolves become diplomats?
Did you get any news?
My mother was right. All men are snakes. I was insulted.
Oh, that's not news.
Mr. Harper, I don't like your attitude.
Me is seeing them again.
I'm not.
Now, let's not be impulsive. If they're interested in you, we're in a good spot. All you have to do is telephone those two Romeos and clear your balcony for action.
Not on your life. I wouldn't go near those two again without a convoy.
Miss Royce, I thought you came here to be a newspaper woman.
That's what I thought.
Well, no newspaper woman would let a little thing like a couple of passes stand in the way of a story. All you have to do is get them alone one at a time. Get them talking.
They don't talk. They're men of action.
Look, Miss Royce, I'll tell you what I'll do. If you can finagle an important story out of them, I'll see that you get all the credit. I'll give you a byline. I'll even put you on the air. You'll be a foreign correspondent, writing columns, making lecture tours, traveling like Mrs. Roosevelt. Well?
In other words, just to get a good story, you're willing to toss me to the wolves. Is that it?
Well, that's putting it rather bluntly.
Well, I'm putting this bluntly, too. Get out of here.
Miss Royce.
Get out!
No. Let's not get
physical.
Get
out!
You know, what you need here is a revolving door.
Hello. Is this Mr. Kenneth Harper? Well, this is Ronnie Dean. Mr. Harper, I'd like to see you this afternoon at the United States Embassy. Yes, I'll be in John Miles's office. It's very important, Mr. Harper. Thanks.
Now, just a second, Miles. Are you trying to tell me that this girl is a spy?
Well, frankly, Ken, we know nothing about her here at the embassy. It was the British intelligence who first got word of the plan.
Yes, and judging by Baron von Kemp's actions, our report was correct.
Well, she certainly doesn't look like the type to me who'd go in for spying, certainly not for murder.
There's no such thing as types for murder. You could be the murderer yourself, Ken.
Oh, nice of you to say so. But this Royce girl, by the way, she isn't the Royce girl, is she?
Certainly not. She's only here to sell those plans to the highest bidder.
All right, what do you want me to do, gentlemen?
Well, being a woman, we thought Miss Royce might be susceptible to a little, romance.
Oh, that's out, gentlemen. No lovemaking to a murderess for me. When I kiss a girl, I close my eyes, and I always like to be able to open them up again.
Well, there's no reason to get as far as the mushy stage, old boy. All we want you to do is to get the plans off her back.
And how do I do that? Playing leapfrog?
Mr. Harper, you're a newspaper man, a foreign correspondent. Have you stopped to think there'd be quite a feather in your cap if you were to recover these plans?
Yeah, it might be a pretty good story at that.
A story? Why, it'd be a sensation.
All right, gentlemen. Hand me the phone, please.
What are you going to do?
Tonight I wooed the fair board here. Mr. Dean, stick around, will you? I may need medical attention. Hello? Miss Sidney Royce, please.
Take her to dinner. That might start the ball rolling.
Yeah. Hello? Miss Royce? This is Ken Harper. And don't hang up. Miss Royce, you were quite right this afternoon, and I'd like to apologize. Yes. Well, am I forgiven? Oh, well, that's fine.
Ask her for dinner.
Hey, by the way, will you have dinner with me tonight? Good. What? Oh, what should you wear? Well,
anything with a low back.
Anything with a low... I tell you, suppose we put on a swank tonight, huh? Let's make it strictly formal. Fine. Goodbye, Miss Royce. Well, gentlemen, I'm off to the wars.
Be careful, Ken. Watch yourself.
Don't worry, Captain. I'll withhold my fire till I see the white of her shoulders.
Mr. DeMille presents Act Two of The Lady Has Plans, starring Rita Hayworth and William Powell, in just a moment. But now, let's look in on young Mr. and Mrs. Bill Howard. Mrs. Howard seems to be doing some heavy thinking, and doing it out loud.
And 16 and 8 makes 24. From 48 leaves 24 times 3.
For Pete's sake, honey, are you doing Junior's arithmetic?
Oh, no, silly. It's my point.
Well, you have some points.
There aren't many left, though.
Well, you still have your own teeth, and your hair's kind of pretty, and I always did like your hands.
Oh, idiot. It's ration points I'm doing.
Ah, you're too pretty to be so rational.
Now, Bill, stop it. How can I figure with you holding my hand?
Excuse me a moment, Mrs. Howard.
Oh, yes, Mr. Kennedy?
Well, Mrs. Howard, that hand-holding scene, tell me, do women like to be sentimental, like men to be sentimental that way?
Oh, they certainly do, Mr. Kennedy. Wives like their husbands to feel romantic about them and think their hands are too little and soft to be any real use at all, even though they work harder than any two men.
Well, in that case...
I'll say it for you, Mr. Kennedy. It's you men who make many of us use Lux Flakes, so our hands stay nice in spite of housework and dishwashing.
Just to please us men?
Well, mostly. But you'd use Lux Flakes for dishes, too, if you'd ever tried a strong soap and felt how it dried out your skin.
Yes, I know. That has been proved in actual tests, hundreds of them. With new improved Lux, hands stayed soft and white, while after strong soaps, they looked very red and rough. Changing to Lux Flakes actually got rid of dishpan redness.
Women can prove that same thing in their own dishwashing.
Right. You'll find the new improved Lux in that familiar blue box right now. And it's the mildest, gentlest Lux ever made. The very kindest to hands. It's thrifty, too, because new improved Lux actually gives richer, longer-lasting suds. Why not change to Lux for your dishwashing tomorrow? Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
Act Two of The Lady Has Plans, starring William Powell as Ken and Rita Hayworth as Sidney. Convinced that Sidney Royce has the plans printed on her back, Ken Harper has invited her to dinner. The lovely lady is wearing her most revealing evening gown, but for some reason, the plans don't seem to show.
What are you looking at, Mr. Harper?
Oh, I was just admiring your gown.
But why the back of it?
Yes, lovely.
Oh, thank you. Oh, what a wonderful place. How will I ever be able to go back to drugstore dinners after this, Mr. Harper?
Well, what I always say is, it doesn't matter where you dine, it's the company you're with.
Really? Is that what you say, Mr. Harper?
Always.
Well, does it get you anywhere?
Never.
Well, I don't believe that, Mr. Harper.
Hey, look, can't we drop this Mr. and Miss routine?
Well, you said it was to be strictly formal, Mr. Harper.
I didn't want to be missed it all night.
All right, we'll drop it.
Good.
Hello, Harper.
Hello, Royce. Yeah, now we're really getting chummy. You know, you're a strange person. I can't quite figure you out.
Well, frankly, you're a little peculiar yourself.
Yes, my friends tell me that.
Well, it's true. You know, this afternoon you were just a frozen-faced correspondent with a one-track mind. Now, all of a sudden, I discover that you can smile.
Oh, that's nothing. There are times when I could even manage a light snicker. You see, this afternoon was business, but
I know. You're a man of moods. You have different sides to your nature.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. And what side are you getting ready to show me now?
Well, it's around you. Soft lights, champagne, a beautiful companion. Stop me if you heard this one, Miss Royce, but you are very beautiful.
Say, what is it about Lisbon that makes men so impetuous?
Maybe it's you.
Well, it never happens to me in New York. But over here, the minute I'm alone with a man, he insults me.
Have I insulted you?
Not yet. But there's a familiar light in your eye. I wish you'd put it out.
All right. Click. It's out. But it might go on again at any minute.
Oh, please, Ken. I've had a tough enough time with all these foreign entanglements. I'm in no mood now to fight off the home guard.
Your pardon, sir. A gentleman at the bar wishes to speak to you a moment.
Oh, thank you. Will you excuse me?
Go right ahead.
Probably business.
Oh, don't worry about me.
Harper, over here.
Yeah, what do you want, Dean?
Well, I was just anxious to find out how you're doing, old boy. Well?
Well, so far I'm a flop.
What about the plans?
If she's wearing a set of plans, they must be drawn on with invisible ink.
Invisible ink, of course.
Did you expect them to be in Braille?
How much time do you think you'll need to win her over?
Well, the technique seems to have changed a bit since I went to college. I say from now on.
From now on, my boy, hours may count. This calls for drastic action tonight, immediately.
What do you expect me to do? Knock her down and drag her out?
Well, it's an idea. No, it's undignified. I've got it. You can carry her to my room.
Oh, well, that's simple enough. I just put a half Nelson on her and hoist her upstairs.
No, I've got a plan. You see, the bartender's a pal of mine.
You mean you want me to slip her a Mickey Finn?
No, not a Mickey Finn. Just a little something to get her drunk very quickly, that's all.
Oh, no, that's out. I couldn't have that on my conscience.
Well, then suppose I come over to the table and order the drinks myself, and then you can blame the whole thing on me.
Well, I don't like it, but...
Good boy. Oh, Michael, come here.
Yes, Mr. Dean. Another drink, senor?
No, not now. Look, Michael, I'm going over to Mr. Harper's table. I'll order 3 Napoleon brandies. Now, one of them, Michael, the one you'll serve the lady, well, I'd like a little gunpowder in it.
Gunpowder? Now, wait a minute, Dean.
Oh, it's just an expression, old boy. Michael knows what I mean, don't you, Michael?
Yes, I believe so, Mr. Dean.
Splendid, and not too strong, Michael.
No, just enough to knock her flat on her face. Listen, Dean, this is bad business.
Come on.
It's inhuman.
Good evening, Michael. Good evening, Baron von Kemp. Wasn't that Mr. Dean who just left? Yes, Baron. Well, what did he want? Something strange is going on, Baron. I am to put knockout drops in the lady's brandy. I see. He will have to change that order, Michael. The gentleman will have the knockout drops. Yes, Baron. And the lady? For the lady, just plain brandy. That's very good, Baron.
Nice of you to forgive me, Miss Royce. I was very ungentlemanly yesterday.
I haven't forgiven you yet, Mr. Dean.
Oh, come on now, Sidney. Mr. Dean couldn't help it. After all, he wasn't entirely responsible. Were you, Ronnie?
Why, no, certainly not.
What do you mean?
Well, it happened in the last war. You know, shell shock. Isn't that right, Ronnie?
Yes, but I'd rather not talk about it.
I just wanted to explain. You see, Sidney, his mind goes blank.
Yes? Well, there was something on it when he called on me.
3 Napoleon brandies.
Ah, yes, just put them down, waiter.
Who ordered these?
I did. You won't refuse to have a drink with me, Miss Royce?
Well, I guess not.
Fine. Well, here's looking at you.
Here's how. Excellent brandy, isn't it?
Yes, very good.
Yes, isn't it?
Say, what's the matter with you? What are you looking at?
Nothing. Nothing at all. How do you feel, Sidney?
I feel fine. Why shouldn't I?
Oh, no reason. Well, here's looking at you.
Here's how.
Wonderful.
Excellent. Don't you agree, Miss Royce?
It seems to me we've been all over that.
So we have.
Now, look. Look, what's going on here? Is my nose crooked or something?
What's that?
Well, the way you're staring at me, it makes me feel uncomfortable.
Oh, why should we stare at you?
Well, I don't know, but stop it.
Well, you're feeling all right, aren't you?
I told you yes.
A toast. I propose a toast. Miss Royce, I drink to a lovely lady. May your visit in Lisbon be as happy as... Oh.
Ronnie.
Oh, what's the matter with him?
That's the funniest thing I ever... Hey, waiter, would you come here, please?
Well, pick him up.
Now, just be calm, Miss Royce. There's nothing to worry about. He's fainted, that's all. Oh. It's happened before, and it'll probably happen. It'll probably
Mr. Harper.
happen again. Oh. Hey, you. Wake up.
Oh, is the earthquake over yet? Who are you?
I'm Harper. Who are you?
Oh, I'm Dean.
How do you do?
How do you do? Say, how do I know you're Harper? Can you identify yourself?
I got a small black mustache.
Yes?
I got big pink eyes.
Uh-huh.
That's me.
Okay.
Hello?
Hello? Hello? Pick up the receiver, old boy. Hello?
Hello, is this Mr. Kenneth Harper?
Oh, yes. Talk quietly, please.
Well, this is Sidney Royce. I just called to tell you I'm quitting.
Okay. What?
I'm quitting. I'm going back to New York.
No, wait. You can't do
Goodbye,
that.
Mr. Harper.
Hello, wait. Hello? Open the door.
Miss Royce, let us in, please. Open the door.
Well,
Oh, hello.
what do you want?
We just want to ask you a few questions.
Yes. Something went a little wrong last night. You wouldn't have any idea what it was, I suppose.
Well, it seems that you two guzzled a whole thimble full of brandy. Now, if you don't mind, I'll ask you a few questions.
Close the door, Ronnie.
Right.
Now, just a minute.
Lock it.
Right.
Say, what are you two leading up to now? Unlock that door.
It's time we drop this sham, Miss Royce.
Sham? What are you talking about? Let me out of here.
No, you don't. Ronnie, see if she's packing a gun somewhere.
No, it's all right. No gun, old boy.
Well, are you crazy? Why would I be carrying a gun?
Why does anybody carry a gun? For protection. Or maybe for murder.
Murder?
Ronnie, got your camera ready?
All set, old boy.
Wait a minute. What's that camera for?
We're going to take some snapshots, Miss Royce. A few informal portraits of your back.
Listen, if you dare to lay a finger, get away from me.
Hold her arms, Ronnie.
No, stop it. Listen, I don't know what this is all about.
It's about the plans, Miss Royce.
What plan?
The plans that someone drew on your back with invisible ink.
When?
You see this little bottle, Miss Royce? This is what is known as a reagent. A few drops, and the plans become clear. Then we photograph them. Afterwards, we apply a spray from this atomizer here, and the plans are erased for good. You see, we know our technique.
I gather from all this that you think I'm some sort of a spy.
You gather correctly.
Well, this certainly explains a lot of things.
Yes, and the photographs will explain even more.
Get away from me. I'm warning you.
Miss Royce, are you going to be trouble?
I certainly am. I'm an American citizen, and I have my rights.
Oh, an American citizen, are you? Well, suppose we drop around to the United States Embassy just to make certain. I'm sure you'd enjoy that, Miss Royce.
I certainly would. Let's go.
Oh, you mean you're willing to go?
I'm not only willing, I insist on it. And right now. Well, Mr. Harper, I hope you're satisfied.
Look, I said I was sorry, didn't I? I apologized in front of the whole embassy.
You said I was a murderess.
Well, a man can make a little mistake.
A little mistake?
It was only natural. This other girl was supposed to come over under your name. She's a killer. She's already committed one murder just to get the plans.
Oh, I'm sorry. I had no idea it was as serious as all that. Well, did you get into this mix-up just to get an exclusive story?
Say, any newspaper man in the world would give his right arm to break this yarn.
Yeah, I suppose so. Oh, wait a minute. Driver, do you know where I can find a chemist?
Chemist? Si, senorita. I will find one.
Thank you.
What's on your mind?
Mr. Harper, how are you on mechanical drawing?
I don't know. Why?
Because we're going to get some invisible ink, and you're going to draw some plans on my back.
Nice work. You can draw it.
Come on, hurry up.
I warn you, you're doing this against my advice.
No, I'm not asking your advice. Say, do you think they'll know what this drawing is?
Well, if it turns out to be something, I've invented it. What I've copied on your shoulder blades is a combination harvesting machine and barbershop clipper. Very practical. Not only cuts the hair, but ties it in little bundles.
Well, what about that little atomizer that takes it off?
I'm taking care of that. I wouldn't want you to go through life with a load like this on your back. Ah, there we are. Fini. Think I ought to sign it?
I wouldn't bother. Well, this ought to hold the Baron for a while.
We hope. I suppose in the meantime, you think the Nazis are going to break down and tell all.
Well, there's a chance I may learn the spy's real name. Now, is that important or isn't it?
Yes, I suppose so, but look at the chance you're taking.
Why, any newspaper woman would give her right arm for a chance like this. Why, you...
All right. It's your own neck you're sticking out. A rather lovely neck, too.
Why, Mr. Harper?
Look, I wish you wouldn't do it, Sidney. I'd hate to have anything happen to you.
Because you feel responsible?
Well, let's say it's because I'd feel lonely.
Why, I think you mean that. But we hardly know each other. We're practically strangers.
Is that the way you feel?
No.
Neither do I.
Look, Ken, let's not talk about it. Let's talk about it later, shall we?
It's a date.
All right. Well, here I go. I imagine the Baron will want a photograph of his harvesting machine, so I may be a little while. If I'm not back in a couple of hours, well, you might look into it.
Sydney, are you sure it's worth it?
You thought it was. So long, Ken.
So long. Hello?
Ken, this is Frank.
Oh, hello, Frank.
I'm at the studio. Didn't you know you had a broadcast tonight?
I'll make it all right.
Is your stuff written yet? I've got to go over it with you for timing.
Look, I can't get away now. I'm working on something big.
Oh, when are you going to get over here?
Give me about 2 hours.
I am glad you finally decided to do business with us, Miss Royce. I'm sure it'll prove more profitable in the long run.
If I hadn't thought so, Baron, I wouldn't have come here.
Baron von Kemp.
Yes, Miss Schlinger?
We have developed a negative, Baron. Here is the first print.
Let me see. Uh-huh. Yes. That is perfect. Every figure, every line. But what is it? Well, I will let our engineers figure it out.
Yes, Baron, get your best engineer.
You are a very clever young lady, Miss Royce. How would you like to do another job for us?
What? Oh, I'd be very happy to, Baron. And you don't need to call me Miss Royce any longer.
Oh, yes, Miss Lennox. Margot Lennox, is it not?
Yes, Margot Lennox.
We have a way of finding things out.
What about this new assignment, Baron?
Listen carefully. Tomorrow you will take the clipper to Trinidad. There you will wait for Mr. Arthur Anderson, who will arrive on the SS Southern Queen.
Yes?
Mr. Anderson will give you some very important photographs. You will deliver them to the manager of the Lotus Hotel in Tokyo. The necessary passport and papers will be ready for you in an hour.
I'll be back for them.
Good. Just a minute. Yes?
Baron, Mr. Baker is here. He just arrived from New York.
Baker! Well, send him in.
Yes, Herr Baron.
Well, sit down a moment, Miss Lennox. Your friend, Mr. Baker, is here.
Baker?
Paul Baker from New York.
Oh. Oh, that Mr. Baker.
Tell me, was it his idea to draw the plans on your back, eh?
Well, yes and no. Look, Baron, I'll run along. I'll look Paul up later.
No, please.
Well,
please.
you see, I...
Herr Baker.
Good evening, Baron.
Good evening, Mr. Baker. I don't think the lady needs an introduction, does she, eh?
Well,
Why,
I don't...
Paul, dear. Well, this is a surprise.
Really?
Oh, you're looking simply marvelous. Did you have a wonderful trip? How did you come? By a clipper?
Yes, but I don't...
tell me, how is Mrs. Baker?
Oh, she's fine.
And all the little Bakers?
There aren't any little Bakers.
Oh, I'm so glad to hear it. Well, I've got to run along now. You know, lots of things to do. Goodbye, Paul. Goodbye, Baron.
Who was that?
Who was it? Sidney Royce. Miss Margot Lennox, I mean.
That was not Margot Lennox. I just arrived on the clipper with Margot Lennox.
What?
That girl is the real Sidney Royce.
Hello.
Hello?
Listen, a girl is just leaving the office. Stop her. Bring her back. I don't care if you have to kill her. Don't let her leave the building.
We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. After a brief intermission, Mr. DeMille returns with Rita Hayworth and William Powell for the third act of The Lady Has Plans. But now, we want to tell you about that wonderful flower seed bargain the makers of Lux Flakes and Lux Toilet Soap are offering.
If you hurry, you can get 6 big packets of flower seeds for what you'd ordinarily pay for just 1. 6 packets for only 10 cents, and either a Lux Flakes opening tab or a Lux Toilet Soap wrapper.
They're flower garden favorites packed especially for us by one of America's largest and best-known seed companies. And to make them even more of a bargain, they've all been treated with plant hormones to make them bloom earlier and give you bigger flowers.
Think how they'll dress up that victory garden of yours. And some of them will go in window boxes, too, so you can have fresh flowers even in a city apartment.
You'll find planting directions and suggestions for garden arrangements on the back of each packet. Here's the list of what you get. 6 different kinds. Shirley poppies,
single single and double ones with wonderful long stems.
Then there's Candy Tuft and Heavenly Blue Morning Glories and giant African marigolds.
And zinnias. Prize-winning ones, the kind they call dahlia flowers.
And tall, stately cosmos in white and shades of pink and crimson and purple.
You get all these 6 different kinds of seeds for just 10 cents.
But you must send in at once. Here's what you do. Take the opening tab from any size box of Lux Flakes or the wrapper from a cake of Lux toilet soap. Mail it with 10 cents in coin, no stamps, please, to Lux Flower Garden, Box 1, New York City. Lux Flower Garden, Box 1, New York City. Be sure to enclose your own name and address, of course. Your dealer has a handy order blank that you can use, and please allow at least 2 to 3 weeks for the seeds to reach you. Remember, for each set of 6 seed packets you order, send 10 cents in coin and either an opening tab from Lux Flakes or a Lux toilet soap wrapper to Lux Flower Garden, Box 1, New York City. This offer expires May 31st and is good only in the United States. Now, Mr. DeMille returns to the microphone.
After the play, you'll meet our stars. And you'll also hear from another big star, who's a special guest here tonight. Now the curtain rises on the third act of The Lady Has Plans, starring William Powell and Rita Hayworth. The 2 hours are up, and Sidney Royce has still not returned. In his hotel room, Ken Harper paces the floor nervously. There's a knock on the door. As he opens it, he sees a very beautiful girl. She is Margot Lennox.
Well, hello.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm looking for Miss Royce.
Well, won't you come in?
Thank you.
She isn't in right now, although I expect her back very shortly. She's out on an assignment.
Assignment? Oh, yes, for the broadcasting company.
Mm-hmm.
And are you with the UBC?
Yes, I'm Kenneth Harper. And you?
Oh, just a friend of Miss Royce's.
Oh, friend. From New York?
Yes. By the way, how's she been getting along?
Well, she really hasn't had a chance to get started yet, although I expect her to be a great help. Tell me, Miss... what did you say your name was?
Oh, I'm so glad Sidney's getting along so well.
Yeah, so am I. Of course, her wooden leg is a bit of a handicap.
Wooden leg?
Yes, I thought all Sidney's friends knew about her wooden leg.
Oh, yes, of course.
She hides it rather well, don't you think?
Yes. Well, I'll run along.
Oh, wait a minute. There's no rush. Let's sit down and have a little chat.
Oh, thank you. And what shall we talk about?
Well, let's make it personal. Let's talk about you and those plans you've got on your back.
You're a very bright man, Mr. Harper.
Thank you. My friends all tell me Pardon me, but your revolver is showing.
Well, how careless of me. Just stand right where you are, Mr. Harper, or I might even be careless enough to kill you. Now, what were you going to say?
Well, I was just going to say I admired your taste in clothes. Everything is just perfect. Except, of course, that run in your stocking.
Oh, and now I'm supposed to look down so you can grab me. That's a very old gag, Mr. Harper.
Well, you can't blame a fellow for trying. As a matter of fact, I wasn't going to grab you at all.
No?
No. I'm just going to turn a little like this, and then... You see?
Hello?
Hello. Ronnie Dean, please. Room 406.
One moment, please.
Hello?
Ronnie, this is Ken Harper. Listen. There's a girl here in my room.
Oh, yes? Well, why tell me, old boy?
Because she's the one with the plans on her back.
No.
I'm going to tie her up and leave in a few minutes. I'll be at Baron von Kemp's place in the Hotel Linza. If I'm not back in time for the broadcast, drop over to the police.
We are rather busy this evening, Mr. Harper. Just what did you want?
I want Miss Sidney Royce.
She is not here.
Oh? Well, I guess this kills the biggest story I ever had. Well, I've got to do it. Take a look at this passport, Baron. It's made out in the name of Sidney Royce. But that's not her picture.
Baker, this photograph,
It's Margot Lennox. Where'd you get it, Mr. Harper?
It walked into my parlor with a lady hanging on to it. The lady couldn't come with me. She's tied up at the moment. Now, look. I know what you fellas are after. You know what I'm after. Why don't we exchange prisoners?
Under certain conditions?
You mean the plans on Miss Lennox's back?
Yes.
All right. I'll let you see the lady personally. But first, I'd like to talk to Miss Royce, just to make sure she's still able to talk.
We will take you to her. But remember, no tricks, or she may meet with an accident.
Where is she?
At present, she is downstairs in the cellar, in a room we have prepared for emergencies of this nature. This way, please. The stairs are across the lobby.
This hotel does a booming business, doesn't it?
Excellent.
Ich kann nicht sagen, dass es mir leid tut. Wir sind sehr glücklich, Fritz. Sehr glücklich.
Yeah. Weren't those fellows German?
I believe so.
Very unusual season of tourists, isn't it?
Meinen Zimmer haben, bitte.
My. Seems to be tourists behind every potted farm.
Can't a few Germans take a vacation without you jumping at conclusions?
Sure, but what puzzles me is how did they avoid the draft back home?
This way, Mr. Harper. Öffnen Sie die Tür.
Ja, Herr Baron.
Ken.
You all right, Sidney?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Nobody has touched a hair of her head.
Not yet, but there's been a lot of loose talk about it.
Well, if you're satisfied, Mr. Harper, we'll arrange about the exchange.
Exchange of what?
Sidney Royce's. They're swapping you for a later model.
What? You mean you have the other Sidney Roy?
In the flesh.
Yeah, but those plans on her back. Well, you're not going to let them have them, are you?
Well, I don't think they'd want her without the plans.
Oh, but don't you see? They must be terribly important or they'd never make the exchange.
You don't think I'm going to leave you here, do you?
Well, yes, why not?
Very stout fellow, but no sale. You're getting out of here while you're all together.
I'm not. Those plans may endanger thousands of lives. I won't go.
You'll go, honey, if I have to carry you. Upsy daisy.
Baron von Kemp.
Bill?
Miss Lennox is here.
Miss Lennox?
Uh-oh.
Margot.
That's the man, that one there. He knocked me out and tied me up in his room.
How did you get away?
He made a phone call. Our girl at the switchboard listened in.
Baker, those plans. Prepare for photographing.
Oh, Baron, look. I can save you a little trouble. Those plans have been removed.
Removed?
Yes. I used the atomizer. Practically painless, wasn't it, Miss Lennox?
Be quiet. We will test your statement, Mr. Harper. Meanwhile, you will wait here with Miss Royce. Lock them in.
What a foundation. They don't build cellars like this nowadays.
No. Ken,
Yeah.
it looks pretty bad, doesn't it?
Oh, we'll get out of here. I'll write my congressman.
Oh, Ken, don't joke. I'm scared.
Are you really?
Yes.
That makes two of us.
Ken, did you really remove those plans?
Uh-huh. But I put something else in their place. And something tells me the Baron's not going to like it.
You drew something else? What?
V for victory.
Oh, Ken.
Time to seem very humorous. Right now, I'm not so sure.
Ken, no matter what happens to us, I want you to know something.
Hey, wait a minute. Is that a rope over there?
Ken, I'm trying to tell
Look,
you
darling,
that
not now. I've got an idea. Where's that guard? Is he still in the corridor?
Yes. What are you going to do?
Sidney, I'm going to hang myself.
Oh, Ken!
It'll be all right. I'll only be swinging for a minute. Look, I'll loop the rope over the rafters, see? Then loop it around my throat. Now, as soon as I start swinging, you scream. When the guard comes in to cut me down, I'll land on his neck.
Oh, but Ken, I don't like it.
I've got to get out of here. I've got a broadcast in 10 minutes.
All right.
I can stand on the cot here and kind of step off gently.
Yeah, but suppose the guard doesn't come in time.
Well, if he doesn't come in time, I'll just say, don't think of things like that.
All right.
Here I go. Are you ready for that scream?
I can't.
Well, for heaven's sake, don't get laryngitis on me. Not now.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, all right. Here I go. 1, 2. Hope this works. 1, 2. Now.
What is the matter here?
Oh, he's hung himself. Get him down.
I'll be killed for this, the fool.
Oh,
Get out of the way.
hurry.
I've got a knife. We'll be down in a minute. Oh, no. Oh, why, you.
Ken, get him. Oh, Ken, you did it. Oh, are you all right?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Oh, Ken, your throat.
It's just a little bent. Come on.
Oh, Ken, are you sure you're all right?
No, I never could stand those Uber collars.
Well, which way do we go?
The lobby's up those stairs. If we bring up there, we can... Watch it. Someone coming. Get in that room over there.
Oh. Well, That was close. What happens now?
Wait a minute. There. That's better. What'd you say?
Ken, look at all the stuff in this room.
Hey, what's this? Must be a printing press.
There's a camera.
Now look at this. Portuguese passports.
Hundreds of them.
Forgeries. Looks like the South American tourist season is opening. Oh, if I can only get out of here, what a story I could break on this.
Oh, you'll never make that broadcast, Ken.
Yes, I know it. Unless... Wait a minute. I've got an idea.
Oh, Ken, no more hanging. I can't stand it.
No, me neither. Listen. If I could just get to a phone, I could call the studio, and they could step up my voice and put it right on the air.
From the telephone?
That's it. There's a public phone booth in the lobby.
Oh, but can you make it?
I'm going to try.
And what do? Walk in front of it with a picket sign to keep them out?
Look, if this thing works, you'll be safe wherever you are. In about 5 minutes, they're going to be too busy to be looking for you.
Oh, you're not going to leave me alone. I'm going with you.
Now, look, my sweet, a couple of hours ago, I socked a woman right on the chin. Would you like to have a little of the same treatment?
All right, I'll wait.
Now, just sit tight. I'll be back in 10 minutes. Hello, Frank? Hello.
Wait a second, Ken.
You got the hookup all set?
We're working on it now. Get your speech all written?
I'm ad-libbing this one. What's my cue?
Take a word cue from London. And now Kenneth Harper reporting from Lisbon.
Okay, but how will I hear it?
You'll hear it. I'll tune up the speaker here. Say, where are you?
I told you I'm in a phone booth in the lobby of the Hotel Linza. Did you call Ronnie Dean?
Yes, he's on his way over there. Stand by, Ken. About 45 seconds.
Okay. What in the name of...
Hello?
Get in here. Didn't I tell you to stay downstairs?
Yeah, I got lonesome.
You got lonesome. You could have ruined everything.
But, Ken, I was thinking, if the Baron happened to tune this in, he'd be there with 40 gunmen.
We'll have to risk it.
All right. But just to play safe, I went back and took that gun off the guard. Here.
No, you keep it. I've got my hands full of telephone.
Here we go, Ken.
Ready.
And now UBC continues its news roundup with Kenneth Harper, reporting from Lisbon.
Hello, America. This is Kenneth Harper in Lisbon. I'm broadcasting tonight from a telephone booth in the Hotel Linza. In this hotel, my assistant, Sidney Royce, and I have uncovered a nest of Nazi agents. Just a few minutes ago, we saw several hundred forged passports for German tourists to visit South America this summer.
Tell them about Anderson.
I can also report that at this very moment, a Mr. Arthur Anderson is on his way to Trinidad aboard the steamship Southern Queen. Among Mr. Anderson's effects, if the captain looks closely enough, will be found some very important photographs. It is of the utmost importance that they be turned over to the British authorities in Trinidad at once.
Ken, there's the Baron.
Incidentally, this
He's
hotel...
coming this way.
This hotel, the Linza, is packed with German tourists. The lobby this evening is jammed.
Get off with that phone.
Put your hands up, Baron.
Well, guess who just dropped into the studio? None other than that famous authority on modern espionage, Baron von Kemp. Won't you say something to our radio audience, Baron?
Say something, or do I have to jab this gun through your ribs?
Oh. Thank you, Baron. That sums it up very nicely. And now I see that my time is about up.
Oh, Ken, there's Ronnie Dean.
Ladies and gentlemen, the excitement in the background is occasioned by the arrival of the special police. Presenting a blow-by-blow description of the fracas, I can now report that several Nazi tourists have just kissed the lobby floor. Oh, this is beautiful, beautiful.
Ronnie, over here. The Baron's here.
Let me out! Let me out!
Get back here, you sawed-off hiney, or I'll blow you sky high.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was the cultured voice of Miss Sidney Royce.
Ken, Sidney.
Oh, here, Ronnie, take the Baron.
Nice work, old girl. Nice work, Ken.
Get him out of here.
Officer, the Baron von Kemp. Come on, Baron.
And close the door.
Oh, Ken, you're marvelous.
Listen, you. I've got a little unfinished business to talk over.
Yes, darling?
Would it spoil your evening if I told you that you were the most beautiful, the most gorgeous, the most...
darling, I think you're wonderful, too.
Ken, you're still on the air.
Ladies and gentlemen, the opinions expressed on this program are not necessarily those of the United Broadcasting Company.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time every week, you usually hear a message about our product. This week, our sponsor has turned over the time to a very good friend of ours, who is coming on stage now, Mr. Cary Grant. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you, C.B., my good evening friends. I'd like to tell you a story about a young man who lived with his father and mother on a farm along the Mississippi. just south of Memphis on the Arkansas side. As a boy, he wasn't much on European history. He didn't know much about science, but he did know the exact hour the morning glory curled up to sleep out the sun, and he could call more horses by their first names than he could people. When he was small, he got pleasure on hot days just digging his toes into the Mississippi mud in cool spots, shaded by willow trees. And when he became older, he got pleasure from knowing that his mother and father could take it easier, because he was a good boy to have on the farm. Yeah, and then there came a day when that European history he knew so little about changed things along that Mississippi, as it had changed things from New York Harbor to the Golden Gate. And there came another day when this boy was tripping the tail guns of a flying fortress and shooting at Zeros on the wing, as he had shot crows on the wing, east of Pine Bluff. And came one moment when a cannon shell hit the bomb bay of his plane. And that was all. Yeah. That was all, except that for a human bond that linked this boy with all he held dear, he paid with his own life. If he could give that much for his bond, how much will you and I give for the kind of bond that links our nation together? How much will you loan, not give, to our second war loan for $13 billion to give us strength to crush the forces that took this boy from that farm along the Mississippi? Well, thank you, C.B., and good night.
Cary Grant. Cary Grant has shown us one way. We can all reply to the warlords of Japan who have murdered American prisoners. Now we again present the stars of tonight's play, Bill Powell and Rita Hayworth.
Thank you, Cecil. And as a fellow bond salesman, may I venture the opinion that Cary Grant is tops?
You may. And I saw a picture the other day, Bill, that's going to help us all sell a lot more bonds. It's called Desert Victory.
I've heard of it, Mr. DeMille.
It's a true camera report of the advance of the British 8th Army across North Africa. And it shows how American-made equipment, like the General Sherman tanks, helped win a great victory.
Everybody's talking about that picture, Cecil.
It was produced by Lieutenant Colonel David MacDonald, who used to be my assistant director. And when Mr. Churchill saw the film, he sent Colonel MacDonald by bomber to America to show the picture at the White House. Mrs. Roosevelt reports in her column that the president was deeply impressed with it. And I'm sure everyone else will be, too.
I'm very anxious to see it, Mr. DeMille. Oh, incidentally, Bill, I heard you selling bonds on the radio last Thursday, and I thought you were terrific, too.
Funny. That's the very word two soldiers used about you today, Rita. They said you'd been to their camp with a show.
How do you get time to make pictures with all the camp shows you do, Rita?
Well, I'm just rehearsing for a picture now, Bill.
Almost a vacation.
Well, you can call dancing 4 hours a day a vacation.
Well, it certainly wouldn't be for me. I suppose you spend your evenings at the Hollywood canteen dancing some more.
At the canteen, yes, but not dancing. I'm a sandwich and coffee girl there.
No wonder they had to ration coffee. What's on the bill for next week, Cecil?
The United States Navy. Because our play is The Navy Comes Through. And our stars will be Pat O'Brien, Joan Bennett, and George Murphy. Pat O'Brien and George Murphy are in the gun crew of a cargo ship, and Joan Bennett plays a Navy nurse. Add a wolf pack of Nazi submarines, and stand by for 3 acts of thrills next Monday night.
I want to hear it, Mr. DeMille. Good night.
Good night. Good night. Good night. The ladies' plans turned out very nicely. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Joan Bennett, George Murphy, and Pat O'Brien in The Navy Comes Through. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
The Lady Has Plans has been presented through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures, whose current production is China, starring Loretta Young, Alan Ladd, and William Bendix. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. And this is your announcer, John M. Kennedy, reminding you to tune in next Monday night to hear George Murphy, Pat O'Brien, and Joan Bennett in The Navy Comes Through.
Mothers, what kind of vitamins do you give your family in these days of food rationing? Make sure you get enough. Get Vims. Vims are scientifically designed to help make meals complete. They give you all the vitamins government experts say are essential, balanced in the formula doctors endorse. In addition, Vims give you all the minerals commonly lacking. Get Vims at your druggist. VI for vitamins, double MS for minerals. Vims. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Night Beat is coming up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows.
Night Beat.
Lucky Stone is the name. I'm the guy that writes that column that's buried somewhere in the middle of your Examiner, called Night Beat. They call me Lucky for the same reason they call a fat man Slim. Because the best you can hope for on a job like this is chronic bronchitis, rings under your eyes, and the fact that you're awake when regular folk are asleep. Sometimes the worst happens to you. A story grabs your heart and shakes it until it hollers uncle. A corpse in the dark alley is the business at hand. In the big city, a dead man is a pretty impersonal thing. But this one I had a special interest in because they wanted me to identify it.
Night Beat stars Frank Lovejoy as Lucky Stone.
It was early morning when I walked into the county morgue. There was that same familiar ammonia smell stinging my nostrils, that gleaming tile, that cold, empty feeling you get. The way the morgue always swipes across your face like the tail end of a nightmare. The police lieutenant was waiting for me. He nodded for the attendant to pull back the white sheet. Well? Yes, that's him. That's Ted Carter.
Okay, that does it. We had to get positive identification. You were the only one we could reach. Sorry I had to get you out of bed.
Oh, that's all right.
Guess that winds it up. Be seeing you. Thanks for the trouble.
Oh, wait a minute.
Huh?
What do you mean, be seeing you and thanks? What happens now? We go back and catch up on our sleep?
I know you had a friendly interest in the kid, Lucky, but he got it the way all hoodlums eventually get it.
He was going straight and you know it.
You're getting sore about it.
Who did it? Who killed him?
Lucky, go into any book joint, any gin mill, look in any back alley, any flop house. Whoever you find there could have done it. Take your pick.
Take my pick?
Nobody talks. Nobody remembers anything. In my book, it's murder by person to persons unknown.
Just like that?
Just like that.
Maybe for you it's that way, but not for me, Lieutenant. I've known that guy since we were kids. I was lucky and he wasn't. I talked him into going straight and now he's dead for it.
It's crazy to think that way, Lucky.
Okay, it's crazy. Somebody didn't like the idea of his going straight. And if I don't find out who it is, I'm going to start having some lousy dreams, Lieutenant. And I'm a guy that likes to sleep sound. I walked away from the lieutenant like he had the smallpox and I'd never been vaccinated. When I hit the street, it was raining. The sky was gray and there was a cold chill in the air. I waited for a cab thinking that for the first time I hated this city. I hated it because somewhere in that rain was Ted's killer. What was he doing now? Sleeping? Having his morning coffee? Waiting for the first editions to come out and see how well he'd done? You'd have to look hard to find anything about Ted. Page 6, ex-hoodlum found shot, period. When you're an ex-anything, that's a nice way of saying you're dead, brother, lie down. When a cab showed up, I went over to see Ted's girl, Joan. As soon as she opened the door, I knew she'd found out. Her face looked pinched and pale, and her eyes were red like she'd squeezed out the last tear.
Lucky, why did it have to happen like that?
I'm sorry, Joan. You didn't go down to...
No. No, I couldn't.
I understand. Who do you think did it?
I don't know. He told me he was all through with the rackets.
Well, what was he doing? Who'd he been mixed up with?
He never told me anything. I never asked him. I believed him when he told me he was going straight.
I'm going to find out who killed him, Joan.
Look, Lucky, you and Ted lived in different worlds. He wouldn't want you to get hurt because of him. This is for the police, Lucky.
I'm sorry, the police aren't interested.
Then why should you...
Because he followed my advice, and now he's dead. Now, who was the last guy he worked for, Joan? Who got sore when Ted decided to go straight?
I don't know, Lucky. I don't know.
Joan didn't know. I went around to the old haunts, his former friends. They didn't know. The district attorney didn't know. The cops didn't know. Ted had kicked around in this city among all these people for 28 years. And now, suddenly, it was like he'd never lived at all. Then I remembered a little item from his old life. A little item with baby blue eyes and red hair. Laverne Clare. He'd gone with her before he met Joan, and even after he'd met Joan. I know he'd kept sneaking back to Laverne like a drunk trying to decide whether to spend his last coin calling Alcoholics Anonymous or buying a glass of Muscatel. I went looking for Laverne. She had the number 4 spot in one of those 5 times a day shows on the untidy side of town. When I got there, I had to wait until the fleshy part of the entertainment was over, and then I went to her dressing room. Now, Ted spent a lot of time telling me how crazy he was about you, Laverne.
Yeah? He was a sweet guy. Ted was all right.
He liked to tell me about the way you looked when you danced.
Yeah, sure. Where's my drink? That bottle there. Pour me, will you?
Oh, sure. Say when.
I'll be one.
Here you are.
Thanks.
Who do you think killed him, Laverne?
Look, Mr. Stone, you're a nice guy. So why don't you go back to your office and write your column about pretty things, Mr. Stone. Nice, harmless things. You don't want to get mixed up with Bailey here, with that guy Jerry.
Bailey?
I didn't say Bailey.
Oh, so it's Bailey. The character that parlays pinballs into diamond stick pins. Number rackets, Bailey. So Ted knew something in him.
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say anything. Get out of here. Right away. You understand?
Oh, yes. Yes, I'm beginning to understand. So I had myself a lead. George Bailey. Only it was like going fishing with the hope that you'll be lucky enough to catch a trout, and all of a sudden, look who's eating your worm. Moby Dick, the whale. Before I told anyone else, I thought I'd go back and see Joan. I think I know who killed him, Joan.
You do?
I'm not positive, but it's a beginning.
Who?
George Bailey. Know him?
Bailey? Who told you it was Bailey?
You're getting pale, Joan, so you think it was Bailey, too.
Listen, Lucky, stay away from Bailey. He's trouble.
Yeah? I'll let you know exactly how much trouble. I'll see you later.
Lucky. It's dangerous. Please be careful.
The lieutenant told me anyone could have killed Ted. He invited me to take my pick. I'm going over and see that cop. I've taken my pick. George Bailey.
Lucky you surprised me. You really expect me to arrest George Bailey? On what charge?
He's mixed up with Ted's killing. You know it, and I know it.
Outside of this Laverne girl, I got nothing to go on. You have one shred of evidence pointing to Bailey?
Arrest him on suspicion. Sweat it out of him.
Now, wouldn't I look fine against Bailey's high-powered shyster lawyers, trying to make an arrest stick because some drunken dame shot her mouth off? Even then, she'd deny it if I put her up on the witness stand.
So you don't want to touch Bailey?
Look, get me one witness who saw them together. Find me one scrap of evidence, even circumstantial evidence. I'll arrest Bailey in a minute. You won't find anything. I know. I've tried. All you'll find is frightened people and blank walls. Bailey's had this town by the throat for 10 years. No, I'm sorry, Lucky. I can't help you.
But I couldn't stop. I was like a snowball somebody started rolling down a hill. I didn't know where I was going or what would happen when I got there, but I had to keep rolling. They've got a name for that. It's called a guilt complex, and I had it in Technicolor. Ted was dead because he'd believed in me. I couldn't forget that any more than I could forget my name. Then I remembered my column. Sure, why not? The little poems to the first robin, the jokes about the smog, the stories of the happy winos that have to move over. I was going to work on Bailey in the only way I knew, and keep my fingers crossed that something would happen. What big shot racketeer sends for his aspirin every time someone mentions the back alley murder of Ted Carter? When is the district attorney going to get wise and change the address of Mr. B from a downtown penthouse to an upstate death house?
Listen to this, boss. Huh? Stone's latest little offering. When are the police going to bring in the Carter killer?
Let me see it. If they don't know who it is, I'll give them a hint. Think of Daly and reach for the letter B.
How long's he going to get away with that?
Hand me the phone.
Sure.
Hello?
I want Lucky Stone.
You got him.
I'll say it only once, Mr. Stone.
Hmm?
I don't like this kind of publicity.
Oh, you must be Bailey.
I'm asking you to lay off.
Real polite like, huh?
That's right. Real polite. Now, so what's the good word, Mr. Stone?
The good word? I got a whole sack full. You get a copy of the Examiner first thing tomorrow, and you'll see him right under my bylaw.
Now, listen, Stone.
It'll be something like this. One of the local gendarmes going to knock on Mr. Bailey's door with a warrant for his arrest. Okay, he doesn't want a preview, so let him pay 7 cents. Well, that was more like it. So Bailey was beginning to squirm. Well, on him it looked just fine. I worked late on the column that night, giving Bailey enough needles to sew a circus tent. I was feeling pretty good. That guilt complex about Ted Carter wasn't hurting quite so much. I unlocked my door and stepped inside. I didn't have to shut the door. It was shut for me.
I've been waiting for you, Mr. Stone.
Well, as long as you're here, make yourself at home.
You're a wisecracker, ain't you? Like your friend, Ted Carter.
What do you know about Ted Carter?
Oh, he was a regular card.
Okay, what do you want?
My boss sent me over to take a look at you.
Your boss?
Mr. Bailey.
And you're little boy Blue, huh?
Yeah, a wisecracker, all right.
Well, tell that boss of yours I'll be dropping around to see him for an interview. Huh?
He don't want it that way. He sent me to see you instead.
Yeah?
He don't like people who don't pay attention to his telephone messages. He thinks you're very nasty, yapping all the time that he had something to do with the Ted Carter killing.
So?
So, like I said, Mr. Bailey don't like it.
Okay, Buster, now get out of here.
Not right now. Mr. Bailey wants me to teach you a lesson. For this blackjack. Mr. Bailey don't like smart guys. Wisecracker.
Night Beat stars Frank Lovejoy as Lucky Stone.
I woke up with a nice view of my ceiling. Sign outside the window flashed off and on. And every time it flashed on, it was like that punk of Bailey's with his blackjack testing his strength on my skull and doing fine. After a while, I crawled to my knees and worked my way over to the wall. And I climbed up the side of the dresser until I reached the phone.
Operator?
Operator, get me the police to... No, never mind. Skip it. All of a sudden, I didn't want the police in on this. I wanted this to be a private party. All of a sudden, I wanted to feel a gun in my hands. I washed up, changed clothes, and found a cab. It was 11:15 when I reached Joan's apartment. I had to knock a long time before she came to the door. She was rubbing the sleep out of her eyes.
Lucky? Oh, come on in.
Thanks, honey.
What happened to you?
Surprise party by the same people who surprised Ted.
Wait, I'll get some bandages.
No, that's not why I came.
No?
When Ted quit the rackets, what did he do with his gun?
He asked me to keep it. He said then I'd know he was on the up and up. Why?
I want Ted's gun.
What are you going to do with it?
Never mind. Just give me the gun.
No, Lucky. You'll only get...
The gun.
It's in the bottom drawer of the dresser. I'll get it. Think you're crazy. Here.
Thank you.
Where are you going?
Wentworth Towers. Bailey has an office there.
Lucky you are crazy. You're walking right into a trap. They'll kill you like they killed Ted.
Well, if I don't go, Jerry will be coming around again. You see, either way, it's no good. At least this way, I say when. Wish me luck.
Luck? Oh, you fool, you poor fool. You'll end up like Ted with 5 bullet holes in your back.
When I got to the Wentworth Towers, it was almost midnight. The streets were deserted. The only sounds were distant traffic. The front door was locked, and the only light in the lobby came from the night elevator. An old man sat inside the elevator dozing. I pounded on the window. He reluctantly got to his feet and started walking toward me. He snapped the lock and pushed open the front door.
Nobody in this building now? All the offices are closed.
Not all of them, Pop. I have an appointment with Mr. Bailey.
You have?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll take you in. 24th floor. Come on.
As the elevator rose, I dipped my hand in my coat pocket. The cold touch of the gun had the comforting sensation of a boy holding his father's hand. The elevator came to a stop on the 34th floor. The doors opened, and little boy Blue stepped out of the darkness. He had a gun, too, only his was in his fist.
Take us downstairs, Pop.
Sure thing, Jerry.
I want to see Bailey.
We know, but Bailey don't want to see you. And keep your hands out of your pockets. Let me see what you got there. A gun. Pretty nice. Thanks.
Don't mention it. I'm always handing out souvenirs.
You go out first, Pop, and open the street door.
All right, Jerry, I'll get it open for you.
Is everything all right, Pop? Is it all clear?
Why don't you go out there and see? Here, I'll help you.
Hey, what?
I shoved the kid out. I pushed the lever that slammed the door shut and started the elevator going up. I could see little lights blink on the instrument panel as I passed each floor. Bailey was on the 34th floor, and I was getting closer. Close. All of a sudden, the elevator stopped. I was stuck between the 11th and 12th floors. I didn't have to be a mastermind to figure out what had happened. Little boy Blue and the old man had gone to the basement and switched off the power on my elevator. They'd bring up one of the other elevators and come after me. I began to feel like an animal trapped in a cage. Then I noticed the little door on top of the elevator. I climbed up on the old man's stool. I pushed the door upward and grabbed the sides of the opening. And I started pulling myself out. And now I was standing on top of the elevator, hanging onto a greasy cable that ran down from the roof of the building. Far below, I heard the other elevator with Jerry and the old man start climbing. I leaned forward to reach the door of the 12th floor. I couldn't reach it. The other elevator was coming up fast. As I lunged for it again, their elevator stopped at the 11th floor. I was trapped good. But as long as I was between floors, they couldn't get to me either. Little boy Blue figured it that way, too.
Well, how are we going to get his elevator down here so we can get at him?
You wait here. I'll go down to the basement and get him down to the 11th with the emergency train.
All right, but hurry.
It was turning into a big evening. In a couple of minutes, I could feel my elevator inching down toward the 11th floor and me going right along with it, perched on the roof. Then I heard that shattering of glass. That meant the kid was using his gun butt to break through the little glass window in my elevator door so that he could reach in and spring it open. Ah, nice figuring. And now if I could figure a way to stay alive for the next 5 minutes, Mr. Einstein could move over.
Where is he? How can he get out of here? He couldn't. Jerry, look up there. The trap door's open. He's at the top of the elevator.
Yeah? Now, that ain't playing fair. How many floors in this building, Pop?
35.
I've always wanted to run an elevator. Let's see how fast we can get to the roof.
Jerry.
Shut up. Hold on to your hat, Stone.
We were rising a mile a minute. All I could do was sprawl down and watch the roof of that building coming at me. Faster and faster. The top pulley singing around and around, louder and louder. The roof was rushing to meet me like we were lovers from way back. Faster and faster, almost to the top. Almost. Now I know how those goats felt when that bomb went off at Bikini. The shock of the elevator smacking against the huge top springs shook me up like a bag of cement in a concrete mixer. But I was alive, which is always encouraging. Jerry stopped off on the 35th floor. Pop started taking the elevator down very slowly, and I was still sprawled out on the top of it, trying to get the cobwebs out of my brain.
All right, Pop. You must be the original Indian rubber man, Stone. Did make a fortune in the circus.
Oh, it's nothing at all. I owe it all to the heavy underwear.
Come on, climb out here.
Well, how can I refuse such a nice invitation? Especially when you're holding a gun.
Come on, back up, Pop.
Elevator. Wait a minute, will you please?
Who's that? Yeah, well, the cleaning woman better put your gun away.
Well, this is sure a break. I thought you'd be taking a snooze.
All right. Come on, get in.
Yeah, let's all get in. It's hard to get an elevator this time of night. We rode down, the four of us. No one said anything. The cleaning woman was half dead on her feet, her head bobbing, half asleep. Oh, that lovely, innocent, tired old gal was saving my life. So long as she was with us.
I'll get out on the 3rd floor, Pop. I'm going to the dressing room.
3 it is. Here you are, number 3.
Thank you. Good night, Pop.
Good night, Pop. I get off here, too.
No, you don't. This ain't the main floor.
For me, this is the main floor.
Stone, come back here, Stone!
I raced down the dark hall, past the cleaning woman who stared at me with her mouth wide open. In the distance, I saw what I was looking for. A little red sign that said stairway. My little pal was right after me. I got to the stairs, started down 4 at a time. He's right on my tail.
You're not getting away, Stone!
I had to get out of here fast. This party was getting rough. I reached the main floor. Instead of going through the lobby and into the street, I ducked behind the cigar counter. The kid raced by. He went out through the front door looking for me on the street outside. I looked at the indicator over the night elevator door. The old guy was still parked on the 3rd floor. I went to the stairs again and down into the basement. I needed an elevator, and there were several parked there for the night. I commandeered one. I was getting to be a regular genius with these elevators. Well, this was going to be the end of the little game. I was finally on my way up to Bailey. The 34th floor. The building tapered off up here. Around the small square hallway were 6 office doors, barely visible in the pale moonlight. Bailey was behind one of those doors. I tried the first door. Nothing. The second door was locked. Then a telephone started ringing inside one of the offices. I hurried over to it. Locked. The transom was half open, but no light showed through. Then, as I was about to turn away, I heard...
Hello? Jerry, where the devil are you? The lobby. You crazy fool. He's up here. Yeah, in the hall just outside the door. Get up here right away. Don't take any chances. As soon as your elevator door's open, kill him. All right, move.
Now, what are your plans, Mr. Stone?
That was a good question of Bailey's. What was I going to do? I couldn't break into Bailey's office. I didn't have a gun. He'd kill me before I could turn the doorknob. The indicator above the night elevator door was blinking fast. It was on his way up. The kid was in it, and the instant that door opened, he'd kill me. Right then, I started thinking of Joan.
You'll end up like Ted with 5 bullet holes in your back.
Yes, it was beginning to look that way. The elevator had passed the 17th floor, the 18th, the 19th. The little lights were dancing like a string of shooting stars. That kid was coming up fast. I was beginning to feel those bullets tearing into my back.
You'll end up like Ted with 5 bullet holes in your back.
With 5 bullet holes in my back, his back. I'd fought my way 34 stories to reach Bailey, and now I wasn't thinking about Bailey.
You'll end up like Ted with 5 bullet holes in your back.
As the kid's elevator passed the 32nd floor, I started running for the elevator I brought up from the basement. I jumped into it and started down. I didn't want to kill Bailey anymore. I only wanted to get to Joan. Joan was waiting for me when I got to her apartment. She wanted the whole story, everything that happened. When I'd finished, I watched her relax a little.
Then you didn't kill Bailey.
No, Joan, I didn't kill Bailey.
Oh. Police siren. Sounds like it's stopping in front of the house.
Yeah. They came here sooner than I expected.
Sooner than you... Lucky you've been lying to me. You did kill him. They've come to arrest you. You lied.
I haven't lied, Joan. They haven't come to arrest me. They've come to arrest you.
Me?
For the murder of Ted Carter.
What are you talking about? I didn't...
Oh, but you did. You said the wrong thing tonight when I went out to get Bailey.
What do you mean?
You said I'd end up like Ted with 5 bullet holes in my back. How would you know about that? It wasn't in any of the newspaper stories. You never went to the morgue. There was no way on earth you could have known unless you killed him. Be right with you. That's the police, Joan. Any more questions?
Yes. Don't you know what it's like to love somebody? I was willing to do anything for him. Scrub his floor, wash his clothes, give him a good home, anything. But he always kept going back to Laverne. The way I loved him, do you think I could let any other woman in?
All right, boys. All right, I'll let you in. I want you to know one thing, Joan. No matter what you thought, Ted really loved you. You see, Laverne represented his old world. But with you, he was going to have a new life. You remember that, will you? Okay, boys, she's all yours. Yeah, that's the story of Ted Carter. Murdered in the name of love. Okay, if that's what love does to you, I'll string along with Pinochle. Oh, I'm just feeling low tonight. Because murder is only a symptom of what we're suffering from. The disease is selfishness and jealousy and greed. Too many of us have decided that the golden rule may have been all right for Grandpa, but nowadays the fashionable thing is dog eat dog. But then I think, how can that be? How can any of us hurt or hate or even be indifferent to those around us when in this whole crazy world all any of us ever really have is each other? Well, that does it for tonight. I called Bailey, and I told him I'd made a mistake, but then he'd made him too, so it was a Mexican standoff. It's a nice job. You finish up, you yell for the copy boy, you grab for a second-hand sandwich and a tired cup of coffee, and then you start all over again. Because tomorrow you've got another night beat. You don't know where the story's coming from or where it's going to take you, but you know it's somewhere out there in the dark waiting for you. I'll tell you all about it next week. Copy, boy.
Night Beat is written by Larry Marcus and produced by Bill Karn. Music is composed and conducted by Frank Worth. Frank Lovejoy can currently be seen in the Motion Picture Academy nomination Home of the Brave and the Universal International production of South Sea Sinner, and is featured in the forthcoming Warner Brothers production The Rock Bottom. This is NBC, the National, 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 NBC, the National.
Get ready to laugh with Our Miss Brooks, which is coming up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows.
We bring you the new comedy show, Our Miss Brooks, starring Shirley Booth.
You know, it's a funny thing. I'm always careful about standing in a dress, but no matter how careful I am, I always get a pain in the neck teaching English, too.
Our Miss Brooks. Have you met her yet? Maybe you think a schoolteacher's life is dull. Well, it is. But there are moments when even Miss Brooks' life can be as romantic and glamorous as a movie star's. It's when she's dreaming. And especially when she's dreaming about Mr. Boynton, the biology teacher. It's a few minutes after 7 in the morning, and the Davis family with whom Miss Brooks lives is still asleep. And so is Miss Brooks.
Oh, Mr. Boynton.
I love you, Miss Brooks.
Kiss me, Mr. Boynton. Oh, Mr. Boynton.
Miss Brooks. Oh, Miss Brooks.
Kiss
You'll
me
be late.
again, Mr. Boynton. Nice, Mr. Boynton.
Miss Brooks, you have to go to school.
Oh, no, Mr. Boynton. I don't have to go to school for this. This comes naturally.
Oh, dear, you don't understand. You slept through your alarm.
I what? Oh, no. What time is it, Mrs. Davis?
It's all right, dear. It's only 7:15.
Oh, 7:15. 7:15? I'm late. I mean, I will be if I don't rush. Will you hand me my slip?
Yes, dear, here you are.
Oh, I've got to hurry. Today's a very important day at school. The faculty's going to meet the new president of the school board, Osgood Conklin. And this is no day to be late.
Well, it certainly isn't. Did you say Osgood Conklin?
Yes. Why? Did you ever hear of him?
Hear of him? Why, I've known Osgood for years. We were school children together. Just imagine little stony-faced Conklin growing up to be a school board president.
Stony-faced Conklin?
He always hated to laugh.
Oh.
I remember at the high school dances, he kept requesting only one song, Gloomy Sunday.
Oh, fine. He sounds like fun. I wonder how he feels about teachers breathing.
I think he's for it.
Well, if he isn't, I could cut it out in a minute. Right along with eating. Say, I better wash up and get my face on fast. New school board presidents don't like to wait for teachers.
that you, Miss Brooks? Oh, I have a wonderful surprise for breakfast.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Davis. I just have time to get my galoshes
Oh, but
on.
you can't go without trying my Armenian pancakes. They've been setting for 5 days, so the goat's milk would be good and sour.
But, Mrs. Davis, I'm allergic to goats.
Now, you just take one teensy-weensy bite off this fork. Don't pay any attention to the smell.
Oh, really, Mrs. Davis?
There. Isn't that delicious? Oh, Armenians would never go into battle without one.
Did they shoot them out of cannons?
Ruth, there's water for you. Oh, swallow it, Miss Brooks. It's a crime to throw them away.
It's a crime either way.
Bonjour, Miss Brooks.
Bonjour.
Bonjour, Mother. Pancakes in the hole. Keldro.
Oh, Ruth, when in Greece, do as the Greeks do. Speak English. Oh, now, look, there's water honking for you.
Oh, that worm can honk himself blue in the face for all I care, and he knows
But
it.
he's waiting out front.
Then I'm going out back. Au revoir now.
Oh, I don't know what to do with that girl.
Well, there's always flips. Look at the time. I'll never make it.
Oh, Miss Brooks, aren't you finishing your pancake?
Mrs. Davis, it's a question of who's finishing who.
But it's nourishing, dear. Just roll it up and take it with you.
But
Oh, dear. Walter came over here all this way for nothing.
Oh, no, he didn't. He may be expecting Miss Garbo in bobby socks, but he's getting Miss Brooks in galoshes. Oh, Walter. Walter, it's awfully nice of you to drive me to school, but would you please be more careful?
Oh, don't worry about Bessie, Miss Brooks. She drives herself.
Yes, it wouldn't hurt to give her a hint now and then.
So Ruth left by the back door, eh? Boy, does that burn me up. After all the trouble I went to get the car. I even missed my breakfast.
You did? Well, you're just the one I'm looking for. Have a pancake.
A pancake? Oh, I don't know whether I should or not. I feel so unsettled.
Oh, these will settle you, Walter. I promise. Tell me, what happened between you and Ruth?
She read a book.
Oh, that always leads to trouble. Which book?
Oh, a book of the great love letters in history or something. Now she says all she believes in is spiritual love.
Oh. And you don't?
Well, I believe in it, Miss Brooks, but how do you do it?
I see what you mean. You see, Walter, it's just that Ruth doesn't appreciate yet that a man is a thing to be treasured.
Well, when will she appreciate that?
When she gets to be my age.
Oh, I couldn't wait that long, Miss Brooks.
Now, wait a minute. How old do you think I am?
35?
Walter.
40?
Walter.
45?
Walter, this isn't an auction. I'm not a day old. Walter, look out, that car.
I saw it. Say, I've got a great idea.
Oh, you mean you've decided to drive on the right side of the street?
No, seriously. I'll write her a letter. Something that will break her heart and burn her up. I can knock it off at school today.
Walter, what makes you think we're going to get to school today?
Say, if I brought the letter over to you tonight after dinner, Miss Brooks, would you look it over for me?
Yes, Walter, anything.
We'll keep it a secret that you help me. I'll make it spiritual, see?
Walter, please, that car.
Right up to the very end, and...
Walter!
And then I'll let her have it. Miss Brooks. Oh, Miss Brooks, what are you doing on the floor?
I'm not sure, Walter, but while I'm down here, would you like me to check your ignition?
Look here, young man. Anyone who drives like that shouldn't be allowed on a kiddie car.
Me? Listen, what's the idea of having your fender so far out in the road?
Young man, if you're trying to imply that I...
Please, will somebody please take me up off the floor?
Oh, I'm sorry, Miss Brooks. I forgot. Are you all right?
I'm just fine, thanks. I love having my foot in my face.
Here, I'll help you. Everything okay?
Yes, Walter, everything's okay. It's in slightly different order, but okay.
Well, young woman, I hope this teaches you what comes of joyriding.
Joyriding?
Yes.
You call what I've been doing joyriding? I'll thank you to control your temper.
Temper? Why, this boy...
I'm sorry, I haven't any time for further discussion. Goodbye, Walter, and thanks for the ride, if you'll pardon the expression.
Oh, don't forget tonight, Miss Brooks.
That's one of the most offensive young women I've ever met.
Say, do you know who she is?
Who?
That just happens to be one of the best teachers we got over at South High. That's all.
Well, that's very interesting. Do you know who I am?
Who?
I just happen to be the new president of the school board. That's all.
Well, good afternoon, Miss Brooks.
Oh, Miss Weaver, am I that late?
Well, not really. It's just that everyone else arrived with the dawn to prepare for the Right Honorable Osgood Conklin.
They did?
I've never seen the faculty in such a state. Why, I walked by the gymnasium, and there was Miss Hooper polishing her dumbbells.
Where's Mr. Darwell?
Our principal?
Yeah.
In there in his office, chewing on his Phi Beta Kappa key. It's really getting him down. He's watered his begonia 3 times.
Well, I better get to my room and do something about my condition. My hair's a mess.
Why worry, Miss Brooks? A teacher's hair is just the place to put pencils. Oh, good morning, Mr. Boynton.
Good morning, Miss Weaver.
Oh, Mr. Boynton.
Miss Brooks.
There are your attendance reports, Mr. Boynton.
And here's your mail, Mr. Boynton.
Thank you.
Isn't it nice? We're in the same box.
Well, both of our names begin with B.
Mr. Boynton, you have such a quick mind.
Well, it is thorough.
Yes, terribly. But sometimes I think you tax it too much. You probably need more recreation. You know what I mean.
Well, carrying on my biology experiments is recreation enough.
You don't know what I mean.
Of course, I used to collect stamps. That was pretty exciting.
Oh, my, yes. There's no end of possibilities. Have you ever tried your hand at beadwork?
No, is that fun?
Fun? Why, it makes you tingle all over.
You must show me how it's done sometime.
And basket weaving can be fun, too.
Really?
Oh, sure, if we're both inside the same basket.
Miss Brooks, if you don't mind my changing the subject, are you busy tonight?
Busy? Me? Well, Mr. Boynton, I couldn't be unbusier.
I'd like to come over after dinner. That is, if we can be alone.
Alone? Oh, we'll be practically isolated, Mr. Boynton.
You see, what I had in mind...
Mr. Boynton, Miss Brooks, you'd better be getting to your classrooms. Mr. Conklin's arrived.
Oh, has he, Mr. Darwell?
Yes, and frankly, he's not in a very good mood, so I'm particularly anxious to have everything go well. Incidentally, Miss Brooks, your class will be among the first visited.
Oh, I'll be ready for you, Mr. Darwell.
Good. And you know, Miss Brooks, nothing is more important than a first impression.
All right, class. Let me have your attention, please. Mr. Conklin, the new school board president, is at South High today, and if he should visit our class, there's no reason to be nervous or self-conscious. We'll just go on in our normal manner, and I'm sure I'll get that salary raise. We'll do fine. Now, to take up where we left off yesterday...
Pardon me, Miss Brooks.
Oh.
Mr. Conklin and I just happened to be passing by.
Well, you come right in, Mr. Darwell.
This way, Mr. Conklin. Mr. Conklin, this is our Miss Brooks.
That's Miss Brooks?
Yes.
That's Mr. Conklin? Bronklin, I mean.
Oh, you two have met.
Well, you might say we ran into each other this morning.
That was Miss Brooks? Oh, well, Mr. Conklin, I have an idea.
Yes?
Why don't we skip the English and drop in on manual training? They have a splendid collection of hand-decorated doors.
No, Mr. Darwell. I'm particularly interested in watching Miss Brooks conduct her class.
Oh, well, suppose you go right on with your class, Miss Brooks. We'll just sit at the back of the room and probably learn something, too.
Yes. Now, class, I'm going to read these lines, and I want you to tell me whom. I want you to tell me the name of the author. So faithful in love, so Conklin in war. Pardon me. So dauntless in war. Never was there a knight like young Lochinvar. Hands, please. No hands? You've all got them, you know. Just look at the ends of your sleeves. There's the hand. Winona. You can always depend on Winona. Who wrote those lines, Winona?
I don't know, Miss Brooks. I just want to leave the room.
Great.
Mr. Mr. Darwell, I think I've heard all I care to in this class. Let's go on to manual training.
Very well, Mr. Conklin. I'll be right with you.
Very well, Mr. Darwell.
Miss Brooks.
Yes, Mr. Darwell. I'll just lower the shades to half-mast and leave quietly.
Well, it was an unfortunate beginning, Miss Brooks, but for the rest of the day, why don't you, sort of keep in the background?
Mr. Darwell, you won't be able to tell me from the wallpaper. Hello, Mr. Boynton.
Well, good morning, Miss Brooks. Come right in.
I just happened to be passing your laboratory, and I just dropped in to see what time you were coming over tonight.
Tonight?
Yes. You see, one of my students is dropping by so I can look over a letter he's been
I'm
writing.
not sure I can make it at all now, Miss Brooks. I'm worried about Violet.
Violet?
The white mutated mouse I told you about.
But, Mr. Boynton...
Steady there, Violet, sweetheart. You know, I don't like the feel of her stomach.
Mr. Boynton...
It's lumpy.
Mr. Boynton, you told me that you wanted to come over tonight, and I...
Well, frankly, I don't think I should leave Violet when she's in this condition. You understand, I have to...
Yes, I know. You have to sit up with a sick rat.
Mouse.
Mouse.
Violet's delicate, but she's sweet. Of course, she's a little peaked today.
Maybe she worries about her lumpy stomach. I would.
Well, I don't know what it is. You know, I think I'd better have a look at her cage. Hold her a minute here.
Oh, no.
No. She'll be all right if you just handle her gently. Here. Miss Brooks, you dropped Violet.
She attacked me.
Miss Brooks, get down off that desk, Miss Brooks.
I feel she's there under the table.
I'll get her if you just stop screaming and let go of your skirt.
Mr. Conklin is our biology... Why, Miss Brooks, what are you doing up on that desk? And where is Mr. Boynton?
He's under the table with Violet, Mr. Darwin.
Violet? Well, now I know what goes on in the biology laboratory.
But, Mr. Conklin, it's just an experiment.
Mr. Conklin, I'm sure that I could... Mr. Conklin, I'm sure...
Yes, so am I. Very sure. Come, Mr. Darwell, I suggest we come back later, after they get Violet out from under the table.
But, Mr. Clonk...
Oh, skip it.
What? Oh, finally got Violet, Miss Brooks.
So I see.
Isn't she a beauty?
Oh, ravishing.
And to think she's mine.
Yes, just think. And you know something, Mr. Boynton?
What?
You make a lovely couple.
You're listening to Our Miss Brooks, a new comedy show starring Miss Shirley Booth. Poor Miss Brooks. She got up this morning determined to make a good impression on the new president of the school board, Osgood Conklin. But somehow she hit him the wrong way. Or rather, the car she was driving to school in did, and events from that point on didn't go well. It's after school now, and Miss Brooks is in a room at the Davis home, lying down, entertaining some dark thoughts.
I think I'll run away from it all and go to Brooklyn or somewhere. Maybe I could go to Africa and teach the natives. No, the school board president would probably turn out to be a cannibal. Probably have me right at home, have me for dinner the first day. I can see it now. For an appetizer tonight, we'll have Miss Brooks on toast. Think that even a schoolboy, he was called Stony-Faced Conklin. Why did he ever have to grow up? Somebody should have prevented it. Parents are so careless.
Of course, we're old friends, Margaret, but... No, I haven't anything against Miss Brooks, but... Yes, I know she lives with you, but I can't possibly... But I can't... But All right, Margaret, all right. I'll come to dinner tonight. Yes, 6:30. Goodbye, Margaret. Miss Douglas.
Yes, Mr. Conklin?
Send out for a box of aspirin, please.
Yes, sir. And Mrs. Denton is on her way in to see you.
Mrs. Denton?
The president of the Women's Civic League.
No, stop her! Tell her I've gone for the day. Tell her I've gone south. Tell her Why, Mrs. Denton, what a pleasant surprise.
Mr. Conklin, when you were running for president of the school board, I threw my weight, which I must say is considerable, behind you. Now, the least I expect, Mr. Conklin...
Naturally, I'm interested in your problem, Mrs. Denton.
I'm a veritable tigress when it comes to my boy, Mr. Conklin, a veritable tigress.
Oh, yes, I can see that.
Mr. Conklin, not over a half hour ago, I heard my Walter tell Ruth Davis over the phone that he had a date tonight with an older woman, a teacher at South High.
Oh, I'm sure you misunderstood, Mrs. Denton. Our students are allergic to teachers.
Mr. Conklin, you've never been a mother, I can see that.
Mrs. Denton, I'm sure it's just an innocent...
Now, just listen to this. This fell out of Walter's notebook when he came home from school. Steel yourself, Mr. Conklin.
I'm steel.
I can hardly bring myself to read it. At last, I've got what I want. Red hair and what a tough and sturdy little body.
What?
Would you call that innocent, Mr. Conklin?
Oh, no, Mrs. Davis, you shouldn't have had Mr. Conklin to dinner tonight.
Oh, now imagine being afraid of Osgood Conklin. He won't bite you.
Maybe not, but why does he keep baring his fangs? Besides, I was counting on your going to the movies tonight. Mr. Boynton's coming.
Now, I'm not going to listen to another word. You come right in here with me. Osgood, you know Miss Brooks.
Oh, yes. Good evening, Miss Brooks.
Good evening, Mr. Conklin.
It's Conklin, Miss Brooks.
I said Conklin, didn't I?
Don't just stand there, dear. Sit down. Oh, now, wasn't this a grand idea, Osgood?
Fine.
Oh, Mother's just full of ideas, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Oh, Ruth, that's sweet. Oh, Miss Brooks.
Yes?
Your elbow, dear.
My what?
It's in the soup, dear.
Oh. Oh, well, what's the difference? I've been in the soup all day.
Frankly, Miss Brooks, to stay out of the soup, you've got to use your noodle.
Why, Osgood, that's very, very funny. Don't you think so, Miss Brooks?
What? Oh, yes. It's the funniest thing I ever heard.
What is?
Oh, we're laughing at your joke, Mr. Conklin. Noodle, soup.
Oh, that. Oh, yes, noodle soup. Not bad, was it?
Mr. Conklin, I had no idea you were so clever. Did you, Mrs. Davis?
No. I just never heard of anything so funny.
Oh, Mr. Conklin, did anyone ever tell you you had a wonderful sense of humor?
Miss Brooks, did anyone ever tell you you've got a wonderful sense of humor?
Oh, well, you really don't need a sense of humor to appreciate your jokes, Mr. Conklin.
Well, how do you mean that?
I mean, they're so witty. That horrible concoction that's brewing in the kitchen.
That's coffee, Ruth.
Coffee?
Yes. It's strained through grapefruit rind. It contains a little essence of garlic and a dash of Limburger cheese. It's Bulgarian coffee.
Well, my heavens. No wonder they're always having trouble in the Balkans.
Ruth, dear, suppose you clear the table and then carry the coffee in here.
Carry it? Mother, I think it's strong enough to walk in by itself.
I'll help you, Ruth. Oh, no, dear. You just sit there. Osgood might like to tell another joke.
Tell me, Miss Brooks,
Yes?
what happens when a teacher allows a student to become infatuated with her and then lead him on?
Well, I imagine the student would keep the teacher after school.
That's not funny, Miss Brooks. What this teacher's doing is serious.
Oh, well, of course. It certainly is. It's terrible. What's she doing?
She's having a rendezvous with one of her students at her house tonight.
Oh, that's shocking. That's really shocking.
Oh, yes, that is.
We don't know who she is.
Well, I can't imagine any teacher who would...
But the boy's name is Walter Denton.
Well, if you ask me, they both ought to be... Who? Walter Denton? My Walter Denton?
Why, what's the matter, Miss Brooks? You look as if you're in pain.
Me? Oh, no. Is that the door?
Ruth, see who it is.
No, I'll go. I'm closest.
Miss Brooks, don't run.
Well, I always run after dinner. It helps my digestion. I'll replant that for you tomorrow, Mrs. Davis.
Don't worry about it, dear.
Hi, Miss Brooks. Here I am, right on time. And boy, what a letter I've written.
Walter, come back here. Come out of the living room.
There are a couple of words I'm not so sure of.
Walter, you have to leave. You don't understand.
Ruth, bring the coffee into the living room.
Ruth, why isn't she at the movies?
Nobody's at the movies. I tried to tell you, Walter.
Well, I can't let Ruth see me here. I'd be ruined.
Walter, come out from behind that curtain. Walter!
Right in here, Osgood. Oh, who was at the door, dear?
The what? Oh, it was the wrong number.
The wrong number, Miss Brooks?
I mean the wrong house number, Mr. Conklin.
Put the tray on the coffee table, Ruth, and try to look more pleasant, dear.
If no one objects, I'm going up to my room and brood. Bonsoir, all.
Something wrong, Miss Brooks?
Wrong?
Yes, dear, you seem so nervous. You're pulling all the threads out of that tassel.
Oh, yes, I am. I guess no tassel's safe near me, that's all. They don't make them like they did before the war, do they? I remember some tassels that you could pull on all day.
Now, come and get your coffee, dear. It'll calm you. You know, the Bulgarians drink it flat on their back.
I wish I were flat on my back and in Bulgaria.
Osgood, it's stuffy in here, dear. We'll pull back those curtains.
No.
Open the window.
No, not the curtains.
Please, Brooks, what is wrong?
Oh, drafts can be so dangerous. Why don't we go for a walk or a drive or something? Let's get out, shall we?
Nonsense, Miss Brooks. I'll just open the window and you'll feel better.
But, Mr. Brooklyn...
Yes, there we are.
Well, where could he have... how could he have...
Nerves, Osgood.
Oh, I'll be all right in a moment.
Here, just lay your head back against the couch and I'll get you a pillow. I always keep some here in the window seat just for emergencies. You never know when... Why, hello, Walter. Here you are, Miss... Walter Denton. Come out of my window seat.
So that's Walter Denton.
Oh, no.
Hi, everybody.
Walter, what are you doing in there?
Well, I came here to see Miss Brooks. I thought we'd be alone.
Walter.
Well?
Now, Mr. Conklin, I know how this must look, but it's really quite easy to explain.
Easy, huh?
Yes. Walter, you tell them why you came here tonight.
Why? It's nobody's business but our own.
Walter.
But, Miss Brooks, we agreed that this was to be our secret.
Walter, please, for the last time, explain.
Well, if you gotta know, I came over because Miss Brooks said she'd help me with the letter I was writing to Ruth.
Well, that was very sweet of Miss Brooks. Don't you think so, Osgood?
Extremely. Now let's hear you explain this, Miss Brooks.
I don't understand.
Just read it, Miss Brooks. It's a page from Walter's diary.
Mine?
At last, I've got what I want. Red hair and what a tough and sturdy little body.
Walter. I wish everybody would stop saying Walter. This isn't even my writing. Here, look at the other side. That's my biology notes from yesterday. Oh, I remember now. I asked Mr. Boynton to loan me a piece of paper.
Mr. Boynton wrote that? Oh, Miss Brooks, don't you get it?
Get what?
Red hair. It's you Mr. Boynton's writing about.
Me? Just what do you wanted? A tough and sturdy little... Well, I am strong.
Surely you're not pleased, Miss Brooks.
I'm not? Oh, I'm not.
Good evening. The front door was open, and I just...
Oh, Mr. Boynton.
Well, I thought you said that we were going to be alone, Miss Brooks.
You too? Mr. Boynton, I'd like to know whether you wrote this or not.
Well, let me see it. Yes, I wrote it. It was supposed to go in my diary.
Diary?
Yes, what's wrong with it anyway? She is strong, and I did work hard to get it.
Oh, Mr. Boynton, please, not in front of everybody.
It took 23 generations of crossbreeding to get a red-backed mouse like that.
Mouse?
Mouse? Sure. What did you think I was writing about?
Well, I knew it was a mouse, Mr. Boynton. I just didn't know which one.
Well, this is amazing, most amazing. I don't quite know what to say.
Well, I do. Ever since I got up this morning, all I wanted to do was to make a good impression on you, Mr. Conklin. My knees knock like castanets. But they're not knocking anymore. I'm as steady as a rock. You know, the trouble with you, Mr. Conklin, is that you can't forgive a teacher who behaves like a human being. Well, from now on, I'm being human, and if you want my resignation, I'll give it to you gladly. Mrs. Davis, I'd like a drink.
Miss Brooks.
Of water.
Well, Miss Brooks, perhaps it would be better if we discussed this more calmly tomorrow.
I'll see you to the door, Osgood. And you too, Walter.
But my letter.
Come along, Walter, right this way.
Well, Mr. Boynton, at last, we're alone.
And a good thing, too. I'm pretty anxious to get at it.
Oh. So am I. Come on, let's sit over here on the couch. It's so soft and comfortable.
You really think so?
Of course. I'll just turn off this lamp.
But if you turn it off, how will we see?
Well, is that necessary?
Why, sure. But don't you think it would be more comfortable at the desk?
It would?
Why, of course.
Well, if you say so.
Yes, we'll be able to spread the papers on.
Papers? What papers?
The exam papers on the physiology of the frog.
Oh, I see.
I thought you'd be interested in helping me correct them. You are interested.
Oh, I'm fascinated, Mr. Boynton. After all, when a man and a girl are alone on a couch and the lights are turned down low, what could be better than learning about the physiology of a frog?
You've been listening to the new comedy show, Our Miss Brooks, starring Shirley Booth.
Poor Miss Brooks. Oh, yes, still single. Mr. Boynton? Oh, didn't you hear? He married that mouse, Violet. Oh, yes, charming. But I do wish he'd serve something besides cheese at her dinner parties.
Don Ettlinger wrote Our Miss Brooks with Norman Toker and Ed Juris. It was directed by Edward Ray Downs.
One of the most acclaimed shows of all time, Orson Welles' Mercury Theater of the Air, is up next.
The Mercury Theater on the Air. Columbia Broadcasting System welcomes you to the 14th program in its weekly series featuring Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater on the Air. Tonight, this brilliant Broadway company turns from their cycle of dramatized literary classics to relive for us a stirring adventure of recent history. It is Orson Welles' own adaptation of Hell on Ice by Commander Edward Ellsberg, the gripping story of a disastrous early expedition to the North Pole.
My name is Melville. As retired chief engineer of our Navy, a fair share of honors come my way. The engines and boilers which filled the Oregon 12,000 miles under forced draft to take her place in the battle line at San Diego were my creation. Since then, I've designed the engines for half the warships that show the American flag. But now, as I look back over my life, I can only humbly hope that the name of George Melville may be a little remembered as one who served under Captain DeLong on the last voyage of the steamship Jeanette. I still read and reread my log of that trip, though the ink's been dry near 30 years. Here's the first entry. July 8th, 1879. 3:40 p.m. Pacific Time. Jeanette weighed anchor. Destination, the North Pole.
Already below.
Already below, Captain DeLong.
What do you got?
Ready, Chief?
Ready, Captain.
Have steam in the harbor.
Yes, sir. The Navy had done a thorough job on the Jeanette. They built an extra sheeting around a hull of 6-inch Oregon pine, belted down with iron straps and a truss of massive beams across her blockheads. I remember noticing as soon as we were underway, Jeanette wallowed a bit in the waves instead of knifing them clean. But she was a small ship, 420-ton in displacement, 142 foot long, 25 feet in beam, and grossly overloaded with 3 years' provisions and bunkers full of coal. Remember the first roll call on deck?
Lieutenant Melville.
Yes, sir.
Lieutenant Chip.
Yes, sir. Chip, second in command. 15 years at the China station. A small man with a beard like General Grant.
Lieutenant Denenauer.
Yes, sir. Denenauer, our navigator. 29 years old. Heavy built. No previous Arctic experience, but served to navigate the fleet around the globe.
Dr. Ambler.
Yes, sir. Ambler, small but sturdy. High-ranking surgeon.
Collins.
Here. Jerome Collins, a Herald reporter sent by Bennett for his own reasons as a meteorologist. One of our 2 civilians technically listed as seaman, but quartered with the officers. The other was Newcomb, a scientist, a nervous, testy little fella.
Mr. Newcomb? Yes, sir.
Forward, a crew of 23 all-Navy men, hand-picked. 1 Chinese cook. We steamed out the Golden Gate. The cheering crowds were black on Telegraph Hill.
Mr. Melville, the captain wants to see you on the bridge, sir.
All right. I'll never forget seeing him on the bridge together. George Washington DeLong. A scholarly appearing man with glasses. Commander of naval vessels for 20 years on the 7 seas. And by his side, with her pretty head flung back, Emma DeLong.
Chief, I want you to meet Mrs. DeLong before she deserts her husband.
How do you do?
Glad to meet you, ma'am.
Mr. Melville, tell me, what do you think of a husband who'd rather go off to the North Pole than stay home with his wife?
Being a bachelor, don't know what I can say, Mrs. DeLong.
Now, Emma, the chief will think you really don't want me to go.
And now, George, something I have for you. No, stay here, Mr. Melville. I want you to be a witness.
A silk flag.
Mm-hmm. I want you to unfurl it at the... Yes. At the point farthest north.
The point farthest north.
The North Star, George. I'll watch it and we'll be looking at the same thing. Things equal to the same thing. Remember your geometry, Captain?
I'll remember. Well?
Chief, take care of him. And good luck.
You sure will.
I'll ride over to the yacht with you.
For a few brief minutes, the Jeanette rolled in the swells while our starboard whaleboat was man-lowered and shoved off, carrying towards a lone yacht which now lay off to our quarter, Emma DeLong and her husband. A brief embrace, and DeLong, balancing himself on the thwarts, handed his wife up over the low side of the yacht. Another moment, and seated in the stern sheets of the whaleboat, DeLong was once more simply the sailor. Sharply, his commands traveled across the waves. And our whaleboat came back to us, rounded to under the davits, and was hoisted aboard. And then we got underway. For a few minutes, with strained eyes, I watched a white handkerchief fluttering across the water at us. And it faded in the distance. Our passage to Alaska, there's not much in my journal. August 2nd, with the aid of a towhook, baited with salt pork, our scientist Newcomb bagged an albatross. Crew none too pleased. The ancient superstitions of the sea persist even to the day of steamships. August 14th. Course set north by northwest, through Bering Straits and into the Arctic Sea, and off the coast of Alaska toward Wrangel Island. September 2nd. Stray ice drifts sighted 2 miles to port. September 4th. Ice floes increasing. Surprising for this time of year. September 6th.
Ice hole! Ice hole! Captain! Erickson, where is it?
It is ahead, Captain, and on the way the bow.
Mr. Chip, ice ahead.
Ice?
Bring her hard to lead.
Every man to his
Hard to lead.
Every man to his station.
Bring her fast, Chip. We're closing fast. No use, sir. She won't clear it.
Ice 200 feet ahead. To starboard.
We're going to strike, Captain. Try the engine. There, Chief.
Yes, sir.
We'll try the engine. Ready, Chief?
Yes, sir.
Full steam astern. No use, Captain. He's on us.
Well, we struck that ice pack head on. Lucky for us, that 19-inch planking of the floe would have stove us in. As far as we could see, the pack was unbroken. Except in back of us, a narrow lane of open sea. Supper that night was a somber meal. Here was ice only 240 miles north of Siberia, latitude 71 degrees, 30 minutes, where it had no business to be at this time of the year. Finally, the captain, chewing earnestly away on his mutton, broke a silence that was almost as solid as the ice pack.
Well, Mr. Chip, do you think by morning we'll find a lead through this ice to Wrangel Island?
No, Captain. We won't.
Seem pretty certain, Mr. Chip.
And what's more, while God's given you a chance, I'd back the Jeanette into that little hole astern and head out of this ice pack to open water before the bottom drops out of the thermometer and we're frozen in.
What do the rest of you think? Delanour, what do you think? You're a navigator.
I think that Chinese cook's coffee is even worse than usual, sir. All water and no coffee beans. What do you say, Chief?
Maybe our Sam's saving coffee, in case the ice pack holds. Collins here seems to be able to drink his.
What I drink is my own affair.
Oh, don't take it so hard, Collins. Yeah, Sam.
Nothing.
Sam, you call this coffee?
It tastes like the Arctic Ocean. All same water make coffee? Scoop up and pail? I thought so. Doctor, how about that? Salt water coffee. You can't use salt water, Sam. You've got to distill it. Or we'll all be done with the scurvy before we're off this ice.
We're not on it yet, Doc. A heavy gale would break up this pack.
And break the Jeanette along with it.
Well, what better can we do, Mr. Chip?
We can back out this lane and then head east. A whaler will stay in open water further north than this on the Alaska side.
No use, pilot. We're not whaling and we'll not go east. We're heading for Wrangel Island. It's our only chance to make the pull.
More coffee, anybody?
Next morning, it was too late. During the night, the temperature fell to 23 below. Young ice forming over the open patches of water cemented together the old pack with the Jeanette stranded in the middle. At noon, we were ordered to the captain's quarters.
Gentlemen, it looks bad. Tied up in the ice before summer's over. We've got to break loose. Chief, how long will it take to get steam up?
A half hour, sir.
Rake the fires and hurry it up. Delanour?
Yes, sir.
Take soundings of the ice. Get the direction of its drift.
Yes, sir.
Yep. Pick your men from the crew and prepare to dynamite the ice around the rudder.
We'll try it, sir.
The next 3 hours, we nearly tore the engines off their bed plates and the smoking thrust block off its foundation while the Jeanette rammed, squeezed, backed, and butted her way through the ice.
Go ahead! Pull astern! Fire ahead again! Full steam!
can't fall through. What a thing.
I suppose it's bank fires down St. Paul, eh, brother?
No, Chief. We won't bank this time. Let the fires die out. Save every pound of coal you can. If a chance comes to move, I'll give you ample time to get up steam.
That night, the temperature dropped again. I have before me Chip's entry, which I copied in my journal.
September 6, 1879. Temperature 17 degrees. Ice frozen 3 to 7 feet. Drift south by southeast. Starboard list of 9 degrees.
Next day, with broken ice piling up all along our side, the captain gave the order to unship the rudder. So the end of the first week found us a rudderless ship, drifting with the ice pack. All chance of exploration gone. Stopped at latitude 71 degrees north, which had been reached in these same waters 20 years before by an ordinary sailing ship. Next day, we let the dogs loose on the ice. Late that afternoon, a bear was sighted. Lindemann, Collins, and Dan and I set off across the ice in pursuit, and an hour later, the captain came up on deck.
Have Lindemann muster the crew, Mr. Chip.
Lindemann, sir?
Well, yes, of course. He has the watch now.
Sorry, Captain, but Lindemann's chasing a bear. Must be over a mile away by now.
Lindemann gone? Who gave him permission to leave? Was it Dannenhauer? Tell Mr. Dannenhauer I want to see him right away.
Dan's gone too, sir. He followed Lindemann after the bear.
Who'd they leave in charge on deck?
I don't know, Captain.
Well, this won't do. Even if we are on the ice, I can't have my crew disappearing from the ship whenever they see fit.
That evening, I happened to be in the cabin with Collins.
Evening, Mr. Melba.
Oh, Sam.
Mr. Collins, note from Captain.
All right, Sam. I said all right.
Yes, sir. Very well, Mr. Collins.
Well, I wonder what's on His Majesty's mind tonight. Hereafter, no one will leave the ship without my permission except in an emergency. A bear is not an emergency. Please initial this and return. George DeLong, Captain. There it is, Chief. I'm trapped.
What?
I'm a newspaper man, not a sailor. Back in the States, my brother warned me I shouldn't ship on this cruise as a seaman. Like a fool, I didn't believe him. Now it's happened. And I'm trapped.
What's ailing you, Collins? We're all trapped in the ice. You're no worse off than the rest of us.
No, it's not the ice, Chief. It's the captain. You're all right. You're an officer. But I'm signed up as a seaman. He's got me just where he wants me.
Ah, don't be a fool, Collins. Don't you live in the cabin, mess with the officers, muster with the officers? What more do you want? Some gold lace on your sleeves?
But look at this order. And delivered by a Chinese cook.
That order hits me and every other man on board as much as it does you.
That order's aimed at me. But he can't persecute me. I'll show him. I'm covering this expedition for my paper. And when we get home, I'll have plenty to tell about the way Captain DeLong ran this expedition.
The truth was that after 2 months in the cabin of the Jeanette, we were beginning to get tired of each other's company. This same day, the captain wrote in his log.
Same faces at every meal. The same irritations pricking our nerves. The same routine day after day. No shore leave. No ports to visit. Nothing but endless ice. And no hope of change until next summer, unless a gale breaks up the pack. Drifting willy-nilly 1,000 miles from that pole, which in a blaze of publicity we had set out to conquer.
September passed, and the gales we had hoped for failed to materialize. October came and went.
Right in the ice! Right in the ice! Oh, Mr. Chip, where's the captain?
Oh, Captain. Captain DeLong.
Look, Collins. It's a crack in the ice. Look, you can see it from here. My instruments.
Look, Captain, it's spreading.
Yes.
getting wider. Chip, take some of the men and help Collins salvage his instruments. Quick, before it's too late. Quick! Down there! 400 feet aside. Hurry!
By the time we went to bed, it opened up leads of water all around us that looked like veins of ink in that vast white field. Didn't get much sleep. Hardly had the mid-watch ended when through an open canal scarcely 100 yards away, huge ice cliffs as high as 3-story buildings were bearing down on our ship.
Get into abandoned ship! Chip, turn to with all hands to unload the dinghy. Yes. Provision. Send a hand, Pete. Yes, sir. Collins, fetch your instrument. Yes. Dan, my log in the record. Yes, sir.
Nearer crept that mass of shrieking ice. Our starboard deck arched up like a cat's back under the strain. Pitch and oakum were squeezed like syrup out of the Jeanette seams.
100 feet away, Captain. 75! 65!
Now it was barely 50 feet away from us. But the blow never came. That ice cliff turned on its flank and knifed its jagged path off our starboard side. The floe relaxed its grip, and by morning the deck had straightened under our feet.
All right, everybody. Breakfast ready.
And then began our unchanging round of dreary days. Day and night were now the same. The perpetual dusk of Arctic winter. No hope of escape until next summer's thaw. He turned back the captain's log. He could write in a few words. The rest of us felt and couldn't say.
December 1st. On board the Jeanette. By now, we've told all our stories, read all our books, played all our games. We awake to the same faces, the same dogs, the same ice. We take the same exercise, make the same calculations of the drift, eat the same food, and return each night to the same beds, with the conviction that tomorrow will be the same as today.
In my own diary, I find a different entry, December 24th, our first Christmas Eve on the ice. We gathered in the wardroom, a glum group, if ever there was one. Chip with a bad cold, Denanar with a black patch over his eye, the ice glare had infected Surgeon Ambler, tired out from nursing sick officers and crew. Newcomb, more silent than ever, and the captain and myself. Only Collins' chair was empty as usual. He'd eaten and left us as soon as he could. Half hour passed, mostly in silence.
Hey, what kind of a Christmas celebration do you call this? I never saw so many grouches at one table in my life.
How about some mistletoe over the rigging? I might catch an Arctic mermaid like Ninky caught this albatross.
Newcomb's my name.
So it is. Excuse me.
Nink'd have her all stuffed before any of the rest of us could get to her.
Lay off, will you, Denanar? I don't think that's funny.
Can't you take a little fun, Newcomb, even on Christmas? As your doctor, I prescribe a broad smile. Say 3 times a day before meals.
I'll smile when there's anything to smile about, Doctor.
Well, what about this?
Holy mackerel. Irish whiskey. Hand it over, Chief.
Where's the captain?
Well, thanks, Chief.
And Dr. Ambler.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Here, I'll pour my own.
Careful, Danny, now. You've only got one good eye.
I can always see well enough for this.
Hey, that's enough, Dan. We're going to save some for the crew, you know. Well, Newcomb, how about you?
What's it like? Is it good whiskey?
Give Minky a written guarantee, Chief.
Newcomb's my name.
I'd give you another if I'd have been your old man.
Don't waste any of that stuff on him, Chief. Take your whiskey and go to the devil.
Wow. That's a nice Christmas thought.
Yeah. Well, let's forget him. Can't help it, I guess. Say, how about a toast?
If anyone proposes James Gordon Bennett, I'll follow Ninky. Chip's got one. I can see it fizzing.
Yes, I have. I propose a toast to Emma DeLong.
Thank you, Chip. I couldn't say it, but I was thinking that, too.
Emma DeLong.
Emma DeLong.
Well, now, gentlemen, I have a toast. To the Jeanette. And next summer, her safe passage to the pole.
Jeanette.
January 5th, temperature 57 below zero. Drift still to the southeast. Sun appeared for the first time since November. Today, Doc Ambler had to operate on Dan and I's eye. He has to sit in the cabin without a crack of light. We take turns talking to him. Speaker next summer. The breakup of the ice. He likes to talk about that. February 1st. More trouble. Repairing rusty floor plates in the boiler room, I noticed Erickson, bosun of the crew, and one of our best workers was laying down on the job. He stopped working every time I turned my back. Decided he was sick and sent for Dr. Ambler to look him over.
Chief, I am not sick. He is watched.
Who's watching you, Nels? What are you talking about?
There is mutiny on the ship.
Mutiny?
There is mutiny on the ship.
Oh, now, look here, Erickson. Take it easy. Tell me more about it.
There is mutiny, sir. On the ship, sir.
Mutiny? And the crew? Say, where'd you get this, Erickson?
Yeah, Chief. I tell you, it is like I say. I was asked to join. They no say yeah, they no say no. So he is watched. They got guns. They kill me for it if I tell.
Erickson.
Yeah?
Speak fast and answer my questions. Who's their leader?
They no can tell. They kill me.
Oh, nonsense.
Yeah, Chief. They say they kill me.
Erickson. What do you mean by they?
Hey, please, they no can tell. They kill me.
I'm your officer. Do you know what disobedience means? Now, come on. What's behind this?
It is... Nobody hear us.
Nobody.
It is our Sam.
Our Sam?
Hello, Sam, Chinese cook.
Oh, my Nels.
Oh, Chief, it's been like I said. It's mutiny.
Nels.
Yeah?
Nels, look here.
Yeah.
No. Now look at me.
Yeah.
Right in my eyes, Nels.
Yeah.
Follow my fingers. I move it.
Your finger?
Yes.
Yeah.
Here.
Yeah.
Now, over here.
Yeah.
Nels.
Yeah.
Nels, we're going to see Dr. Ambler.
No, but then they kill me, sure.
I won't let them, Nels. I'll take care of you.
But I tell you...
Yes. I know. I know. Take my hand, Nels. That's it.
Yeah.
That's a good fellow. Now, come along. January 6th. 4 months on the ice. Part of the crew sick. A blinded officer. Now a seaman gone mad. What will this ice do to us before this winter's over?
You are listening to a CBS presentation of Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater on the Air in an original adaptation of Hell on Ice by Commander Edward Ellsberg. We pause a moment for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Hell on Ice. Commander Ellsberg's account of the disastrous polar expedition of the Jeanette, relived by Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater on the Air.
On February 25th, after 6 months in the ice, the Jeanette's position was 74 degrees 11 minutes north. We were still drifting, waiting for the thaw to free us. March 5th, first glimpse of sunshine. 3 minutes of bleak twilight, then darkness again. March 30th, temperature rising. Noon reading 5 above zero. Ice still 14 feet thick. So June ended. July came with a fog and chilling mist. Our hopes for what the summer sun would do are beginning to fade. Temperature rises, then drops again. We find rifts in the ice at sundown and see them knit again overnight. The day grows shorter and with them men's tempers. Half the men aren't speaking to the other half. Collins quarreled with Ambler over the slamming of a door. Mr. Chip just asked Newcomb about an ice measurement he'd taken, and the little scientist wouldn't answer. Since the query was in the line of duty, Chip reported the incident to the captain.
Newcomb, I have Mr. Chip's report that you failed to give him an observation.
Well?
It's in Chip's province to receive that information and enter it in the ship's records.
I was going to write it on a piece of paper and hand it to him.
Come, Newcomb, let's forget such childish play, and we'll all get along better.
Don't I do my duty, sir?
Yes. And I'll take good care you continue to.
Very well, sir. If I do my duty, I must respectfully continue the privilege of being silent as long as I please. May I go, sir?
Yes. You may go.
The captain's entry on the anniversary of the day we first froze in states what all of us knew and none dared say.
September 6th. Another winter on the ice. The crew look at me with a mute appeal that's pitiful to see. I know what they're wondering. Will it be another winter? Another year? Or will it be forever? But none of us talk about that. We keep it our routine as if our lives depended on it.
October 10th. Collins took his time about making his observations today. Didn't report on the ice till 20 past 12. When he finally came out, the captain was waiting for him.
Well, Collins, has it required all this time to log your noon observations?
I hardly know the meaning of your question, Captain DeLong.
Seems to me my words are plain enough, Mr. Collins.
Well, perhaps I might have done it quicker, but I didn't know my minutes were being counted for me.
I've issued an order for an hour's exercise. I've noted for several days you've been cutting down that time. Today I'm satisfied you're doing it deliberately.
Very well, if you're satisfied, Captain, I've nothing more to say. But you're doing me a great injustice.
Mr. Collins, that's an impertinent comment. I don't like your manner and bearing in talking with me.
Well, I don't like the manner you speak to me either.
I'm your commanding officer. I'm merely informing you of a breach of discipline.
And when you say that, I say it isn't true.
I'm making allowances for your ignorance of naval regulations. But I advise you not to repeat that contradiction.
When you charge me with violating an order, I deny it, and I'll repeat that as much as I please.
Enough, Mr. Collins. When we get back to the United States, I'll have you court-martialed. Meanwhile, turn in your instruments and perform no further duties on the ship. You're under arrest.
winter, the temperature reached 59 below. Scurvy set in. 8 men down with frostbite. Spring finally rounded the calendar. You can call it spring at 10 degrees below zero in a frozen pack. In May, we saw the sun again. June 10th. My watch, 9 p.m. till midnight. 11 p.m. Disturbed by heavy shocks drumming against our hollow hull. Those words were all I had time to write. I remember the captain rushed up on deck. This season, even at midnight, the sun's above the horizon. We could see about 80 yards ahead. A lead had opened in the pack some 10 feet wide with cracks zigzagging across the surface of the ice, moving towards us. Then the floe split wide apart beneath us. The Jeanette lurched wildly to port and suddenly slipped off the ice into open water. We were thrown across the deck. The ship rolled like a drunken man. Shaking in terror, we waited for the next move. 6 bells, the pack started to press down that open canal. Slowly, it closed in on us. Mostly flat floes this time, but thick and jagged. And behind us, the push of endless miles of surging ice. On came the pack. No turning off this time. The ice reached our sides, started to squeeze.
We're thinking, Captain. Ice is coming through the side.
What's that? Ice in the hold? Right down, ship. Leach, you're an experienced seaman. Take your report to me as if you were one.
Seams are opening below, sir. Sides will give way. It's only a question of minutes.
Very well. Come with me, Chief.
We started for the hatchway. At that instant, the ice got its teeth in her hull and snapped at the splinters.
All hands! Hasten for the abandoned ship! Ship, lower boat.
Yes, sir. Erickson, man the damage.
Quartermaster, Lee.
Yes, sir.
Unload provision. All you can save. I'll check them at the rail.
Yes, sir.
Chief, my instruments.
I'll get them set. Come on, Lee. I need all the engine crew.
Sledges, Cole. Lower them fast.
Yes, sir.
I'll check provisions. Pemmican, 3 barrels. Toss it over the starboard side.
Watch out below.
What's the list, Chip?
Yes, 30 degrees. Watch your footing, man.
Careful there with Dannenhauer. See he doesn't fall, Doc.
Here, Chip. Lower him in the boat. And keep your eyes closed. Here, Iverson, you too. Hold on.
Newcomb! What are you doing with those stuffed birds?
I've only brought some of them.
Lower away, boys. Over the side.
She's filling fast, skipper. Better jump for it, haven't we?
Abandon ship, men! Over the side! Over the side!
The last to jump was the captain. Scattered over the ice like flies, we watched the doomed Jeanette. She lay far over on her beam's end. The smokestack broke off at its base. The crumbled deck bulged upwards. She slowly rose upright over the pack. The black hull began to slide down through the crack. Her yards banging down on the ice, stripped from the masts. Finally, the top foremost plunged through the ice, and the Jeanette, silent now, slipped down to her Arctic grave. The situation was now desperate. Truly desperate. 33 men cast away on drifting ice floes. Our fate totally unknown to the world. We'd left 2 years ago beyond possible reach of relief. 500 miles away lay the Lena Delta.
June 17th, 6 p.m. We made our start, course due south. First day's journey was a nightmare. Men and officers harnessed together, tugging at their mountainous burdens. Dogs unable to drag a single sledge. Ambler far ahead, planting black flags to mark our course. Sledges sinking in weak ice. Men wading through slush up to their knees. Dannenhauer, blind but pulling on a rope, fell in open water. Pulled him out before he went under the ice. Lee and Erickson collapsed in their harness. One sledge used for dragging the sick. Chip, all in, tried to fling himself from the hospital sledge to save us weight, but we strapped him in. Chip cried like a baby at adding to our burden. Unloaded and ferried over open water. Dogs drowned as cutter overturned. Only saved Snoozer, my favorite. By morning, reached our 2-mile flag. Tried to get some sleep. On again at evening when the ice firmer.
June 23rd. At dawn, the first sledge reached Ambler's 12-mile flag. The men stumbled into camp and lay exhausted on the ice, temperature 34 below. The captain called me into his tent.
Well, Chief, what do you think?
Hardly enough food to last 60 days, Captain. We've only made 12 miles in 7 days. See, now that leaves...
Don't say it. There's something else I think you ought to know. With Dan and Chip knocked out, you're the only officer left I can confide in outside of Ambler. He's got his hands full with the sick.
That doesn't sound like good news. Well, shoot, brother.
In 6 days, we've made 12 miles south. Right?
Just about, sir.
Well, we're 20 miles further north tonight than the day we started.
What? Wait, Captain. Let me get this straight, you see. We're north of where the Jeanette sank?
20 miles. The northwest drift's got us in tow.
You sure?
You saw me shooting the sun, 2 meridian, altitude, and a couple of Sumner lines, and they all checked.
Yeah.
I'm sorry I had to spill it, but some officer must know where we are. In case something happens to me.
Sure, Captain. Sure, I kind of clipped my breath, but I'm all right now.
Don't tell anyone else. The men found out I couldn't get them to lay a hand on another sledge.
Yeah.
They just sit here and wait to die.
Got a plan, Captain. What is it?
Yeah. Look at this map. Back here's where the Jeanette sank.
And here's where we are today.
That's right. 77 degrees, 43 minutes north. We're walking against the drift, and the pack's moving faster than we are. I'm changing our course from south to southwest. That way, we've got a chance of reaching the edge.
1 chance in 100.
The one we've got to take.
How about rations? They'll never hold out.
We'll have to stretch them. Now, how thin can you cut them? You're working the men, and that's for you to decide.
Well, Skipper, cut a third off. That'll last 90 days instead of 60. I'm willing to try.
I knew I could count on you, Chief. I always can. And now, Chief, you're to be my witness at a little ceremony, remember? A flag.
Mrs. DeLong's flag. Yeah, that's so. The point farthest north.
We'll hope this is it. Hold the other end, Chief. We'll unfurl it for Emma. I think she knew, Chief.
Sure, Captain. The North Star. She's right over ahead.
Things equal to the same thing. She'll be glad. Now, let's fold it up now so nobody will know that we had it out. Else they might guess the reason.
Got any tobacco left, Captain? I can stand a pipe full. I don't feel like supper. Or is it breakfast?
Hand your pipe over. I'll fill it up.
Thanks, brother.
Chief, this is a grand country to learn patience in.
For 91 days, we struggled on over the ice, going southwest, now towards the Lena Delta. Through fog, day after day, ferrying across leads, pulling through slush our clothes, constantly soaked in ice water. The most we covered in one day was 6 miles, some days not more than 2. The men growing weaker every day from frostbite and scurvy. On September 9th, 91 days after the sinking of the Jeanette, we reached the edge of the ice in the open sea. Crawled into camp, and then DeLong mustered his crew, called the roll for the last time. That night he held divine service. Even the sick joined in. Only Collins stayed in his tent.
Thank God for thy mercies. We pray thee for deliverance to our homes and to thy continued service. Amen. Eternal Father, strong to save, whose arm has bound the restless wave, who bids the mighty ocean
On the morning of September 12th, we shoved off for Cape Borkin on the Lena Delta. According to our charts, 96 miles of open sea. The first boat, Captain DeLong commanding, Surgeon Ambler, Collins, 11 seamen. The second cutter, manned by Lieutenant Chip, with 7 seamen. Third, under my command, was Dananor, Newcomb, and 8 seamen. Strong east wind was blowing, and whitecaps were running everywhere. We took in reefs to stay near the other 2 boats. DeLong signaled, and we tried to douse sail, but the racing seas combed over our stern.
Melville, hey you! I can't hold back, Captain. Neither run nor smoke. She'll smoke, Captain. I can't hold her back. Sail away, then.
By evening, the sea was running mountainous. Our little boat rose dizzily to every crest and plunged down in the trough as the wave rolled by. The other boats were falling behind. I glanced back at Chip, 1,000 yards to windward. As I looked, an immense sea swept over his boat, and she broached, lying helplessly broadside to the gale. No boat ever beat a mile dead to windward against such waves. Long before we could even get our boat into the wind on the first tack, the icy waters had ended the agony of Chip and his men. Way astern was the captain's cutter. Night fell. That, too, faded from sight, and we were left alone. 11 frozen men in a tiny whaleboat. In utter blackness. By morning, the ocean calmed, and in the gray light we saw land less than a mile away and smoke rising. But there was no sign of the captain's boat. The story of the last days of Captain DeLong and his men was pieced together many months later from the captain's diary and the ship's papers that were found in his camp.
135th day, around October 1st. This morning reached Lena Delta. Boat overturned in shallows. All stores lost. Only chance is to make Kumaksek, 95 miles south by my chart. Doctor says some of the men can't walk even a mile. They'll have to. Tonight ate the last of the pemmican. 136th day. Erickson dropped in his tracks. Both feet frozen. Flesh falling off in his boots. We cut him some crutches out of driftwood.
Let me stay, Captain. Don't move me.
My legs is killing me. Oh, crutches no use. They won't only die quick.
Get up, Erickson. You think I'm going to leave you? Up or I'll carry you.
Oh, please, Captain.
Up, I tell you. We're going on. 137th day. This morning, an ambler shot a reindeer. Men too famished to wait for fire ate the beast raw. Gave the bone to Snoozer. 138th day. Trapped by open water. Have to cross. We try to build raft. The men are broken. Can scarcely lift planks. I drive them hard. What's the matter, Leach?
Lashings are loose. There ain't enough logs to float it.
Then haul the lashings tighter. Your ship's carpenter.
I hauled it as tight as I could.
Do as I say. Stop talking back.
You won't even let us die in peace. You're not human.
Leach, another word out of you, and I'll have you court-martialed. You hear me?
Yes, sir.
139th day. Raft completed. Crossed water. Found a deserted fishing hut other side of the bay. Put up overnight. A raging blizzard outside. At midnight, Erickson died. Sea burial. Fired a volley with our last rifle. 144th day. About the 9th of October. Today sent Nindeman and Noros, the two strongest men left, toward Kumak Cirque. They may get through and send help. Today, killed my dog, Snoozer, for food. Dog never whimpered. Too far gone. Men weakening fast. 145th day. Collected driftwood. Built fire. We wait here, hoping. All hands feeble, but cheerful. God help us. 147th day. Still no game. One spoonful of glycerin for food. After supper, all united in saying Lord's Prayer. 152nd day. Alexei dying. Doctor baptized him. Mr. Collins' birthday. 40 years old. Food, willow tea, and 2 old boots. 153rd day. Calm. Mild. Snow falling. About sunset, Alexei died. Covered him with ensign and laid him on a crib. Lee dying. Our Sam dying. Doctor rubs their hands to keep them warm. 156th day. Found Leach dead in the morning. Still sitting up between the doctor and myself. Iverson laughs. Laughs. His mind is gone. Too weak to carry the body out on the ice. 157th day. Near the end of October. Very little hope. Said part of the divine service. At sunset, our Sam died. He still leans over his kettle. We can't move him. 160th day. Dressler died during the night. Ambler, now weakening. God, help us.
164th day. Iverson's laughing stops. Ambler crawls over to him, feels his pulse. Dead. 167th day. Mr. Collins dying.
Mr. Collins dying. The captain's last entry in that fateful book. No word of himself. His frozen fingers scrawled their last words. Mr. Collins dying. Months of searching finally brought us to that gale-swept hill. There I made out, stiff and stark above the snow, an upraised arm. The arm belonged to Captain DeLong, half buried in the snow. I figured he'd tossed his journal to safety on higher ground, and his stiffening arm had frozen in that gesture. I was right. The journal was just above, and his face was calm as if his work was done. Atop a rocky promontory, looking to the north, towering 400 feet above the great bay of the Lena Delta and far beyond the reach of any possible flood, I prepared for my captain and his crew their final resting place. Above that rocky cairn, I raised a massive cross, 25 feet high, hewn from a driftwood spar salvaged from the bay below. And on the spreading arms of that cross, I cut the names of those who were to rest beneath it. Then when all was ready, on April 6th, 1882, on that gale-swept mountain over the Lena, we buried them. We lifted the thin bodies from the sledges, tenderly laid them out on a bed of snow inside the tomb. Captain DeLong at one end, the others in order of rank. Surgeon Ambler, Mr. Collins, Lee, Cack, Gortz, Boyd, Iverson, Dressler, and last at the other end, our Sam. And then, sorrowfully sealing up the cairn, we left them to their rest. Among the Siberian snows looking out over the Lena's great bay at that desolate cape below, which had witnessed their last agony, and northward across that polar sea which he had valiantly given his life to conquer, DeLong and his men of the Jeannette lay at last beneath a huge cross on the rocky cairn, with the fierce Arctic glares they had so often bravely faced, and the winds mournfully wailing their eternal dirge.
Tonight, the Columbia Broadcasting System has brought to its coast-to-coast audience a reenactment of the early expedition to the North Pole, as dramatized by Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater on the air. The play was adapted from Commander Edward Ellsberg's historical account of the saga of the Jeannette, as told in his book, Hell on Ice. This was the 14th consecutive broadcast in the weekly CBS series featuring Broadway's newest and most widely acclaimed theatrical producing company on the air. Orson Welles adapted the story for radio and directed the entire production. In the cast tonight were Thelma Schnee as Emma DeLong, Clayton Collier as Lieutenant Chip, Joseph Cotton as Lieutenant Dannenauer, William Allen as Dr. Ambler, Frank Reddick as R. Sam, Howard Smith as Collins, Al Swenson as Erickson, Ray Collins as Captain DeLong, and Orson Welles as Lieutenant Melville. The original music was composed and conducted by Bernard Herrmann, and Davidson Taylor supervised the production for CBS. This is Dan Seymour speaking. Next week at this same hour, 8 to 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we invite you to listen to the 15th of the weekly performances by Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater on the Air. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Silver, wait those thrilling days of yesteryear with the Lone Ranger up next.
Hail, Silver, away! A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty "Hi-yo, Silver!" The Lone Ranger. In the early days of the western United States, outlaws defied the local sheriffs, and gun law ruled the range country. It was not until the masked rider of the plains started his great fight for justice that peace and security were brought to the frontier. It was his strength and courage, his daring and resourcefulness that made possible the winning of the West. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again. Come on, Silver! We're heading for the range country. Hi-yo, Silver! Away! One evening, the Lone Ranger and Tonto reined up in front of a small one-room cabin. An old man in a battered hat was sitting in front of the door. He whistled as he carved a small piece of wood, but looked up as a masked man hailed him. Hello there.
Huh? Oh, evening, stranger. Welcome to the Box D. Get yourself an engine off of them horses and make yourself to home. Glory be, a man gets the fidgets for the sight of new faces when he lives off in this part of the country.
Well, this is more of a welcome than we looked for.
Oh, I seen your mask, but it don't matter to me if you're inside the law or out. Pioneer or Injun. Or you can be a breed or Chinese for all I care. Whistler Hogan, that's me. I'm glad to meet up with you.
If we could fill our canteens and rest our horses here, we'd appreciate it.
Sure thing. Hey, what's more, I'll get you a meal. And you can spend the night. Stay a month. Stay a year. Crackety, I'm so doggone glad to see someone I can talk to.
Is this your ranch?
Mine? Shucks, no. It's young Bob Darwin's place. Me, I'm cowhand, top hand, buggy boss, cook, and dishwasher. And I'm a darn good whittler, too. See, look here. This is going to be a horse's head when it's done.
Not plenty good.
Even the redskin likes my work. What part do you two come from, if you don't mind my saying?
The north. We're heading for the hills to see a friend of ours.
Well, I'll start riding herd in the kitchen, see if I can rustle up some grub.
Where's the owner?
Bob? Shucks, he ain't been here since half hour before sunset. Spends his time trying to see Peggy Martin. Her pappy owns the big Bar M outfit.
I see.
He ain't got a ranch to brag about here, but it's a start. I'm helping him make a real outfit out in it, spite of Martin and Tilson and the rest of the critters that hates the ground Bob walks on.
Isn't he well liked?
Sure thing. That is, the boys over to town like him first rate. But at the Bar M, it's different.
What matter, Bar M?
Well, it's this way, Injun. Peggy, she's a daughter of old man Martin. She sort of likes Bob. You can't blame her none, 'cause he's A number one. Her liking Bob riles her pappy, and it gets under the hide of Mark Tilson, too.
Who's Tilson?
Bar M top hand. Martin's foreman.
I see.
Tilson would sort of like to marry Miss Peggy's own self. That's why he makes it tough for Bob to get to see the girl. Cracky, I laugh fit to split my sides sometimes when Bob comes home.
Laugh?
Well, yes. Bob will either be so doggone happy that he's ready to raise the roof with singing, or he's so down in the mouth we don't do nothing but growl. It all depends on how Miss Peggy treats him. Sometimes he can't even get to see her. That's the time he sure is burning mad.
If we can have some water.
Oh, sure. I never forgot. Come on, I'll show you where it is. Just follow me, and I'll take you to the spring.
Hold on there, Darwin.
Whoa, boy, steady there.
Where do you think you're heading? Maybe you don't know you're off your range. This here's Bar M property.
It happens to be Bar M range I aimed for when I left home, Tilson.
Yeah?
I reckon you ought to know by this time that I come to see Miss Peggy.
She ain't seen no more of you.
Who says that?
I'm saying it. You ain't wanted or welcome here no more.
Tilson, take your hand off my bridle and stand aside. I'm riding up to the house.
Not tonight or any other night. I got orders from Martin himself, savvy?
When Miss Peggy tells me to stay clear of here, I'll do it. Not before.
Yeah?
Yeah. Now move aside before there's trouble.
So you'll stay clear here if Miss Peggy tells you to, huh?
You heard me right.
Well, then maybe you better read this note. I reckon you know the girl's handwriting, don't you?
Note?
It's for you. Go on, read it. And vamoose.
Just what's behind this note?
The note says you're not to call no more, don't it? I reckon that ought to be clear enough. She don't want to see no more of you.
You read this?
Sure I read it. Miss Peggy read it to me, then asked me to hand it to you next time you came. Now get along. There ain't no sense in trying to start trouble.
She says here that I'll understand the reason she refuses to see me. Well, I don't. Last night...
She's learned a heap since last night. She'll be doggone glad Martin ain't put the law on you.
Peggy wouldn't write me this note unless her pa made her do it. I've got a right to know what the reason is.
All right, I'll tell you. It's on account of your stealing.
Stealing? Tilson, you better back them words with your shooting irons.
I said stealing, and I back my word.
Then draw.
I'll draw. Hold on there. You're both covered. Boss.
Both of you put your guns away. I told you, Tilson, I didn't want no gunplay.
He called on me to draw.
See here, Martin. You're the one I want to talk to. What's this note from Peggy mean?
Means you ain't to come here no more, that's what. There's been a heap of things stolen, including cattle. I didn't know who the thief was.
That's enough of calling me a thief.
Then get off my land and stay off.
I never stole anything in my life.
Talk don't mean a thing.
We seen bar-am dogies on your place.
That ain't so.
Oh, yes, it is, and that ain't all. There's been a lot of things missing from our house. I ain't accusing you of anything, and I don't aim to put the law on you. I'm just ordering you off my land, that's all.
Look here, Martin. You never had much use for me, but there's not a man alive can call me a thief.
Want some help, boss?
I reckon not, boys.
We can handle him.
Looks like you told the whole outfit here that I'm a thief.
Can we ride him out on a rail, boss? He'll leave of his own accord. Won't you, Darwin?
Nothing else I can do with a half a dozen of you lined up there. But I'll be coming back, Martin. I'm coming back and make you eat them words you called me. Come on, boy.
In Bob Darwin's house, the Lone Ranger and Tonto sat in front of the log fire, while old Whistler paced up and down the room.
Drat it! I'm downright worried.
Worried?
He ain't back. He's always back by this time. Should have been back an hour ago. What time you got there, stranger?
After midnight.
Gosh, he ain't never been this late afore. Listen, that's his horse.
Horse come without rider.
What's that?
How do you know, Tonto?
Me tell by horse sound. Him not got rider.
Oh, my sakes alive. It's Bob's horse all right enough, but where's Bob? Bob! Bob! Where in Sam Hill are you? Hi, Bud, where are you?
That horse has traveled hard.
Where, feller?
He's met trouble, that's what. I bet anything that ornery Tilson done something to him. I'm starting out. I'm riding for the bar end to see what's wrong there.
Just a minute, Whistler.
Huh?
Tonto's examining the horse. He may be able to learn something.
Cinch plenty tight. Saddle not loose.
I'm going to ride this horse. It'll save the time of saddling another.
Tonto, can you learn anything?
Him not fall from loose saddle. Him not in saddle long time. Saddle not warm.
We'll go with you, Whistler.
Wish you would, mister. If I meet up with that ornery, sneaking Mark Tilson, there ain't no telling what I'll do.
Silver.
Here, Scout.
We'll have our saddles on in a minute, Whistler.
We get ready plenty quick. Maybe find feller on trail.
Peggy Martin and her father were alone in the living room of the ranch house. The girl, her eyes red from crying, sat near a window and looked out across the darkened plains. Her father touched her shoulder and...
Peggy, ain't it time you went to bed?
I can't sleep, Pa. I keep thinking about Bob.
No use thinking about good-for-nothing crook.
I won't think of him as a crook. It can't be. Oh, Pa, why won't you let me talk to him and ask him?
No.
I can tell if he's telling me the truth or not.
I won't have you speak to him again. Never.
Even if he was a thief, he wouldn't take the things from the house that you say he did. They don't amount to much.
We always miss something after he's been here, don't we?
Yes, but...
That settles it then. When Tilson pointed out my dogies on the Box D range today, that was enough for me.
Don't it occur to you that maybe someone put them there just to frame Bob?
Who'd have anything to gain by framing him like that?
There's one man that might.
Who?
Mark Tilson, that's who. He's so conceited he thinks that I might care for him if it wasn't for Bob.
He knows better than that. I wouldn't tolerate him trying to make love to you.
If you'd only let me speak to Bob instead of making me write that note. Oh, Pa, that was an awful thing to do to him.
It's done now.
Don't you suppose if he was going to steal from you, he'd have taken something worthwhile? He'd have taken the payroll cash from the desk there, wouldn't he?
Maybe he didn't know about it.
Of course he did. He's been there when you counted it out. Maybe the Chinese cook stole the things from the house.
That wouldn't cover the stolen cattle.
Well, anyhow,
Don't move, Martin.
What,
Bob!
Stand right where you are. You're both covered.
Bob, it can't be you.
So you finally turned real stick-up man. Bandana across your face and everything, eh, Darwin?
Quiet, Martin. I'll take that cash that's in that desk. Get it out.
Why,
Never mind talking.
You don't mean it, Bob. You ain't a real thief.
Get that cash and hurry.
I'll get it. And if this convinces Peggy that you're the dirty, no-account thieving polecat I said you was, it'll be worth the money you take from me.
Don't do it, Bob. Please don't. You can't get away with it. I know who you are in spite of that bandana you're wearing.
Please, Peggy, don't try to talk me out of... Hurry, Martin. That cash.
I'm getting it.
You can't go back to your ranch now, Bob. Paul'll have the law on you in no time.
You won't get far with this money, Darwin. This whole county won't be big enough for you to hide in.
I'll take my chances.
Bob, change your mind before it's too late. Put up the gun and Paul let you leave without going after you. Won't you, Paul?
I will not. Take the cash or leave it, Darwin. You'll pay for coming here like this.
I'll take it. Thanks.
Oh, Bob, I still can't believe my eyes. You, of all people, a thief.
Forget about me, Peggy. I guess you just made a mistake. Don't move for your gun, Martin.
I'll be after you. Don't think you're getting away with this.
Oh, Paul, you were right. You were right about him.
Peggy, I hated to do this. Believe that, will you?
I'm convinced of what you are now.
I don't suppose I'll ever have a chance to explain.
Explain? You could never explain this. Never.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. When Bob's horse returned home without a rider, the Lone Ranger, Tonto, and Old Whistler started for Martin's ranch.
Plenty soon we come to line.
Yep, Tonto. We'll reach the Martin fences pretty soon now. And still no sign of Bob. Gosh, I sure wish I knowed what happened to him.
There's a horseman near the fence.
Yeah, one of the Bar M riders.
Stand where you are.
Better stop, mister. Whoa there.
I told you to stop. Don't come no closer.
Don't try to use your gun.
If you don't stop, I'll drill you.
I want to talk to you.
All right. You stopped. And you're again the fence. Now, what do you... Masked.
Where's Bob Darwin?
How would I know where he's at?
He came to this ranch.
He come here and he left. He was drove off by the boss himself.
You haven't seen him?
I ain't. And who are you, and why do you wear that mask?
Have you been riding line all evening?
Yeah?
Watching for anyone that might have come this way?
Yeah, what about it?
Haven't been riding fast or hard, have you?
What for? Ain't no need to do that, is there? Now, see here, you better get or I'll call the other men.
Me want to tell you something.
Wait, Hunter.
Got a redskin with you?
It is?
And I'm here too, Bart Stevens.
Oh, so it's you, eh, Whistler?
Yeah, it's me. And if you know anything about Bob Darwin, you better tell me.
Ain't seen him.
What's going on there?
Boss, here's Whistler and some friends of his'n.
We come here hunting my pal, Bob Darwin. Where's he at, Tilson?
Darwin, eh? Well, I don't figure you'll see him for a good long time. He's lit out, the dirty thief.
What's that? You can't talk that way about Bob.
I'll talk like I please about him. He come here and was told by Miss Peggy and her pa to get off the ranch and stay off. He's an ornery thief.
You'll eat them words.
Looks like you and his other pards are the same breed. A masked man and an Injun.
Drat it all, stranger. Why'd you resent them words?
Not just yet, Whistler.
Bob ain't no more a thief than Miss Peggy Martin is.
Oh? Well, ask Miss Peggy herself as to that. When he seen he couldn't get in the house, he snuck up in the dark and stuck a gun on Martin and swiped his payroll cash.
What's that? What's that you're trying to tell me?
You heard what I said.
Did Bob Darwin do that, Mr. Tilson?
It's a doggone lie. There ain't a word of truth in it.
Oh? Well, Miss Peggy and her pa seen him. Had his face covered with a bandana, but she knowed him right away. He admitted who he was.
It ain't so. He wouldn't have done that without his horse. And his horse is this here critter I'm straddling right now. It come back to the ranch alone. Something's happened to Bob Darwin.
I've told you the truth, and you better take it and get. None of your brains wanted around here.
You can't.
How'd he get away without his horse?
I crave to know that, too. How'd he get away?
Stole the horse, likely.
That's what he done. Stole Miss Peggy's favorite mare, Vamoose.
Would he leave his own property to do that?
That place of his ain't much to leave. He got more than enough cash to make it worthwhile.
Is that true, Whistler?
Nothing that coyote says is true. Bob ain't that kind.
Listen to the whistling old galoot.
You know doggone well the box D land's mortgaged to the hilt.
Come on, Whistler.
I ain't leaving here till I get to talk to Martin.
You ain't getting past this fence.
Come, we're leaving.
Drat it, can't you stick with me?
Come.
Oh.
It's good judgment on your part, stranger. Take the redskin with you. And if you happen to see Bob Darwin, tell him the law's got a rope waiting to stretch his neck. Horse stealing and top taking the payroll cash is a double invitation to a necktie party.
We go now.
Yes.
Drat it all. Come, son it anyhow. I can't believe this.
Come on.
Stop leading my horse. I'll follow you.
Very well.
I got plenty to tell you about what I think of men that ain't got the nerve to get to the bottom of things.
Meaning?
Meaning you. Drat it. I thought by the way you talked you was the kind of a man that'd stand by me.
Whistler, there's a quicker way of getting at the truth. If a man lies in one detail, he'll lie in others, won't he?
Huh?
What was the name of the line rider? You called him Bart.
Bart Stevens. Ornery coyote.
The foreman's name Tilson?
Yeah.
Very well. We'll ride to that arroyo we passed on the way here and wait.
Wait for what?
From there, we can watch the Bar M. Any riders there will be easily seen in the moonlight.
Yeah, but then...
Maybe you see what Tonto see?
Perhaps I did, Kimosabe.
He won't tell you for. You stop, Tonto.
I didn't want you to mention the one thing that might explain everything. Here's the arroyo. Oh, boy. Here we are.
Now what do?
Look here, stranger. You're a queer-acting fella. I can't figure out if you're with me and Bob or against us.
No?
I can't believe anything wrong about Bob Darwin. I know darn well there's something mighty funny about this business of his stealing.
I'm sure there is, Whistler.
Then why ain't
you
you...
and Tonto stay here. Tonto, if you see anyone riding away from the ranch over there, follow them.
Tonto, follow him.
Leave a trail from here so I can find you easily.
Let me do it.
What's this mean?
Whistler, will you go where Tonto leads?
Where are you going?
I'm going to find a way to reach the ranch house without being seen.
Look. There. Tilson ride way now.
Yes. Toward the bunkhouse.
Hey, there's the other coyote riding away the other direction.
Bart Stevens.
Cracky. Now you can get through the fence right up where we was.
Wait for me, Tonto, when you finish following the man.
Which man?
Tonto, no. Me leave trail for you. Then wait there.
And don't let yourself be seen. Come on, Silver. The Lone Ranger rode to the ranch house and managed to reach it unseen by Bar M. Waddies. Martin was asleep. The sound of his window being raised awakened him. He was about to reach for his gun when... You're covered.
What the...
Leave your gun where it is, Martin. You're coming with me.
Masked.
I can see you in the moonlight that comes through the other window as well as you can see me. Don't try any tricks. Get ready to ride.
I'm darned...
Hurry. Get clothes on and come on out through the window.
I won't do anything. Hey, what the...
Just a rope.
You catch my arm. Now,
You come with me. Are you going to pull clothes on, or will I drag you through the window as you are?
Who are you? What's this mean?
You're going to ride with me and follow down a little idea I have in mind.
But I'm
about
not...
Bob Darwin and the theft of your money.
That dirty, sneaking coyote.
If I'm mistaken, there'll be no harm done. If I'm right and you don't go with me, there's likely to be a great deal of harm done. Surely a great injustice.
You don't seem to give me no choice. Oh, I'll get my boots on. Now, don't haul me out that window with that rope. Who in the Sam Hill are you, anyway?
Someone who hopes to help you and Darwin.
I'd as soon you don't mention me in the same breath with that varmint.
Ready now?
I reckon so.
Bring your gun.
My gun? Great Scott, you mean to say you're going to let me carry my shooting iron?
You'll not use it against me.
Oh, how do you know I won't?
You'll not get the chance.
I can't figure out that mask business. You got a nice sort of voice.
Forget your horse at the corral.
You sure got a real horse there.
Yes.
Looky here. Are you a friend of Darwin's?
I've never seen him.
Never seen him?
But I don't believe that he's a thief.
I know doggone well he is. I've seen him steal my money.
I know his friends, Martin. A man can be judged by his friends.
Yeah, that's true. But Darwin's a man that's disappointing. I'd have vouched for his honesty up to a few weeks ago.
You would?
Fact is, I was sort of hoping he'd marry my daughter Peggy. Him and her seemed to love one another.
And you wanted the marriage?
But no, I'm glad it didn't come off. I was sort of working with Mark Tilson to put it over. Gosh, what a narrow escape.
Well, that's surprising news to me. I understood that Tilson and you were dead set against the affair.
Well, Darwin and Peggy was a lot alike. Both wanted things they couldn't get. I tipped off Tilson to sort of make Darwin think he wanted to marry Peggy his own self. And I made Peggy think I was again her marrying Darwin. Well, that helped bring the two together.
Get your horse. You'll have to ride bareback. There's not time to saddle up.
I ain't.
Hurry.
Doggone. I forgot for a while that you was holding a gun on me. Here I am talking to you like a friend.
On your horse. Hurry up. Now follow me. Easy, Silver. Go on with what you were telling me. What happened next?
Things started disappearing every time Darwin come to call. I hate to think it was him. And then I found some of my dogies on his land. Then I couldn't judge no other way, but he was a thief.
But all this might have been framed against him.
Well, that might have. But not him coming right to the house with his face hid and stealing my payroll at the point of a gun. No, sir, he's a crook. A no-good crook.
Perhaps Tilson took you seriously and decided to get Darwin out of the way.
No, not Tilson.
Well, we'll be on the trail soon. I hope it'll lead us somewhere. The masked man and Martin rode to the arroyo and picked up the clearly marked trail left by Tonto and old Whistler. Meanwhile, behind the cover of a great boulder, Bart Stevens stood over Bob Darwin. The young rancher lay on the ground, roped hand and foot.
If that fool partner of yours comes here, Darwin, he'll get the same as you.
You dirty coyote.
Yeah? Go on, call me names.
Bob!
What?
Sakes alive, Bob!
Ice your hands.
Whistler.
I trailed your horse, Bob. Who's this coyote that's got a gun on me?
Bart Stevens of the Bar M.
I'll take your shooting iron, Whistler. Glad you come. Now I'll make it look like both you and Darwin lit out with the cash that was stole.
Cash stolen?
Whistler, I wish you hadn't come. This fella should have killed you.
What's all this mean?
He held a gun on me when I was riding away from the Martins. Oh, gosh, Whistler, how I've been framed. This rat stole from the Martins and done it every time I come to call. And tonight he corralled me.
I know there was something of the sort when your horse came back without you.
Don't make no fast moves, Whistler. I'll rope you up like your pod's roped. Then I can finish you off when I get around to it.
What did he do when he corralled you, Bob?
Forced me to steal from Martin. Give me an unloaded gun and made me steal. He was right outside the window with his own gun leveled on Peggy. I had to go through with it or she'd have been shot and the blame would have fallen on you. He's seen to that.
Why, you dirty no-counter on my polecat?
I like to hear you get riled up. Yeah. It took careful scheming for weeks to get to taking that payroll, but I done it and I'll get away with it.
No, you won't.
What the?
We heard the whole thing, Stevens.
Martin.
We send Whistler to you.
Yeah. You doggone fool, Stevens. I come here to get you to talk, and you done it.
You won't get me alive. I'll show you.
Nice shooting, masked man. Your bullet just knocked that gun clean out in his hand.
My hand!
That'll hold till we get you roped.
I'll cut them ropes off you, Bob. Here's my knife.
Whistler, you fetched these folks. Who's the masked man?
Wait till you hear about it. Cracky, Bob, it's a story, I can tell you.
Me rope this bad feller.
Martin, listen to me, Martin. Listen to
I
me.
listened to you when you was talking to Whistler, and I heard all I want to hear. Bob, I'm sure glad I know the truth.
You heard it all?
Plenty. When the masked man, the Indian, and Whistler met Bart at the line fence earlier this evening, they noticed that Bart's horse had been ridden hard. When the masked man asked him if the horse had been ridden fast and hard, and Bart denied it, they suspected something was wrong.
Sure, Bart had to bring me here from the ranch house, tie me up, and get back to the line fence to give himself an alibi.
Peggy will be glad to hear the truth.
She'll be waiting for you, son. Yes, sirree, I reckon this answers a lot of things. Now you'll come with me, Bart.
What are you going to do? Where are you taking me?
Where you think? Jail's a place for rats like you. Get ready to travel.
I'll Silver, away! The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows, enjoy the adventures of Nick Carter, Master Detective.
Another case for Nick Carter, Master Detective.
Yes, it's another case for that most famous of all manhunters, the detective whose ability at solving crime is unequaled in the history of detective fiction. Nick Carter, Master Detective. Tonight's curious adventure...
Missing Harold Ascot. For Nick Carter and the great kidnapping mystery.
And here's Nick Carter himself to tell you the story.
As you've probably already noticed, I'm not going to tell you the story that I announced last week. Instead, I want to tell you a rather different kind of tale. One which started as Patsy and I rang the doorbell at the rather magnificent home of Mrs. Philip Ascot, just off the upper end of the park at about 10:30 one morning.
Yes?
I'm Nick Carter. Mrs. Ascot's expecting me.
Yes, Mr. Carter. Won't you come in, please?
Thank you.
If you and the young lady will go into the living room, I'll tell Mrs. Ascot you're here.
Certainly.
Gosh, Nick, the Ascots must have more money than they know what to do with. Just look at this place.
Yes, Patsy, the Ascots belong to one of the oldest families in the city. Old and conservative, rich but never ostentatious.
So I see. Gee, I wish I could have
quiet. I think I hear Mrs. Ascot coming.
Oh, Mr. Carter, I want to thank you for coming so very promptly. I know how busy you are, but I really am in trouble, desperate trouble, and I don't know who else to turn to but you.
Why, Mrs. Ascot, I'll be very happy to help you if I can. This is my assistant, Patsy Bowen.
How do you do? You do.
Now, what's wrong?
It's my son, Harold, Mr. Carter. He's been kidnapped. I found this note inside my newspaper this morning. Well, what does it say, Nick?
It says we've got your son. If you want him back, don't call the cops. We'll tell you what to do later. There's no signature.
Can you tell anything by that letter, Mr. Carter?
Of course, the handwriting is obviously disguised. Half printing and half writing. Paper is good bond paper. There's a watermark that looks like a dragon's tail. The top of the sheet of paper's been cut off. A pair of scissors, apparently, as the cut isn't quite even.
Why do you suppose they did that?
Well, there was probably a letterhead on it, and the writer didn't want the paper traced, of course. But they didn't cut quite all of the printing off. Can't read what's left, but later on it may help to identify it.
It looks like hotel stationery, doesn't it, Nick?
Yes, Patsy, that's what I was thinking. I'll have Scubby make a round of the hotels and see if he can find the one it came from.
Oh, Mr. Carter, do you think you can find my boy?
Well, I certainly hope so, Mrs. Ascot. And I'll do my best. But in the meantime, just sit tight and wait until you hear from me again. Or until the kidnap gang makes its next move. Oh, there you are, Scubby.
Oh, hiya, Nick. Didn't take you long to get here.
It's no time to waste in the kidnap case, Scubby. You never can be sure when the gang will get frightened or annoyed and kill their victim. Now, you find the same kind of newspaper here, you say?
I sure did, Nick. The same size, same watermark, and as near as I can tell from what's left in the kidnap note, the same printing at the top.
Good.
But what now, Nick? How does knowing that the paper came from here help you any?
If the paper came from here, it's quite possible that whoever wrote the kidnap note was staying here in the hotel at the time.
Yeah.
And if he was, the hotel register may give us a further clue.
Oh, but the handwriting on the note was disguised, Nick.
Well, quite so, Scubby. But it's impossible to completely disguise any writing so that it may not be identified. Even when the writing's apparently completely changed, there will always be some peculiar characteristic left that'll give it away.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Oh, clerk.
Yes?
Do you mind if we look at your register a moment?
Not at all, sir. Here you are.
Now, let's see. Young Ascot disappeared on Tuesday afternoon, and it's possible that the signature we want might be under Sunday or Monday's date.
Well, do you know what to look for?
Yes or no, Scubby? I've memorized the looks of the writing in the kidnap note, and I expect to recognize any similar peculiarities in the signature here. No, nothing here under Sunday's date.
No?
Let's try Monday.
Okay, right over here.
And Baker. And... Here. Look at this one.
James Scannett. I never heard of him.
Of course you haven't. Neither have I. But look at that S.
Yeah?
And the J. Note how oddly they're made? This signature, like the kidnap note, is half written and half printed, too. Evidently the work of a man who learned to write late in life, and a man who never writes easily.
Oh, I see what you mean, Nick.
No question, Scubby. This is our man. Clerk,
Yes, sir.
is this James Scannett in the hotel?
James Scannett? No, sir. He checked out this morning.
I was afraid of that. You recall what he looked like?
Oh, medium height, sandy-haired, little mustache. He had a crooked little finger on his right hand. I remember him because he asked a lot of questions last night.
Thanks, Clerk.
Well, do you know him, Nick?
Why, yes, Scubby. But I sent that man up the river 3 years ago for a 5-year stretch.
Oh. Well, maybe he's out.
Maybe. I know a man who can tell me. I'll give him a ring and see. Come on.
Well, whom did the description fit, Nick?
Sounds like Jack Vincent, Scubby.
Yeah?
Forger and a con man. An old-timer at the business. I can't see for the world how... Oh, pardon me for a minute.
Oh, sure, Nick. I'll wait here.
It should turn out to be Jack Vincent. This case may prove to be quite interesting for both. Oh, hello, Bill. How are you? This is Nick Carter. Oh, fine, thanks. Say, Bill, is Jack Vincent still up at state prison? Oh, 2 weeks ago, huh? No, nothing special yet. Well, thanks, Bill. Good luck. Goodbye.
Well, what'd he say, Nick?
Vincent was pardoned 2 weeks ago. He's our man, all right.
You know, it's a funny thing, Nick, but while you were in there phoning, a couple of men went by me, and I heard one of them say to the other, I saw Vincent Grady's bar last night. Now, maybe that's where he hangs out.
You say you just heard that now, Scubby?
Yeah, just now.
That's queer.
Well, how do you mean, Nick?
Scubby, things are going a bit too easily. The notepaper that can be traced, the name in the register, the description, and now the conversation you say you overheard.
You mean you think it's some kind of a frame-up?
Might be, Scubby. Might be.
Well, gee, if it is, Nick, you
If
better
it is,
take...
I'm going ahead just as I was before. Just be a little bit more careful, that's all. Well, if they want me to go to Grady's bar, that's where I'm going. See you at the office later, Scubby.
And he fell for it, Jack. Hook, line, and sinker, just like you said. I gotta hand it to you.
And you told him where he could find me?
I said it real loud, right beside that stooge of his. I said I'd seen you in Grady's place here.
He's coming here now?
Yeah. I beat it on the head to let you know he was coming.
Good. We'll take care of him when he gets here.
Gee, you're awful smart, Jack. It ain't no wonder I kind of go for you. Yeah, but don't forget I owe him one, too. He sent my pop to the chair for bumping off that old rat of a watchman last winter. I ain't forgot that, you betcha.
Okay, Gertie, cut the gab.
Huh?
Looks like Carter's coming in now.
He can't see us where we're sitting.
Yeah, that's him. Hey, do I look okay in this apron I borrowed from Pete?
Sure, you look like a regular waiter, Ben. Hey, got a tray?
Yeah, right here.
You sure he don't know you, Ben?
Nah, he broke up my racket last year, but he never seen me.
Gee, we all got it in for him, ain't we?
You bet we have. And here's where I pays off. Watch me.
Waiter,
Yes, sir.
bring me a large ginger ale and Coke, will you?
Coming right up.
Well, Nick, lots of familiar faces here, but nobody I really know. I wonder if Vincent might have moved out of town after hearing the snatch. And that conversation Scubby overheard, if he did overhear, it sounds to me like...
Here you are, sir.
Oh, thanks. Here, give the change.
Thank you, sir.
Well, at least this ginger ale's cold. Doesn't taste that bad. Well, it's an odd flavor to it, though. Must be a new brand of Cokes they mix with it. Can't say that I enjoy it. Why, it's queer. It isn't hot enough in here to make me dizzy like this. It seemed to be... Nick, you fool. You've been doped. You've been...
Yeah, look it. He's out cold. Gee, Ben, you must have made it strong.
You bet I did. I ain't taking no chances. I put 3 of them in.
Now go on, Gertie, and get the car and make it fast. I don't want none of Carter's friends to come looking for him before we can get him out of here.
Okay.
This is the day I've been waiting for 3 years.
don't look much like a great detective, does he? All tied up and gagged like that.
I'll say he don't. He looks more like a trussed-up chicken.
Or a dead duck.
And that's what he's going to be as soon as he wakes up. A dead duck.
You mean you ain't gonna kill him now?
Nah, there's no fun in killing him when he don't know who's doing it. I want him to look me in the eye when I send a bullet into his brain.
Oh, gee, Jack, I thought you'd let me kill him.
Nothing doing. This is my party. Private and exclusive. Did you get his guns?
Yeah, both of them. Hey, should we leave him here in the back room for now, Jack?
Yeah, he won't come to for another couple of hours. He'll be safe here. Yeah. Now, you and Gertie stay here and watch him. I got some stuff I want to take care of. I'll be back by the time he wakes up.
Okay. Here you go, Mr. Master Detective. And there you stay till we're ready for you. Have a nice sleep.
And keep your eye on Gertie, Ben. She might forget and bump him off all by herself.
Nicholas Carter's office.
Well, this is Mrs. Ascot speaking. Is Mr. Carter there?
Why, no, he isn't. Has something else come up?
Yes. Yes, I've got another note from the kidnappers. They want $100,000 immediately.
Good heavens, $100,000.
Oh, what shall I do? Mr. Carter said to do nothing until I heard from him.
Oh, I've no idea where he is. He should have been back here long ago. You better just do nothing, as he said, until we hear from him. He's bound to call me pretty soon. Unless something's happened to him.
Headache that stuff leaves behind. Well, it serves me right for being such an idiot. I knew what I was walking into, and I walked right into it. Gosh, but it's dark in here. Wish I could... Wait a minute. What's that?
Nick Carter, you sent my pop to the chair, did you? You'll never send nobody else there, 'cause you ain't gonna live no longer. I'm gonna fix you right now. I'm gonna... What the...
Sorry I'd have to be so rough with you, lady. But it's my life or yours. You're only stunned. Now, if I can reach that knife she dropped before she gets her senses back, I can cut these ropes and get free. Just a little more. If I could only see behind my back. Oh, where is that knife? I want to be able to reach it now. Just... Now to cut this rope in my wrist. And a little bit more. There, that's got it. Now for the leg ropes.
Oh.
Quiet, you. You try to call for help, I'll be forced to kill you.
You... How did you...
I heard you coming in, so I sat up, stuck my legs out, and tripped you. You dropped your knife. I knocked your head on the floor, and I stunned you. Then I found the knife, cut my ropes. Now I'm getting out of here.
Oh, no, you can't. Jack will kill me. He'll murder me.
Should have thought of that before. Now, don't try anything. Your friends overlooked this little pistol I carry in my shoulder holster. It's very small, but effective, I assure you.
What are you going to do?
Why'd you dope and bring me here? To kill me?
Well, Jack and Ben were scared you'd try to break up their plans for the kidnap job.
I knew it. Now, listen carefully. Who else is in this house now?
Only Ben. He's in the next room.
Good. Now, when I tell you to, call Ben. Tell him you're afraid I'm waking up. Ask him to come in here, but don't you warn him.
You want me to ask him to come in here?
Yes, but no funny business. Now call him.
All right. Ben! Ben!
What do you want?
I think Nick Carter's waking up. You better come have a look at him.
So quick?
Yeah.
Okay, don't touch him. You wait till Jack gets back and then...
Up with your hands! I warned you. Now stand aside. I'm leaving here, and don't try to stop me. I'll be seeing you both later, under different circumstances. How do you do, Miss Boone?
Nick, where in the world have you been? We've been waiting for you for hours.
Sorry, Patsy. Anything special been going on?
Anything special? I should say so. Mrs. Ascot has called 5 times. She got a note from the kidnappers telling her it would cost her $100,000 to get her son back. And she's going crazy, waiting for you to tell her what to do.
Hey, Patsy, have you heard anything
From me, Scubby?
Well, Nick, what happened to you?
Jack Vincent laid a trap for me, and I walked into it.
Did you learn anything?
No, Scubby, I didn't. Except that it all has to do with the kidnap case we're working on.
Oh, did you have any trouble, Nick?
Well, depends on what you call trouble, Scubby. And more of that later. Now, what about Mrs. Ascot?
Well, she wants you to call her as soon as you come in. I'll get her for you.
All right, Patsy. We got to move fast. Maybe too late even now. My being there and getting away doesn't help any.
Mrs. Ascot, just a minute, please. Here she is, Nick.
All right. Hello, Mrs. Ascot. Sorry I've been held up where you couldn't get hold of me. What's up?
Oh, Mr. Carter, I received a note from my son. It says that I'll have to pay his kidnappers $100,000 if I want to get him back. The note also says that I've got to take you off the case or he will be killed. He says that so far they've not mistreated him, but he begs me to pay the money and get him free.
Is the note in your son's handwriting?
Oh, yes, I'm sure of that. What shall I do, Mr. Carter?
Or does the note give you any way of getting in touch with him?
Yes, it says to put an ad in the personal column of the Clarion, addressed to safety, and let them know what I decide.
Good. Put the ad in the Clarion. Tell them you're willing to pay the money and ask them how they want it paid.
All right, Mr. Carter, but how about, well, what they have to say about getting rid of you? You know what
I understand, Mrs. Ascot. Tell them in the ad that you'll guarantee that I'll have nothing further to do with the case.
Oh, but that would be a lie, wouldn't it?
Yes, of course it would. But would you prefer that the kidnappers kill your son?
Oh, no, of course not, Mr. Carter.
All right, then. Put the ad in just as I said. And let me know the minute you get an answer. Then we'll plan our next step.
Oh, Mr. Carter, I'm so glad you come. An answer to the ad that I put in the paper just came in the morning mail. Here it is.
Thank you. On Route 77B, 5 2/10 miles north of Route 31, is a large single oak tree right beside the road. It's the only tree around. Make up a bundle of 10, 20, and $50 bills, $100,000 in all. Throw the bundle out at the foot of the tree this afternoon at 5 o'clock sharp. Drive by at not less than 25 miles an hour, and do not stop. Your son will be sent back to you tomorrow morning. He'll be alive if you follow directions. He'll be dead if you don't.
Gosh.
Mm-hmm. Patsy, where's that map I asked you to bring along?
Here it is, Nick. Well, I still don't know how you could tell what section of the state we're going to need a map of.
Well, Patsy, when I went back to the gang's hideout yesterday afternoon, it was deserted. The only things I could find that interested me were a rough draft of the original kidnap note made in the back of an envelope addressed to Jack Vincent.
Mm-hmm.
And also a timetable showing trains running to a certain part of the state.
Well, what part was that, Nick?
The part I asked you to bring the map of. Very simple.
Very simple. To you.
Well, where is it?
Here.
Now, let's see. Route 77B is here. Route 316 crosses it right here. Mm-hmm. It's about 45 miles out of the city, in a very thinly settled section.
What shall we do about it, Mr. Carter?
We'll do just exactly as the note says. Have your bankers make up the bundle of $100,000 in 10s, 20s, and 50s.
Yes.
Take Patsy with you, and have your chauffeur drive you up to the spot designated in this note. Throw the bundle out, and then leave the rest to me.
Well, I'm sure glad it's clear today. Otherwise, we'd be out of luck.
See anything, Scubby?
No, not yet. Hey, Nick, do you suppose anything has gone wrong?
No, I doubt it. I've entire faith in Patsy's ability to follow instructions.
Gee, sure is sort of deserted around here, isn't it?
Yes. Only a few scattered houses and very little traffic. Oh, here, Scubby, suppose you take over the controls of the plane for a while I take the glasses and have a look around.
Oh, sure, Nick. Here you are.
Thanks. Got the stick?
Yeah. All set.
These glasses are really high-powered, aren't they? Hey, I think I can... Yes, there they are. And right on time.
Are you sure this is the right road, James?
Yes, Miss Ascot, this is the right road.
Oh, I'd feel so much safer if Mr. Carter were here. Why, if any little thing were to go wrong, it might mean my boy's life.
That's why I'm here, Mrs. Ascot. Just to see that nothing does go wrong.
The place you want is about a half a mile ahead, Mrs. Ascot.
Oh, dear, so soon? Oh, I'm all of a jitter, Miss Bow, and you'll have to throw the package out. I just can't do it.
Now, don't you worry, Mrs. Ascot. I'll take care of everything. Slow down just a little, will you please, James?
Yes, miss.
I wish I knew how Nick is planning to get the money back. The gang could go anywhere from here, and we'd never know where it was.
Oh, I hope Mr. Carter won't do anything to interfere with my getting my boy back. He's worth all the money I have.
You can trust Nick to do the right thing. There's the tree, just ahead.
Oh.
Now, help me up with the package.
All right.
That's it. Careful now. I'm going to let it go out the window. Here it goes. Well, that's that.
Oh, you're wonderful, Miss Bowen.
Did you see anybody?
No, nobody. Not a soul around here anywhere.
I still can't see anybody. The bundle is still right by the side of the road where it fell. Oh, heck, this curve cuts off the view entirely.
Well, at least we've done our part.
Yes, we've done our part. The rest is up to Nick.
Yep, those are Nick's orders, Sheriff. Drive as close to the house as you can, and then park your car in the bushes just off the road.
Okay. Where's Carter now?
Oh, well, he went on ahead to get the layout of the place. Wants to get his plan set by the time we get there.
I don't understand how you know them fellas are hiding out there. You say neither you nor Carter's ever been near the house.
Well, I'll tell you, Sheriff, it's really very simple. When Mrs. Ascort dropped the bundle of money out of her car this afternoon, Nick and I were overhead in Nick's plane watching everything through his extra high-powered field glasses.
Huh, well.
Yeah. We saw the crooks come and pick up the money, and then we watched them beat it back to the farmhouse. They took every back road and cow path they could find to keep from being followed, but we could see them, no matter where they went. Yeah,
Well,
all the
what do you
time
know?
the one man that they were really afraid of was up there over their heads watching it.
Hey, that's quite a stunt. I've heard tell this Nick Carter's quite a feller. Darned if I don't believe it now.
Well, darned if you don't, had better.
Well, we better stop here, huh? Don't dare go no closer to the house with the car. I'll just run her off into the bushes here, huh?
Well, I wonder where Nick is. He ought to be here any minute.
Yeah.
So far, so good. They haven't seen me yet. Yeah, this is the window where the boy should be, if I'm right. Too dark to see what's inside the room. I'll have to take a chance and climb through the window and see for myself. Locked. Well, I ought to be able to slip the latch on an old window like this. This knife will do it, I think. There. Hope my luck holds a little while longer. I guess it's safe to use my flashlight here. Yeah, there he is. Oh, Harold. Harold.
Oh,
Quiet. Not a sound. Keep absolutely quiet. You all right?
yeah. Caught a pretty bad cold yesterday, though. But who are you? You're not one of the
No,
kidnappers.
I'm not one of the gang. I'm Nick Carter.
Nick Carter.
Yes.
Gee, I've heard of you. You're gonna save me, huh?
That's just what I'm going to do. I'll get these ropes off your arms and legs first. There we are. Feel better?
Gosh, yes.
Now see if you can stand up.
Well, it's not very easy yet, but I'll be all right.
Good boy. Now, we got to get you out of here pronto before one of the gang comes up to have a look at you.
All right. How do we get out?
Out of the window, same as I came in. All right, come on now. Quiet.
Okay. Whatever you say, Mr. Carter.
Climb out the window onto the roof. Easy now. Easy. That's the boy.
Gee, it's dark out here. Can't see anything, hardly.
Just follow me. There's a post in the corner of the porch we can slide down. I came up it. Careful now. There it is. Here we are.
Okay. I'll come right behind you. You go ahead, Mr. Carter.
Not Mr. Carter, Harold. Just call me Nick.
Gosh, Nick. Am I gonna have something to tell the fellas when I get back home?
All right, here we come. That's the boy.
Gee, that was easy, wasn't it?
All right, son?
Sure. Let's get going away from here.
All right. My friend Scubby and the sheriff ought to be over there on the edge of the brush.
Hey, is that you, Nick?
Yes, Scubby. And I have the boy, too.
Suffering catfish, Mr. Carter. How in heaven's name do you get him out of there without getting caught?
It was easy. Nick's a good detective. I bet he can do anything.
Well, thanks for the plug, Harold. Now, here's my idea. Are the three of them still in the living room where they were a few minutes ago?
Yeah, I just took a look, and they're still there. What's your idea, Carter?
Well, this is it. They think Harold is still tied up nice and snug in his attic room. Now, if they should happen to hear him out here in front of the house, they'd probably come rushing out to see what's up, wouldn't they?
Sure. Well, go on, Nick.
Well, I don't want any shooting if I can help it. Somebody might get hurt. So you and I will stand one on each side of the front door, Scubby, while the sheriff goes around to the back door, ready to come up from behind them. Then Harold will stand out here in front of the house and shout good and loud. They'll come out to see what's what, and we'll poke our guns in their backs. No shooting, no trouble. All nice and simple.
Gee, that's swell. What'll I yell, Nick?
Oh, whatever comes into your head. Anything at all. Okay, Sheriff?
Yep. Sounds nice and simple. If it works, well, here goes the rear guard.
Come on, Scubby, and get your guns ready.
Okay.
And Harold, if anything goes wrong, you run for the woods. They'll never find you out there at a back night like this.
Okay, Nick. When do I yell?
Count 5 slowly. That'll give Scubby and me time to get into position beside the door.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Renfield the mounted. Yippee! Wahoo!
What the devil is the kid doing out here?
Get your hands up and fast. Don't try reaching for your guns. We've got you surrounded.
Nick Carter, how did you...
Just keep those hands in the air, Vincent. All right, Scubby, get the guns.
It's okay, Nick. Only 1 on Ben. And 2 on our friend Jack.
I just come along here now. Stop it. Why this gal trying to skip out the back way, so I brought her along. She belongs to this outfit?
Well, I'll say she does. She was the one who watched me while the men went out for the money.
Well, looks like we got everything, don't it?
Yeah, it certainly does, Sheriff. Everything but the ransom money, which must be here in the house somewhere.
Nick, can I hold a gun on one of them?
Why, sure, son. Here, take Jack's gun and keep it pointed right at him all the time.
Hey, Carter, don't let that kid have that gun. He don't know nothing about guns. It might go off and somebody'd get hurt.
You're quite right, Vincent. But would it interest you to know that I wouldn't care if it did? As far as I'm concerned, kidnappers are pretty filthy things, the lowest of the low.
Oh, Mr. Carter, how can I ever repay you for what you've done for me and my boy?
Well, I'm very happy that we were able to get the boy back for you, Mrs. Ascot. And the money, too.
Oh, please tell me how much I owe you, Mr. Carter. I want to send you a check at once, a big one.
You owe me nothing, Mrs. Ascot.
Oh, but Mr. Carter...
If you really want to repay me, I suggest that you put at least an extra $10,000 into war bonds in this 4th War Loan Drive and give the bonds to the Associated Boys Clubs of the city. I can think of no better way to spend money right now. Buying the bonds helps the boys who are fighting for us today. And giving the bonds to the boys' clubs helps the boys of tomorrow. It's a wonderful combination.
This has been another of the strange adventures of Nick Carter, Master Detective, which are brought to you regularly at the same time by WOR Mutual. What can you tell us about next week's story, Nick?
Well, all I'm going to tell you about it is this. There's such a weird and unusual case that for the only time in my life I was almost compelled to believe that vampires really do exist. I call it Death After Dark, or the mystery of the vampire killings. So long.
So long, Nick. See you next week. In the strange adventure you have just heard, Nick Carter was impersonated by Lon Clark, Patsy by Helen Choate, Scubby by John Kane. Original music was played by Lou White. The entire production was written and directed by Jock McGregor. Next week at the same time, listen to another curious experience of Nick Carter entitled
Death After Dark, or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Vampire Killings.
This story is a copyrighted feature of Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. The return of Nick Carter is broadcast in the studios of WOR and is broadcast over most of these stations every week. This is Mutual.
Organized crime doesn't stand a chance against the gangbusters who are up next.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful. And a little lonely.
Marshal?
What?
Marshal, I've been looking for you.
Oh, hello, Tush.
I just want to ask you one question.
All right, go ahead, ask.
Are you not sworn as a matter of bounden duty to uphold law and order in Dodge City?
Well, I guess you could put it that way.
Then why don't you get up from that there table and go out and find that cow?
Cow?
Goodness, you think all Mr. Dillon's got to do is go around hunting some scrawny old
You
cow?
keep your mouth shut, Chester.
No, just a doggone minute here. Ain't nobody going to smart off at
Sit
me
down,
like that.
Chester, sit down. You too, Tush. You keep waving your arms like that, you're going to get apoplexy.
I ain't got no time to sit down, Marshal. I got 1,400 head of cattle over across the river, bawling and a frothing. I got buyers up at the Dodge House willing to pay pretty near anything I ask because I'm bringing in the first trail herd of the season, providing I can. Marshal, you've got to find out what happened to Oney Hager and that gall-dying cow of his.
Well, how do you know anything has happened to him?
They ain't at that shack of his, neither one of them. If he was just going visiting, he wouldn't take the cow, would he?
He might. Oney Hager's pretty crazy about that cow.
You shut up, Chester. I didn't ask you.
I didn't ask if you asked. I was just saying my own sense.
All right, Chester. Look, Tush, why don't you just sit down and have a beer, huh? Oney will be back in his own good time.
Well, his good time ain't mine. Bert Collins is bringing a herd up for the Circle C. He ain't more than 2 days behind me. And if he gets his cattle across that river and into them shipping pens first, he'll get the big price and not me.
Well, I'll check around town in the morning to see if anybody knows where Oney went.
Or to ask his neighbors, they ain't seen him for 4 or 5 days, or the cow either. And, Marshal, I'm reminding you of your sworn duty.
My sworn duty doesn't include going out and scouring the countryside for a missing cow, Tush.
Not even if there's been foul play done?
What are you talking about?
That shack of his has tore up something awful, like there was a big fighting ruckus in it.
Is that the only reason you think something's happened to Oney, the way the place looks?
Marshal, Bert Collins wouldn't stop at nothing to get that herd of his in ahead of me. He's just low down mean enough.
Well, it's too late to start tonight, but I'll see what I can find out first thing in the morning.
All I'm asking, Marshal, for you to enforce the law and protect the innocent and bring a guilty to justice.
Yeah, I'll try to do all of that, Tush, the first thing in the morning, huh? Now, why don't you check in at the Dodge House and try to get some sleep?
I doubt I'll close my eyes. All them cattle on the far side of the river, all that money on this side, I won't sleep a wink, Marshal, but I hope you pass it well.
Thanks, Tush.
My goodness, Mr. Dillon, all that fuming and fretting over a 16-year-old cow that's so dang skinny her hip bones stick out like a hubs on a wagon wheel.
Yeah, but she comes in handy, though, for a job like this.
Hello, Matt. Chester.
Oh, hello, Kitty.
Oh, Kitty.
Sit down. You like to have some beer?
Yeah, thanks.
All right.
What's Tush Lee all worked up about, Matt?
Oh, he's got a trail herd that he wants to bring across the river. He's pretty upset because he can't find Oney Hager and that cow of his.
What's Oney Hager's cow got to do with it?
Well, for land's sake, Miss Kitty, everybody knows you got to have a cow or a steer that's a good swimmer and that'll take the lead if you want to drive a herd across water.
Well, I didn't know it. Is that true, Matt?
Yeah, that's true. See, a lot of herds have a natural leader or two, and if they'll take to water, the rest of the cattle will follow them across. But you try to force the herd in, the chances are they'll panic and half of them will drown.
Huh. I never heard of it.
Oh, Oney Hager makes a lot of money every season just leading the herds across the Arkansas. That old cow of his takes to water like a duck.
Well, then it's not a joke. Without that cow, Tush is in trouble.
Sure, he's in trouble. When Bert Collins hits here in a couple of days with his herd, there's going to be more trouble.
But he's already here, Matt.
Collins?
Yeah, I seen him on the street this afternoon. Ain't he due in yet?
No. He must have had a gun ahead.
Mr. Dillon, Tuff said that shack the owners was all tore up like they'd been a fight.
Yeah. And Oney's not one to go off on sudden trips. You know something, Kitty? I think you're right. It's not a joke.
Now, just listen a minute, if you will. I've got a little story to tell you. Well, it's not so little. It's sort of a tall tale. It's about a drought-busting weather conjurer named Feebold Feebleson. Why, they say Kansas never had a drought that he couldn't bust in 24 hours. They say he had at least 100 different ways of doing it, too. Once, when it got so hot that folks had to spend half their time in some lake to keep from drying up and blowing away, old Feebold figured it was time for a little rain. Well, he thought on the problem for a while. Then he went out and built huge fires all around the lakes and kept them a-going until the lakes started boiling and the water got to vaporizing. These vapor clouds rose up from the lakes so fast they slammed into one another and started raining all over the place. Well, sir, once primed, the rains came again and were soon back on schedule. Feebold saved the country that time. That wasn't the only time that Feebold saved the country either. There were others, too. Like the time he used the noise method to make rain. Oh, he didn't use cannons and rockets and the like. He was original. He used frogs. Now, Feebold realized that frogs wouldn't croak unless they were good and wet, so he hypnotized a couple of them and told them it was raining. Well, sir, it would have done your heart good to hear them frogs croaking with joy and spreading the news around. Soon every frog in the country was croaking as loud as he could, which was loud enough to give an Indian rain god a skull-splitting headache. Well, the amount of noise turned out to be just right, and the rains just poured down. Of course, old Feebold could only use that method once a year, because so much rain would come down that the frogs would get washed clear down to the Gulf of Mexico, and it'd take them near a year to get back home. Rain, fog, sleet, snow, heat, or what have you. Old Feebold had a way to handle the situation. Why, I remember the time that... No, I hadn't better tell you that one. Why, it's almost unbelievable. And I don't want to take a chance on making you think that I might stretch the truth just a little bit. Say, isn't it nice being citizens of a country where you can laugh and talk about things free as a breeze? And write and read and worship, too. Yes, sir. Maybe you don't think about it much. But you should.
It sure is good to get back, Mr. Dillon. I'm terrible hungry.
Matt! Oh, Matt!
Huh?
Wait a minute.
Oh, hello, Doc.
Oh, Doc.
Want to talk to you.
All right. Chester, you go on ahead if you want. I'll meet you at the restaurant, huh?
Well, I am feeling pretty empty, Mr. Dillon. Yeah, I'll go on in. I'll see you later, Doc.
Yep, right, Chester.
What's on your mind, Doc?
Well, Matt, what are you planning to do today?
Work, same as the other 6 days every week.
Work? Oh, work. You mean sitting down there in that jail office with your feet on the desk?
No, not today, Doc. I gotta track down a cow.
A cow? A cow, that. See, Matt, you come along with me.
Oh, where?
But I gotta look in on a couple of patients out toward Kiowa Meadows. Now, it won't take long, and we'll have the rest of the day to shoot us some prairie hens.
Prairie hens? This time of year? Doc, the only prairie hen around here right now are holed up in the plum thickets so deep that a weasel couldn't even get to.
Now that's just where you're wrong. You know how Kiowa Meadows is protected by that bend in the river? Those high bluffs on the north side there?
Oh, yeah.
And these last few weeks, it's been mighty warm for this time of year.
Yeah.
Well, it's made a kind of a fall spring out there in the meadow. Now, the way I hear it, it's just as green as May. with a stand of young clover coming up there, and wild timothy and buffalo grass, and the prairie hens are just swarming.
You know something? That's possible, Doc. I remember something like that happening a few years back.
Well, come on, then. Let's get out there and get at it.
Well, Doc, I already told you. I gotta find a cow.
What? Are you serious?
Yes.
I thought that was a joke.
I wish it was. Say, you haven't seen anything of Oni Hager, have you?
You mean Oni's cow?
Uh-huh.
Oh, my. That old bag of bones?
Well, if that old bag of bones doesn't turn up pretty quick, it's going to cause the worst fight that this town's ever seen.
Oh, fight. Now, who'd have bothered to fight over that scrawny old walking carcass, huh? Except Oni, of course.
No, not Oni. A couple of pretty tough boys named Bert Collins and Tush Lee. See, Oni's disappeared, and that's the trouble. Tush thinks that Collins has had something to do with it. I'm not too sure, but what he may be right.
Eh? Well, what do you mean?
Well, Chester and I just got back from a look at Oni's shack this morning. There's been a fight in it, all right. The cook stove's knocked over. Table's smashed. No sign of Oni or the cow anywhere.
Oh, well, gee, Matt, maybe he went on a trip.
He took his cow along?
Oh, no. See, Matt, if anyone done something to poor old Oni, they ought to be hung.
I feel the same way, Doc.
He's got his faults, but he's a harmless old coot, and he never did any hurt to anybody in his whole life.
Yeah. It kind of looks like somebody did some hurt to him, though.
I just don't seem to have no appetite at all lately, Mr. John.
Yeah, I noticed that, Chester. You only had 6 eggs.
Well, I don't mean I don't eat exactly, but I just don't seem to relish it so much anymore.
Oh, I see. Or maybe if you cut down on the quantity a little bit, maybe...
No, it ain't that, I don't think.
Uh-huh.
See, it's just more like I've been feeling poorly lately. Nothing particular exactly, just kind of sore all over.
Tell me something, Chester. You didn't start getting these feelings just a few minutes ago, did you, when I told you about Doc going hunting today?
Oh, my goodness, no, Mr. John. I've been having these pains for a long time.
Oh, I see.
Of course, now that you mention it, I declare I bet it sure wouldn't do me no harm to...
Get out in the open for a while, huh?
Oh.
Like around Kiowa, for instance, huh?
Prairie hen makes mighty good eating. I heard you say that yourself many a time.
Doc's already promised us something, Chester.
Oh, Doc's already... Look, seeing is believing. Doc can't hit the side of a barn with both hands and a board in the middle. You know that.
Matt.
Hello, Kitty.
Matt, you better get over the Long Branch right away.
Oh, why? What's wrong?
Well, Tush and Bert Collins over there, sidling around each other like a pair of tomcats. It's going to bust loose any minute, Matt.
Come on, Chester.
I got some flapjacks here on the...
Well, bring them with you.
Ain't ought to say nothing about nobody.
There they are, Mr. Dillon.
Everybody knows what kind of people some people are, and with them kind, proving ain't needed. Well, now, a man that never had no friend his whole born days shouldn't ought to expect nobody here to agree with him.
Matt, if we get another mirror broke this month, we might as well close up.
We'll see what we can do, Kitty. You stay here, Chester.
Yes, sir.
I'm saying you made off with Oni Hager and that cow of his, and more than likely you done him in. Now, that's a lie. And I'm going to break you in pieces for it. Well, you can start whenever you're ready.
All right, hold it, both of you.
Huh? Well, there's your murderer, Marshal. Do your duty now.
Marshal. A man shouldn't ought to go telling lies about somebody, had he?
What are you doing in town, Collins? I thought your herd was still a day or so south of the river.
Well, I rode in ahead. Wanted to talk to them cattle buyers.
Come in to steal that cow and murder Oni Hager. That's what he done.
Have you seen Oni, Collins?
Why'd I want to see him? I got 2-3 good swimmers in my herd.
You gonna arrest him or ain't you, Marshal?
I'm afraid I haven't got much reason to, Tush.
All right. I'm gonna take the law into my own hands.
I wouldn't advise that, Tush.
I give you your chance, Marshal. If you ain't gonna do your job, I'm gonna bring my boys into town. We'll do it for you.
Tush, come back.
Well, now.
Crazy fool.
A man is going to be attacked. He shouldn't ought to just stand around and do nothing to protect himself, should he?
Now, wait a minute,
Wait
Collins.
nothing. I'm going to camp and get some of my boys, Marshal.
Doggone old cow sure is causing a lot of trouble, ain't she, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah. And it's going to get worse.
We tend to group Nebraska with one or another of the states, the Cornhusker State has many characteristics which are strictly its own. Since 1875, for example, Nebraska has been a debt-free state which preferred to spend 10 years building the Capitol at Lincoln rather than spend money it didn't have. Further, as its name may indicate, corn is its most important crop, and Omaha's stockyards are among the largest in the world. Then there's historic Chimney Rock near Bayard, and the town of Alliance, which was once almost sold by the Burlington Lines Railroad. Many years of tears and Indian wars and hardships such as the grasshopper plague contributed to the words which are engraved upon the Capitol. Honor to pioneers who broke the sods that men to come might live. Nebraskans live by these words, and they live for them.
Something like this just keeps my nerves tore to pieces. It's just awful. Mr. Dillon? Mr. Dillon?
Shut the door, Chester.
Oh, Chester. Mr. Dillon, what are you aiming to do?
Sit here and digest my breakfast? Why?
But they're going to be at it any minute now.
Who is?
Tush Lee and Bert Collins. You ain't forgot about them, have you?
No, but I wish I could.
Well, they're in town right now, both of them, and they got their men with them.
Yeah, I know.
Well, if you already know, why don't you do something?
Like what, Chester?
Well, my land, you could... At least you could go... Well, maybe if you couldn't do that, you... Well, you can't just sit here and let them kill each other.
No, but I can sit here until I'm sure that that's what they're going to do.
Yeah, but they are. They are. That's what I'm telling you. Tush is up there at the Long Branch saying how he's going to hang Bert, and Bert's down at the other end of the street making his brag about how he's going to shoot Tush so full of holes that birds can fly through.
Chester, if all the killing that's talked about in Dodge City was actually done, Boot Hill would be 10 miles wide and 20 miles long.
But these two are really going to.
Then I'll deal with it when it starts.
And that'll be any minute now. Everybody else in town thinks so, too. Take a look out this window. There ain't a soul in the street except for some crazy fool leading a... Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, what's the matter?
Tony Hager.
What? Oh, he's got his cow.
He ain't dead at all.
Come on. Hey, Arnie! Wait up a minute, will you?
And look, there's Tush at the door of the Long Branch there.
Yeah. And there comes Collins and his men.
It's him.
Morning, Marshal. Chester.
Morning.
Looking up to be another mighty pleasant day now. Or wouldn't you say so?
Yeah. It's a fine, fine day, Arnie. Where have you been?
You know, me and Ida Bell here has been up to Kiowa Meadows for a few days.
Kiowa Meadows?
Oh, my goodness, it's just like spring up there. All new grass and fresh clover, and Ida Bell ain't at nothing but dry feed all winter. It's just done her a world of good. Ain't that right now, dearie?
Tush!
What?
Come on out here. You too, Collins. And both of you come alone.
You had any excitement around town while I've been gone, Marshal?
Excitement? Oh, no. None to speak of, Oney. Things have been pretty quiet.
Oney, did you see any prayer hen up in Kiowa Meadows?
Oh, my, yes. There was just scads of them.
I'm mighty glad you got away from him, Oni. Did he hurt you bad?
Oh, now shut up and listen to me, both of you. Before you start taking the law into your hands again, Tush, you better stop and think for a minute. He's only been away on a little trip. Collins here had nothing to do with it.
What?
It's true. Tell him, Oni.
Well, I don't know what you're talking about, but me and Ida Bell's been up to Kiowa Meadows.
Well, there you are, Tush. Like I told you.
Well, how was I to know?
Well, you didn't know. And it's like I said, a man hadn't ought to say what he ain't sure of.
I reckon I was kind of in the wrong, all right.
Well, that's for dang sure. And you made me look real bad, Tush.
Yeah, I guess I did. Bert, I might set up drinks if you was a mind to.
All right. You ain't got to say that but one time. Let's go.
Oni, will you have that cow down the river in a couple hours? I got a job for her.
Well, I'm mighty sorry, but Ida Bell can't do no swimming today.
She can't? Well, why not?
Well, she ate too much green clover, and she ain't going to be fit to go in the water before tomorrow.
Tomorrow may be too late.
Oh, forget it, Tush. Throw your herd in with mine. We'll swim them across together.
Well,
then we'll hold out for the same price with them cattle buyers.
Fair enough.
Oh, all right. Come on, let's get that drink.
Okay.
Say, Oni.
Yeah?
If you went off on a trip on your own choice, now how come your house was all tore up so bad that way?
Yeah? Well, that was on account of Ida Bell. She didn't know where we was going, and she put up an awful ruckus before I convinced her.
But it wasn't the barn that was tore up, it was the house.
Well, of course it was. Where do you expect me to keep her, outdoors?
No, Oni. Nobody would expect you to keep that cow any place except right in the house.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed by Norman McDonald. Stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Featured in the cast were Parley Bear as Chester, Howard McNear as Doc, and Georgia Ellis as Kitty. George Walsh speaking. Join us again next week for another specially transcribed story on Gunsmoke. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Have Gun, Will Travel is up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows.
When I came to this wedding, I didn't think I'd be using my gun. But if you still want to draw, I have no other choice.
Have Gun, Will Travel. Starring Mr. John Daner as Paladin. San Francisco, 1875. The Carlton Hotel, headquarters of the man called Paladin.
Would you please hand me those stiff collars, hey boy?
Oh, Esau. Here.
Thank you. I guess they can go right in here.
Oh, no, Mr. Paladin. Oh, you make things all wrinkle up, you pack a suitcase like that. Here, I fix for you.
Thank you, hey boy. I bow to no man when it comes to packing a saddlebag, but this, I don't know.
Well, how come you take your pretty clothes this trip, Miss Paladin?
Hey boy, I am going to a wedding.
Wedding?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, very pleasant.
In Ashton, Kansas. Judge Aaron Lindsay's daughter, Susan's getting married. They're old friends of mine. Hard for me to believe, but I can only think of Susie as a pixie-faced little kid with pigtails.
She marry nice man?
Oh, I'm sure he must be nice, but it's someone I don't know. I'll have to admit I was a little disappointed. I always figured Susan would marry David Brinker.
David Brinker?
He's a boy there in Ashton.
Oh.
David and Susan grew up together. It seemed just right somehow that they should marry. You know, hey, boy, I'm going to tell you something that will surprise you. I believe that I'm getting to be romantic.
Oh, that don't surprise me one doggone bit.
No?
No.
Hola, amigo. You want to know about stereo phonographs? Listen to my last bullfight on ordinary stereo. Ole. But now, Columbia Stereo 1. There is a corrida de toros. Real life-like, magnifica. There is such a big difference in stereo phonographs. With most, all you get is a couple of speakers shooting in different directions. But with Columbia, hombre, you get fantastic stereo projection. What it does is to send circles of sound sweeping through every inch of a room. You are surrounded with live sound, live feeling, live passion. Ole! Ole! How they cheered me. Ask your Columbia phonograph dealer to demonstrate Stereo 1 by Columbia. Prices start as low as $39.95 for portables, $129.95 for consoles. El picador! Who let that bull out?
Ashton was a pleasant town, prosperous and respectable. Its citizens were solid, hardworking, and law-abiding. It hadn't always been that way. It had its beginnings as a supply station just off the old Chisholm Trail and had grown without restraint into a wild, reckless settlement controlled by a gang of outlaws. Then Judge Aaron Lindsay moved in, and Ashton learned about law and order. The railroad station was about a mile outside of town, and the judge had sent a horse for me to use and had left word that I should go on out to the ranch.
Mr. Paladin!
Huh? Who?
Mr. Paladin? I guess you don't recognize me. David Brinker.
David! I'm sorry. It's been several years, you know.
Yeah. I guess you're in town for the wedding.
Yes. Will I see you there?
No, I'm riding out. On my way now. I'm leaving Ashton. You know how it was with Susan and me.
But running away isn't always the right answer, David.
I know, but it's better this way. I've been waiting here by the ranch gate trying to get up the courage to see Susie. Tell her goodbye, but I don't think I will. Would you do something for me, Mr. Paladin?
What's that?
Tell Susan
I wish her a lot of happiness.
All right, David. Why don't you change your mind? Come to the wedding.
I know you'll think I'm talking like a sorehead, but... Well, it's not right for her to marry him. It's a mighty big mistake. Well, so long, Mr. Paladin. Yeah. And thanks.
Goodbye, David. Good luck. Come on, boy. Yeah. Ooh. Susie!
Oh, Paladin.
Susie.
Oh, I'm so glad you came.
Nothing in the world would have kept me from your wedding. Here. Let me look at you. Well, my little pixie face has certainly become a beautiful young lady.
Thank you.
Oh, my.
Oh, Dad will be so happy to see you.
How is your father, Susie?
Well, I think you'll be surprised when you see Dad. He hasn't been well.
Oh? I'm sorry.
Come on in the house.
All right. Well, I guess you're really excited, aren't you, Susan?
Yes. Paladin, that gift you sent, it's beautiful.
Oh? I'm glad you like it. It seems it's a very special kind of jade, Susan. It's a very special kind of a Chinese god. He's supposed to bring you happiness.
Is he magic?
He may be.
He better be.
Oh, now, what kind of talk is that?
Oh, never mind. Well, Dad's in his study there. Go right in. I have to get ready.
Wait, Susan. I saw David Brinker out by the ranch gate.
David?
Yes. He said to tell you that he wishes you a lot of happiness. He was leaving Ashton.
David leaving? No, he can't leave. Oh, no. Oh, David.
Susan.
Paladin.
Well, hello, Aaron.
It's good to see you.
And it's good to see you, Aaron.
What's the matter with Susan?
Well, I believe it's something called wedding day nerves.
Oh. I wish that girl's mother were alive. This is too much for me, I tell you, Paladin. This whole thing's got me torn up.
Aaron, who is this boy she's going to marry?
Tom Cameron. A newcomer here. Bought the old Abbott spread.
You mean the ranch that borders your place?
Yes, that's the one.
Oh.
She and Tom will be living in the old Abbott house.
Well, that'll be nice for you, Aaron, having Susan that close after she's married.
Yes, I suppose you could say that. But there's something mighty strange about this marriage, Paladin. Mighty strange.
If dandruff dulls your hair, leaves your scalp itchy, please listen. You can get rid of annoying dandruff so fast today, no one should suffer any longer. With Fitch Dandruff Remover Shampoo, unsightly dandruff's gone in 3 minutes. It's the quickest, easiest of all leading shampoos. Besides that, using Fitch regularly is guaranteed to keep embarrassing dandruff away. Simply apply in the unique Fitch manner. Before you wet hair, rub in 1 minute. This way, Fitch shampoo penetrates right down to the scalp. Next, add water. Lather 1 minute to wash every trace of dandruff out of your hair. Then rinse 1 minute. All that loosened dandruff goes down the drain. In 3 minutes, with Fitch, 1 rubbing, 1 lathering, 1 rinsing, dandruff's gone. And while removing dandruff, Fitch can also brighten hair up to 35%. To get rid of dandruff problems forever, brighten hair too, use Fitch regularly. Get Fitch Dandruff Remover Shampoo today, only 59 cents.
It was a lovely wedding. The bride was beautiful and becomingly shy. The groom was handsome and proudly possessive. During the ceremony, the ladies of the town wept, and after the ceremony, the men of the town gathered around the punch bowl. There were games for the children, dancing for the young folk, and a barbecue for hundreds on the oak-shaded grounds of the ranch. Judge Lindsay shook hands with everyone there, then retired to his room. He looked very tired. Finally, the bride and groom together cut the huge decorated cake and accepted the toasts of their friends, and then they left in a beribboned carriage for their new home on the next ranch. It was a wedding to remember, but still the punch flowed and the guests stayed on. It was shortly after dark that someone suggested a chivalry. Somehow the old-world custom that had been brought to the West seemed a fitting way to end the day. I went along. We gathered on the lawn in front of the old Abbott Ranch house, and a few minutes later, Susan and Tom came out on the porch to accept their congratulations. Tom! Oh, no. No, pardon me. Please, excuse me.
Tom. Paladin.
Susie, go back inside the house. I'll be there in a minute.
But I...
Please, go inside, Susie.
All right.
Tom. Tom.
What's going on here? Yeah, I'm Sheriff Wills. I was out there with the crowd. What happened?
He's dead.
Dead?
Somebody out there wasn't shooting into the air.
Well, what do you mean?
Cameron was hit by a rifle bullet.
A rifle? Those men in the crowd out there were shooting .45.
Well, there must have been somebody lurking back there in the dark, just waiting to kill him.
Yeah, using the noise of chivalry to cover up. And I can think of only one person who'd do that.
Who?
David Brinker.
What are you talking about?
He lost his woman, didn't he? That's pretty hard for a man to take sometimes.
David would never do anything to hurt Susan.
You tell me who, then.
I don't know, but we'll find out.
Well, I'm betting on Brinker. I got nothing against the kid personally, but he's the only one who's got any reason. And I aim to get some of my men together and find him. See what he's got to say for himself.
Look, Sheriff, David left town early this morning.
All right, if he ain't here, he's innocent. But if we find him around, he'd better have a good story. Hey, fellas, Sam, Bob, come here. We got to get busy.
Susie?
I heard what he said. David didn't do it.
I'm going to take you back to your father's place, Susie.
David didn't do it.
Of course he didn't. Anyway, David's probably miles away from here by this time.
No, he isn't.
What do you mean?
That's just the trouble. He is here. I saw him. He was on his horse in that stand of willows by the road. I saw him when we were coming here after the wedding.
You sure?
Yes. Paladin, David didn't do it. Not David.
Susan, why are you talking this way? Your husband is dead out there.
I know. It's a terrible thing that's happened to Tom. I'd give anything if I could change it, but...
Susan, what are you trying to say?
Paladin, you have to know this. I didn't love Tom Cameron, and he didn't love me.
Susan, then why the marriage?
Oh, he liked me well enough, but what he really wanted was the land I'll have someday. The Lindsay Ranch, the water rights, the power it would give him in the community.
You still haven't told me why you married him.
Well,
Now listen, Susan, you have to tell me.
I guess you call it blackmail.
Blackmail?
He knew something about Dad. Something about destroying evidence, a very serious thing. He had proof, and I saw it. He threatened to expose Dad, disgrace him.
Did the judge know this?
No one did.
Susan, do you think your father would want you to sacrifice yourself for him for any reason?
It wasn't only Dad, it was the whole town. You know what Judge Aaron Lindsay means to Ashton. He's become a sort of symbol to the people. What would happen if they found out he wasn't quite the man they think he is?
Well, I can't answer that now. I only know one thing. Some of those half-drunk citizens may decide to give the sheriff a hand and find David Brinker before we do. Come on.
Constipation can be a problem for anyone, even doctors. And when constipation occurs, it's interesting to see just what doctors consider important about a laxative they might use or recommend. Well, a majority of the doctors we heard from had this to say. A laxative should be effective, gentle, as close to natural acting as possible, and a medicine that can be used with complete confidence. Now, X-Lax has been popular with many doctors and millions of people over the years because chocolated X-Lax is effective. Overnight, it helps you toward your normal regularity. X-Lax is gentle. Next morning, it gives you the closest thing to natural action. And that's why many doctors and millions of people use X-Lax with complete confidence. X-Lax, the laxative that helps you toward your normal regularity gently. Overnight.
Is X-Lax in your medicine cabinet?
I ripped the white ribbons from the carriage, and Susie and I started back to the Lindsay ranch. I didn't know what to expect, but I was uneasy. I knew that the people, shocked by the sudden tragedy, would not reason, but would lash out in anger, seeking any revenge for the cruel ending to their storybook wedding. It was a clear night. Now the moon was high, and it was possible to see for some distance. I kept watch.
Paladin, what is it you're looking for?
Well, I'm not sure, Susan. That is, I wasn't sure, but I think I've found it. Get up! Come on! Come on! Come on! Yeah. Hey, see that crowd?
What are they doing?
Ooh.
Paladin, that's David. That's David they had backed up against the cliff.
Yeah.
Oh, no. They're stoning him.
Susan, you stay here.
You stop that. Stop that, you fool. You hear me? Stop that now. Now.
David.
Mr. Paladin.
Come with me.
See here, mister. This is our business.
Stand back, you. Let us through.
Now, you just hold it a minute. You ain't taking him nowhere.
You tell the sheriff if he wants to get out a warrant for David Brinker's arrest, he'll find him at Judge Lindsay's ranch.
I don't like you butting in. Now, I aim to do something about it.
Ooh.
Oh, my hand.
You'll be able to use that hand again. But the next man who draws on me won't be so lucky. All right. Let's go, David. Ooh. You feel all right, David?
Yeah, yes, sir. I'm fine now.
Good. Will you take the carriage back to the barn?
Sure.
I want to go in and see the judge. Susie, why don't you go up to your room and try to get some rest?
No, I'll go with David.
Oh, all right. Oh, wait a minute. David, I thought you were leaving Ashton.
Well, I began to think of what you said about running away. So I turned around and came back, but... Well, I wasn't sure if I'd done the right thing. When I was there in the willows, Susan and Cameron swinging by.
Yes, Susie thinks he saw you. Then what did you do?
No, I moseyed on down the back road. I stayed there until I saw all the people leaving the wedding. I wanted to talk to the judge.
Did you talk to him?
No. No, by the time I got there, he was gone. His horse wasn't in its stall. I guess he'd gone somewhere.
Yeah. Well, just unhitch the horses and come back to the house.
All right, fine.
Aaron. Hello, Paladin. Aaron, did you know about Cameron?
Yeah.
The sheriff will be here soon with a warrant for David Brinker's arrest.
But David didn't kill him.
I know that.
I guess you know who did.
Yes.
Why? I couldn't let her sacrifice herself for me, Paladin.
You found out about the black nurse?
Yes.
When?
After the wedding ceremony, when I came upstairs. I overheard them quarreling. It seems he refused to destroy the evidence he had against me, as per the agreement. He threatened to continue to hold it over her head. Suddenly, I understood the whole thing. Poor Susie.
Aaron, this information that he had, was it true?
Yes. I was guilty. I broke the law. I who held to the letter of the law when I pronounced judgment on others.
What do I do, Aaron?
You won't have to do anything, my friend. I've already written a letter to Sheriff Wills confessing to the murder. But I'm afraid I'll be denied my rightful trial by a jury in the courts of our land.
What do you mean?
I'll have to answer to a higher court. I'm going to die, Paladin.
Aaron.
My doctor forbade me to ride my saddle horse. He said my heart wouldn't stand it. I rode hard tonight.
Well, the doctor could be wrong, Aaron.
That's what I told him. But you know something. He was right. Absolutely right.
Oh, Mr. Paladin.
Oh. Hello, hey boy.
You sit here in corner of the lobby all alone? Look very sad. You still think of good friend Judge Lindsay?
Afraid so, hey boy.
Oh, not good to mourn so long. Trying to think of other things.
You remember that jade figurine we got from your uncle?
Oh, he's a Chinese god. He brings you happiness.
Well, does he really?
Mr. Paladin, that god, pretty tricky fellow, but no need ever worry about him. Everything work out fine in the end.
Does it?
Winston tastes good like a cigarette should. Winston tastes good like a cigarette should. Winston gives you real flavor, full rich tobacco flavor. Winston's easy drawing too. The flavor comes right through to you. Winston tastes good like a cigarette should.
A modern filter? Sure, Winston has it. But that's only the beginning of a Winston. Up front, up where it really counts, Winston packs exclusive filter blend. Light, flavorful tobaccos, specially selected and specially processed for filter smoking. Filter blend. That's why it's fun to smoke Winston, America's best-selling filter cigarette.
Winston tastes good like a cigarette should.
Have Gun Will Travel. Created by Herb Meadow and Sam Rolfe, is produced and directed in Hollywood by Frank Paris, and stars John Daner as Paladin, with Ben Wright as Hayboy. Tonight's story was specially written for Have Gun Will Travel by Ann Dowd. Featured in the cast were Parley Bear, Bartlett Robinson, Sam Edwards, Robert Robinson, and Eleanor Berry. This is Hugh Douglas, inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents Have Gun Will Travel.
Hop Along with Along Cassidy, up next.
It's Along Cassidy. With action and suspense, out of the Old West comes the most famous hero of them all, Along Cassidy, starring William Boyd. The ring of the Silver Spurs heralds the most amazing man ever to ride the prairies of the early West, Hop-Along Cassidy. This famous hero thrills his 60 million fans with action and dangerous adventure. In the role of Hop-Along Cassidy is the popular star of the motion picture series, William Boyd. And now, another exciting story of the early West. Hoppy takes the bull by the horns. It's a lovely autumn day on the Bar 20 Ranch, one of those days when a nice hammock swung between two shady trees is the greatest contentment known to California Carlson, pal of Hop-Along Cassidy. But it so happens that Hoppy is doing the swinging while California relieves the cook on his day in town. If you think this makes California happy, well, you have another think coming.
Oh, concern it, I just ain't a-gonna do it. I ain't no cook, and I ain't gonna take the cook's job while he's gone. Go on break. Just one less pan to wash.
When you get those pans clean, California, tell you what I'd like to have you do.
When I get these pans done, I'm a-resting for the rest of the day. I don't want to never see another cook shack that I...
Hold it, California.
Oh, doggone it.
You've just worked yourself up to such a fever you're not going to be able to mend fences or anything.
I ain't mending nothing. I'm humiliated. Me wearing a white apron like an ordinary Jasper.
Well, then maybe you'd like to take a trip.
I just ain't gonna... A trip?
Yeah.
Oh, well, now, doggone it, you're talking stuff I can understand. When do we leave?
Tonight.
Where to?
Silver Creek.
That's a pretty darn good ride, Hoppy. Is it important?
It sure is, California. Remember I tried to buy old man Parker's bull at Hereford with all the prizes?
Oh, now, just a minute. Don't tell me Parker'd ever let nobody buy that bull.
Parker won't. But his son wrote and said if I wanted to buy the bull, he'd sell.
Well, what does old man Parker say?
Nothing. He passed away a week ago.
And his son ain't got no more respect than that for him.
I know, but if he is going to sell...
It don't seem right. But I know how hard you tried to buy him.
I hardly believe my eyes, California. There it is, right there. We'll let you have the bull for $4,000.
Why, that's stealing, Hoppy. That critter's worth 3 times that much.
I know. That's what's funny.
Well, then I guess we'd better be getting ready to ride. I know you sure want to get there and see that bull.
Yeah, and I'd also like to get there and see old man Parker's son. There's something wrong here, California, and I'd like to know what it is.
Hop-Along has an offer to buy a famous bull which he has tried to buy for 2 years. The offer comes from young Parker, who took over the ranch when the father died. The price is $4,000. While Hoppy appreciates such a bargain, he also is suspicious about the whole thing. However, he draws the $4,000 from the bank in new $100 bills and heads for the Parker Ranch at Silver Springs.
But I'm sick of hanging around this forlorn section of the country, Ruth. Let's take your share and go back to Denver, where we'll be happy.
Look, Jack, out of respect for my father, I'd appreciate it if you'd stop hounding me to go. I was raised on this ranch. I love it. I loved my father.
Of course you did, but Ruth, we're married now. I'm your husband. Your first duty's to me.
That's partly true, yes. But I've had a talk with Mr. Curtis, and according to him, I have no voice in the handling of the estate. I get 1/4.
In cash?
Jack, answer me honestly. Did you go into Silver Springs and gamble again?
Now, wait, Ruth.
I see. So you have. After promising me you'd never touch another card. How much did you lose?
Well, around $3,000. But I'll pay it, and I promise
Pay
you...
it with what?
Why, maybe I could borrow it from that lawyer fella.
I'm sorry, but Mr. Curtis hates cards and gambling in any form.
But I have to get the money, Ruth.
This is the fine man I married. Crawling and sniveling and weak.
I am, huh? All right, I'll show you. I'll pay it back myself. I'll get the money.
Money? Did I hear someone mention money?
If you were listening, you did.
Oh, now, sis, is that a way to talk to your brother who's been gone 20 years?
You're not a brother to me.
I know it must be strange seeing me after all this time, but I'll not bother you long. I'm selling the stock.
You're selling the stock. No, you can't.
It's the only way. I've invited Hop-Along Cassidy and his partner here tonight for a barbecue. He's buying Hereford Giant for $4,000.
$4,000, huh? In cash?
I thought money would interest you, Jack.
I'm an heir, too. Don't forget that. And I'll keep Hereford Giant if it's the last thing I do.
But, Ruthie, dear, he's nothing but a male cow.
I mean that, both of you. That bull never leaves this ranch.
I've been looking for you, Cassidy. You must have slipped by me. Sit down here in the patio a moment.
Oh, how do you do, Mr. Curtis?
As soon as we rode in, this young Parker fella grabbed us and made a deal.
You mean he sold you the bull?
That's right.
I wish you'd have seen me first, Mr. Cassidy. I'm afraid there's going to be trouble over that deal.
Well, now, it's legal, ain't it?
Oh, you're in the right. But Ruth, the daughter, will never stand for it.
That kind of makes a difference, Mr. Curtis.
But a deal's a deal, and young Parker's got the money.
You've already paid him?
In cash, and I have a bill of sale from him.
I'm afraid this means trouble, Cassidy.
Oh, here you are, Curtis. I've been looking for you.
You didn't look soon enough.
Now, look here. Am I the legal owner or not?
Well, of course, it was your father's
Don't
wish.
talk around the subject.
Legally, yes, but morally you have no...
sell anything, huh?
Well, if my buying the bull is upsetting you,
The sale's legal, Mr. Cassidy, and it stays that way.
I don't mean to interfere, Parker, but my position in this matter is one of importance.
There's only one thing of importance, Curtis, and it's this, see? Money. $4,000. And more tonight when I sell those yearlings.
Why, they ain't ready for sale yet, young fella.
California, it's really none of our business.
Yeah? Well, Curtis, while I'm busy, you might as well be a good host and show Mr. Cassidy and his friend the ranch.
Yes.
I'll join you at the barbecue. I want Mr. Cassidy to enjoy it.
Enjoy himself? Like attending a hen.
California.
Well, I've done all I can, Cassidy.
I've been thinking a bit, Curtis, about this young Parker.
Well, of course, you remember 20 years ago, a little misfortune. His wife left with a boy, and old man Parker raised the girl. She married last month in Denver, a city dude.
Yeah, about this son. Where's he been?
Says he's been in South America. Just come back the day before the father died.
He should have stayed in South America, the upstart.
Doesn't seem to have much affection for the ranch.
Yep. And we even suspicioned that maybe he wasn't really the Parker boy. But his sister and I asked him things that happened when he was just a little fella, and nobody, not one other soul, could have answered the questions we asked him.
And he answered them?
Right down to the time his mother dropped a wagon tongue on her foot and went around with a cast for a year. Then he remembers the big wind that blew the roof off the shed and killed his little pony. He even told us the name of the pony. Zippo was its name.
Well, darn. If I ever had a son like him, I'd horsewhip some sense in his skull.
Well, that's how things are. I'm only telling you because I know you're an old friend of Parker Sr.
That's right. And I don't envy you your job handling the affairs as they now stand. I'll go take another look at Hereford Giant.
I'll join you after I get washed up. Then we'll be in time for the barbecue.
Eat, eh? Well, now that's the first interesting thing I heard since we come.
Uh-huh. And I got an idea, California. It isn't the last interesting thing.
That there's the shed where the bull is, Hoppy.
I don't think anybody's going to care if we look at our own bull, huh, California?
I reckon not. But you know, Hoppy, that young Parker fellow was mighty anxious to get his hand on that cash.
That's not our affair.
Hoppy.
Huh?
Who's this cutting around fence heading this way?
Well, it's a man. Nothing wrong in that.
Yeah, he's coming right toward us.
He's ready for most anything.
I've been a-doing just that ever since we got here.
Mr. Cassidy, I gotta see you a minute. It's something important.
Oh, it's Ruth's husband.
Yeah. Say, Mr. Cassidy, you bought the bull, I understand.
That's right.
And paid in cash.
Well, what's wrong with that?
Well, nothing. I was just wondering if you'd like to buy some of those smaller cows. We have a lot of them, and I'd sell them very cheap.
You mean those yearlings?
I don't know how old they are, but if you could buy a couple hundred of them, I'd take almost half price.
Oh, why, that's right downright, well, close to stealing.
Oh, no, it's not. Ruth, my wife, owns some of this stock, and we want to go back to Denver.
Why are you so anxious to make a deal out here in such a hurry?
I just told you. That is, we'd like to get our share and leave.
Well, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll talk to Ruth, and if she puts a fair price on them, I'll...
No. Don't say a word to Ruth. I don't want her troubled with such things.
Well, young feller, there's something sour about your dealings.
Yeah, California's right. I don't think there's any way we can get together on this.
Very well. I trust you gentlemen enough to say nothing about my proposition.
You can depend on it, unless...
Unless what?
Unless it becomes necessary. Now, excuse me, I want to take a look at that Hereford Giant. I'll be right back, California, and we'll get over to the barbecue.
Right, Hoppy. Hold on there, cowboy. Who are you looking for?
Who are you?
It don't make no difference who I am. I'm here to see that bull don't leave this barn.
But I just bought that bull. Hey, he's mighty quiet and well-behaved.
Let me get a look at you. And don't get no notions that I'm an ordinary Renahan.
I'm not looking for trouble.
I raised this here bull from the time he was a day old. I helped him grow up. And I promised old man Parker I'd see to it that nothing happened to his bull.
You'll have to take that up with young Parker.
I aim to. Now go on, get out of here.
Just a minute. I bought the bull, paid for it.
Stole it, you mean? Stinking 4,000.
How do you know so much?
Why, I got ears.
Does young Parker discuss his business with you?
Why, you...
Here. What's going on?
It's not going on. It's all over.
What's the meaning of this, Hank?
More than you think. There's them around here that's gonna wish they was never born.
Believe me, Hoppy, this has been a nightmare since young Parker came.
And Ruth's husband hasn't helped any, has he?
I don't care to discuss that, Hoppy.
Of course, I know how that cowhand feels.
Yeah. I'll check and see if Hank's been feeding Hereford Giant right.
I think California and I'll pull out early in the morning. Things seem pretty tense here.
Plenty of hay. Enough to last him if Hank never comes back. Well, shall we walk over to the barbecue, Hoppy?
Sure. California's waiting for us outside the farm.
Oh, is he?
Well, Hereford Giant is getting a little restless. Guess having visitors is too much for him.
Yeah, maybe he'd rather be by himself.
Guess so.
Well, let's get our share of that barbecue, Where'd you say California is?
Well, I left him right here. Maybe the smell of that barbecue got him.
Yeah. Looks like most everybody started to eat. Yeah, it's a pretty sight. It's side of beef cooking over the red coals.
Funny, isn't it, how folks can be singing and laughing like this, and yet underneath feel nothing but suspicion and distrust? I can't understand how...
What's the matter?
Give me a match.
What?
I can't see by this firelight. I want a match.
Oh. Great Scott. Isn't that a man lying by the path?
Yeah. It's young Parker. And he's lying here because he's dead.
On the death of old man Parker, the son offered to sell Hoppy a prize bull for $4,000. Knowing what a wonderful buy it was, Hoppy rode to the Parker ranch, paid the $4,000, and immediately became involved not only in family feud, but murder as well. Young Parker was found dead behind a barbecue spit while members of the family nearby were enjoying the music. Day is just breaking as they all wait for the sheriff to arrive.
Are you going to stay and help the sheriff, or are we heading for the Bar 20?
I don't know, California. Since I found these letters on the body, there's some explaining to be done.
You mean you ain't going to keep the bull?
Maybe not.
But he's got your money, the whole 4,000.
He has?
Well, what I mean is he had it. It's the same thing. It ain't your fault he got a knife in the back.
Well, coming up the trail, Ryder.
He's sure beating the dust.
I bet it's the sheriff.
Oh, I can just tell from the way you're a-looking that you're planning to stay on, doggone it.
Howdy, Cassidy.
How are you, Sheriff? You didn't lose any time getting here.
Well, I like to be punctual on each and every kill in the county. Voters like it that way. Where's the...
The body? right over here.
Yeah, I'm sure going to have my hands full, all right. Everybody's mad at everybody else.
You might try finding the money, too, Sheriff. $4,000 of it.
4,000? Hey, that'd make a pretty good-sized wad.
That's right. You won't find it on anybody. Whoever did the killing had to hide it fast. That'll look good around the barbecue patio.
I'll look under every stone. If it's there, I'll find it. Hey, where are you going?
To send a telegram.
Telegram? Now, how in tarnation's that going to help?
It may answer why a man named Parker would be carrying around mail belonging to a fella named Lige Draper.
You told the telegraph man to bring the message here?
Yeah, he knows we're grabbing some breakfast here in the cafe.
Anything else, gentlemen?
Yeah, doggone, you was going to bring more bread.
Oh, so it was. Forgot all about it.
And how about that coffee?
You ain't concentrating on your work, are you?
Well, I ain't the regular waitress. I'm just doing this to help out. Started today.
And you'll be going tomorrow if you keep this up.
No, California.
I'm a stranger in town. Maybe when you know me better, you'll think I'm a good waitress.
Don't pay any attention to him.
Oh, Hoppy, look, there's that telegraph feller.
Yeah, looking for us, I guess.
Yeah, I'll go get the message.
I better go get that coffee before he starts complaining again.
So you're new in town, are you?
And I ain't too sure I like it. I work awful hard for what I earn.
Is that so?
Sure do, Mom.
Hey, how about my steak?
Here you are, Hoppy. Rip her open and let's see what it says.
Hold your horses, California. Let's see now. Man known as Lige Draper left town 10 days ago with new employer. Lived at Mrs. Burke's rooming house. She can identify Draper. No further information.
See, that's sure good. That Mrs. Burke can tell us if it's Draper, huh?
If we wait 3 days for her to get here.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Oh, but never mind, Hoppy. We can go back out there and... I say we can go back to the ranch and... Oh, Hoppy, you ain't listening.
Huh? Oh, I'm sorry, California. I was thinking of something else.
You was? Oh, what about?
I was just thinking an identification might force a confession.
But doggone it, you said it'd take 3 days for her to get here.
So I did. Well, California, you go back to the ranch and help the sheriff. I'll be out soon.
Oh, what are you going to do in town here?
I'm not sure, but if my plan works, we'll be heading for the Bar 20 tomorrow.
Yes, sir, California. I caught the hombre red-handed heading for the county line.
Do you mean the feller who took care of the bull, Sheriff?
Yep, name's Hank, as much as he admitted he done it.
Well, I'm sure glad you cleaned it up so quick.
Well, that's what they put me in office for. You can't fool the voters.
See, looks like Hoppy riding in. Can tell him as far as I can see him.
Yeah, that means you can load up your bull and head for the Bar 20 tonight.
Doggone, that's good news.
Yeah, I'd sure like to buy that there horse of his.
There ain't enough money in the world to buy Topper.
No, I reckon not.
Well, Hoppy, we can get headed for home now.
Yeah?
Yep, I got him hog-tied and was just waiting to tell you.
Simple as that, eh, Sheriff?
Well, I ain't one to be doing no bragging, but he's as good as convicted this minute.
It was Hank, Hoppy, the feller who takes care of the bull.
Well, congratulations, Sheriff. You found the $4,000 on him?
Well, no, but I can get him to tell where it is.
And did he show you where he hid the knife?
Right. Well, I figured I could find it any time.
The jury'd want to see it.
Now, looky here, Cassidy. You're making out like I don't know what I'm doing.
Why, he ain't no such thing.
Yes, he is, and I don't like it.
You want the killer, Sheriff?
I got him.
I don't think so. Is everyone else here?
Yep, that fellow who married Parker's daughter. For a minute I suspected him, but I can see he didn't have nothing to do with it.
Well, California, looks like we better get our bull and start for home.
Well, it was darn nice of you, Hoppy, to want to help. Where's this bull?
Out in the barn.
Hey, come along. You never did see a bull like this one, Sheriff. Why, he's
a good one, eh? Well, let's take a look at this here bull, Hoppy. It ain't helping none to find the money, but...
I think you're wrong there, Sheriff.
Huh? By doggone. I wouldn't have a wild bull like that.
He ain't that way all the time, Sheriff. When Hoppy first saw him, he was like a kitten.
Sheriff, look, isn't something moving behind that hay pile?
Where? Oh, I reckon you're right. Come out of there, whoever you are, and get them hands up.
Come on, you're covered.
Don't shoot. Please don't shoot.
Ruth.
What are you doing hiding like this?
I'm here to see that no one takes our bull away. That means you too, Hopalong Cassidy.
But this gun.
I'd have killed anyone who tried to take him.
And I can believe you would, too.
And yes, even you, Mr. Cassidy. Why don't you go back where you came from and leave us alone?
Miss Ruth, I'd like to do just that, but there's a killer around here.
There ain't no more.
You've caused nothing but trouble. Even the bull knows something's wrong.
All this fuss over an animal. Suppose he's smart enough to tell us who done the killing.
Sheriff, that is the first really intelligent remark you've made.
Well, if you got something to say, Hoppy, say it quick, because me and Hank are heading for the jailhouse.
I didn't kill him.
You didn't like him? Well, neither did I. Does that make me a killer?
Jack, please.
If you'll let me say just one word before you go, Sheriff, and the rest of you folks let me have the floor a few seconds.
Now, let's have no more of this nonsense. The sheriff has to leave and...
I know. But before you go, Sheriff, here's a lady you'll all want to meet. Mrs. Burke runs the rooming house. Mrs. Burke. Mrs. Burke?
Yeah?
Would you step into the patio here and tell me if you see the man who came to your rooming house and offered Draper a job impersonating young Parker?
I already see him. That man there.
It's Curtis. Look out, Hoppy!
Better get Curtis to a doctor, Sheriff. My bullet creased his hand pretty bad.
Well, 'twas him or you, Hoppy, and I'm mighty glad it warn't you.
Why, California, I didn't know you cared.
Enough of this palaver. What evidence you got against Curtis, Hoppy?
This, Sheriff.
Why, that looks like the knife.
Where did it come from?
I searched every inch of the ranch. Who told you where to find it?
The bull.
Oh, the bull. Now, wait a minute.
That's right. When I first looked at the bull, he stood there quiet as a kitten. Then Curtis came in, went into the manger to see if there was enough hay, and the bull immediately became excited.
All right, so the bull's temperamental.
He just didn't like the smell of human blood on the knife Curtis hid in the hay.
Oh.
Mr. Cassidy, I'm ashamed of what I said about you courting trouble.
I understand.
Now, hold on here. You ain't solved things to my satisfaction. I got my voters to account to. What about the roll of money?
Think I can tell you where to look for that, too. See that handkerchief Curtis has wrapped around his hand?
I suppose he has it hidden in there.
Look at what's on the handkerchief.
Sure, blood from his hand.
No, too bright a red for blood. Looks to me more like chili sauce that is dried on the handkerchief.
I'm beginning to catch on.
Reach down into that crock in the rock stove, California, and see what you find.
Right.
Whoever killed Draper had to get rid of the money fast. The handiest place was the big crock at the barbecue.
Now, there ain't no good sense to all
There's
this.
lots of sense to it. Curtis paid Draper to impersonate young Parker. Together, they'd sell out the ranch and divide the money. But Draper got greedy, and Curtis had to get rid of him.
Hoppy, here's something all rolled up in paper. Yep.
Well, wipe it off and put it in your pocket, California. We'll be the only folks in the West with garlic-flavored bills.
Mr. Cassidy, I said I'd never part with Father's bull, but now...
No, don't change your mind, Miss Ruth. He belongs right here.
Sure a smart animal, the way he helped solve the killing. Maybe you better run him in the next election.
What do you mean by that? Now, looky here, you bow-legged cowpoke.
Think we'd better get going, California.
Hey, Mr. Cassidy, you promised to get me back in time for the dinner, right?
Oh, Mrs. Burke, I want to thank you for identifying Curtis here. We'd never have gotten a confession without you. I may need to call on you again when the judge starts his trial.
Oh, sure. You'll find me at the cafe across from the telegraph office.
What?
I know we'd better get going, California. Come along, Mrs. Burke.
Huh? Oh, sure. And, Sheriff, I hope you pay as good for me identifying Curtis as Mr. Cassidy here. It's a lot easier than waiting tables.
What? Why?
Well, I didn't know I could still blush.
Goodbye from Hoppy in California once again. They're riding back to the Bar 20 now. I imagine they'll be sitting around an open fire telling all the other waddies about this exciting escapade you just heard. And if things don't happen too quickly, maybe they'll enjoy a bit of quiet ranch life. If you'd like more of these two-gun adventures of Hoppy's, don't forget, you can see him in the fine Hop-Along Cassidy pictures at your local theater. Meanwhile, don't forget to tune in next time Hop-Along rides the airwaves to bring you more action out of the thrilling Old West. Hop-Along Cassidy, starring William Boyd, is transcribed and produced in the West by Walter White, Jr. Hoppy Takes the Bull by the Horns was written by Howard Swart. All stories are based upon the characters created by Clarence E. Mulvey.
Lights Out is up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows.
Ironized Yeast presents Lights Out, Everybody. Lights Out brings you stories of the supernatural and the supernormal, dramatizing the fantasies and the mysteries of the unknown. We tell you this frankly, so if you wish to avoid the excitement and tension of these imaginative plays, we urge you calmly but sincerely to turn off your radio now.
This is Arch Obler. A man, a woman, and a small boy arrive in their new home. Happy day. And sometimes not so happy. First, a word from Frank Martin.
Frankly now, friends, are you asking yourself, why should I be losing weight and feel on edge and worn out? Other people feel good and have fun. Well, if more vitamin B1 and iron is all you need, cheer up. Ironized Yeast supplies both in pleasant-to-take tablet form at a cost of but a few pennies a day. With ironized yeast and its famous two-way help, great numbers of people who were short on these substances have soon regained glorious strength and energy, and today these people can really enjoy life. Remember that name, Ironized Yeast Tablets. And now, Lights Out, Everybody.
$40, $50, $60, and 20 is $80, and 20 is $100. Perfectly correct. $100 rental for 2 months. And now there's the matter of a receipt, of course.
If you don't mind.
Oh, no, not at all, Mr. Cook. Do business in a business-like way is my motto. We're not a very large firm, but service supreme is our motto. Now, what did I do with my receipt book? So careless of me. In this pocket?
Oh,
No.
any old piece of paper will do, really.
No. Here we are. I had it in this pocket all the time. I'll just sit down over there and write it out for you.
Well, darling,
Oh, Chuck, it's simply unbelievable.
$50 a month for a furnished Grand Central Palace like this one. Beautiful. There's something wrong on the woodpile someplace.
Your figures of speech are a little mixed, husband. But the fact remains that $100 is the price we're paying.
Yep. Service Supreme over there is making out the receipt with his good left hand, so I suppose it's true. Oh, say, where's the draft exemption?
Sleeping there on the sofa.
Paid himself right at home pretty quickly, didn't he?
Takes after his papa.
Oh, now that's libel. I never curled up in a strange sofa without...
Here's Service Supreme.
Here we are, folks. Here we are. Money receipted right and proper. I hope you'll be quite satisfied here. Not quite.
Oh, I'm sure we will be. As you can see, our boy has made himself at home already.
Boy? Oh, yes. A cute little fellow. I do hope he'll be quite all right. Quite all right. Yes. Well, I must be getting along. Business, you know. Moving in at once, aren't you?
Well,
yes. You told me you were. Yes. Well, good luck, and goodbye, Mr. Cook. Mr. Cook, goodbye. Bye.
Well, wasn't he in a hurry to get out?
Service Supreme until the moment the rent's paid, and then it's exit extraordinary. Well, I'd better go get the things in out of the car, huh? Say, I never thought we'd spend the summer in a mid-Victorian mansion, did you, dear? Dear, I'm talking to you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Why the pensive look? What are you thinking about?
That's what that man said.
What man? Oh, you mean Service Supreme?
Yes.
Well, what pearl of wisdom did he spout?
Remember when he looked at Billy sleeping there?
Sure.
He said, I do hope he'll be all right.
Yeah, so he did. So what?
The way he said it.
Oh, Say, you'll have to get some help in to clean up this place. Looks like my fraternity house used to after we threw a dance. And,
Chuck.
What? What are you staring at?
What are you doing here?
Phew, fella, you startled us.
What are you doing here?
Oh, Chuck, he must be the caretaker the real estate man told us about.
Oh, yeah.
You
sure.
answer me.
Chuck, what's the matter with that man?
What? Look here, old man. You don't have to throw any catfits. We rented this place from Service Supreme. What's his name? Mr. Hawkins, that real estate man up in town.
Rented?
Sure. Here's the receipt. $100 for the next 2 months.
2 months?
Yeah. Well, I know it isn't much, but that's all the fellow wanted, so that's all he got. Of course, with all due respect to your caretaker. Oh, you are the caretaker, aren't you?
Yes, I.
Oh, good. Then I can speak freely. Well, as I was saying, the rental doesn't seem like much, but after all, big as it is, this is a pretty crummy old place.
Chuck.
Well, it is. And that real estate fella said there hadn't been anyone living here regularly for 20 years since those people, what's their name, all died. So I figured at the price.
Reynolds.
Huh? What'd you say? What'd you say?
I don't know. I'm frightened.
Reynolds, Mr. and Mrs. and Paula.
Oh, Reynolds. Yeah, they're the people that lived here, aren't they? Mr. Hughes' real estate said something about
Get out of here.
What?
Get out of here.
Chuck.
You hear me?
Now, wait a minute.
Get out.
Wait a minute.
Out. You do not
Wait
belong
now.
here.
We rented
Get
this place,
out
you
of
know.
here. No one belongs here.
Why?
No one. It is mine.
What do you...
Mine, 20 years,
Now,
mine.
stop waving your arms
Get
around,
out.
old man. Stop
Get
it.
out. You've got
Chuck,
to
we
go.
can stop you.
All
Wake
of
up
you.
Billy.
This
You
place
wake up the
is
dead.
mine.
He's making enough
Mine,
noise.
I tell you.
Now,
You've
look
got
here,
to
old
get
man.
Out. My house, mine. Nobody.
We
get the...
Chuck, he's sick. Catch him.
Old man. Old man.
Chuck, he's not.
No, just passed out, I guess. Wonder where some water is. We ought to...
He's coming to.
Thought he popped a valve or something the way it was blowing off. Give me a hand. We'll put him on that other sofa.
Take your hands off of me.
Huh?
Take your hands off
Oh, now,
of
look
me.
here, old man. We just want to help you.
Your hands off of me.
Oh, Chuck, help him get out.
No. I am all right. I will live longer than anybody. You will have to get out. You will have to get out.
Hey, now, wait a minute, old man. Can you imagine that old duck?
Running off like that.
We did get a bargain. A house and entertainment by a cracked nut, all for $50 a month.
But why was he so furious?
Don't ask me. I'm no psychiatrist. Oh, well, let's not let the old crackpot spoil things.
No.
I'll slip him a few bucks in the morning. He'll be all right.
Mm-hmm.
Now, let's wake up that snoozing son of ours and...
Chuck, look.
Huh?
He is awake.
Why, you little rascal, you. How long you been sitting there watching, young man?
A long time. Where are we, Dad?
I'll tell you, Billy. We're in a great, big, beautiful house where you and I and Father are going to have a good time for the next 2 months. Isn't that good news?
Well, why don't you answer your mother, Billy? Aren't you glad we're going to be staying here in the country?
Dad,
Yes, son.
please, let's get out of here. I'm awful scared.
I wonder if he's sleeping yet.
I'll go see.
Be very quiet, Chuck.
I will.
Well,
Like the proverbial cherub.
Chuck, keep your voice down.
Oh, that air of ours is sleeping so deeply, it'll take Sousa's band to wake him up.
Maybe we should have let him sleep with us this one night.
And have him grow up into a lily that falls over the side of his own shadow? Oh, no, Mrs. Cook. He sleeps in that room and likes it. Anyway, he's deep in sleep, so that's that. And here I go. Boy, stretching out feels good. You know, it's going to take at least 2 bands to wake me up tonight.
Lock all the doors
Mm-hmm.
and the windows?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Oh, now listen, honey.
Oh, please tell me.
I am telling you. This house is locked up tighter than a who's got. Shutters, doors, everything. I can tell you if that crazy old coot decides to come back to continue his oration, he'll have to use a hacksaw to get in.
I wish it was morning.
Hmm?
You could sort of straighten things out with him. After all, he is the caretaker.
Oh, forget it. We rented the place from the accredited agents, and the old boy doesn't like it. Well, it's just too bad. Let's go to sleep.
But, Chuck.
Oh, Ann.
But I want to know.
What?
Why should he have gotten so excited? It's been worrying me.
I don't know. Maybe because he thinks we'll mean more work.
20 years alone.
Huh? What'd you say?
I was just wondering why this place hadn't been rented or sold all these years.
I don't know.
Could it be...
What?
Nothing.
Say, are you thinking of... Oh, that's nonsense.
Is it?
Sure. Just because a house is big and old and hasn't been lived in for a long time doesn't mean that... Oh, I tell you, that storybook stuff.
Chuck.
What?
Why did Billy say that he was frightened?
Oh, he's just a little kid.
Well, isn't it possible that young children are closer...
To what?
To things that aren't of this world?
And cook.
I was just thinking.
Well, stop thinking things like that. All the screwy ideas to get in the middle of the night, in the middle of nowhere. Now, come on. Go to sleep before you give me the jitters, too. Save the ghost talk for tomorrow morning when the sun's shining. It's a little dark and visible and weird right now to be talking about ghosts.
Chuck, listen.
Music.
Oh, Chuck.
It's not a radio.
Chuck, I'm frightened. I knew something was wrong here. I knew it. The old man was right. We shouldn't have come here. We shouldn't have. I knew it the minute I saw him. I want to go, Chuck. Please, I don't want to stay here. We shouldn't have come here.
Stop. It stopped. So quiet now.
Yes. Oh, Chuck. Did we really hear it?
I felt the floor vibrating. Like it does when the organ plays in church.
It's Billy.
Yeah.
Billy!
He's all right.
Billy.
Hello, Mom, Dad.
There's no one with him.
Billy. Billy, why are you laughing like that? Why, Billy?
Oh, 'cause I've been having fun. Gosh, lots of fun.
Oh, a dream, son. You mean you've been having a funny dream?
Gosh, no. Not a dream. Isn't my dad funny, old lady?
Old lady? Who did you say that to, Billy?
She wants me to go downstairs with her to listen to the music.
Music?
But I told her I couldn't go. Not unless you said I could go. Can I, Mom? Can I go?
Go where, Billy? Over where?
Downstairs, like I told you.
Billy, listen to me. Who are you talking about?
Son, answer your mother. Who are you talking about? Yes, and why are you staring at the foot of the bed? What are you looking at?
The old lady, Dad. Don't you see her sitting there?
Old lady?
Son.
Gosh. Can't you see her? Funny old lady. You can kind of see right through her.
Ladies and gentlemen, we leave our lights-out story of Oregon for just a moment now to look in on a cheerier scene. It's a sparkling, clean American kitchen. And the lady of the house is saying,
There. Dishes all done. House all cleaned up. Now I can do my victory garden before time to fix the children's lunch.
Where do you get your pep? I'm so worn out these days, it takes me all day just to do my housework. I'm losing weight. I can't eat properly. Even washing the dishes tires me out, and there's no help to be had.
No, we have to help ourselves these days. And that's what I did when I felt the way you do. I found out I needed more vitamin B1 and iron. So I took ironized yeast tablets. They supply both vitamin B1 and iron, you know.
But how could just those two things make so much difference?
That's easily explained. When you don't get enough vitamin B1 from your food, you may lose your appetite, not eat enough to keep up your weight and strength. And when you don't get enough iron from what you eat, you may be weak and pale and all in.
And ironized yeast supplies both vitamin B1 and iron?
Right. So if you're short on these vital substances, don't wait. Go to your druggist this very night and say,
A bottle of ironized yeast tablets, please.
And now back to tonight's Lights Out.
Cold, dear?
A little.
Let me get this around you. Kind of a wind blowing in from someplace. We should have stayed upstairs.
No. I couldn't stay up in those horrible bedrooms. I couldn't.
All right. Now, don't get upset again. Here we three are, and here we stay until daylight.
Won't it ever get light again?
Oh, no, honey. Just a few more hours. Gosh, kids are wonderful.
What?
Billy. Look at him there. Asleep as if nothing had happened.
He doesn't know that anything did.
Lucky kid. Oh, you just wait until that old son starts doing this stuff. I'm going to turn this house upside down until I find out what...
Chuck.
Huh?
Wait.
Something?
I don't know. I thought I heard something sighing as if... That horrible music again.
It's here. An organ, right in this room.
But where? Where is it coming from? Where?
I don't know.
Oh, I can't stand it. I can't. Don't make them stop it.
Please,
Organs
dearest,
playing,
please,
no one
control
hears.
yourself.
Stop it.
You'll wake up the boy,
Stop
honey.
that.
Mom.
Billy, he's up.
Mom, come to me, Mom.
Yes, Billy. Yes, Billy boy, yes. What is it?
That funny music. Where is it coming from, Mom?
I don't know.
But, Mom...
It's all right, son. Stay here by me. That's the boy.
Won't it ever stop?
Won't daylight ever come?
I wish we wasn't here.
Chuck, it's getting darker.
It's all right. Just the dark before the dawn. You know.
Dad, it's getting light.
And the music's dying away.
Light. But what a strange light. Anne, is there something wrong with my eyes?
No. I see it, too.
Do you? The wall over there. A light growing on it.
Oh, Chuck, I'm afraid.
We've got to get out of here. Quickly.
Yes.
No. Wait. That wall. The light's gone through it. Beyond it. There's a room there now. A room.
Yes, I see it, too. Oh, Chuck, what is this?
Mommy, what are you afraid of?
And there's someone sitting in that room.
Yes.
It's a girl. I see her so clearly. And yet, somehow it isn't real, is it?
Look at the way she's dressed. So strangely.
So clear. And yet it's more like a picture on the wall. No depth. The flatness of a picture.
Chuck, look. There's a man coming into that terrible light.
By George, it's he.
What?
Don't you recognize him, the old caretaker?
Yes.
But now he isn't so old.
Oh, get me out of here.
No, wait. We don't dare go. Not yet. Pictures on the wall, and yet not pictures.
He's going closer to her.
I see it.
Hello, Paula.
He's talking.
Oh.
And yet he hasn't substance, flesh. I know he hasn't.
Oh, it's you, Mr. Elvis.
Yeah,
Pictures
Paula.
talking as if... Am I insane?
You know, Mr. Elvis, Mother doesn't like to have me talk with you.
Because I am a gardener.
Oh, Chuck, Billy.
Don't talk.
Whatever's the reason, Mr. Elvis, you shouldn't come in here when Mother's away.
Bless your mother.
Mr. Elvis.
I say blast her. I've got nothing, so I'm not good enough.
Please go.
Your papa, before he died, he promised me money. Plenty money for all I did for him.
I'm sorry you didn't
Your
leave it.
mother.
It wasn't in the will. How could she give it to
Your
you?
papa, Mr. Reynolds, he promised me.
Reynolds, they're the people that own this place.
But Mr. Hawkins said they'd all been dead for 20 years.
You drive me out too, eh?
No, please.
If I had the money your papa promised me, you wouldn't tell me to go. Maybe you would love me.
Don't.
But
Please.
you could love me anyway, Father Reynolds. I make you love me. Make you love me.
Daddy, what is it? Moving pictures?
You frightened me. The light fading out.
And they're going with it.
Oh, what have we seen, Chuck? What?
Wait. The light. It's coming back.
Don't look, Billy boy. Here, put your head against Mother.
And look. He killed her.
Oh, Chuck.
Standing over her. That horrible look on his face.
Chuck, another woman's coming in,
The mother.
turning toward her. Chuck, he's going to kill her, too.
I can't move.
I want to scream. I can't. Do something, Chuck. He's killing the mother, killing her.
What can I do? I can't move. Gone. The light goes, and they go with it.
But we saw him kill them both. Mother and daughter.
Billy didn't see.
No. He buried his head against me so tightly that... Why, Chuck,
What's the matter?
he's asleep.
Asleep.
Yes. So quietly against me. It's as if someone out there didn't want him to see that horror. Only you and I. Oh, Chuck, what was it that we saw? What?
Whatever it was, we're getting out of here. Quick, give me the boy.
Wait.
Who the...
The old man, the one we just saw kill...
The one you just saw, what?
You killed them. How? Why, I don't quite understand. But we saw you kill them. Mother and daughter.
Oh?
Was it real?
Yes. I killed them both. Yes, I killed them. And why not? The young one gave me no love. The old one no money. He promised me, but when he died, they gave me nothing. Killed them, yes, killed them with my own hands. I killed them.
Chuck, the police.
Yes,
No.
I'm going...
No police. There were no police then. There will be no police now.
But murder. 2 women.
They know. I know. And now you know. No one else will ever...
What do you mean?
You hear? They understand.
That horrible organ music.
Their music. Night after night since I killed them. Now you know why I didn't want your hair. Now you know why I must kill you.
Kill?
That gun!
Yes, with the gun. Them 20 years ago with my hands. You with this gun.
You crazy...
No, Chuck, you'll kill you. Look out!
Kill you all.
Give me...
Kill you all.
Give me that gun.
And I'll kill
Give it to me, I tell you.
I killed
Give me
them.
that...
Look out! Chuck.
I'm all right. Dead. I had my hand on the gun, and then it seemed to turn in my hand toward him. As if someone...
I saw.
Billy, is he
Still sleeping.
sleeping through all that?
Blessed sleep.
The wall! It's falling out! The wall. There's the organ. The organ that was playing. And women. 2 women sitting at the keyboard.
No, Chuck. Don't go closer.
Oh, no.
Chuck, what is it?
No. I was wrong, Anne.
Wrong.
Not women. Not anymore. 2 skeletons in dresses.
Oh.
I think I know now. He killed them 20 years ago. Then walled up their bodies in there with the organ.
But what we saw, the music, how could it...
Anne, look.
They're crumbling.
Bones into dust. He's dead. Now they can have peace.
Well, Mr. Obler?
Well, Mr. Martin? Yeah, if you want a rational explanation of the return of the dead, don't expect it from me. I conceive the stories, I write them, but if you want facts, don't expect them from me tonight. I suggest the Encyclopedia Britannica or, a visit to that old lady around the corner who says she talks with ghosts. As to whether the dead can return, once again I say we don't know, and perhaps it's better that we don't. Which reminds me of the future and reminds me of next week. Have you ever heard of alter ego, Frank?
Well, I know what ego is, all right, but what's the alter?
The answer to that, after you've had your say.
Friends, if more vitamin B1 and iron is all you need to help you look and feel and act your best, get ironized yeast tablets. Now, there are cases where a rundown condition may be due to other causes. And if you have any doubt, by all means consult a physician. But if your trouble is simply vitamin B1 and iron deficiency, remember, ironized yeast has been so successful in so many such cases that it's sold on this no-risk, money-back basis. If you don't begin to eat better, to look and feel much stronger, peppier, and more alive, the cost of the first bottle will be refunded to you in full by ironized yeast, Box IY, Rahway, New Jersey. Now, Mr. Obler, what's that about alter ego? Oh, wait a minute. Isn't that the play you did a number of years ago with Betty Davis, which caused such a furor?
Right. Good memory, Frank. That was a long time ago, and so many of my friends here in Hollywood, including the illustrious Betty D. herself, have asked me to do it again that we're going to do it once more. Alter Ego, the story of a girl's other amazing self. But that's next week.
Yes, tune in next Tuesday again for Arch Obler's eerie story, Alter Ego. And if you need more vitamin B1 and iron, be sure to try ironized yeast. But remember, there's only one ironized yeast. You'll know it instantly by the yellow and orange package and by the big letters IY on the container and on each tablet.
It is later than you think.
It's only the beginning of the white shoe season, but it's never too soon to start caring for your white shoes to keep them in good wearing condition. So clean your shoes with Energine Shoe White. It's made with the very whitest pigment obtainable, only the very whitest. It spreads over shoes easily, dries evenly, helps keep your shoes looking their whitest and best longer. So buy Energine Shoe White.
The character first introduced in The Third Man is up next with The Lives of Harry Lime.
Presenting Orson Welles as The Third Man. The Lives of Harry Lime. The fabulous stories of the immortal character, originally created in the motion picture The Third Man, with zither music by Anton Karas.
Most people, spend their lives searching for something. the girl of their dreams, or the perfect man, as the case may be, for happiness, or fame and glory, for the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow, or just for the rainbow. My search has always been for the ideal sucker. Not just any sucker, but the perfect one. The sucker with a couple of $100 million in his pocket, an open mind, and not too much brains. Well, last year in Paris, I was sure I'd found him. Sam Cordite, you've probably heard of him. Sam Cordite, the oil man. He actually wears one of those Stetsons, even on the Champs-Élysées, and those shoes with the trick heels and a gold toothpick and a heart of gold and pale blue eyes as innocent as any newborn babe's. Into Sam, I felt as though I'd struck oil myself. He was sitting in the Tour d'Argent all alone. I checked up with Claude on who he was. Now I was giving it the old dice come on. I wonder if you know how it works. It's a dodge for making the sucker speak to you first, which is always important. And what you do is sit idly shaking some dice in a cup, sort of thing they have in most bars. And then you drop one of the dice near the sucker and pretend you don't notice that you did. The sucker picks up the dice, or die if that's the singular, and returns it to you with a merry laugh, and that's how all the fun begins.
Your pardon? On the Mauritania it was. That was a nice ship, yes, sir. 1935. That's the last time anybody tried the old drop-the-dice dodge on me.
Well, that's how I happened to get acquainted with Sam Cordite, the oil king. He was a mighty check grabber, so I took him around somewhat, but I can't say I took him. Not that I didn't try, but pretty soon the feeling started to press in on me that if there was a sucker in the party, it wasn't Sam. So that's how I happened to find myself late in December of last year in St. Moritz. I was in the bar of the Palace Hotel there, one of those places where everybody goes. That bar, everybody, that is, everybody with a capital E or a capital body, throneless kings and kingless blondes, movie stars and maharajas, and, of course, your old friend, Harry Lime.
Good evening, Mr. Lime.
Good evening,
Staying with us
Luigi.
over Christmas?
Christmas? Well, that depends, Luigi. Give me a stinger. It depends on what I find in my stocking.
What would you say to a beautiful raven-haired princess with gray eyes?
Princess?
A terrific figure and a tremendous bank account.
Did I understand you correctly?
Yes, sir, Mr. Lime, you understood.
No, I don't think I did. I thought you said...
That's what I said, Mr.
A
Lime.
beautiful princess with a bank account?
Very
With a
beautiful,
bank account?
Mr. Lime, and the bank account is enormous. There she is, sitting over there.
Now, I see what you mean. Who is she?
She's the favorite daughter of the Sultan of Qualabat. Princess Laila is the name. She's been going to school here in Switzerland.
Right, great. And now, how do I go about arranging to meet her, old man? After all, a princess, I can't just ask for a line to drop my pretty handkerchief.
It's all arranged, Mr.
It's all
Lime.
arranged. You have this on what authority, old man? Santa Claus?
The princess has asked me to tell you that she's anxious to make your acquaintance, Mr. Lime.
Oh?
Here is your drink, and Merry Christmas.
She had the big front suite in the hotel. It was full of hothouse flowers, and there was the sound of music from a gramophone somewhere, and through the big windows we could see the moon rising over the snow-capped Alps.
I don't want to talk about oil. Not anymore. Harry, kiss me again. Hello? Brussels? Oh, very well. Yes, Mr. Van Blicker. Yes, all right. I'll drive down to Zurich tonight and take the first plane in the morning.
That means
Goodbye.
you're going?
Yes, right away. Ring the bell for the maid, will you, Harry? I must start
Sure,
packing.
but when will I see you again?
Oh, soon, Harry. I have much to talk to you about. But
that's
tomorrow
good.
I'm in Brussels, and perhaps after that, Istanbul.
Istanbul?
Go to the concierge, will you, Harry, and see if the road is open to Zurich. Or perhaps there's a train. I'll meet you downstairs. What are you waiting for?
Well, aren't you going to kiss me goodbye?
Well, there'll be time for that later, Harry, on the way to the station.
I have a naturally suspicious nature, so I checked with the porter. I checked not just about the trains for the princess, but about the princess as well. It seems she was just as good as she looked, sir. There really was a kingdom of Qualabad, and Laila really was the Sultan's daughter. About half an hour later, I found myself sitting next to her, bundled up under a fur rug in one of those sleighs on our way down to the railway station. Moon was high up above us and casting an unnecessarily flattering light on the princess of Qualabad.
I'll send you a wire, Harry, if I have to fly down to Turkey, and then maybe you can meet me in Rome. Would you be willing to do that?
Willing, Laila? For you, I'd go all the way to Qualabad.
Well, that's nice, because you may have to.
Hi there, Harry boy. What you been up to now?
Oh, I took the Princess Laila to her train, Sam. She told me some very interesting things. Sam.
Yes, Harry boy.
Ever hear of a man called Professor Birdlake?
Josephus Birdlake, the geologist? Why, sure.
Well, you know about geology, too?
Had to do with oil, son. I'm an oil man. A checkup. What you want with old Birdlake?
I'll tell you later, but first, is he a good man?
Well, son, I don't rightly know what church he goes to, if that's what you mean by a good man, but he knows where the oil is, and when he don't, he can make a mighty sharp guess.
Hello?
There is a Professor Birdlake to see you, Mr. Lime.
Birdlake? Oh, yeah, send him right up. This was the next day, and as Laila had told me on the way to the station the night before, Birdlake was coming to St. Moritz to see her. She'd left a note for him, introducing me and saying I could speak for her. Come in.
Mr. Lime.
That's right. Come in, please, Professor. You are Professor Birdlake.
Yes, I take it the princess has already told you.
Well, she explained that she and her father, the Sultan, had engaged you. Professor, please sit down, won't you?
Thank you, Mr. Lime. Yes, I'm just back from Qualabad now. Flew into Zurich this morning. But unfortunately, I missed the princess. She had to get to Brussels to see Van Blink. Though what she'll say to Van Blinker, I don't know, without having first seen my report.
Your report?
In her note, she says that I'm to give it to you, Mr. Lime.
Yes, but maybe you could give me now just a rough idea, first in layman's language.
In layman's language, Mr. Lime, the news is good. Indeed, I think I may say, without fear of exaggeration, very good. Of course, there have been only a few trial drillings attempted, but the signs are excellent. Qualabad, in the next year or so, is almost surely going to turn into the most important new oil field in the Middle East.
The most important? Did you say the most important?
Of the new fields,
but that
yes,
means millions.
Hundreds of millions, Mr. Lime. Billions.
Hello, operator. Get me the concierge. I want to talk to the porter. Billions, eh?
Not only for the old Sultan either, but for whoever's fortunate enough to get the concession.
Hello, porter. When's the next train to Brussels? But by the time I got to Brussels, she'd left for Istanbul. A wire was forwarded to me from Switzerland. Dearest Harry, it said, urgent you meet me Thursday, Excelsior Hotel, Rome. Love, Laila. So where do you think I was on Thursday?
Hi, Harry boy. How's tricks?
Hello, Sam. I'm glad you could join me. How do you like Italy?
Okay, Harry boy. Not as pretty as Texas, but okay. Let's go up to my room and...
Just a minute, Sam. I want to see if Laila is... Laila, you know, Sam, that Arabian princess I told you
about. Boy,
you
really got it bad, don't you? Funny kind of Arab princess, that girl, I must say.
What do you mean?
Arab girls, especially down in that part of the country, wear them big veils and spend most of their lives in the harem.
Well, Laila's emancipated.
Oh, you can say that again.
I mean, she's been going to school here in Europe, Sam. The old Sultan hasn't any male heirs, and she's his favorite. I know it sounds fishy, but it's true. I checked.
So did I.
You check on everything, don't you, Sam?
Sure.
I suppose you checked on me.
Sure.
Well?
What's wrong, son?
Well, if you checked on me, you must have found out some fairly unsavory little items.
Sure.
You mean you don't care?
Don't care about what?
Well, that I'm a con man, even a crook, sort of?
Why should I, Harry boy? You ain't crooked or con me. Ain't nobody done that.
Well, what about Laila? You say you checked on her.
Don't worry, Harry boy. Your little Arab lady friend with a college education is strictly okay.
Yes, Sam, but okay, from your point of view, could mean so many different things.
Okay in this particular case covers just about everything. Okay means she's an Arab named Laila, not a grifter from Brooklyn called Sadie. It means she's just what she says she is and everything you think she is. It means she's the Sultan's daughter in the B's and E's. Come on, Harry boy, let's have us a drink.
It was late and I was tired, so I didn't notice that the door of my room in the hotel was already unlocked. I just opened it and walked in.
Good evening, Mr. Lime.
Who's that?
I'll explain in a moment, Mr. Lime. Don't turn on the light.
Oh, why not?
Just lock the door.
Why?
You heard me.
Okay.
That's good.
Now, can I turn on the light?
Certainly. It is very tedious talking in the darkness.
Hey.
Perhaps I should present myself. My name is von Blicker.
Oh, yes. Laila was talking to you on the phone last week.
Please sit down, Mr. Lime.
Thank you.
Now then,
My
it
own
will be
road,
well
sir.
for you, Mr. Lime, if you are as candid and truthful as possible. Exactly what is your understanding
Now,
of the Princess Laila?
Look here, old man. Before I start answering your question, suppose you answer some of mine. Just who was it you were watching for in the street?
Other
there?
agents,
Huh?
Mr. Lime.
Other
the men
agents?
from Great Eastern.
Great Eastern Oil?
They've been following you. And there is even the possibility that Barakian himself has sent operatives.
Barakian?
To say nothing of the Russian.
Yes. Well, you're still not making any sense, old man. Not in my language, anyway. Now, let's see if I can't do a little guessing. You're all of you worried about the oil concession in Qualabad, right?
Naturally.
Yes.
If the estimates are even half correct.
Yes.
This is an affair as big as anything we've had to deal with in this generation.
And you've got the idea in your heads, you and whoever these other characters are representing the other oil companies, that I've got an arrangement with Laila. Well, let me tell you something. You're right. I have. And if you're interested in buying into that concession, Mr. Van Blicker, you've come to the right room. Now,
Harry, boy.
Oh, go away, Sam. I'm busy.
Busy, son? Oh, I see. You got company. Well, if it isn't old chum Van Blicker. How's tricks,
you
Van?
two know each other. Hmm? Oh, you're going, Mr. Van Blicker?
I will get in touch with you, Mr. Lime, tomorrow.
Sam.
Yep.
I know what you're thinking, Sam.
Yeah, boy?
You're thinking I was going to make a deal with that Van Blicker and cut you out of that oil concession.
Now, why should I think that?
Well, I would if I were in your place. That's what I'd think.
What do you offer you?
Well, we hadn't got to that yet.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
You see, with my influence on Laila, I figure 10% for my part. Sure, I know 10% of $100 million is... Well, sounds quite a lot,
That's
but...
enough to get by on, son. Well, it is, Harry boy, it is.
You're treating me as though I was some kind of a crook, Sam.
Well, aren't you?
Well, not as far as you're concerned. I swear to you,
I
Sam.
wouldn't care if you were, Harry. I'm broad-minded.
Harry Lime returns in just a moment.
Qualabad is a tiny island kingdom, or rather sheikdom, near the mouth of the Red Sea. It's been there, I suppose, as long as any other island in the world, but nobody gave it a thought until just recently during all that excitement over the oil concession. And then suddenly, this forgotten little blob of sand, you have to look carefully on the map for it, became a sort of battlefield. The scene of an undeclared world war in miniature. Who do you think was caught up right in the midst of it? Well, who do you think? Sam and I flew down in his private Constellation to the nearest airport about 70 miles down the coast. Sam's yacht was waiting there for us, and that's how we got to Qualabad, in style. We were met in the port by some solemn-looking nabobs from the old Sultan who told us we'd be received at court that evening. I was also given a note. It was from Laila. "I will meet you, my darling," it began, "in the courtyard of the Whispering Lions. I long to see you. Take the narrow road that leads from the street of the cobblers, turn to your left at the street of the builders of bird cages, and continue through the garden of nameless delight. I will be there when the moon has risen in the third hour. But be careful. The city is full of our enemies, and you are in great peril." Well, it was more of the same sort of lyrics, but you get the idea. I was just reading it over when one of the nabobs, a particularly repellent old bandit with a moth-eaten beard and one glittering eye, the white of which was the color of cafe au lait, sidled up to me.
Mr. Lyon.
Yes?
May your shadow never grow less.
What's that?
May your back never bend. May your cheeks never wither.
Thanks, old
I
man.
wish you 1,000 suns.
Okay,
at
chum,
any
who are
day.
you?
This unworthy one, this despicable dog, is none other than Jacob Ben Ali Hamid, Grand Vizier to the Sultan.
Well, Jacob, old chum, if what you're trying to tell me is that you're a big shot...
Big shot? Of course, it is an expression of the Americans.
Yes,
It is that you would say I am a man of influence, yes?
The Sultan's right-hand man, right?
I, Jacob Ben Ali Hamid, the Sultan's right hand, the Effendi chooses to
No,
mock.
wait a minute, don't get mad.
It
I
is
was
the Sultan who is my hand,
Okay,
left and right, right and
Okay,
left.
okay.
My whim is his law.
Well, that's nice to know.
Silly old son of an ass.
I beg your pardon?
I am speaking of the Sultan.
Ah, yes, I see.
He only smiles if I deign to smile, and when I frown, he trembles.
Well, all this is very interesting, I'm sure.
I mention these matters to the great American Lord Harry Lime. May his beard never grow white.
Thanks, old
Only
man.
to point out that when the time comes to discuss signing a contract for the oil concession...
I clear it with Jacob. Jacob being the Grand Vizier and general all-around power behind the throne, which is you.
Which is, indeed, as the great Lord is pleased to point out to this unworthy one, me.
Okay, Jacob, I'll bear you in mind.
Inshallah, mashallah, may your shadow never grow less.
Same to you, old man. I hadn't gone very far into the town when a big black limousine came up beside me and stopped. A red face was looking at me out of the window. It was Van Blecker.
Ah, Mr. Lime.
The pleasure's all yours, Mr. Van Blecker.
It will be, Mr. Lime. The contract for the oil concession is in my pocket. Just now, however, it strikes me that there are too many foreign visitors to this little country.
I suppose you mean me.
Don't say you hadn't been born, Mr. Lime.
May your back never bend, old man.
I beg your pardon.
May your shadow never grow less. This unworthy one throws himself in the dust beneath your chariot wheels and begs to remind you of an old saying among us oil men.
What are you talking
Verily,
about?
it is written, never count your gushers till you own the real estate.
Hi there, Harry boy. What you been up to now?
The trouble with you, Sam, is your suspicious nature.
Well,
I've been
I
talking to
don't know.
Van Blicker, but he started the conversation, Sam, and I haven't forgotten I'm working for you.
Oh, good.
We're going to get this concession, Sam, if it kills me. That night, at the appointed hour, and in the appointed place in the courtyard of the Whispering Lions, I met Laila.
Harry.
Darling,
Kiss me.
what did you think I was going to do?
Did you hear that? That's a signal.
Signal for what?
It's my guard at the gates. The lookout. It means we're discovered.
Discovered?
All is lost.
Who's discovered us, honey?
Jacob Ben Ali Hamid, the vizier.
Oh, you mean old Dead-Eye Dick? Tell him to go away, Laila. We're busy.
His men are everywhere. In the streets, in the markets. Very probably they surrounded us here.
Well, what of it?
This is not Europe, Harry. There are no policemen here. The land of violence and sudden death. The agents of Ben Ali Hamid are fanatics. They think nothing of murder.
Well, what's that got to do with us?
Not with us, Harry. With you. Ben Ali is the creature of Von Blicker. He will stop at nothing.
Well, what do we do?
Take this. Put it on quickly.
Oh, an Arab disguise.
Here, I'll help you with the veil. You see, this way only your eyes are uncovered. No one will guess.
I hope not.
Now listen carefully.
Yes?
At the gates is an old woman, my trusted slave. She will convey you to a place of safety. Ask no questions and go in silence. It is your only hope. One moment.
Thanks, honey. You know something? That's the first time I've ever kissed anybody without first taking off my veil. It was quite a chase. Through twisting, shadowed alleys, tortuously winding narrow streets, tripping over my pretty skirts most of the way. And the funny thing is, I never saw who was chasing me. Now, friends, it's too late now for me to pretend to you that I'm exactly a stranger to the confidence racket, and I'm afraid it's time now for me to make a little confession. The contents of this particular package is perhaps not exactly as advertised. I gave this tale, if you remember, a title. I called it A Night in a Harem. And it's conceivable that having heard that title, you may have expected something a little different from what you're getting. And if so, I'm sorry. I'm sorry anyway. I did spend a night in a harem, though by the way they pronounce it harem. Foolish of them, but they do. And a drearier, more uneventful 6 hours I've never put in. The only slow-eyed daughters of the East I ran into seemed to be the cook and her grandmother. Then, too, that veil was a considerable inconvenience. Laila's servant let me in, and after the 6-hour wait I mentioned, Laila's servant let me out. And then I was taken down to the shore and put in a rowboat. Muffled oars and all the rest of it. Very furtive departure for a big oil man like myself. Laila was the other passenger.
Harry,
Yeah, but what now?
I think there's something you ought to know.
Hmm?
It pains me to tell you this, but you'll find out anyway.
Okay, honey, let me know the worst. After that night in the Sultan's harem, I'm ready for any disappointment.
Well, it's about the oil concession.
What about it?
While you were waiting in the harem...
Yes, and by the way, what was I waiting for? I never even saw anybody chasing me.
The ways of the East, Harry, are mysterious.
Honey, they sure are. Well, what about this oil concession?
The contract is signed, Harry.
Well, that's all right. Sam's a good guy. He'll see that I get my cut.
The concession didn't go to him, Harry.
What?
Vizzy and my father came to an understanding. We must not complain. These things are written in the stars.
Blicker.
Yes, Harry. It was Kismet.
Kismet, who's he?
Kismet is fate. Destiny. They paid us $10 million, Harry, just for the option.
Then what was I doing all the time? Don't tell me. I know. I was being used to jack up the price.
Oh, Harry, what could I have done without you? I'm just a helpless young girl.
Mm-hmm. And what am I? Don't answer that either. No, I didn't murder her. I even let her kiss me goodbye. And as I went up the gangplank to Sam's yacht, she told me someday, when I knew everything, I'd thank her. Well, after I got my dress off, I met Sam for breakfast.
Come on, cheer up, Harry boy. You had nothing to lose, and you didn't lose it anyway.
10% of $100 million. You call that nothing?
Well, nothing's just exactly what I do call it, Harry boy. Anyway, who ever mentioned $100 million beside you?
Well, I don't know. Bird Lake, for one.
Him.
But you told me, Josephus, Bird Lake's an authority on oil.
Sure.
Well,
let's celebrate.
Celebrate? What's there to celebrate?
$10 million cash just for a down payment.
Yes,
that's
what
why
they
I'm
say.
celebrating.
But they got the concession.
For what? For sand a little old island, even Laila doesn't stay on any longer. She can help.
But Professor Bird Lake told me.
No, Harry boy. Bird Lake didn't tell you a thing. That was just a fella that called himself Bird Lake. Laila hired him. He's a play actor from London. I checked on everything. On you first, of course. Even on the princess.
But she is the princess.
Sure, but being a princess don't say a girl has to keep from indulging her natural talents for the confidence racket. You know the old salted mine dodge, Harry boy. I'm surprised that you must have sold a few worthless oil shares in your day.
Then there's no oil in Qualitat at all.
Of course not. Don't you think I checked?
Why, that dirty...
Well, you can't blame her and the old man from persuading that there is, boy. After all, they gotta live, too.
Live on $10 million cash?
Sure, they'll get along. But why not?
And now what happened?
Well, I thought we'd just sail on for a bit and see the sights. I've heard a long lot about this here island of Bali. That ought to be fun. And on the way, you can try selling me some gold bricks. That ought to be fun, too. Come on now, Harry boy. Bottoms up.
Harry Lime returns in just a moment. And now, Harry Lime.
Well, Well, I was up in San Moritz last week, and of course I went to the Palace Hotel and stopped in at the bar for one of Luigi's famous stingers.
Ah, Mr. Lime. How are you this year, Mr. Lime?
Fine, thank
By
you.
the way, the Princess Lila is here again.
Oh?
Yes, indeed, Mr. Lime, and looking lovelier than ever, if that is possible. She was
Lila.
asking for you, staying over the holidays.
Luigi,
Yes, Mr. Lime.
may your shadow never grow less, old man.
Pardon?
May your beard never grow white, and if mine does, don't start calling me Santa Claus. No, I'm not staying over the holidays. I just remembered an important date in Monte Carlo. And as for the princess, old man, you could tell her for me,
I am sorry, Mr. Lime. What's that last?
Arabic, old man. Arabic. For Merry Christmas. So long now.
Well, we've reached that time again. It is time for the Trivia Minute, and here we go. The oldest human remains found in Minnesota date back to 7000 BC. These remains were found in 1933 near Browns Valley, east of the state of Minnesota, hence the name of Man of Brown Valley. Human presence in the region could be before the date thanks to the discovery. French nationals Pierre Espat Radisson and Murad Charat were, in 1660, the first inhabitants of the old continent to reach Minnesota. In 1679, French explorer Daniel Grelison claimed the entire region on behalf of France. French influence in the area declined after 1763 when France ceded part of Minnesota to the United Kingdom. Grand Rapids, Minnesota proudly claims itself as the birthplace of Judy Garland, famous for her role as Dorothy in The Wizard of Oz. The town hosts a dedicated museum showcasing Garland's life and legacy through exhibits, making it a must-visit destination for her fans. Minnesota is the most northerly of all states, except for Alaska. The state's motto, Lion du Nord, which in French means Star of the North. And that was the Trivia Minute. I I hope you enjoyed this stream. And until next time, I hope you have a great day, and God bless you.